where that lady looks like she's walking on a treadmill. She's not getting smaller or bigger. She's just walking in the same spot, even though she's walking down the road. Same with that boat that I posted from Travis's channel. That boat is going in one direction, but it's staying on the top of that little horizon, and it actually goes through a buoy, and then the buoy pops out in front of it again, and it's just that's the lens that we're seeing.
It's interesting that the 7/6R does make it a bigger ball, and it's like they can, if there's refraction, it just gives them all the leeway in the world to say that this is exactly what they expect to see, because they know it has to be how they reverse engineered it. Like if we have a 7/6R for standard refraction, it covers all our bases within this range of all the things that seem to be the illusion that were the range of illusions that we're observing for this period of time.
That's just the basis, though. They give themselves unlimited R.
Yeah.
In refraction. But the guy that was just talking about the lens, I posted a video that I took. Can you watch that and explain? Give me your give me your explanation of that.
So what I'm seeing here
Which one?
is actually. Go ahead.
I was just going to ask, which one did you post? I'm driving right now, Rocky.
It's my rock. It's my rock one, where I see over the rock or through the rock or whatever.
Right.
Yeah, so I've got a similar video where I did that with a picnic bench and a matchbox, and it's actually, you'll see it Dirth or DIRTH, whatever. He's got it on his channels that he sends to. So you'll see me on the picnic bench, and I'll zoom in. There's no matchbox, but I'll zoom in, then the matchbox appears. So what I'm seeing, for instance, on your video, is that when you're zooming in, half of that lens is actually going above that. You're fetching that light above, because the top of the lens is most likely what it looks like is above the rock, but the majority of the lens is in the rock. So it's actually taking all that information and putting that into the lens. As soon as it goes past that and gets the new focus point, it's actually fetching the information on top. So that rock and that distance, those two images are not, they're two separate images, but it's only selecting the clearest one.
I gotcha.
Where I'm saying with this focus point, it's taking basically what's happening there, but it's both are in focus. So that's actually a bloody good example of what I'm trying to explain. That rock, the reason why you're not seeing it in that rock is because it's not in the same focus as the background. And the reason why we're seeing that lensing is because those are both at the same place at that time, at that distance.
Well, I say it like the information when I change the focal length, the information is coming through the top part of the lens, which must be above the rock. That's why you can see the bridge, but it gets blurry, and then you can see the bridge. It's where the information is coming into the lens. So
Correct.
You pretty much said the same thing.
Yeah. So that's basically what I see is happening there. And with these mirage videos, we seeing that, but we seeing them at the same distance, even though they way different distances. But that lens is at that distance, and that's that wavy stuff that we're seeing go past it. And that's why we see it in front of the moon, the stars. It's all around us. I am claiming that we are seeing a reflection 360 around us. We can't see through that. And I'm looking forward to proving that.
Awesome. Good work. I've got some stuff I'm about to post here that lines up with some of your glyphs that you posted, the ancient glyphs. And there's this other thing about the language that seems to explain the ether polarization that matches up with some of that symbology too.
Nice. I think they knew about this before.
Yeah.
And they're hiding it from us now.
Yeah, that would make sense. Well, they realize the limits of our eyesight and our personal dome makes it easy to convince people that might be the whole world. that's
it
doing that.
explains how we could have larger beings, titans, um, all that.
How
I think
so?
that just the atmospheric conditions were different.
Oh, I see.
There was
Hmm.
more space. I think we don't have a lot of
Right,
space in our little domes. Our little worlds are small now.
right. And you've watched all of EWAR stuff, right?
Not really, no. That's
No,
too
okay.
commercial for me.
Yeah, well, he does go into some ideas that are interesting about that, as far as the giants go. That the trees were bigger, you know, and that a lot of what we call sand is the excavation pulp left behind from these big trees being excavated, the silicon trees, and that possibly one of the reasons that the trees were cut down was so that when the flood came, that the giants couldn't climb the trees and get away from the flood. They would drown.
Oh yeah, yeah. I think you told me this. So how I do a lot of my research is okay, I work from home, so I listen to you guys here, talk, and
Hmm.
then I'll make a note, and then
Hmm.
in my time I'll do some research, and I like to look at the old ancient drawings, and I got my own footage that I look at, and I'm just putting all the puzzle pieces together. So I take information from the globe side, I take the information from the flat Earth side, I take it from the triangle side, all the sides. I'm taking all that information, and I'm trying to make something work what I'm seeing,
Hmm.
and that's how I got to where I am now.
That's
It
awesome.
was
Yeah.
just yeah, it's just this is now putting yeah, it's just putting it all together. Like someone
Yeah,
mentioned,
it
the
does. It
sun could
does end up
be
looking like puzzle pieces, and you realize there has to be a picture here we're missing. Yeah, go ahead.
yeah, and there was the guy that was saying something about the sun maybe being 140 million miles away. So I don't think he was directing it to me, he was directing to someone else. But I said, yes, it could be. Until I can literally predict the distance or the type of magnifications and stuff that we're seeing. So when we do some experiments now where we can get to that vanishing point, and then we can get an idea with that data what sort of magnification or lensing we should see, then we can triangulate to that sun. The only issue I'm having here is I don't know how thick the atmosphere is. So there will need to be some sort of balloon going up that's measuring atmosphere density or whatever, that we can get an idea. Okay, cool. We say that when it's this thick or this sort of atmosphere, we'll see that sort of lensing. It's like that at that distance. We should see so much lensing. Then we can do some geometry and then actually get a physical distance to that sun and the actual location of where that sun, moon, stars, whatever is. But if you look at the sun, moon, stars now, it's there. When I say it's there, is if you go look outside, you say, "Oh no, there's the sun. It's right there." Or you go look at the moon,
Right.
it's there. It's not yeah, and it's not way out there. It's there.
Hmm.
It's the
Hmm.
same. It looks like it's the same distance of where I see that vanishing point. So I'm saying that sun is there. That is that lens I'm saying. Um,
Hmm.
and from there we can measure, because now we got the magnification. What sort of magnification are we seeing? What angle are we looking at it from your position? uh, yeah, we'll be able to do those measurements.
Well,
But
if you're
just
looking for consistency within a bunch of variables, you might have problems just because you and I could stand under the skylight of a house, right? And the sun could be, we could both be looking right at the sun. And one of us will point, if we put a sticker on the skylight where I thought the sun was and where you thought the sun was, it wouldn't be in the same spot.
it will be, if you do your calculations from there, eventually those two lines will meet up with each other.
Take an average.
No. So you take from your position where you're standing, because remember, you're going to be in a different lens than I'm going to be in. So I do my measurements, I'm pointing it over there. You go do your measurements, and you're going to be pointing your direct, wherever you're saying you're seeing it. If you take those two lines and you go on straight with that line, those two lines are eventually going to meet, and you're going to see it's going to be the same calculation. That's my prediction and what I'm saying.
Wait, so you're saying you wouldn't just okay, so I do the calculations, I see it, I put my sticker where it is, I think it is. Your sticker's not in the same spot. We just meet halfway. Is that what you're saying?
No.
Oh,
Let's go into a swimming pool, and we at the bottom of the swimming pool, and there's someone standing at the edge of the pool, and you want to shoot that or you want to put a pole to that person, the way you seeing that person through the water that's outside of the water is going to be in a different location. But I can do my calculations with the amount of magnification or angle that person's actually being bent from my position. You go sit on your side and you take your angles, or you take your pole. You will point to that person. If those poles are long enough, both our tips of our poles will be on that person's face.
Oh, okay.
You see what I'm saying?
Okay. Yeah. Right.
So
I think
we're
that
not
might have
putting it
been
in
what I
front
was
of.
talking about with that
Yeah,
guy
yeah,
that
but
I heard on 24/7. Yeah.
okay, yeah. So what you were saying, what you saying, sorry guys, what you saying is if you got a like David Weiss does it with that piece of see-through stuff on his wall, where he says, "I see the sun here," then the other chick points, "Oh, but I see the sun here," but there's now a distance between that sheet and the sun. But if you take those two lines, for instance, they will both meet up at that sun with the
Uh,
correct calculation. That's what I think.
I think it's even more than that. Like when you're above the pool and you're looking through the water and the fish is in a different position or appears to be, I think that's how I think the medium above us, that the sun, moon, and stars are in is a fluid, and what you're looking through may be some type of glass, or if it is a container and it's crystal like, that's going to make the objects that you're looking through, that you're looking beyond that are in water, appear in different positions. Just like when you're looking down in the water and trying to shoot a fish, you have to aim at a different position than what you're seeing the fish at.
Yeah, I just said that the sun and moon that we're seeing, we're not actually seeing that sun and moon. So if you see those videos of the ships that are beyond that mirage line, um, I'm saying that's what we're seeing. We're seeing that magnification. Uh, we're not actually seeing the physical object. We're seeing the reflection of it on that in that lens, and that explains why the sun and that would squish like that at the end when it gets down to that mirage, that vanishing point. It starts squishing and doing weird things. Sometimes it flips upside down, does weird things out there. That explains that. And yeah, I don't. There's that one scientist in the 60s that says you can't land on the moon, it's plasma. Basically, what he's saying there, but I'm not saying it's plasma. I'm saying it's the actual mirage reflection, whatever, from over and above that focus point. And then I would use the FPV's model to explain how the north and southern stars rotation works. So it explains why when I go outside and look at night, it looks like the stars are around me, like I'm in a what you call those places where you go look at the stars.
Observatory.
Yeah, that's why it looks like that, because that's my size dome in that current optical visibility.
What's funny, what's funny with those places is they actually move the sky, the dome above you. They don't move the where you're sitting. You're stationary,
Yeah.
and they move the sky above you to replicate what the sky is doing. Go ahead, Travis.
I was just going to ask Beer, what you think of flat Earth philosophy, Lindsay Harris, because it seems to me that he's very similar to FPV in terms of how they're looking at the sky and talking about.
Yeah, he's got kind of a donut-shaped idea going on, where there's like a donut within a donut almost, for his.
Yeah.
Makes sense. Yeah. I
Yeah,
think
so
flat Earth philosophy might be onto something for sure.
I should look at it. You must send me the link. But like I said, I just get the ideas, and then I don't follow exactly what they say.
Right.
But I
Sure.
like
Good.
I like the ideas, and then I take whatever
Oh,
they
if you haven't
found.
seen him yet, he's someone you should check out for sure. Yeah,
Yeah, send it to me.
he's right down your alley for sure.
Awesome.
I'm posting some things here that you might dig, that are similar to some of the stuff you posted that was kind of hieroglyphic symbolism.
Oh my God, you drew something that I drew Yeah, actually, this morning. It's something similar. I was drawing a whole bunch of
That's
circles,
something you
meeting
wonder,
each
but yeah.
point. Yeah. I was
Yeah,
drawing, yeah,
that's kind of what you were
circles
saying
upon
with the sun,
circles. Yeah.
like all the angles.
Yeah, and I think on some of those points, there might be different sort of energies, and I think that's how they built the pyramids. They knew about this. They knew where to measure it. They knew that this is the type of atmospheric condition that ether moves at that position. We know it crosses there most of the time. That's where we're going to get most of the energy, be it for spiritual reasons, be it for electrical reasons. I don't know what reasons they had them, but I think that's how they also lined up a lot of their things.
Yeah, I imagine the change in the atmosphere might have been intentional too, because it shortens our lifespan possibly and all that.
Yeah.
Um, but a consistency to the atmosphere, if you're trying to say there's some consistency that we can all, and it could depend on where you are on the earth that would determine some kind of, standard atmosphere that you could somehow prove something for all of us. For it to be true for all of us might be really hard to show. Because no matter where you are, it could be a different set of circumstances you have to take into account,
Yes.
as well as whatever, conditions in that one area would be that day.
Yeah. I just also got to thank you guys for not giving me shit about this. And
No, why
I've
would
heard
we?
some of the globe side, flat earth side, whatever side. It's just I hear so much screaming and shouting in this Discord and name callings and stuff.
Oh, yeah. Hopefully
Yeah,
there's
But
some
I was
place
a
we
bit
can go
afraid
where
of
that
that.
doesn't happen.
you have people here right now that go out and do their own observations. The people that usually are upset and don't understand are the ones that never do anything, including flat earthers.
True. Yeah, no speculation allowed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, but I mean, we're actually doing research and going
Yeah,
out and doing
yeah,
observations, and they're questioning their narrative based on what we're telling them. It's weird. It's a weird dichotomy,
yeah.
and that's why. But I haven't, you can go to my YouTube Rakia Life and
Oh,
look at my
I've
videos.
I've looked at your
But there's
stuff.
really
Yeah.
no reason because Travis, you can go to, you can go to Travis's and get it all in one
No, I
spot.
watch all your guys'
He,
videos. Yeah,
he's probably
I watch
more.
whatever I can,
Well,
and
That's
you
it.
guys.
That's what
And
Travis
I
videos.
makes
learned
some
from you guys
amazing videos.
just listening to you debate the ballers, and there's nothing like having a personal experience and personal observations to shut them down.
I don't
Yeah,
take.
you can't take that away from me.
No,
Like, you know what I'm saying? You
no, you
can't take
deserve
what
credit.
my eyes have seen and my
Right.
brain has
Yeah,
processed. There's no way.
and yeah, you're hearing you talk about how you went out, like even after you saw some observations that contradicted it, you didn't even question whether it was actually, flat Earth until it just became like undeniable, right?
Rakia, I don't take observations myself with a camera, but I treat all observations with respect. And I try to understand them with my understanding of perspective. So that can be beneficial.
Yeah,
By the way, from that point,
I wasn't like generalizing, but
okay,
that's what
okay,
most people do.
okay. But I just wanted to put a
I have
light
a
on.
P900. I just don't use it enough.
But I wanted to ask you a question, Rakia. You have done several observations on Pontchartrain power line, I guess, and
Yeah.
you have said that there is sometimes more of this bending. Let us say, and when you start with before you start zooming on it, do you observe from the standard situation already some visual bending?
Yes, with your naked eye, you can see what appears to be an arc of that power line if
Thank
you
you.
get at a certain angle.
Yeah,
But once you move past that angle on either side of that power line, that straight power line, it goes away. It's just an optical illusion created by the angles and everything else.
yeah.
You go 20 times at 20 different times of the year and 20 different sun positions, and you stand in the same position, you're going to get 20 different observations.
Okay, thank you.
Now the baseline of it is it's going to appear to arc most of the time. Sometimes it's going to be straight. Sometimes you might even get that concave look, but most of the time it's going to appear arc due to the conditions that we have if you're at that same angle. Now, once you change that angle, that goes away. And I'm not talking about changing it by 60 degrees. I'm talking about just walk to either side of where you're standing, where you're getting that observation. Just walk 5 degrees, 10 degrees further. Well, drive, because you're on the side of an interstate when you're doing it. That power line, you have to stop on a very, very small medium on the side of a main highway, to get that shot.
You mean you walk more to the away from the starting position of the power line straight ahead of you, so more to the side.
Well, if you're on the north side of the power line looking down and the power lines are on your right, if you keep walking towards the north or driving towards the north and shoot it from that more of an angle, that mirage goes away.
Yeah.
Just like on the Pontchartrain Bridge.
Yeah.
I'll post my video of the Pontchartrain Bridge at elevation, and all I did soundly was in the Marriott, which is on the west side of the bridge. And all I did was go further west a couple of degrees and get into a parking garage at the same elevation and shoot a video. And there's no curve to be found.
Yeah. Okay.
I'll post that right now.
Okay, understanding. Yeah.
Yeah, what's good,
I'm
guys?
just
What's good? How we doing today?
good. I just want to say I'm using the same images over and over, but if you guys want other ones, I can also post them. I'm just using these because I've saved them in a location where they're easier accessible. That's why I post the same thing over. But if you guys want other observations as well, I can post them as well. So, for instance, I posted one again from Travis. He's just got such good footage that I can compare it to my own footage, so I can confirm that it is real. That clearly shows how that inner circle that I draw from a top view gets bigger and smaller. So it's not the Earth that's getting smaller and bigger. It's actual your viewing distance that's getting bigger and smaller.
Jeremy hates my footage.
What's up, bro? Dude. You got did you get the magnification thing sorted out yet? Like I brought it to Zanuck that day, and he was like, "I don't know, it's not magnified."
I don't know what else to do, man. You know what? I take that back. What I've got to do is go to Anacapa, my Anacapa shots, because the lighthouse, I think, is going to be a significant demonstration of this. I've just got to do it.
So he tried weaseling out. He tried weaseling out and saying it had to be equal directions of the magnification thing. Like if things are getting big side to side and up and down, that wasn't good enough or something. I don't know. I don't think this should be easy because it's what you see. It's not even what's actual, but these guys be playing hardball, so
Yeah. I mean, to me, it's just dishonest when you can clearly see that the field of view is changed. Even, I mean, I think that there are certain things within it that are going to appear to have the same angular size, but the entire field of view itself is adjusted. I just don't know how you can get around. How you can ignore that.
Yeah, that's tough. That's tough. The whole image you can see more. That's obviously.
I don't know how else would you describe it.
Yeah.
I did that. I put up like 4 or 5 different panels of the same shot, and I said, which one is zoomed in? Which one is a different focal length, because they all have to be. It should be 5 different focal lengths.
Yeah.
I feel like I hear a woman talking.
In my background?
No, I don't know whose it is. I can just hear this
It's Elijah.
woman's voice. Oh, Elijah, you're hot mic, bro.
Guys, let's try to have some social awareness today of what's going on with the conversation. Give people some room to work. You know, let's try to get to the bottom of something today.
Yes, Papa.
I'm just saying.
I can't wait till Nidhug gets here.
Yeah, when somebody like Pate or Nidhogg or Zanuck or someone comes in, don't freak out, guys. Don't freak out. We're all gonna get our chance with them.
Was that not ridiculous the other day? A couple of days ago. You came in and I explained it very easily that we're not just talking about one rotation of your office chair in a circle, that your chair's also rotating, going around,
I had him
600.
dead to rights. Yeah,
He was like,
we get.
how does he even justify that? Doesn't make any sense. Do you think he just doesn't realize what?
Listen, yesterday I got him on the Umbra and Penumbra with the non-parallel light rays.
I heard that.
The other day I got him. He told me the ray. I got him in a circular argument. He told me the radius had nothing to do with the diameter at the end. I mean, it's just crazy. I don't know why I even. Maybe somebody's listening and they'll be like, "Wow, these guys are just ridiculous," and they're they have to make up ridiculous shit. I don't know.
They have to, yeah. It's obvious. And Gio did a great job of coming in and saying, "This is obviously what you're just doing is just throwing around, Wikipedia references. Like we couldn't do that on our own, and acting like we're just so stupid for not believing what Wikipedia says or whatever. It doesn't add to the conversation whatsoever, especially with that snide attitude of his."
I mean, last night was ridiculous. They were telling me energy can bend space time, and they were like, "Well, that's in GR." So I was like, "Well, can we bend energy can we bend space time with energy?" They're like, "We don't know. We've never tested it." So I'm like, "Well, that's one of the biggest scientific theories out there."
Yeah,
General
it's like what everything's
relativity.
based on. Right.
I'm like, they just put through shit in there and didn't even test. Don't you got to test shit before you make it? Then we went into arguing about what a theory was, and Travis derailed the whole fucking thing.
You got to read some of those Michael Brenner comps that I put together. I'm going to post the one right now that's made me think of, that is what's wrong with the standard model. I had to do it in parts, take screenshots in parts because it's too big to upload. But you can see all of it if I just select all of the share watch. But in the very beginning is a perfect statement that I'll read, that where he explains what's wrong with the model so beautifully. He says, okay, so the question is, what are the known flaws and shortcomings of the standard model of cosmology? And he quotes some people. First of all, it is dead, but will not lie down. It is animated and moved only by incessant pumping of funds. That's Bruce Charlton, whoever that is. Then he says the standard model gives not a single answer, makes not a single verifiable prediction, and only keeps minds occupied so that they will not go astray and actually ponder physical reality while draining cash out of the public money pot, taxes at an obscene rate. Classical theory, another quote from Bruce, is classical theory has it that a bogus hypothesis will be rejected when it fails to predict reality, but such a catastrophe can be deferred almost infinitely by the elaboration of secondary hypotheses to explain why not fitting reality is not, after all, fatal to the theory. One more, only an intellectual environment like this can conference be held to establish and justify scientific methodology in the absence of empirical data. It's all fabrication and reverse engineering. And that's why these guys think it's predictive rather than postdictive.
new perspective. You posted a awesome pic here, that black one with the white drawings with that it looks like a dome around it.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah.
if you open up that picture, it's almost basically what I'm saying. You standing at C's position, where you see the letters or the number C, is letter C. N is what I'm calling the focal point, and we seeing everything reflected on thereby N on that lens there.
Mm-hmm.
After that, you'll see other lines. I think those are different lenses or focal points, which
Mm-hmm.
will be seen. And I think
Makes
that's maybe
sense,
what
right?
they what's the word, presenting. Yeah. I must look more into this, but this
Well,
is
it looks like
almost
they're
exactly what I'm
trying
saying.
to looks like they're trying to depict the different layers of gases there, and it looks like a rainbow, you know. But you know what I'm saying? Like if we do have a dome, if there is an enclosed dome all the way around to the ground and up and over, then that would make perfect sense that the gases are kind of tapering out towards the edge, right? All the
Yeah.
different mixes of gases. So creates that illusion, creates that limitation for sure. And then the fact that the gases are being excited by the sun and causing the colors is obvious. I think that's kind of should be common knowledge by now. Travis was talking about that yesterday. I think Nidhug was trying to deny that. I don't know what. Of course, we have a blue sky because of the excitation of the gases. That's why all the sunsets look so beautiful. Dan Dimensions, you familiar with his channel, Beerman?
No.
Oh, that he'll give you a lot of clues on light. That's the key channel. It's funny because he's been around since 2015, and it's almost like he's ignored on purpose almost, or he's not promoted as much as he should be for sure. But his stuff on light and how light behaves, and the atmosphere and the gases, and he does experiments and stuff. He's got some of the best videos on that kind of thing that you're looking into. Actually, I'll post it.
Nice, thanks.
Hey, Elijah, if you can hear us, you're hot miking.
My bad.
Or
Good morning, guys.
morning.
He's
actually- Yeah, everyone should know about Dan Dimensions.
Seriously, what up, Elijah? Seriously, they got this thing in GR, and they think just because of mass, they can turn mass into energy. That energy can also bend space time. So it's like they're just making shit up. Like just because I can turn water into ice or water into gas doesn't mean that they'll do the same shit.
Well, it seems like the space-time thing is definitely trying to replace whatever the ether does for us. So there could be some things that they're talking about that are real effects that could be shown that
They can't show them though. They've never tested it.
They can't test it or whatever, but it seems like effects that they can attribute something to. So they have to call it space-time instead of ether.
Well, no, they claim to have tested this. They claim to have tested mass bending space time, right? But they don't mass bending space time. They claim to have tested that, but they admit that they've never tested energy bending space time. But it's in GR that energy can bend space time. So they got this theory, one of the biggest scientific theories of all times, and there's just this made up shit in it that they don't know, and it's like a assumption.
Yep. They have to have that assumption for some of their reasoning. And it seems like, these are attributes that they may be that may be seeming like that because of the effects of the ether. If there is an ether, right? It seems like there has to be some type of background medium, and there's all kinds of things that fit the observations for that, and they need their infinite space and speed of light and everything. So
I figured that shit out.
That.
My bad.
Go ahead. No,
I was gonna say I figured that shit out on accident last night with the GR thing, with the energy bending space time. Like that's like a huge problem for them guys. You're supposed to have a theory tested. You can't just be putting goofy shit in the theory, scientific theories, and then
That's
you
all
know
they
you got to
do. That's
test them first.
everything they do. That's all they do. I don't know of anything that they don't do that with. It's all calculated. Mathematicians. Read that thing I posted, man. Like he goes through a bunch of quotes about people's breaking apart the model, and it's just and people that were respected saying, "Look, this has been taken." Even Einstein saying this has been taken over by the mathematicians. You
Yeah,
know,
I had him double speaking so quick last night because with GR they didn't have any of it tested before he published it, and then I'm like, but you got to have the testing done before, and then the theory comes, right? That's how science works. They're like, no, you can have a theory first. I don't know if they were talking about scientific theory or what, but see, that's what Travis might have brought up a good point there.
oh yeah, they have the theory, but they don't have the scientific method to follow it.
Yeah, but in GR, it was the scientific theory was done before the testing was done.
Yeah, exactly. The reverse engineering is why the theory is what it is. It seems like they figured out what our limitations of sight are, figured out how the everything moves, and then they figured out how to reverse engineer it to create the illusion that we're this ball in space with infinite.
Well, they're like GR made predictions. Yeah, all right, cool, but you don't in science you make predictions, then you do the test, then you have the theory. You don't just make a prediction and be like, "That's my scientific theory. Have a good day." That's not how it works.
Mm-hmm. Well, it is how it works. That's the problem. That's what we're trying to fix, or trying to call out at least. That is exactly how it works. That's what happened since the Michelson Morley does seem to be like the big takeover, or just the Copernican revolution is the choosing of that philosophy, and then all the theories had to fit the philosophy instead of the other way around. Here's another one. We construct a mathematical theory of the strongly interacting particles, which may or may not have anything to do with reality. Find suitable algebraic relations that hold in the model, postulate their validity, and then throw away the model. We compare this process to a method sometimes employed in the French cuisine. A piece of pheasant meat is cooked in between two slices of veal, which are then discarded. This is the bottom line of 20th century science.
What, they
Postulate
throw the
whatever.
veal out or the pheasant?
Uh,
It's not important. My bad. Go ahead.
the veal, yeah, the pheasant is. I guess the veal just makes it fatty and sweet or whatever.
What
It's
a waste.
interesting that
Veal's great.
yeah, the
Anyway,
veal. That's the point. It's like I think that's the point of it, because the veal's actually more valuable and probably better meat, but they're just using it to season this pheasant
no
that you
doubt.
can get anywhere. This is the
No
bottom
doubt.
line of the 20th century science. Postulate whatever, find an algebraic solution, after which you erase your traces by throwing out the model, after which you shape the new fantasy object. He says, let's now have a closer look at some of the fantasy concepts that have been almost indelibly imprinted on the minds of the public, who now takes them as unshakable truths. The four forces of nature. Here, the concept of force is already utterly problematic because to the day nobody knows what a force is. In Newton's times, it was the attempt to cast the active presence of God into a pseudoscientific framework, but now it's vaguely called interaction, although still nobody can say how the interactions take place. And he goes through like the strong force and the weak force and all that. Says the weak interaction is just a word, a stand-in for I don't know how beta decay works. The strong interaction is just another word for I don't know how nuclei stay together. The electromagnetic force is just another word for I refuse to learn about magnetodielectricity and counter space, and stubbornly hold on to the prehistoric superstitions about charge carrying particles. Gravitational force, and in the words of Newton, I don't know what makes an apple fall, but let's just call it a force, when in fact it can easily be shown that free fall does not satisfy the force concept of classical mechanics. Two objects moving voluntarily towards each other are in agreement me pushing a cart and a disagreement are in disagreement. I'm in disagreement with a cart, hence the term reaction. Between two approaching bodies, there is only action, and Newtonian mechanics is broken. Gravity is not a force. That's an interesting read, that Michael Brenner.
Who said? Well, where was that from?
I'll send them all to you. I took screenshots of this guy that's a flat earther quietly battling these other intellectuals on Quora, and he's got like
Are they having
the
it out
mind.
on Quora now?
Yeah, a flat earther, and this guy's got an education too. He studied mechanical engineering and comparative linguistics at Vienna University of Technology.
Because there's a lot of like PhD master degree motherfuckers on Quora.
Right, and this guy is.
Veach posts on Quora.
Witsit's running around reposting the stuff I made with this guy's screenshots. And
who watched the Witsit thing last night?
I did.
Did he bring up the Bremen drop tower?
No, I don't think so.
All right.
What was that about?
I don't know. He sent me a DM last night. It was like, yo, what was the tower or something? And I couldn't think of it at first, but then I ended up remembering it and sent it.
Something about the Magnus effect or something about the
I don't know why he was using it. I'm guessing he was using it because of the you ever see that little GIF where they got like all different elements and they like they don't fall at the same rate inside the container or whatever. They got like gold or I don't know what the element is, some kind of elements. Then they don't fall at the same time, and they did it at the Bremen drop tower.
Oh, interesting. Yeah. Well, he did bring up something about because the guy was triggered when he was bringing up dielectricity, the incoherent dielectric acceleration as a way of explaining gravity, because he didn't like that. He kept going. The guy was just like, no, I can prove that's not the case. You just. But then he's like, is everything electromagnetic? Is everything dielectric? And the guy had to admit to that, just like every baller has to. You can't say you're taking up the charge of anything because everything is held together by charge. And so he asked him if a magnet would fall faster with some kind of metal on the ground. And the answer is yes, so that kind of proves that it could affect the rate. Also, there was, it was just really loud back and forth. The guy was pretty persistent. We wouldn't want him in here arguing with us because he's very persistent, and he's like Zanuck and RC Meisty and Kosho all
when we get a baller in here, right? Just let one of us take it, right? It doesn't have to be me. It could be one of you guys. I don't care. Just let one person do it though, because if you say something and I make a point, then he responds, and two other people make different points. Like you can't lead anyone down any paths like that, because now we're just all over the place and we never get down the path.
Yeah, but then we have usually Zanuck going back and forth with one person that he's preying on and trying to scream his answers at, and no one else gets to talk for hours.
Here's what happens a lot. Somebody will make a really good point or ask a really good question, and then somebody else will say something crazy, and Zanuck will respond to the craziness and not the hard, difficult point that we're like the
version. Yeah. He's tactical, that's for sure. Did anyone figure out what episode of American Gladiator he was on? I want to see that.
I know. I'd like to see his Zanuck too. Let's not dox him though.
No, we'll figure it out. How can we figure it out?
You gotta watch the. It wasn't that many seasons. It wasn't that many seasons.
I think Zanuck is Kurt Angle.
Somebody mentioned Quora. Can you give us the link on Quora? I can click on it in the chat, please.
Oh yeah. Yep. I'll post all of my comps that I made with the guy's link to Quora. His name's Michael Brenner, and he's brilliant.
Just give me the guy. I can find everything else by clicking on his little pic.
Yeah, but it's easier if you just want to read the comps I made too. I mean, I'll put both in there. I'll put the link to his Quora thing, and then the comps at least are easier to read. Sometimes I made a bunch of them, and there's good talking points. Witz has been using one of them to pin the ballers on the flight times for latitude flights north to south.
Quora is interesting because that's a platform where it's supposed to be like real knowledge. So that's a really good platform for us.
Right. Mm-hmm. Yeah, this I just happened upon this guy because they were talking about counter space, and I wasn't familiar with it, so I typed in counter space to Google, and one of his things came up, and then I'm like, "Whoa, who's this guy?"
You can
Flat
still
Earth.
talk about Bigfoot on Quora, but the guys on there mostly have credentials like degrees and shit.
Right. This guy does. Yeah, the Vienna School of Technology is very well respected, from what I hear. I hope they don't try to Brian Mullins this guy, because he's got a degree and all, and he's throwing down truth. All right, here's the link. Here's the link for his Quora, and then I'll post the comps that I made.
Why does Michael Brenner sound familiar? Is he like somebody famous?
There's another Michael Brenner. I don't know if that's the one you're talking about, but I googled his name, and the only thing that comes up that I think is him is the Quora stuff. The other guys aren't. They don't fit the profile. There's an astrophysicist, I think, that's Michael Brenner, in fact.
Well, hopefully anyone that's been paying attention isn't going to come out with their, isn't going to give their name and their details and shit. I mean, a lot of us at the beginning didn't know what we were getting into. We came out with our real names. Not I didn't, but some people did. They came out with their real names, so they didn't know like what they didn't know who they were dealing with, really. Because I mean, who cares if somebody knows who you are? Like, it don't matter. But
Well, flat Earth is an open topic, it seems like. I didn't talk online for a long time for that reason. I'm like, this is scary. I mean, we're talking about trying to expose a company that receives $60 million a day, and we think that they're not going to be threatened by that and try to do something about it. Like they could have the money to get rid of all of us if they wanted to. So for some reason, they allowed flat Earth. Flat Earth's either a rollout or it's an open topic. They're using it as a psyop, even though it's based on the truth. They're definitely using it, putting it in movies, putting it in, admitting to the moon landing being faked in several different episodes of things. It's like it's like a planned destruction almost. Like it was built to spill.
I thought they were rolling out SpaceX to get rid of to replace NASA because NASA fucked up
Right,
so
they
bad
are.
with like the moon landings and shit. Like, if that ever came out and NASA's still around, you're fucked. But if NASA's
It's
not
already
even
come
there
out.
anymore and it's SpaceX, Elon can just be like, well, that wasn't me, so what? You can't hold it.
Yeah, exactly. That's why they're privatizing it. Yeah, makes sense. But it seems like for sure that they're doing it poorly on purpose, just to like give the thinking man an out, maybe, like somebody that they don't feel as guilty. If they do it poorly and you still believe it, why would they feel bad for you? It's so bad that that's the wink and the nudge. I almost think that has to be the case. And they may be doing other things with the money, and maybe they're not just wasting the money. I try to give them out, but I think that there might be secret projects where that money's going for, or maybe it's just to balance the budget. Like America's the richest country, so they have to have this excess money go somewhere, otherwise it doesn't flow. Maybe they burn that money, and that's why the inflation doesn't actually happen the way it should have already. Who knows? Who knows what they're doing? But they're obviously telling us. Oh, speaking of built to spill, I made this meme. I don't know if you saw it when I posted it, but very interesting that that 9/11, or that the lifespan of buildings, the towers, for 33 years, right? Here, I made this meme. You have to kind of download it or zoom in just to read it. But check this out. Look at this, Jeremy. I just posted. NASA plans to crash the ISS into the space cemetery, into whatever they call the space. I heard it was going to be like Antarctica, where they even said where they're going to crash the ISS in the water. It's going to be further away from you when it's crashed into Earth than it ever was in the sky. That's how remote this area is. They're planning on putting it right.
That's funny.
Anyway, so
That's a
they
good
plan to
meme too. That's a good meme.
Isn't that interesting? Like, that looks just like the fucking Twin Towers, those panels. And that it's a planned lifespan of 33 years. Nothing to see here.
What's the excuse they give for killing the ISS?
I think because they've got a better model, they're gonna like updated version and I don't know, excuses.
No, but I
Some
mean,
esoteric reason.
you're saying they're gonna shift up a new ISS. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, they have a SpaceX model that's gonna replace it. You know, this whole thing was depicted in that funny show, that another predictive programming thing with John C. Riley. Did you see that, where they're like training for being on the moon, but they're out in like in the desert? They got no fucking. They've got like not, just like hardly any supplies, and then the SpaceX crew happens to move in next door to them, like to practice their moon landing, and they've got like all the new shit. It's like way better, making them look like fools. That's a great show.
You know what they're doing? They're shifting the responsibility off the government
Yep, exactly.
and onto a private company. And
Yep,
so if they get caught or the private company goes down, the government is like, hey, that's not us, that's you,
right.
So
There's no
that's a
fraud,
big,
right? It's just an entertainment. If it's a private business, you could just say this is entertainment. It's not news.
yeah, that's super sus to me, them doing that.
Well, it makes sense, right? We obviously know it's fake. Why wouldn't they do that?
Did the Georgia Guidestones also last 33 years?
I looked into that. No, it was 42 years, which is another important number.
I think maybe Witsit blew that up because he was over there just recently.
Yeah.
Just playing, but just throw it out there.
Oh, I'm sorry. What did you say about Witsit?
I said maybe Witsit blew that up because he
Blew it
was
up.
over
Oh no, that wasn't.
recently.
It was like way after he was there. But there's some weird things about that. It makes sense that they might have wanted to get rid of it because of how accurate a clock it was, supposedly. I didn't even know that till after they blew it up. It worked as a sundial. It had like a little set of holes that the sun would shine through, and it would hit like a certain day, and it had like a calendar, like a sun calendar and shit.
Was it like the
And
pyramid, the Egyptian pyramid?
yeah, it had all those kind of amazing
One day
details to it.
the sun would light up the whole thing.
Mm-hmm. Oh, there's another great video on that I'll post from the Ebar. Actually, he does a great job of breaking down the whole heliocentric idea of the equinoxes and how the sun is just always at that spot, that tip of that temple, or the exact spot on the same day of the year within like 3 days for the spring equinox, no matter what we do with the calendars. Weird.
A new perspective. What are all these pictures with like oh, I see. Wait.
Those are screenshots I took of Michael Brenner's Quora stuff. Is that what you're talking about?
Oh, all these screenshots are Michael Brenner stuff?
Yeah, I like pasting them together in Photoshop.
Oh, that took a lot of work to do that.
Yeah, not too much.
All right, so I know a little bit about Quora. Making it, whoever can that's listening, make a Quora account and go to Michael Brenner and give him upvotes on his stuff, because when you get an upvote on Quora, it sends it to like 100 more people every time you get an upvote. And
Good idea.
if you get like a lot of upvotes, then your thing can have like literally you can get like 100,000 views, and then you become like a little guru.
That's when they take them out, right? going to be all our
Well,
fault.
yeah, dude, I don't know, man. It's like nothing's. We don't know, man. Where's? It's like you're not safe on Discord. You're not safe on YouTube. Where are you safe? You're not safe on
Well,
Facebook.
I think they might plan on using flat Earth and absorbing it and telling us more lies to go with it. So I think that they're letting the battle happen. They could have gotten rid of flat Earth a long time ago, in my opinion, or they could have done a better job. They keep teasing at it, putting
But
predictive
isn't that?
programming and
But
stuff.
isn't that what they do with everything? Kind of like this whole, the pandemic. It's
Yeah,
like everything they could have done a better job. So I think it's telling us they're trying to be slick.
they are slick. They can tell us the truth and the lie and still continue the lie. That's
And
how slick they are.
they can control the narrative from both
Yeah,
sides.
they don't want to kill any one narrative. They just want to control them all.
Now I have
The,
a
in-
crazy
the information
idea.
age, right?
I think that they're injecting fake flat earthers to control the narrative to
Yeah,
disrupt the community.
I've
There's a
seen that.
couple. There's a couple guys which I'm just super sus, and I think I don't want to say they're paid, but I think they're on some kind of shit. I don't get it.
Well, there's
I just don't get
the truth is the part of the information they've made into a commodity, right? So they have networks, right? And there's truth networks, and there's people that are part of that network, and there may be a certain amount of certain set of guidelines that you have to follow to keep your standing in the network and get recommended videos and all that kind of stuff. It could be that kind of protocol, I would imagine, right? Why wouldn't they?
It's kind of scary.
Well, you can't talk about certain things already, right? Can't talk about the Holocaust, right? Or you'll get your channel shut down. So there's obviously some limitations to what you could say.
Hmm.
And it seems like Ether might be on that list, to be honest. From the reactions I've seen, that anybody talking about
Well,
Ether,
who's
which
to
historically is important, regardless of
who's to say what's dangerous misinformation? You know what I mean? That's like a whole.
well, if it gives us free energy or makes us able to heal ourselves without depending on the medical industry or all these other things that, it could benefit the individual and wake them up to not falling victim, that would be dangerous in their minds.
I
Right? It
mean,
makes
it's take heart to see it much differently. I think that a lot of people are talking about the ether, or uh, at least like they're into some part of the electric universe. I'm not sure if that's the same thing or if it's like a conduit to that, but yeah, on TikTok that's a heavy idea. In like what like the woke community, the yoga people with the third eye and all of that, like they're heavy into the ether. Like it's talked about everywhere, kind of synonymously with flat, because that's what people don't really believe.
Elijah, your mic's pretty bad. We're getting a little bit garbled you're a little bit garbled or hard to understand a little bit.
Sorry.
Sorry. We got pretty much the gist of it. Yeah, I think the electric universe is a way of keeping the plasma physics that's pretty much obvious now at this point. So they want to keep space, but they want to have plasma physics be the next thing that they start focusing on or revealing in a way that doesn't get rid of their model. So, and they've got the electric universe people, telling us everything's real except for black holes, and gravity's not what they say, but it's this, and we're still on a ball. We're still on this ball, and all that's true still. Uh, I think electric flat Earth is probably the real model. There's something to the electric universe in that it does explain a lot of things, but we're on a stationary Earth. That's obvious. So And they did that too. They went to the geocentric model before they went to the heliocentric model, and then they made it like a competition between geocentric and heliocentric, but both were a ball, you know, so it was like ball versus ball, you know, which never was the case. They control that. They definitely use that false dichotomy as much as they can. Shouldn't be any topics we can't talk about. That's so weird. I don't get why there'd be banned topics, especially if it has to do with the topic we're talking about. The overall picture. Ether can't be something that you don't talk about because it's historically important for a lot of these theories and, you know, avoiding certain things. And it does seem like they you know, didn't want the ether to be a thing that was real, and that's where the special relativity came from. Michelson Morley. It's historically important for this conversation. Shouldn't be a banned topic, regardless of how real or provable it is. It's just strange, the reaction to that, in my opinion. Over the top. It's one thing to claim something, but another thing just to say, let's talk about something. And quantum physics, that's the other thing. The quantum physicists, the modern, from what I was hearing from Cyrus, who knows a lot about the ether, he was saying, you know, modern day quantum physicists are totally all about the ether. And some of the ether proponents might say that quantum physics is just trying to replace the ether, which may not be the case either. There may be something to the quantum as well as the ether, and maybe that's, you know, the confusion that's going on. People are trying to be absolutists about everything. Could be some of everything that works for certain reasons, and it's been conflated by the grabblers. Like there's like never looking at stellarium because it has, you know, because it proposes that we're on a globe, even though it's all based on geocentric measurements or geocentric positioning, but it's still useful. I'll let somebody else talk. I've been talking too much. I'm trying to find some pictures before I leave, go to bed. Some interesting things. Talk about PSYOP. You guys have all seen these. I'm going to post these. Find the other stuff later. These maps, you know, these are crazy maps. And these were made before all the PSYOPs that we've been experiencing recently, you know, really even happened. So like this is how planned these people are. Like here's the map of PSYOPs, and yeah, they're all true as well because we live in a fictional world. We made a fictional game board to play on, so everything must be fictional. It might as well be fictional. People don't even know what they live on, so legal fiction from there on out, basically, right? But a lot of these things are things that we have real consequences, but they're so well planned. That's the crazy part. Look at these tweaker maps I just posted. This kind of fed the QAnon crowd too, a lot of this stuff. But I mean, geez, can you imagine the time that went into making these things? I guess that's my send off. Who else is here? Pick up the conversation. Come on, Ruhith. You've seen these maps. Did you make these maps, Ruhith? Did you make these tweaker maps? Good night, guys.
I'll tell you what, though, the New York skyline's pretty impressive. There's a massive skyscraper. It's pretty thin. It looks almost to be twice the size of the Empire State.
Are you here?
What?
Are you in New York?
Yeah, I'm outside right now, driving around and going to Queens. Got a delivery of flour to Queens, some bakery.
Oh shit, man! I live in New York City. I didn't know you were here.
Whereabouts?
Brooklyn, and I work in the city. I'm in Queens from time to time.
What's your address?
It's come suck my left nut, Lane.
Oh, what's your address, big boy? I'm a trucker. What's your handle, Travis?
You know what? I don't have a CB.
Oh, you know? Okay.
So no, I suppose it would be Flat Earth Trucker.
Flat trucking. See a flat trucker. You got your flat trucker here. Come on.
Yeah, Elijah, my claim to fame in Brooklyn was I did a 2 a.m. parallel park job with my tractor trailer on a one-way street. It was pretty impressive. I nailed it the first time.
I would say that sounds very impressive on a small one way. Yeah.
Yeah. I got out of the truck and I said, "Did anybody see that?"
I would say that's an extraordinary claim. We're going to have video proof and maybe some other witnesses.
You know what? I had a shitty. I don't remember what kind of phone I had, but I did take. Well, I mean, I didn't take video of the event itself, but after I parked, I took a picture of it. It was nice and parallel.
Yeah, that can be CGI'd easy though.
Whatever. I'm done.
Hold on, was it parallel or?
Horizontal? Were you perpendicular to plumb to the light pole?
I'm not talking to you.
And how much air pressure was in your tire? Because if one was off, you actually were not parallel.
Yeah, what was the temperature? I wonder what the temperature was like, because that might throw it off. What else you got?
Jeremy, your boy Kosho sounds depressed, man. I'm worried about him.
Dude, did you hear me and him last night?
Yeah. Yeesh.
He said you make a triangle, bro. I mean, Kosho is supposed to be one of the top guys. He said they look out, see three lights in the sky, and they can tell if the universe is flat by what that triangle makes of the three lights. Like, does that register for anyone else? Like, how you could be looking at three dots and it be more or less than 180 degrees? Like, that don't even make sense. Then I caught him out there on that bullshit with energy bending space time. Like, these guys are just going, I feel bad for these guys. Maybe to wake up or something. I don't know.
And more start to believe that it's controlled opposition, right? Like I have to swing that way now because of how far they're willing to go and say whatever. Like their 2015 arguments have been just, even to them, they're double speaking now on, if you go record them then or listen to them back then and listen to them now, they're saying the opposite. I mean, legitimately got people that seem to be mental, i.e., well, you know who I'm talking about, just can't even control themselves in a short period of time. When they know they're coming into a place where, they're going to get opposition. You understand what I'm saying? Like, just can't help themselves. I used to never believe that someone would be paid or blah blah blah, but when I met like my nephew's fiance, they're not engaged anymore, but they were both in the Navy and both got out of the Navy for morality reasons, like quit. And she was in control of um whatever site, doing psychological stuff, like getting on the internet, going into groups just like this group. And she said she didn't have anybody dealing with the flat earth groups, but they did everything. Crochet, Tupperware, Christian groups, and they would play both sides, right? They just did psychoanalysis on how people acted, how they reacted, just gathering info. That's what the military was doing under her watch, right? I
I
didn't
mean,
believe it, and
information is one of the most powerful things, right? The pen's mightier than the sword. I mean, you're going to want to be into everything. You're going to want to be into everything, know everything if you're trying to be
where
in control.
they're using groups to do their studies where they can, during war, they can control groups, right? They're using the knowledge that they gain on the public by messing with them, right? Triggering them, not triggering them, being nice to them, them being mean, like all the stuff that they do to gather data to during wartime, they can use that information to control the groups that they're opposing. I mean, propaganda is real, right? Like, there's no doubt. There's disinformation, misinformation, and then the truth. They use all of it. I don't know. It does seem strange that I can understand why you come here and you're doing it, during your work and it helps pass the time and blah blah blah. And I guess I can understand why Kosho would do the same thing as the opposing view, but it seems stranger to me that he would want to submit himself to that every day. Doesn't seem natural.
Yeah. I've often wondered why a lot of these guys, these are some interesting topics that we talk about. Anyone else where they're talking about the kind of shit we talk about. But yeah, why would you go, like, if there was people somewhere believe or think what I thought, and it was like, just wouldn't go argue with them every day.
Well, their answer is basically entertainment, but that's pretty.
Yeah,
It's got to be pretty down there on the scale of entertainment, right?
yeah.
I,
I mean, with all the stuff on the internet, this is the best thing you could think of.
I mean, I guess, there's only so many movies you can watch, and if you talk to Kosho, use him as an example again. He's watched a bunch of movies, right? So I guess he's gotten to the end of that. So he got into this.
Bro,
And
Nidhugg's been getting worked over, bro. He told me the radius has nothing to do with the diameter. Then he told me every day he gets beat up, man.
I think he's a pure troll. Like, he's just saying that again, just to get your reaction, see how far he can take the misinformation. He's lying to you. It's disinformation. It's just seeing how you react.
It's got to be, right? Because, like,
I think so. I mean, what else can it be when you say that?
just making shit up, man.
Yeah. I knew that from the beginning. Like, when I got on Discord and I just listened. I wasn't sure who was right or who was wrong, but when I listened to the two groups and arguments, I was like, holy shit, man, this might be real, right? Like, there's something to this. By listening, to the two groups and how they acted, how they treated each other, questions they were asking, how they were answering, what they were willing to say, like, And now the worms turned, and they hate it. Like, they don't like the fact that we don't need them anymore. Like, who needs paid NASA shield? Honestly, the only thing I need from paid NASA shield is a presentation on how to refuel the SR-71. I mean, seriously, what else do you need from him? I would love to hear that.
So wait, he said he flew the SR-71 and was refueling the other planes, right?
No, he fueled the refueler. He was the pilot of the I forget what plane they used. It was a multi jet plane that refueled the SR-71. He could tell you what plane, but he also could tell you how many years he spent in pilot servers, like listening and learning. Well, he slipped up and told us that. Well, if you're a pilot that flew for the Air Force and Pan Am and refueled the SR-71, what are you learning in the pilot servers again? This dude's straight up just deceiving. He's playing a character. So he doesn't feel like he's deceiving. He's just in character. I'm in character also when I come in here, but it's as myself. You understand what I'm saying? That's my character.
Yeah.
I'm a family man, businessman, person who's looking for truth, person who's done observations, and I can relay that. And you'll never catch me, saying I have 4 kids or, you know what I'm saying? Because it's easy to tell the truth. I can tell you exactly when I told you, what date I got married, where we went on our honeymoon, all that from 6 years ago, 7 years ago, would be the same thing if you asked me today because it's the actual truth. I still go to the same church that they called. You can call them again, you know what I'm saying? And they're going to know who I am. That's as real as it gets, right?
Yeah, when you're telling the truth, you don't have, when you're weaving this web of lies and deceit and shit, it's complicated, confusing, you get caught out there. If you're telling the truth, it's easy. There's nothing to worry about.
Am I back?
Yeah, you're back.
Danny D, I remember his name. 2, maybe 3 years ago, time kind of gets weird, but and the massage girl's a flat earther also. So I'm laying there and I'm listening where we're listening to Discord. I'm like, dude, I'm getting a massage right now in chat, like I'm just chatting. And he goes, prove it. So I sent him a video. That it's just always they think I'm the one lying, where actually, usually they're projecting. And he still thinks I'm lying. Like,
Why is that even be in contention? Like, all right, you're getting a massage.
because they
Believable scenario.
look
People
down.
get massages.
Yeah, but as soon as they deem you as a flat earther, they're looking down on you. You're just this, right? You're not educated. How could you even afford to get a massage? Like what? No
Yeah,
way. You must live under a bridge, right? Like that's seriously, that's the mentality. Listen to them. They always talk about how uneducated you are. You didn't go to college. Well, how do you know? Yeah, well, actually, I did. I have 2 degrees. Oh,
yeah, like
prove
where
it.
I
Like what?
the janitor, but where I live is I live in a great part of town. I don't own all kinds of boats and shit. I do have a nice walkway up to my house, but we live in a nice part of town. It's not like I'm in living in an alleyway or something.
You probably live in a nicer and have a better life than they do, right? It's just projection. They're trying to find something they can trigger you with. And that's why I used to get so upset. I don't know if you remember, but when
I
anyone
do.
would demean where you worked and how you provided for your family, I would go ballistic because that's what a man does, right? A man provides for his family however he sees fit.
Absolutely. Plus,
And
yeah,
you remember that? I mean, someone would say something about
yeah,
you being a janitor. I'd be like, I ain't allowing for that. Just like I don't allow for someone to, treat women bad. Like yesterday, the dude's anti-God this and anti-God this, and then Becky or whoever that was comes in here and he's cussing her. I'm like, no, 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 no. It's not how it works, buddy. That's why you're an atheist. You feel like you can cuss women because you have no morality. There's no repercussions. Well, there's repercussions when I'm around, I promise you. It's just a different standard.
yeah. It's the internet, man. It's where all the crazies come out, especially in this fucking arena. Like I said, something's got to be wrong with you in the first place to come argue every day with somebody that you don't even believe that you think they're wrong, right? I know you're. If you sat here and told me the sky was fucking made of, if you told me the sky was made of marshmallows, I'm not going to spend a long time arguing with you on that. You know what I mean, or like something. But if you had something that had some validity to it, I would spend time arguing with you if it was valid.
I don't know why that was so funny. Sky made of marshmallows. Good morning.
Saying though.
Cotton balls, we used cotton balls when we were young to make the clouds, right? Pretty close. I just from a very young age, and again, I'll say that I think that's why it made me good as a poker player. But I could receive the information, the story that you're telling me, and decipher whether I thought it was true or not. And if the story doesn't add up, then I call BS, right? I call. That's what I do here. I call BS. So I'm showing you,
Yeah,
I'm exposing your hand. No, you didn't do this. No, that doesn't make sense. No Air Force, like high ranking captain, or not a captain, but I forget what they would call it. And a pilot in the Air Force has to reach a certain rank, right? And they have to be intelligent. They have to go through schooling, blah blah blah.
Rocky,
Nobody that
your mic kind of scratchy or something. We could still hear you. It was just a little scratchy.
yeah,
I
I'm doing
gotta
a poor
ask because
job here.
can I ask because I just woke up and started listening. Are we sure? Wait, what does paid NASA show say his job is?
He said he's a retired Air Force pilot that refueled the SR-71, and he also, when he got out of the military, flew for Pan Am. Now, I challenged him on that because I think he's deceiving people.
So
And
he
I
says he flew planes.
yeah, well, I mean, he said that's what he did, which is fine for him to say, but I challenged him on that, and he just went ballistic. And I said, look, I have my attorney. I can put 10,000 in escrow, and we'll make a bet. And if you prove that you did those two things, you'll have the 10,000. He goes, oh, I would never do that. You're just trying to dox me. I said, no, no, no. When you use an attorney, I don't have to know your name or address or anything. Matter of fact, I don't even want to know. The point of doing it in escrow is that you can get the money if you win the bet. It's all drawn up in paperwork with the attorney, and I'm not even involved. Like, there's no choice of mine once I agree to that. Once I sign the paper, I can't go back on that, right? And he wouldn't do it. He's like, I'm not doing that. I'm not a betting man or whatever whatever it was he gave.
There's nothing to lose though.
Right.
You really did it. 10 G's. I mean, you could do something with that.
Hell, if someone caught me in something like that and offered me, I would, and like I would take a shot at it, right? I'd like try and make up some paperwork or, you know.
If somebody was like, Rocky, I don't believe you pour concrete, I'll put 10 G's in escrow. You show that you pour concrete, you get the 10 G's. Like,
Oh, I can send them every piece of concrete that comes out of my hair every day, because I had a bunch of them yesterday. We started three. I'm pulling up on a construction job right now. I can shoot you video and flip you off and whatever you need, right? I'm getting that 10 grand. I promise you, because I know how hard it is to make 10,000. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm coming after your 10 grand. I guarantee it.
Like, okay, so like I'm still hung up on, and it's not like he's got rental space in my head. I just can't understand it. It just doesn't make sense. Remember that day last week when RC said, I was talking about Mirage, and he said that I said it was the opposite of an inferior Mirage, whatever. And I'm like, I didn't say that. You even were there. You said he didn't say that. He's like, yeah, he did. Roll it back, dickweed. You know what I mean? And so you said, I'll put money on it. I said, yeah, I'll put 250 on it. And he ups it and he goes, make it 500. So I go and get the clip, and then he just says, you doctored it. You edited it. I'm like, bro, like, you're lying right now. You are absolutely like, for me, like, why would we ever even like talk to this guy?
Yeah,
Like,
I think
he's
that was
just,
RC, wasn't it?
yeah, it was RC. I'm just like, why? Like, this is insane.
Yeah.
We both know you're lying. And he's calling me a liar, like trying to gaslight me and convince me that I'm the one. I'm just like, I just don't get that. That kind of psychopathy, that just does not make sense to me at all. It's insane.
Yeah.
Crazy.
I'm
Definitely
gonna literally look for this today. Like, I'm gonna wait to hear what he says and see how that goes.
Yeah, we were
What?
talking about
Anything in
paid
general?
NASA. We were talking about paid NASA Shield, but they're one and the same, right? Same script.
Yeah, I woke up feeling so much better than the past week, man. I've been sick as hell. I finally woke up at a normal time. This is good.
You been taking anything for it or just writing out?
So I took a bunch of vitamin C. That wasn't doing anything. Last night, I drank a large hot and sour soup, which is loaded with garlic and turmeric. I feel
Oh,
good.
yeah.
Yep.
Nice.
Chicken soup didn't do it. I needed the hot and sour soup because I drank chicken soup like 3 days in a row. It didn't do it.
Now, when you say hot, because what's this hot and sour? Like, turmeric doesn't have a hot or sour to me. Like, so like, is it more than just garlic and turmeric?
Hot and sour soup is cabbage. Sometimes they'll crack some eggs in it. I tell them I like it vegetarian. And then what else is in there? Mushrooms, onions. Uh,
But
I
what's
got
the hot? What's the
yeah.
hot?
The herbs in the seasoning. It has garlic, turmeric. The hot. I don't know. Here, I'll look it up for you.
Maybe like a jalapeno, maybe.
Yeah, it could be chili pepper.
Every time I'm in the mood for that, I'm always driving, and then when I get home for the weekend, I'm too lazy and tired to want to make it.
Yeah, right. Like if I had a dope hot and sour soup recipe, I'd probably make a giant pot of it every day.
Oh yeah, I've
This
done
stuff
that.
is so good, man. This stuff saved my life twice now. Last time I got super sick, this is what brought me out of it.
There's a recipe online that I use, and I just doctor it up, adding like the spices and whatnot more to it because I like it spicy. But I think it's called I can never remember. It's not Archimedes, Hippocrates soup or something like that. I mean, it's just basic stuff, onions and whatnot. But it's supposed to be exactly what you're talking about, you know.
Oh, here we go. I found it. The spiciness comes from dried chilies, chili flakes, red pepper. Yeah, that's all they use to spice it. Chili peppers and
Yeah,
red pepper flakes.
I throw
Yeah,
beets into
that
mine.
definitely helps too, right? I would think that is part of why I feel better today.
Yeah, good.
I also couldn't smoke that much. My lungs couldn't handle smoking blunts. It was messed up, dude. I don't like that stuff. I'm like so tempted to put paid That's a shill on in the hot seat and ask him about his job, but I want to hear him bring it up without anybody mentioning it and hear what he says before that happens.
He never talks about it, dude. How can you be an retired Air Force, and never, you know what I'm saying? Like, he just said it one day thinking that no one would really call him out on it. This was years ago. And I don't care what he did or what he does, or even if he deceives people or whatever. I'm just pointing out that they are deceivers, right? Like, deception is what's going on around here, not, not that I care about what he made a living, whatever. I don't care about his personal life. I'm just pointing out to others that it's easy to spot the deceivers.
I hear that. Yeah, that's why I don't want to put him on blast. I just want to hear what he would say. Maybe somehow like a line of questions that leads him to talking about his time working in the Air Force, and just hear what he says. Because I'd be saying the same thing. I swear to God, Peyton Astor Show will start going off on somebody like, you don't know what this is. I know what it is. We do this all the time. I understand it perfectly. You don't understand. But he'll never say how or why the thing he's explaining. He just says, you don't understand it? No. Conversation over for him.
I can say his script right now. I'm not here to teach you. Go look it up yourself. That's his script, right? That's what he'll say every time.
And me being, I've noticed so many genuine, nice people. So when something like that starts happening, I'm just like, what happened to the nice flow of, people being nice to each other? No, he came in to disrupt that.
How many you guys going to, is it Flattober Fest?
Flattoberfest. Yeah, I'm thinking about it. I'm going to try to get my route for the week to end up down in South Carolina, so I can just drive my truck down there and then start my week down there next.
I met up with he was telling me about it when he was here. And that's like the number one thing on my list.
It's a really good time. It's an absolutely enjoyable time for sure.
Yeah, I've never done anything like that. And two, my goal is to, number one, experience myself and uncover the truth myself. And sometimes you can only do that like in person, like being personable, speaking to people. And two, to show people who I am. Pretty much.
One of the things I was going to say about Peyton Nasso is last week, a couple of times he jumped in and did his little snippy comment to stir the shit, and people just ignored him and kept on talking, and then he shut up.
Who was that he was talking to? That was like awesome. Dude was like, huh. Oh, okay. He didn't say shit after that.
Yeah. Do not feed the trolls. Oh man, I am stuck, man. I'm just about to get on the George Washington Bridge, and man, it is bumper to bumper.
As usual. And it's Friday? Shit. Yeah. Everybody's trying to get their last hauls in so they can go home early and all that. And everything else everyone does on Friday, running around frantically. That's what I'm doing, preparing to go to Delaware. But yeah, fucking these guys. What I think is scary is that because there are people on both sides, flat earthers and globe earthers, I think that. And I also think none of how we feel is actually real, and we're all just regular people, and some of us are just retarded. Like that's what I think. But there are other parts of me that are like, no, because it only takes 3 people, maybe even 2, one on one side, one on the other, and obviously, one of the things that they utilize is the begging the question fallacy, but the other thing is the straw man fallacy, the fallacy of confusion, or the complexity. What is it? And when something is, you ask somebody to make clear something, and they just give you a bunch more gerbil, and it's like I'm more confused now than when I first inquired, and it's like if like yesterday. No, let me not make that example. But I will say that a globe earther can come in and argue against a flat earther. I would start going, hold on, wait a minute. I see something here. There's misinformation here right now. Because what you're saying is not accurate, because no one's saying that, or like I don't know why you, but then a flat earther will jump in and justify the question with an answer that's also wrong, and then people start arguing, and it's like the audience never gets clear what, at least in the moment, I would perceive, hey, this was a bit of information that was important to make clear. Now we're all talking about bullshit, because actually the answer should have never been, like, the question should have never been justified with anything.
Yeah.
But that's just me. I can't, like, because then people respond, you can't tell us not to talk, or you can't. Okay, yeah, you're right. Because I'd be a dick trying to do that too. But it's like, it's unfortunate how it is easily possible to control a number of people.
Sometimes I just don't understand shit, and I have to admit, like, sometimes I'm listening and I'm like, wow, this is great. I can absorb everything. It's making sense. You know, they're bouncing their ideas off each other, and I can learn from it. And then other times it's like, well, you don't understand. Well, let me tell you what you forgot to explain. And that's when I'm like listening close, like scratching my head, like, what are they trying to make this person understand that they didn't understand? That happens sometimes. And that's when I want to just like pop in and just be like, this doesn't make sense, guys. But that's kind of rude. Like, for instance, I think this happened like yesterday or 2 days ago. Uh, I I got a lot of respect for what Kosho does, but he was trying to explain how matter doesn't accelerate, rather the space between it increases. And he kept affirming that, like, you don't understand. You don't understand. And we're all in the room like, no, dude, what is the point of even saying this? Like, why are you telling us we don't understand what acceleration is, but rather the
I'm not gonna
space in
lie.
between is increasing? And I listened to that and I tried to understand Kosho, and I still don't understand that. Like, 2 days later, I want to ask him what the hell is the difference.
You said Kosho? He was talking about what?
That the
Oh,
distance
right.
between
What, right. When
galaxies
he
and
was saying,
stars
yes,
doesn't
yes.
actually accelerate, but that the space in between is increasing, or something like this.
I feel like he used the word acceleration because speed and acceleration is two different. Oh well, velocity and acceleration is two different things. So just that small word trick alone is like, you know, to anyone who does believe the rhetoric, that they'd be like, yeah, it's not an acceleration. They're just there is no acceleration. They're not accelerating away from you or blah 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 blah. They would focus on that part, but like you said, it didn't make sense. Whether you use the word acceleration, whether you use the word the velocity, doesn't really matter. You you can't say that the distance. Did he even say the distance isn't increasing? What did he say?
The space between the matter and the mass and the energy in the universe is increased. Things don't actually accelerate because they're not moving. It was complicated stuff he was
Yeah, it
breaking
was
down.
a.
I really didn't understand it, and I tried to listen. You know, I pay attention, and I'm still struggling. So what the heck?
Yeah. Like I was saying, like the other day, like this conversation should have been over like in a week. If you're of the perspective that you came here asking questions about what you already believe in, like nobody wakes up asking questions about shit they're not even aware of. Like even the term flat Earth, like okay, I was aware of that. And the only thing it made me think of is, but the globe though. And that's all I did. I spent my time trying to figure out how I could know that it was a globe. Now, for some reason, I define knowing and they define knowing two different ways because we know we went to space. Nigga, I know I smoked the blunt. I don't know if you did unless we were together. Like I don't know information that I don't know. In what reality would I say I know something that I myself didn't experience?
Yeah, I had to adopt that recently. Stop accepting everything I'm being told. That was recently. Last year I wasn't like that. Last year I was willing to accept every globe model that I was presented without questioning it, without thinking like, hey, can I do that? Nope, I can't do any of the stuff they claim.
And they have ridiculous generalizations like one we were talking about earlier was flat earthers don't have anything higher than a high school education, or flat earthers believe that the earth is a disk in space, or the why do you think the shape of the earth is flat? I think it's a globe, or I think it's round. These are all erroneous points because number one, flat nor round is a shape. It's the description of shapes. And we're not making claims to shapes. We're just trying to validate the shape that was claimed. It's like we came in asking legitimate questions and they're like, no, how about you ask these questions and then here's the answer to those questions. And that will answer the question that you thought you wanted to ask, but didn't really realize that it was going to be answered. Even like, you know what I'm saying? Because I don't get what it is when you're like, yo, anybody got any banana pudding? And then they're like, well, we're playing baseball. Huh? Yeah, there's your answer. Are you stupid or something? What?
In the ratio of the
That's
banana
how it feels.
did you know about the calculation and the height of the banana pudding and the elevation and the temperature and then how many volts?
How many volts does the banana pudding have at 130,000
And
feet?
wait till you split it because you're gonna make a good banana split. You're gonna split the banana atom.
Yo, I'm laughing so hard. You see this split the banana.
Well, I didn't know going to school gave us the shape of stuff. Like, hey, come to school today and you're gonna learn shapes of everything. That didn't work for them in art class, so why would it work for us going to school? Like, how is school any?
Very true.
And you can read numbers off all day, be like, what's the shape of 502? They won't tell you. What's the shape of 3090204? They won't tell you that either. They keep it secret on you. It's like, man, I can't know these shape numbers.
I'll see you later, guys.
Yo, so does anybody want to tell me when the hell did horizontal start meaning curved? My whole life I thought I understood what horizontal meant until I come here. Turns out I got the definition wrong. What I'm looking at is not really what I'm looking at. All this crazy stuff I wasn't aware of till somebody had to tell me. What's a horizontal line? Is that a curved line? Changes in elevation along the y-axis? What's horizontal? Why is the definition of horizontal changing?
Well, that's why I push it back to, it's almost like someone's going to stumble across this old surveying textbook where level has no reference to the center of the earth, and it's exactly what we understand it to be.
Level has the reference center, like where that molten core is.
Right. But I was thinking about it. Level has to only have the reference for the surface of the water, because once you get on the land, you don't have equal potential on the land, so you can't have level on the ground.
Yeah, too many changes in elevation to establish a real straight level, right? Yep.
Well, yeah, but see, if level has the reference for the surface of the water. You know what I mean? If you're on the ocean and you're going to try to figure out how high your house is off the surface of the water, that level line, so to speak, if you could just push it through the earth to go directly underneath your house and then go up from there, you know what I mean? So it's an imaginary line anyway. So even though, say this, but I guess that's my only point, is just that level can't extend beyond the border of the shoreline, because it has to be isolated exclusively to the surface of the water.
Gotcha.
Oh, so like yeah. So like if you go, like say you go a quarter mile inland and you're 122 feet elevation, you have to have an imaginary sort of concept of like what's below you 122 feet, and then draw a line straight out to the water. That's going to be your vertical and horizontal underground. And then above that, where you're on the ground, then you're going to start messing with elevation changes. But so then I think that becomes an issue of like, so when you establish an elevation that's equal in height on the ground, where you're going to, like, say, put a patio, that becomes horizontal because it's on the ground. It's not level. If you're going to be picky about the terms, you know what I mean? Otherwise, why use two different terms at all? Why not just use level every single time you mean equal elevation?
Right. Oh man, Copernicus, you got that channel, The Plain Truth, right? Man, I love your channel, man.
Are you sure you got the right channel? Because there's a Plain Truth, and he does a lot more conspiracy stuff. That's
your channel is pretty much videos of daylight, videos of the moon shining. Like, your channel's awesome, bro.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, thanks. Yeah, man.
Yeah, I'm
That's
about
what
to
I'm here
do some more stuff
for.
on there. Like, I heard you talking about atmosphere. What did you say it was? You were talking about a band, an ether band. You were saying how it was because of atmospheric conditions. I'm trying to understand this stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna have a hangout tomorrow with a bunch of the guys here. So if you're interested, I'll send you a link.
I try to pull up as often as I can.
How did Witzits? I'm sorry, Travis.
Oh no, I wasn't gonna say anything. Go ahead.
How was Witzits' deal last night with?
I thought it was horrible. I thought the guy was absolutely low level. Just had no strong presentation whatsoever. He was just picking shit up and throwing it. It just I listened about 10 minutes and I was just like, yeah, I'm done. I'm not listening to this guy. It was really
it was pretty boring and standard. You know, he brought. It was nothing new. How would like you aren't really missing out on anything. It was a typical same argument, same conversation. It was like being on a Discord call, really.
Yeah.
Nothing groundbreaking came out.
I just came from Panda server. Nate was just there also greeting me real quick. I am floored at the cesspool of vitriol that server is plagued with.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's a troll server. Really.
I mean, it's like at every chance they have the chance to move their thumbs and or speak with their voice, it is some insult, and it's mostly in British English.
No,
British English.
Can't be bothered.
Yeah, it's a troll server, Gregory. You know, like, you shouldn't go over there and take anything too seriously. You know.
But I mean, like, it's like all the time though. Like there is no second. There was no second in which the insult. There was no second in which the insult was not there.
I hear you. Yeah, I mean, I would never defend that place. You know, I like going there because it's entertaining, but I totally agree with you. You know, they
Yeah, just
are
entertaining.
yeah, they are too quick to throw out insults and bully and gang up on people.
And I'm under the impression they have a live stream on YouTube, don't they?
Yes.
They do, but you can't really go back and watch like recordings of it. They just do it live, and when it's done, it's like done.
Oh, okay.
That's
I've
one of the
always thought
reasons
that
why
was
That's one of the reasons why I stopped watching Nathan Oakley. I got tired of the same old shit, man. Like, I had no interest in being there. We're just attack.
Yeah. I've tried to go on there and talk and remain civil and just present something. And no, you can't do it. He will not allow you to just have a conversation. He's going to attack you and mute you and scream at you, and that's all it is.
well, working a normal layman like myself, you know, being nice and saying, "Hey, man, where's the secret physics and where's all the like Department of Defense stuff nobody wants anybody to know about when it's like supposed to be public, and all these companies that are supposed to be private, which the word private means private. Why would that help you and me? That doesn't make any sense for anybody with any common sense to think a private company is going to
What are
be in the
you
best
listening
interest
to?
for you or me."
What's playing in the background, Demaki? You got some grandkid watching something or what?
Sounds like cartoons or something.
Yeah, it was hilarious.
I feel like I'm real lucky I joined this Discord before that flat Earth debate one. Ugh. I went
You're
from
always
listening
better
to
at
you
this
guys be
place.
super cool, super chill with each other, discuss awesome topics, and then I was like, "Oh, what's this flat Earth debate? What's going on in here?" And it was like, "My balls!" And I was like, "Whoa, let me get out of here."
Well, what about the Discord on Nathan's show? Betty's Discord was the channel for the Globe side to come in, and even those that would come in. So how are they going to get anyone on the show to oppose their view?
Man, I had to do some catching up recently with everything that has been going down, I guess, in this like subgenre of whatever you want to call it. Man, I did not know how much work you guys actually been putting in. Like, I'm all fucking stupid and just like, hey, what's up? Let's talk. There's people that are really freaking like getting in planes and shooting lasers across water and stuff. And, I wasn't aware of people like everything Witsit has been doing. So I had to
Well, I
catch
mean,
up. Man,
yeah. Even
people
thinking
really
about
don't like him for no reason. There's no reason to dislike Witsit, in my opinion. Like, he really wants to find out the truth and tell it to everyone. And then there's people that attack him. I think that's kind of crazy.
Yeah, I'm wondering every once in a while, how many more people like me are out there that I haven't come across on YouTube channels. So, like, there's got to be somebody else making these observations. There's got to be somebody
Yeah.
else. You know what I mean? But there's Taboo Conspiracy does it. Jaren doesn't do it too much anymore. BLMLSB 69 does it. But I can, I'll say 10 people that I know in this discussion. I mean, like, there's no way there's not more than 10 people doing this shit. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, why am I not seeing somebody else from South America with a channel just like mine? He doesn't have to call it the Aetherband, but he's doing
It's
the
them
shit just
petty
like.
algorithms. I'm telling you, bro. There's some channels I'm subscribed to. Like, I'm subscribed to a channel called Truth Seeker. I have to look through my subscriptions to find it, because when I type in Truth Seeker on my search bar, it just shows me like the dumbest things ever.
Right.
It doesn't even want me seeing my own subscriptions, this algorithm. So
I got a proposition for you. So imagine a classroom, and on the board there's on the chalkboard there's a math problem on the left side of the chalkboard and a math problem on the right side of the chalkboard. On the left side is 2 + 2 = 4, and on the right is 2 + 2 = 5. You're on the right side of the classroom, and everyone else is on the left side, and you're wondering why you don't see more people with you. That's why.
Yeah, that's not
Why
even
is he
close.
in here,
That's
man?
not even close to
This
what we
the
were saying,
kind
Troll.
of bigoted vitriol that makes people stuck where they are and does not progress anyone towards more
Oh,
knowledge.
maybe.
Well, it's like a globe is the number 5. 2 + 2 = globe, which is 5 because it's got extras that nobody can really see or figure out, right? You just got to add those extra magic layers, magic physics. But the real number 4 is 2 + 2. So every flat earther knows that. You know what I mean? So the classroom would be separated by globers and flat earthers. It'd be the globers on one side saying 2 + 2 = 5 because it has to, because their calculation, because they don't know why, but it just has to somehow, because they just need it to, because they don't know why, because it has to.
Even if we are, in principle, even if we are such idiots, what benefit is it to just continue to blitzkrieg us with as many insults as you have the power in your tongue to speak?
I mean, you can
hide
take it.
I
You can
think
take
that's
it.
the sign of an idiot when they start
and
insulting.
hide all the
You
information.
can
Why
take
is
it
it
as
secret
an insult.
physics?
But when you wonder why you don't see any more people doing the quote unquote stuff you're doing, I
He's
just
gonna
gave
try to
you a
insult you,
right.
just so you know.
Yeah,
Make
Yeah,
you
that's
again,
how I
real.
know my question cut to the heart since he whistled right past it. Because he
yeah.
knows he's wrong. But of course, he has to suppress the knowledge of the truth and unrighteousness so that he can avoid the sting of conceding to that obvious critique of his despicable behavior. A grown man who chooses to tap the buttons on his phone so that he can go onto the internet and speak as many insults and disrespect the dignity of other humans as much as he possibly can to make himself feel better.
Yep. It's pretty weird. It's like going up to a bum on the street, and if I'm the professor, know it all, Mr. Wizard Scientist, and instead of me teaching the bum something or teaching the man that might not know whatever I think he might not know, so just going to teach him and I'm going to ridicule him and ask him how much stuff he knows about stuff that he probably doesn't know anything about. That to me is ignorant. Why would you even need to point out anything other than the fact of what you're trying to demonstrate, of what you're trying to show, to prove to someone what you're saying? You don't need any other garbage. That's the dumbest way to do it. Hey, do you believe in Scooby-Doo? Well, I'm asking you about the globe. Now, why are you asking me about what I believe and how I'm this and this? If I'm the bum on the corner and I don't know, it would be the easiest thing to do is present your shiny gold nickel quarter to me. If you claim you have it, demonstrate it, show it, bam. Not calculate it. Demonstrate. Show it. Let me touch the shiny nickel
You guys
quarter.
are lying to yourselves if you don't think that at one point in time, all of us on the quote unquote Glober side haven't tried to walk you to the water so that you can take a drink from the pond.
There's a difference between
But
walking
there,
people to the
No,
water
no,
and
you
actually
can't because
providing evidence.
well, you can't because you can't walk
I was
yourself to the
almost
water.
done.
You can't show
I was
yourself
almost
130,000 feet. You can't
done.
show yourself where
I
the
was
sidewalk
almost
ends.
done, but
You
then,
can't
like
show
a kid in
yourself where the
elementary school, had to keep
you
going.
can't show yourself
Tupac.
where the globe
Almost
ends.
done.
You know what I mean? You can't even show yourself these facts, let
Almost
alone show
done.
them to us.
Almost.
Why is someone under
Why are
talking
they
Demok
laughing?
right now? Like, why are you doing this?
Yeah, why are you doing this, Demick? I was halfway through my sentence before you jumped in.
Oh,
So
before
yeah,
you were laughing?
all been there at one point and another, and then there comes a point where we give up and we just say the reason that you're ignorant is because you like being ignorant.
No, you haven't given up. You haven't given up. You're back here again for your next day of work.
So you can see
You're
that after
completely
you don't get the desired result after exercising some finite amount of patience, that the worthwhile and justified choice of action to do is to now begin insulting the person because
If
that'll
you
make
take it
things
as an
better.
insult, it's my problem. I just said he had a query as to why no one else has his observations. I gave him a pretty clear cut example as to why that could possibly be. I did not insult him, but
It's
if you
got
take it
nothing
as
to
an
do with.
insult, then maybe you need to
No,
have a
now
little more
he's
self reflection.
backpedaling and contradicting himself.
That was not that was not the argument. The argument was the information and the bringers of information are there, but we are disturbed in finding it. That was the argument.
And what I said was, there is no information that you've shown yet. Show me everything at 130,000 feet from your own personal balloon that you have, or maybe some other humans that's not private, or a NASA CIA company, right? Who gets paid and funded by them solely almost. So, and then you need actual evidence of stuff. You can tell us all your cartoon lies until you're blue in the face, extremists or whoever. But what you didn't do was demonstrate fuck all. You need to demonstrate all your claims, how
The
you got,
daycare
where you got the
doesn't have
claim from, where you got the
turns
claim
out
from,
turn on the
where you
TV
got the
and the
claim
daycare
from,
doesn't.
where you got the claim from.
God,
Can't
Where
hear
the
you,
claim
bro.
came from is where you need to demonstrate zero, ground zero, like 0.0. When you sat in the lab, where'd you come to your conclusion from this point of sitting at a desk and looking in the air and saying the goofy stuff you say without demonstrating it to anyone? It's just weird how you guys get to make all this shit up and have fake magical science, fake magic physics, and all these words that are the word but not the word but the opposite of the word.
Take a breath. You're gonna pass
Get
out.
the hell out. Well, your science needs to take a breath and just start demonstrating. Maybe stop talking with science and start doing. Maybe your science talks too much, a little less conversation, a lot more action with your
It's really
science.
true. A Glober can't even demonstrate the stuff in their model, and that's why they have to quote unquote lead you to the water. Because they can't
No,
demonstrate a damn thing about a fucking spinning
but
ball.
that's just not true. That is not
We're
true. I
waiting.
don't know
We've
why
been
you
here a
say
long
that.
time. We've been here a long
I
time,
got a
dude.
lot of respect
Why'd you even talk
for
and not
you,
just
Left
show
Lane.
us your evidence?
Well, the
Left
thing
Lane,
is, I
tell me
mean, we
about you.
we hear about evidence and they can't show and the model's broken, but it's been demonstrated time and time again that it's not
No,
broken.
nothing's
You've
been
been shown
demonstrated
many
I've ever
different
asked for.
examples.
Not one thing has been demonstrated I've ever asked for, and I've been in there about 8 to 10 years, dude. Get real. Where's the selfie stick you can stick off the globe? You know, if you're in a car and your car is round and your car is painted, I'm not done yet. You're driving down the street in a globe. You got four wheels on the bottom of your globe. You're driving down the road. You got a selfie stick. You stick it out of the globe. Guess what you see on your selfie stick horizontally? The street, the sky, not the globe. You don't see the dirt and the water of the globe you're in. Sticking the selfie stick away from it. Where's that point on the globe at where you can stick something off of it and not see globe on the bottom underneath your camera?
And
Where's that
Travis,
point? This is so
wonder
fucking
why I
simple.
chose him
Doesn't cost money. Doesn't cost ignorant numbers. Doesn't cost just stupidity. I mean, any little kid can draw it. We've had this drawn. Every little kid draws a sphere, right? Like when they draw a clock, they draw the hands of the clock from the center out, right? The little lines, and then make a pie. And that pie graph, each little line is vertical. Now we have the vertical lines, and you need to point out which one's vertical, which one's horizontal, and which one's vertical. Can you do that left lane in front of us live with just a drawing? I mean, it's so
live
good that you have
in a
all this
month.
information.
Hey, Demark, do you think that the globe should have training wheels?
Yes, the globe needs training wheels, especially if I'm driving it down the road. I got my globe car. It's the globe hole. It's called the
That was so
Globemobile,
funny.
and I'm globing it down
I'm
the street.
dying. I'm
And
dead.
I got
I'm
a selfie stick. They're
dead.
like, "Hey, can you take a picture of me outside your globe?" And I'm like, "Well, sure. Since you're not inside my globe, let me stick my hand out the window with this camera and stick it away from the globe car to where it's not touching the car anymore. Look how easy that is. No rocket needed. Look, and I take a picture of people away from the car and not the car. Is there anywhere we can have a picture where the car's not underneath you and the Earth's not directly underneath you? Like, is there a picture that exists like that where something's not vertical perfectly? I mean,
So Gregory, what do you
Picture
think
where the
about all
ground is not underneath you. Yeah, I never thought
that?
about that.
Gregory, what do you think about all that? Do you agree with them?
I mean, these are interesting points. You know, the worthy consideration.
Come on, man.
Oh man, D-Lock,
well,
I
I'm
love you.
saying they act like they stand on a marble and they can never reach off of it. They never see the. There's not nothing than that marble. That's the only thing that exists is what they're standing on. Like they can't reach nothing off of it. They can't touch away from it nowhere. Yeah, right. Get real. Okay.
Thanks, Sam.
D-Mock, I love you. Thank you for that.
I'm still
You make this
imagining
guy's
a freaking globe driving a car, trying to take a selfie and crashing. Like, I don't know why that's so funny.
Oh my god. Like he was practicing that. Like,
Well, I'm
good
just
on him.
saying, you stick your hand away under your bed, and your hand sees the floor. You know what I mean? It don't see your bed no more. Your bed ends. Where does
Yeah.
the sidewalk end on the?
These are the questions, Demi. I wish you were alive 2,000 years ago. You would have been an amazing philosopher.
I mean, that's some geometry for your ass.
Yo, Nidhug, do horizontal lines curve?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm still thinking about a name Demic could have had back in the Greek times.
Democritus.
Demasarchus. I don't know.
D-Mock, did you do that on purpose? Did you cut off half of Democritus's name and take that?
Oh, he pieced out.
Oh, he's gone. Oh, shit. Now I got all this phlegm because of him.
I don't know. Sometimes people be saying some what sounds like correct to me. Like if you pay attention, but then a glober will just be trying to dismiss it. Like, oh, that didn't make sense. Like, bro, I just listened to him
Bro,
make
that is
sense.
exactly
Don't tell
what
me that
happened
didn't
in
make
Jim
sense.
Panda server, yo.
What happened in Jim Pandas?
I mean, like, I couldn't make my argument any more clear. Like, Jin was. I mean, I couldn't. Like, I can't simplify this sentence. If I do, then the sentence will be unintelligible. Jin was making his point about this. I haven't seen this TV series that supposedly, I guess, aired on the BBC in England, but he was talking about this series of, I guess, these game show contestants, and they supposedly, they're participating in a ruse. They don't know it. That they believe they're just regular folk that's gonna have a commercial flight to outer space, and their reaction was genuine, not conditioned, and they were ecstatic. They're hyper enthusiastic. And then Jin was comparing that with, excuse me, he was comparing that with the reactions of the astronauts, Neil and Buzz and the other guy, after their real supposed trip, and the contestants in the in the pretense were much more enthusiastic before and after the event than the supposed real astronauts. And so that was Jin's simple point, and I was at least saying from the perspective of, well, let's critically consider this, and I articulated my position a little bit, and I was just giving some rational inference, taking into consideration other real events that are highly important achievements, over there, and then taking into consideration that in principle, the moon landing missions, in principle, have a don't even have a close second in the magnitude of that achievement, right? And so you can rationally infer that the enthusiasm and excitement of the participants in that achievement would be far greater than anything else that has been accomplished in human history. But you look at them and they look much less enthusiastic than you would expect, and much less enthusiastic than these participants in this pretense that was in this show. I'll post the link if I can find it again. I can find it again. And so that's all I was talking about. But when Jem was responding to me, he insisted at least 5 times in shoving this premise that I did not even insinuate, let alone say, that they must permanently be ecstatic from the time they get back and even 10 days afterward and so on and so forth. I repeated my argument several times to make sure to him I didn't say that. No matter how many times I said it, no matter how slow and cogent and concise I said it, he still shoved that premise into my argument.
What about Buzz Aldrin actually saying that we didn't go? What about that?
There's that. I mean, there's that. That's worthy of consideration. And so
I know exactly what you're referring to. There's that meeting right when they came back from the moon, right? And they're all sitting with the podiums, and they got their heads hanging down, and they're like,
the press conference.
"We went to the moon. It was fun."
Yeah, it was fun. We had fun.
Yeah,
It's
Buzz
been
Aldrin.
happy.
Buzz Aldrin was slouching like a high schooler in science
Detention.
class. He was just like, he didn't give a shit.
And
Things
so
like that.
they gave
Those
all
are the
these
things I look
responses.
for. These are the
They
things
give,
that are going to tell you the truth. It's people's eyes and their faces.
it's at least worthy of note. Like, you don't have to overemphasize, but that's kind of that's a peculiar, counterintuitive reaction, given the magnitude of this event in principle.
It's going to rank high, right? If you had to think about graduating from high school, getting married, having your first kid, landing on the moon,
right?
Like nobody
Just
like has
another
a kid.
day.
Like where does somebody like win a marathon and they're like, oh fuck, they have like a frowny face on. Those guys were totally frowny face.
I guess I'm going to Disneyland.
Let me
I
tell
mean,
you.
then you can throw all these potential plausible caveats into the mix. Buzz saw his wife cheating on him. Neil, got in a car wreck on the drive home, and it's like, oh, good grief. Okay, sure.
Money on the horse race.
You go to the moon. You say, "Hey, babe, save me those muffins. I'll be right back." And the muffins are still good, but she cheated on you. What the fuck?
I like
Plus
muffins.
the football pool.
Muffins are pretty tasty.
Hey, is my supper still cold? I was going to the moon and coming back, babe. Are you gonna keep my supper warm? What do you mean? You're gonna make it? Yeah, I'm not gonna die. I don't have any chance of doing anything. Just keep my supper warm. I'll be right back.
Like, why don't
Nathan.
they're not really into coffee too much on the moon, or no, in space, right? Like,
I think they
Oh
hate
no, they are.
but why don't they never did a Folgers coffee commercial, right?
I
For like on the ISS.
The best part of waking up
is poo poo in your cup. Yep, that's how
Oh
they
yeah,
do it.
yeah. It would
extra minute.
right. It would just be Folgers, but also made from urine and tiny bits of feces.
Minutia in your
you gotta
cup.
have the urine.
Minutia. Have a cup of minutia this morning. It'll get you going.
Yo, that's like I'm sitting here getting my first cup of coffee. I'm like, fuck, yo.
It's like steamy. It's like a steamy cup of astronaut coffee. It's like, yes.
Well, you guys saw that Don
You can
Pettit.
mix Tang.
You guys saw that Don Pettit demonstration of how to drink coffee out of that plastic pouch, right? He had a straw, brown water, and a plastic bag.
I always thought that was funny. Like when they show what astronauts have to eat, and it's always like a little vacuum packed seal of like mush. It's like, damn, y'all can't feed these astronauts, saving the world. Like,
right.
Listen, they gotta
NASA
save.
boat?
They gotta save their mass. They can't have too much mass up there, otherwise they won't get back.
So no steaming cup of coffee in the morning. That sucks. One thing is just not having that technology sucks totally, right? So you're gonna have a Capri Sun, a sippy pouch of coffee in the morning. Does not do the trick.
Come on, dude.
Definitely not.
Add a little bit of Tang.
It's hard. You're gonna be on
coffee.
Now you're like, yeah, because that would be me. I'd be like, this coffee really isn't doing it, Jim. And it'd be like, well, I don't know. You could take these caffeine pills, and I'd be like, all right, we'll try that. And then, but where do we go from here? It's not gonna get better.
I don't know. You can't make me man a space ship or some kind of space mission. Or feed me freaking fruit roll-ups.
You guys have been talking about this so long. I unconsciously just drove to Wawa, so I guess I'm gonna get out and get some coffee.
Here you go. Brainwashing.
Yellow.
Wawa, are you on the East Coast? Or are you in Pennsylvania?
Nah, I'm in Florida. We got Wawas all up and down.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I love Pennsylvania though. It's beautiful.
Hey, Howard.
How do you make milk coffee lattes up there? That's not good.
For like
dried
months.
Yep.
Just add dried powdered milk.
Powdered milk, pea cubes, pea ice cubes.
Yeah, you're
However
gonna
you
need a
do it.
Starbucks up there. Yeah,
Eggs
gotta
all that
hire some
time.
Starbucks employees to learn how to deal with G-force.
What was Tang really made for? Was it to fuel?
Probably cleaner.
That's what
Tang,
Elon Musk
clean
is
out your
probably gonna do.
Tang. Clean your Tang out.
It's like to clean
What's up,
your
Travis?
aluminum mag wheels off, but then
Clean your Tang.
you just add sugar to it, and it's like a drink now.
Watch your tag.
What's your tang? Don't you look at me with that tang of voice?
Man, that's tangy. That's so tangy. It's like a bad word. It'd be like, no, tangy. Put that down. That's tang. Put that down. I wonder if the tang was the taste they got when they first tasted the coffee. They were like, this is tangy. And you add something to it. This has got a little tang to it.
Can they actually make
Tang.
artificially a environment that supposedly has the same properties as when you supposedly go out into outer space?
Do they have that? No, the closest thing they have is water and what they call a vacuum chamber. If that's what you actually just asked.
Yeah, because I'm wondering, because I've heard Austin talk about, manipulations of electromagnetic forces, and perhaps it was, I think you mentioned also some technology that utilizes that so that things float.
Okay, we were talking about that.
What was that?
Quantum locking or quantum levitation, when you have like super cold.
Oh, the 10 to the negative 17 torr temperature of Antarctica.
I think Gregory was asking about places where people can actually move and operate. Is that what you're asking about, Gregory? Like a place where they're
Yeah, like some sort of spacious area, a room, I suppose, and they artificially make, people put them in an environment where they can float. That
Where they're
supposedly
weightless.
happens when you go
Yeah, they
into outer
got
space.
those. They got some of those on Earth. Different ones, I think.
0G rooms, you're saying?
Yeah, the movie Big, they had one, right? Or was that just all CGI? I thought they had some
what?
type of 0G where the people were like floating around in that ball.
I don't remember that big.
I don't recall that. Maybe you saw a different version of Big.
Are you talking about those sky zones, like where people can go and they turn that fan on and it's like you're free falling? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah. Yep.
Wow.
Basically like that.
Wow. You
You
get
just
points.
levitate. It's like a ball room, a big old room. They let you in there, and you like the people get in a suit and they can levitate around and push up the wall, and not really levitate, but they're getting pushed up by air, I guess. Whatever the fuck.
Yeah. Okay. Well, if that's what you're referring to, that's not quite the idea I was trying to ask about.
Well, the only other place would be Antarctica. The only other place you can mimic what space supposedly is Antarctica. Super cold ass motherfucker you can't go to.
And then
It acts like a
you'd
vacuum.
have to and then you'd have to be suspended from a trapeze so that you have full range of motion in any direction, as if you're out in the middle of nowhere with no resistance.
How would you stop yourself if you had no resistance going forward? Imagine that. You're going forward and you're like, what the fuck? I can't put on the brakes once I get to this cold ass area. My airplane won't stop. It's just sliding and going and going and going and going. Now I gotta bank and turn and come back, and like it don't want to stop. Like
No, all you got to do is burp. Get a big burp going. Burp.
Oh, okay, yeah. No, but I mean in actuality, like if you're sliding on a shuffleboard table, what's gonna stop you from hitting the end? Nothing. You're slamming into the fucking end. Unless you have some kind of grid or something to push off of. So if they ever did find something like that, it'd be like an automatic like bullet shot ride to space and you're never coming back. Or whatever the fuck that means, right? I mean, how would you get back with no resistance? To the point of no return. And when they say they lost so many people in space and this and that, what if they lost them to the no resistance? Like, okay, we set you on this thing and we started it going, and the motherfucker just kept going and we couldn't stop it. Couldn't catch up to it either. So men were lost in space. It's a movie about a ship that you throw over a superconduction. And once you let it go, it never came back.
Yeah, it's definitely worth thinking about, in my opinion. Like, if we were to go to space and just like trajectory in one direction into some empty pocket of nothingness, how do you get back? You don't. There is no getting
And
back.
how do you quantum lock with no resistance? Like,
Quantum
that's
lock?
fucking weird,
Yeah,
right?
let me look up.
Weird, right? Like quantum locking with the temperature, right? And then no resistance for your movement. So it quantum locks from one portion, but then your movement the other way is free as fuck. It's just so awesome.
Can
Dance like a
ignition occur in a vacuum?
Yeah. No.
You said no?
Yeah, I think you need oxygen. Pretty much. Like an oxidizer.
So then wouldn't that imply that it's impossible for a rocket booster to work in a vacuum?
No, who knows? It's just, yeah, anything's possible in the space realm. Anything's possible in science fiction.
What's impossible in a vacuum?
No,
I was
they're
asking, is
they
ignition impossible in a vacuum?
I just said that
Sorry,
like
what?
it
Hold
misses,
on.
it
What's
doesn't have
impossible?
oxygen,
Say
so
that again.
there's no oxidizer. So the fuel has an oxidizer in it in the rocket in theory. But I don't know if they're really using like rocket propulsion like that. I think they use pressure a lot of times with like compressed gas. Yeah.
You got the spark plug for diesel engines.
Listen, this whole rockets working in a vacuum thing is totally visible, right? This is one of Newton's laws.
Yeah, but Newton didn't live long enough to even be able to like go to a vacuum and see how he could even present that to himself in the first place. He never had a vacuum to work with, did he? I'd love to see Newton's vacuum.
Crazy about one of Newton's laws, the object in motion will stay in motion. Like, how do you know that?
Right, they don't, and that's not true either. Everything's got an exception to the rule 99% of the time. I can't even say 100 because even that has an exception to the rule.
Yeah, I think it's an object in motion stays in motion unless acted on by another force, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so how are you turning around a rocket in outer space?
That's like a logical thing, though. Like, you don't know if that's actually true because we've never seen that's perpetual motion.
Exactly. It's something that will never stop with no resistance at all. It's 1,000,000% no resistance, Jeremy, is what you just perpetual motion at its finest.
Don't work, and why we don't have infinite energy is because of that very problem, Jeremy. Like, we
What'd you
always
say?
have the force of gravity to contend with, so there's always a loss of energy.
Then how does your system still work after quadrillions of years? Every day, every waking second, everything would stop and stop and stop and stop itself even more until the point of no return, and it would sit still and there'd be nothing going, no motion.
Well, that's the thing. Nothing ever does
You're
sit
gonna
still,
respond. You're gonna respond to that. That right now, Nidhogg.
Yeah, nothing ever sits still. I don't know what you mean.
Democ just said that's your response to that.
Sounded like he said that things sit still. I said nothing ever sits still.
Nobody said nothing sits still.
No, that's not what he said. Get this guy out of here, man.
Travis, man, I don't understand why you want to eject people from the conversation because you don't like
Because
what
you're
they
not adding anything. You weren't even listening to what he said. I could tell you what he said. I was listening. You weren't. Then you came in and said something.
What did he say, Travis?
Yeah, you admitted
No,
to not listening.
listen.
before.
I've already gotten hooked by your trolling right now in this
Didn't-
conversation. The
didn't
fact
think
that I'm
so. Didn't
talking.
think so. Foul on the play. Still 4th down.
So listen,
Yeah, didn't.
Newton's first law, rockets should work in a vacuum, right? Or is it his
Objects
third?
in motion unless acted upon by an outside force.
His third. It's his third law. His third law. Rockets should work in a vacuum.
I don't know why rockets wouldn't work in a vacuum.
They should. They should. The problem
They
is you guys
should.
can't.
It is fact that they work in a vacuum.
Fact,
What
but
kind of like pressure equalization problems are you going to encounter with a nozzle design to like let pressure escape into a perfect vacuum or near perfect vacuums, as they would say in space? What kind of nozzle problems do you think are possible? Are they numerous, or just am I imagining that there would be mechanical issues in a real application of this theory?
Why would there be? What? Maybe expand on a little bit what problems you think would arise from a rocket shooting out its propulsion out of
So,
a.
you have a barbecue grill, right? You have a propane tank. There's a mechanism on there that you use to release the pressure. What you first of all, you're in a vacuum.
So we're in an area of low pressure. Now what?
Is that what you'd like to say space is? I mean, because like,
That is
you know,
what a vacuum is, an area of low pressure.
low pressure, but of like what sort of like gas mixture, you know?
I mean, it
Like
doesn't really matter. The quantity
it
of whatever gas mixture it is really, really, really low. That's what low pressure means.
okay. I mean, because just like in this atmosphere, we can like crumple like a fuel truck with pressure, you know?
Yeah.
So we do live in a contained cosmos.
What I'm saying is that the pressure imbalance would be very difficult to design a nozzle that would control it flawlessly because of temperature, pressure. It's just they're not even forces that we deal with here. But
How much
I
pressure
mean,
imbalance do you think there is?
That's what he's asking
right. That's what I'm asking you, like where you declare that, because like
So,
even here, it's a problem. You know what I mean? Like in
what do
this
you mean
pressure,
it's a problem? What do you mean?
because there is failure of nozzles. The failure of the apparatus to control fuel pressure. That happens
a
mechanically. We
one-way
have that
tube.
failure here. Do you think it's
Yeah,
going to be
one-way tube.
right?
So if I'm
And
understanding what you're saying, you're saying that like things in containers under pressure here on Earth, if the nozzle fails or something, then the contents under pressure explosively go outwards, as an example. Is that what you're saying?
I don't know. Things could implode in certain conditions too. So
Well,
I'm not
things would implode if there was less pressure inside the container that
my
has the leak or whatever.
just I'm saying of a positive or negative pressure. Like we're talking about the performance of the mechanical.
All right,
We're talking about
sure.
mechanical design. You want to know what these stresses can do, and you're going to over design it too because you don't want, you know.
Right.
Yeah.
So
So
go ahead.
and NASA's going to pay you like 3 times whatever anyone else is going to pay you to make that stuff. So you just over design it anyway. I don't know, like the idea of how the lunar lander module is like hilarious. I don't know. All the technology in there is not super applicable, man. Like there's very little out of the space program we're really like using and
No,
like
don't get off the
designs
don't get
today.
off the rails.
You know what I
Don't get
mean?
off the.
Design applications. You know what I mean?
No, I don't know
So
what you mean, which is why I was asking qualifying questions. So
for
I'm
structural,
trying to keep you on track. What exactly is the issue with nozzles? Is that right? The nozzles that contain the pressure inside what, a booster capsule?
I mean, you know, anywhere from like talking about spacesuit design to any of the physical creation, engineering, the all of that design process. Yeah, like how do you create like a nozzle that's gonna deal with the compressed gases leaking out of a tiny orifice in a place where you have an undefined amount of pressure or material. Like, but just that escape of pressure is going to create a super cooling effect, basically, like where that pressure is going to leak out. Just like if you have a can of N dust, but like more so, like that is more so going to happen. So you have like frosting over problems are a possibility here too. So
Yeah, sure. So like, I think
you might not be able to fire. Be like, oh, the fucking boosters are frozen over because fucking there's condensation in the tank. Well, why didn't you put the fucking what are you going to separate all of the? Anyway, it's a difficult situation.
well,
So
that's actually what happened with the Artemis launch, right? Like that's why they scrubbed it twice, because there was a leak in the pressure seals when they were cycling the hydrogen and the other fuels for the booster rocket. There was a leak and they couldn't shore it up. So rather than launch and have an issue, they decided to scrub it. So yeah, what you're talking about is 100% a thing that they worry about. But if it's present and it doesn't pass muster, they don't launch.
right, but you have an iPhone right now, probably, or something like an Android. Like, how many
Yeah.
generations of it? How many iterations of design did it take to get to that?
To get to well, I don't know. That's an ambiguous question.
How good is your phone? Is your phone perfect yet? Does it not fail? Because how many generations of design does it take to get to a rocket that doesn't fail? That's all.
I mean, the Galaxy S, I think it was a Galaxy S9, like a 2 or 3 year ago phone. The batteries randomly exploded on people, and they had to issue a warning for it. So I don't necessarily think that things always get better with time. I think
Right.
the design
That's
mistakes
not
happen.
our point.
So what kind of what kind of battery technology does the LEM have?
I don't know. I
Are they
don't
running off like
think.
What kind of
some
nozzle
lamp at?
technology did it have the first day it ever went and made it? Didn't have a problem. How would you
Yo,
ever
let's
change any of the stuff when you made it the first
Can
time
I
and
have
you
a
went?
conversation with this guy without you interjecting?
You had a perfect cell
Demok.
phone the first day you ever made one. Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin, they got to use the most perfect cell phone rocket ever. No one can ever match that again, ever. Why is that?
Hey,
Again,
can we
Demok.
stop the interrupt? Hold on a second, Nidhug. Demok, let's stop the interruptions. All right, for one. If two people
Go
are
ahead.
going at it, why don't you let them go at it? This is why we never get to the bottom of anything, because we're running around like chickens with their heads cut off. So sit back and
You
listen.
just went
Everyone
over
will
my
get
whole
their
point
turn.
and just
This
derailed
is
the
the
whole
interruption that I'm
situation.
talking
I didn't
about.
know they asked to talk each other. I didn't hear that. I didn't hear that at all. Did you? You heard they were doing a one-on-one? I never heard they asked to do that. I was helping out the conversation by saying a relevant thing, like we got a rocket that doesn't exist anymore, and the first one made it good. Like we made one.
Fuck up. All right, go ahead, guys.
I don't mean to monopolize. I know there's a lot of you guys here, but I was really I wasn't quite sure, and I'm still not quite sure what issue you have necessarily with the nozzles for the boosters, or whatever you were trying to expound upon as far as the issue that you had with
Some
how they work.
range and mechanical design issues okay. Yeah, I'm just saying that there's a lot
I guess.
to but you don't have to specifically address like what temperatures, ranges, what you're not going to be able to nail that down anyway, right? We're just going to have what they report, right? Yeah. So,
Like
but
if it sounded like your question stemmed from something to do
no.
with the vacuum of space, and that's what I was trying to figure out what variable that introduced in your mind that made things not work. But it doesn't sound like that's what you're talking about. So
I think the whole thing actually spurred from something Demok was actually talking about as far as like rockets or something like that, and so I was just trying to like, somebody else was talking about rocket fuel or something like that. I brought up an oxidizer, but then
Well, I
yeah,
initiated this when I asked about is it possible for ignition to occur in a vacuum?
so it would be probably if you in a vacuum, so ignition in a vacuum, right? So that's why I said there are difficulties that it could encounter, right? Could it happen? Yeah, I guess if you have like an oxidizer and enough spark, right? You should be able to just. I mean, it might not be like a huge poof, you know what I mean? It might just be like you get a little fart of stuff. I don't know like how easy or hard it is to do, but I guess if you have the right mix, it's gonna be locally explosive. up there. Why not? What's the difference?
I mean, we can open the floor back up. I'm not sure. I'm not sure how to. That's very open ended. I don't know. Like, I mean, I can tell you it works. We have evidence, proof that it works. I can't help. I can't help more than that.
That's it. It works, guys. Boom. Problem solved.
I'm going home.
I mean, what problem is there? I still, he didn't. I mean, if you want to jump in and expand a little bit on what the problem is, then sure.
Temperature, pressure, resolving those things in a way that's repeatable, and yeah, that's the problem.
Temperature and pressure. What is not repeatable? What problems arise from that? You're saying ambiguous terminology and saying there's a problem, but you're not explaining why.
I'm just saying that no, I'm saying like these are challenges that are more difficult that you face in that environment than in this environment, right?
I mean, I don't necessarily agree or disagree. Like, I'm not sure
Okay.
why low pressure environments.
All right, so
normal pressure environments.
I'm just saying that there are material considerations to make for developing any kind of like extra fucking spatial crafts or anything like that, right? You have to pay attention to what materials you're using, right?
Well, I mean, yeah, like they pay attention to what materials
it's
are
really important.
ships that together because they need heat shielding.
It's very specific. Heat shield, radiation shield, right? What kind of synthetic plastics can you use that don't degrade with UV damage, that don't degrade with any kind of whatever they say is up there, as far as like, different wave flashes of, you know what I mean? Like what forces are happening
they
up
have
there.
to take all this into consideration.
Right. Also, then it's got to operate at a very, very low temperature. It's got to be resilient and rugged so it doesn't snap because of the low pressure or because of being heated or cooled very fast from being hit by the sun and heating the material. Right. That it can disperse that heat and it's radiation proof, right? Because you would need that, for sure. And then and you might even want something like a radome around it so that you can like encode your signals like in that kind of like Buckminster Fuller sort of era, you know what I mean? Because they were putting satellites up there. Who knows? Maybe they like that kind of stuff. But anyway, there's design considerations is all I'm saying. And then like they're big into the gold foil. I was talking about yesterday how is Reynolds wrap made? Because I was wondering if it's like very similar to the sputtering technique that they use to make Mylar, and then therefore the gold foil and the Sputnik material that made that all nice and shiny. But anyway, yeah. So like you say, what design challenges? Well, like NASA's supposed to be like a patent dispersal thing for agency, for the development of whatever. They have I think they have patents for like pavement and roads and stuff like that. They have like a wide range of patents of reflective materials. It's not just rocket boosters and ISS stuff. I mean, I don't know. That's so NASA is just not, on the face of it, it's not as like Jetsons as it really kind of seems. A lot of that's a hype machine selling like what is essentially like an aerospace division of the nation of the United States. But there's all these other interests. Like they're grabbing people from all over the place, even if they were in maybe a different side of the war or whatever. You know what I mean? They'll just grab them anyway because they're just like, it's intelligentsia, right? Whatever. This is whatever. This is just history. This is just history. The problems you get into testing equipment in an environment that it takes you a lot of money to get into that environment to test is like the most expensive lab that you could test in, right? You could have, right? Would you say like the if you had to drive to space every day, it would be an expensive commute?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
That's
They
why.
do vacuum pressure tests for like spacesuits, for example, because that's directly what some of the astronauts would be having to endure. The suits would have to endure that particular type of environment. But you know, the majority of the actual simulation stuff that they do is underwater because, by and large, um, water is the best simulation for a low gravity environment that we have, short of parabolic flights, which last like a minute or two. You can't get a lot done in a minute or two. So yeah, we work with what we got, right?
Yeah, I mean, I guess you could try to say that if you want to, but like really don't, if you simulate the pressures like involved with like an astronaut like picking up a hammer on the moon, it's like just trying to like squeeze that glove down. You'd have to be very, very strong to to just do that. You know, you have to
Why?
because it's squeezing your hand around that the pressure imbalance is like it has proven like I don't know, people have like basically taken casts of or copies of or in some cases maybe even exact parts of the astronaut gloves.
What
It,
what pressure imbalance do you like? How great do you think this pressure imbalance is? Because in my head, and you know, I don't think I'm wrong here, but like here locally on Earth, you know, you got 14.7 psi at ground level. That's that, and then you have near zero in space. So that difference would be anywhere from near zero to 14.7. That's not a lot.
I just think I've seen people struggle to like close their hand in that pressure in these gloves. That's all I'm saying. But yet I have seen the glove molds, so that's you know what I mean. I've like met people that like their husband was in the whatever program and they had like space gloves made because they were like an astronaut. You know what I mean? But that still doesn't make it like when you repeat these forces, you know, I don't know, like in a vacuum chamber, right? Yeah, it's like apparently just difficult. That's a difficult task. Anyway, whatever. That's practical. That's practical application. But in your sci-fi brain, you wouldn't think that. Sci-fi can. Sci-fi is like what we're trying to like get away from, I guess. You know. So like I guess I guess you're on the ball side of things, but like you know, a lot of times we don't have experience to say like, oh, I don't know what it's like to build a tricycle in space. You know what I mean? There's like some difficult. Oh, this I wouldn't have thought that would happen. You know, there's going to be those moments anytime you're developing something in a new place. Like anyway, so it's it's a tough one to swallow. All that all the technological the development that NASA has claimed is it's a real big fish, man. That's all.
Yeah, I'm fully on board with you. I find a lot of technological advances sometimes quite quite miraculous. You know, if you really take a step back and think about it, just in the time frame that we have been actively, you know, working in the industrial age, for example, it's not a lot of time has passed, and the amount of achievements we have obtained through just in the past 100 years, actually, even is monumental. So you know, I can definitely see how certain technological advances or certain achievements can seem fantastical. But yeah, no,
Doesn't the technology always get better? We can do things better, faster,
yeah,
more
Jeremy.
efficient.
Usually, yeah, usually.
Name one that.
I heard
Can
name
you name
one.
one that? Can you name one that doesn't?
Something that has gotten worse with age.
You said usually, so I'm wondering what's the one that didn't follow that usual.
I don't know. Nothing leaps to mind. I said usually because I didn't want to blanket statement say, oh yeah, it always does, because there might be an exception. I'm just not aware of it right now.
There is an exception. There is an exception.
Oh, what is it?
the technology of human space travel has gotten worse.
Why do you say that?
Well, in the 60s, we went to the moon.
Right.
Today, we don't go past 250 miles past Earth.
Well, we haven't had a mission to go further past that.
There is a mission, and they can't fill the gas tank.
Right. Well, but that's a safety issue, though, Jeremy. I mean, it would have been irresponsible to try and launch Artemis 1 with a leaky seal. That puts lives and the project in danger. Why would you expect them to do that?
Well, I would expect them to have gotten the technology better. You know, these past 50, 60 years since we've brought humans to the moon. We went 200,000 miles away 50, 60 years ago.
Yeah,
and now
sure.
we can't get past 250 miles. We've not only have we not gotten better, it's gotten worse.
No, I don't agree, Jeremy, because like the Challenger shuttle exploded. That was devastating. That is something that we never want to have happen again. So we are
But
extra
Nidhug, you just mentioned a flaw which prevented them from progressing forward. So you just conceded that the technological development
He doesn't
of space travel was
understand.
digressing.
It was crazy. A lot of those Challenger victims had, or at least I think one of them or two of them had twins, right? no, Oh no, that's on record. They had twins. no. It's a hoax.
The point is you can't name anything else that we've devolved in or gotten worse in. You know, technology progresses, we get better at things. Except for this, we've gotten worse at it.
No,
Jeremy.
Jeremy.
We launch rockets literally every week. You're focusing on the one rocket that we literally launch every week that we didn't launch because of a safety issue. Like there's that. If you go back and look at the Kennedy Space Center website for 1 year, you can see like there's at least 80 launches or so throughout the past year that they've done for Starlink, SpaceX, and that's not including private companies like I think Blue Origin tried to launch one as well. And, like there's tons of successful launches, and you're focusing on one that they scrubbed due to safety concerns, and you think that somehow is a regression in technology. It's just not the case. Or if it is the case,
By the way, it was not the technology.
This
It was not technology that failed. It was the
to
leak
that? Can I
occurred.
respond to that, please?
Sure.
That's just some long red herring nonsense. Okay, I'm not talking about how much shit we send up in the sky. I'm talking about human space travel. I know you always want to do this and always avoid the point. Specifically talking about human space travel. 60 years ago, we went 200,000 miles. Today, and then for the past 50 years, we have not been able to do that.
It's not that we haven't. It's we had no incentive to. Like it's not. When you say we haven't sent anyone to the moon, sure, we haven't. Cool, yeah. We've only ever sent people as far as the ISS because that's the only place that manned missions go. So yeah, it stands to reason that we haven't gone further because
Why
there's
do you
no
say
mission.
there's no incentive?
Yeah, there's no.
So we haven't gotten better. So we haven't gotten better at human space travel, right?
We have. We send people up into space constantly and more safely, like all the time.
Why do you say there's no incentive?
Yo, dude talks out of his ass. I gotta be serious. Like, you just be saying anything, bro.
He does. He just says whatever. Like it's.
I mean, you haven't given a great example of why you think what I said is incorrect.
But you haven't answered my question. I've asked it twice.
What was your question, Gregory?
I said, why do you say there's no incentive?
Why do I say there's no? Well, I mean, for the past umpteen years, there hasn't, like, why would we go back to the moon, for example? I'm not asking to answer your question with a question, but it is the question of why would we go back to the moon? There is no monetary gain from going back there, and it's an exorbitant cost to go back there. We send people to the ISS constantly because we have an established station there with other governments around the world, and they perform science experiments daily there. So that is an incentive to go to the ISS.
No
Wait, on the moon?
scientific, technological incentives. There's no socioeconomic incentives. There's no entertainment incentives. There's no historical novelty incentives.
That outweigh the cost.
Let me.
Well, it would have to be.
Well,
It would
hold
have
on.
to be relative to the cost of sending the people up there. And yeah, when you guys bellyache about the NASA's budget, and definitely it is a concern. NASA has to spend their money appropriately, and it's really hard to say, hey guys, we want to send people back to the moon. For what reason? Well, because the internet thinks we should. Because the internet thinks we can't. That's not a good reason.
Let me just
Also,
give an
And
analogy real quick.
you are twisting the issue and not honestly considering the suggestions that are being made. You're
You
twisting
guys
into something that is absurd and
talk,
twisting into something that doesn't make sense, which is
talking to
exactly
a
what I
troll
heard
who's
in
just
Jim Panda's
wasting your
server.
time.
Gregory, what does
Stop
make sense?
wasting your time with this
What does make
troll.
sense to send people to the moon for? Like right now, the
Oh my
reason
The
God.
things I just listed earlier.
the reason the Artemis is going right now is because we eventually want to send people to Mars, right? So there's an incentive to leapfrog. Let's get people back to the moon, reestablish that that's something that's
But
safe.
Nidhogg, you just trampled past the list I just gave to you earlier. I made the attempt to reason with you, but this happens just so often to me. Like talk what Gregory said. What he said don't matter.
What was
Let
your?
me just give an analogy real quick. Just real
You
quick. Let me
gave
just give an
entertainment.
analogy.
You gave a bunch of blanket statements, but what entertainment is there to be had on the moon? Like what? Who wants to
I
put?
know. No, there's nothing there. There's nothing for us. We know no incentive. Nothing's there
Nothing.
at all. We know. So let me
The
just give an
space
analogy
enthusiast
real
can't
quick.
think of nothing.
Why are you clipping me, Jeremy?
Nothing
Now
there.
he's a
There's no
space
reason to go
enthusiast,
back
but
to
he
the
can't think
moon.
of
Fine.
nothing.
All right.
They believe there is a reason to have a base on the moon. They want to better observe space.
Yeah, anyway,
I should have mentioned also exploration incentives, discoveries, but none of that.
Yeah,
Now
but you
you
have to
can't have a
justify.
base on the moon because it's not physical. That's why there is no.
You have to justify the cost, Gregory. I mean, I agree with you. There's a lot of incentives to build bases on the moon and all this other cool stuff that you read about in movies and books. But it costs a lot of money to do that, and we don't have
Okay,
a
well, that
great.
doesn't refute my point then. So then you concede to my point and Jeremy's point that there is an incentive. So therefore it's unjustified to retort saying there's no incentive.
There's no okay. So to be clear, there's no current incentive to send people to the moon. It's not like there is a
What was
monetary
this
gain.
last Artemis mission? Why were
Hold
they
on.
trying
Just
to go to the moon,
conceded to
bro?
my point.
You
Now
know,
go
no,
back to the initial point.
Let him finish, guys. Hold on.
Quick thing, one sentence. The incentive does not justify the cost. There.
Yes.
Never did.
Yes. Sure.
Never did.
How do you know what they can afford or can't afford?
Because they're a public government agency and they publish their budget.
Like whatever it would normally cost, they're gonna be paying 3 times as much because it's a military contract. Like they're paying Elon Musk right now. He's like, oh yeah, we just blew up another fucking rocket, man. We're trying to get to Mars. The Mars, we're doing that, right? And like he's charging them 3 times as much per rocket. He's making all that money to make the rocket as fast as possible to do like no delays, like immediate, like
Talking about Elon doesn't
development.
hire NASA to build these rockets.
I'm
That's
talking
not
about, yeah, like right now they're involved in trying to build like a very, very large metal rocket.
NASA's no. NASA's contracting Elon Musk's company to build
Let's say,
rockets, not the other way around.
what are you talking about? I didn't say.
I
Did I
just
say the other way around? Did I misspeak?
Yeah, you did. Like the reason
I'm
NASA
saying that
is engaging with
whatever the development cost of like a moon mission would be, it would be that they're paying a private contractor to manufacture the equipment, and they're going to do it at 3 times the cost. That's all I'm saying.
yeah, well
It's a
that's
standard
the Russians
contract
were reaming their
practice.
asses on cost.
let me just give this analogy real quick. Snack. There's people on an island.
I'm gonna fucking punch you,
And
Jeremy.
Don't give me an oversimplified
there's
explanation. Just go on. Just leave me be. Leave me by the side of the road. I don't need an explanation. It's fine.
You're gonna give this guy an explanation? Go ahead, Nidhogg. I can wait.
No, you're good, Jeremy. Go for it.
No, he
I'm
wants
at
an
work, so
explanation.
you got
This
like a
guy
You
minute.
can
wants
give
an
me a desert
explanation. Go
island
ahead.
explanation, dude. We're talking about procurement that NASA does, which maybe I have more experience than you do about it. Possibly. Just maybe only just a little bit more, but it's
Who are you
possible that
talking
maybe I know.
to?
I'm saying about the development costs that NASA pays, what they're like, how they find contractors, or that they have already deals because they're
With
just
SpaceX
broken.
right now. SpaceX is cheaper than the Russians. We all know that.
You guys let him derail this whole thing. Now we're
Oh,
talking about some other crazy shit. Go ahead, guys.
why don't you redirect there then, Jeremy? Take this the way you'd like.
Somebody spoke to incentive. There's no incentive to go back, right? Then how come 3 presidents said we're going back to the moon and absolutely nothing happened? How come? When a president sets a goal for a nation, how come that doesn't get to fruition? Only in the 60s.
Because we're democratic society, not a theocracy with a king who makes decisions and then people follow it.
No, but
It really doesn't matter if there's no incentive or not. If you didn't progress and get better at it, it doesn't matter what the reasons are. It didn't happen. That's what I'm saying. This whole thing's a big red herring from the point I made earlier.
Jeremy,
We didn't advance in
rocket
human
technology has
space
gotten
travel.
better. Rocket technology has gotten better across the board. You're just wrong about that.
Oh, really? How about suit technology? They don't even have a suit yet.
Human
Are you
space
aware of that?
travel. Once again, you're just red herring the shit out of it. I don't even know why I ain't. Go ahead, Essie. Whatever. Do whatever you guys
No,
want.
we can do it either way they want. What you're saying is true. The technology, I'm addressing that specifically. Spacesuit was done in 1969, successful. Today, we don't have a spacesuit yet for this Artemis. Are you guys aware of this?
Yeah, I don't care. They're probably designing one, or there probably is one,
Of
and you're lying.
course you don't care, bro. Because you
So, I
think
mean, what is it?
somewhere somebody.
You lie about topics that you don't need to lie about to make points. I really don't
You
care.
probably do
Jeremy,
too.
what is
Why
your
is that a
functional
lie? It's the
difference?
truth.
What is your
There is no
functional difference
spacesuit
between
yet
what
for the
is your
Artemis mission.
functional Jesus Christ? What is your functional difference between a manned space flight, which you say we haven't progressed on, and just normal sending rockets into space? What is your distinction other than people are on board the payload?
You don't understand Jeremy's point.
Human
Seriously, you
space
don't get it.
travel. How,
Yeah,
how
human
humans can travel in space? Has that
Uh-huh.
evolved, or not, or
It
remained
has improved.
stagnant?
We send people to space cheaper and more safely than we did in the past.
You're saying we've gotten better at human space travel since we sent people to the moon?
Yes, we could send William Shatner, an untrained old guy, into space. Yes, it has gotten
Not
better.
we, not NASA. A
60.
private company supposedly
Don't,
did that.
we're
Yet
not focused
still,
on
what
them like
Jeremy
you
said
do.
still goes. What did
But
NASA? NASA has regressed.
we
You
don't
believe Will
care about
Shatner's a real
NASA,
astronaut
dude.
now? What?
NASA isn't the fucking be all end all of space flight. Get that out of your head. Space flight
That's
in
where you're
general
giving
is
the
getting
money to,
cheaper and
dude. Get
safer.
that out of your pocket. You're getting
Yeah.
conned.
No, we're not. You are
They're
getting
giving you
caught by
pictures, bro.
believing
They're
this
giving you
garbage.
pictures.
So stop derailing, SC.
I stopped
Jeremy,
believing in
you
the
know
moon
the
landing when they tried to tell me Lance Bass from NSYNC was going to be an astronaut. I was like, yeah, right.
Think about it. They don't have a
God.
spacesuit yet, guys. They don't have a spacesuit for the
So
Artemis
what?
mission.
So what is he?
It's beautiful.
And
Do you
Nidhug,
think
you
they
want to
just
go down to
snap their
live stream
fingers?
too? You want
What's
to
up?
live stream too?
I'm about to walk into work. What is in live stream too?
Never. I live stream too. We can act. You can talk about something without
Without
any
SE.
interruption.
No, it's all good. I got to go to work, man. I'll talk to you when I get off work.
All right. Great.
Jeremy, repeat your point one last time. I mean, people don't trample on this point.
We've devolved when it comes to human space travel. Yeah, we can still send people into space and ISS. However, 50, 60 years ago, we sent people 250,000 miles away and back multiple times. Today, we can't do that. They're right now trying to test and advance and get the technology to be able to do that. It would
Now
be
we
the
can only
equivalent.
go. Now we can only go 250 miles.
Yeah, we can't
Hold on,
even fill a rocket with gas after 3 attempts, man. Come on. Are you serious?
the equivalent. It's the equivalent of, okay, you're on an island somewhere. You're on a desert island, right? You evolve. You now have ships. So one day you send a ship and it goes all the way to America. thousands of miles away, and you go there a couple times, and then instead of going back or going farther, you take your ship and you just do circles around your island all day. That's the equivalent of what
No,
we do now.
worse. You use it for firewood. You destroy the technology, and then you have no more ships to go further.
We threw the maps away. We don't know what's
It's
going on.
crazy, man. The stuff these guys believe and support is just, I don't know, man.
Yeah, and I was even like, "Hey, man, hold on to those telemetry tapes," and they were like, "Nah, fuck these. They don't even have the players anymore." Okay,
It's
they're
like they're
strong enough.
lying to you daily, on a daily basis. They're lying to you day after day, launch after launch, mission after mission. But you believe it. It's unbelievable.
I've heard them say they didn't have the money, the budget to buy more tape, so they had to tape over it. That's the excuse that I've heard.
Yeah.
Are
What
you
is their
freaking?
counter defense? What is their counter defense when the point is raised that
Then
NASA
how did they get
informs
all that
us that
COVID
they
money
destroyed
then
the
if they
telemetry
couldn't do
data?
it?
NASA should buy in bulk.
We didn't hear you, Greg. Hey guys, let's watch the interruptions, please. I know we're all excited.
Mm-hmm.
I'm
Yeah,
The
excited
question
myself.
was, what is the
Sorry, is
counter
there somebody else
defense from the
talking?
globalist position when
Grim,
the
hold on,
Yeah.
Greg.
What's
Grim,
up?
do you have Gregory muted or something?
No, I'm just on
Muted?
the. I don't have earphones on. Sorry.
Oh
Is
the
he
question
talking right now?
well, he's trying.
Greg, say something, man, so I can see if I can hear you.
hello, mic check, mic check.
Yeah, I hear you very, very low for me. Okay, hold on. Sorry about that. Let me mute myself.
The question was, when the point is raised that NASA informs us that they destroyed the telemetry data, what is the globalist counter defense when that point is raised?
All they say is, "Oh well, it's only one mission,
Bro,
11
shit
or
gets
something."
lost. We lose data. You know, that's the real thing.
It
Losing data.
happens.
People lose data all the time. You know, it was only the greatest event in humankind history ever. I mean, you know, we lose data sometimes. What are you gonna do?
Yeah,
Come on,
the
they lost the
greatest
moon
man-made
rock though.
endeavor ever in history, and they lost the tapes. Yeah.
How
What's
did you
another
lose
example
the?
of that?
How'd you lose the moon rock?
Technology we don't have anymore.
I
Sorry,
mean,
how
that's an
did you?
amazing response. You would think that if I'm the globalist, I want to defend the negative as a counter predication to that. No, we didn't lose the data. You would think that's the predication you would try to defend instead of
Yeah, but
conceding
you
that
see, you're not
NASA
dealing with
lost the data, which concedes that they don't have the data to substantiate the narrative.
agreed,
Grim,
bro.
you're
But
next.
you're not dealing with regular people. You're dealing with people that have been Stockholmed, so their auto response is to support their captors. That's just the way it is, man.
Right. So what they're
Go
saying is that
ahead,
there
Grim.
really was data,
It
and
also turns out the moon is made of wood, right? Because they found one of their moon rocks. They thought they had a moon rock there. Obviously, they must have lost it, and they had a petrified piece of wood. What
You
the?
know their story for that moon rock. They found it in some guy's desk. All right, no
yeah,
one ever said it was actually, you know,
Oh, okay.
that moon rock shit.
I also heard somebody bring up batteries on the LEM. Do you guys know what kind of batteries they use?
wash
Hold,
batteries.
hold on. Have you
Off
ever
the shelf,
Off
off
the
the
shelf.
shelf truck
Off the shelf.
batteries, which they
Yeah.
modified.
heard the story the Globers give for the moon rock? Moon rock that was wood.
Yeah, we heard you, Jeremy. Yeah.
I
I
couldn't
don't
hear
know. I don't
anything.
know why we're still using that because it doesn't really like hold up.
Yeah, I don't know. I just heard something about it. I've never heard the conclusion on it. But didn't they just lose the moon rocks too?
No, they got a whole bunch of moon rocks somewhere, pounds of them apparently.
I'm just
Oh,
saying the
okay.
one they found in the guy's desk. They don't know if NASA actually gave that to him or not. So like that's not really a good.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay. That wasn't.
yeah, to
All
the
right.
Dutch. Yeah, they made up a story about that one.
Yeah, Gessie, you heard the Glober's response for that wood and moon rock, right?
Yeah, 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 yeah.
Yeah.
What did they say?
They said that they don't know. NASA never admitted that they actually gave him that moon rock, and the guy just made it up, and somebody put 2 and 2 together and thought it might have been a moon rock and sold it to the museum or something. Like, we don't know if that was actually a moon rock or not.
Oh, okay.
So
Well, we know it
another
wasn't. We
concession
know it
that
was a piece of wood, though, right? So we probably could almost be certain that it wasn't a moon rock.
Yeah, it definitely
so
wasn't a moon rock.
Yeah. Okay.
yeah, I was about to say, so Jeremy, yet another concession that the supposed evidence is not real evidence.
Yeah, either way, it looked just like a moon rock. They fooled a whole freaking nation to the fact that they were going to go get insurance on it, and that's when they discovered it wasn't a rock at all.
Yep. Yep. Exactly.
Fucking genius.
I mean,
They
they
would have
did a
never known.
presentation, right, to the president of that country, and like NASA was involved in that. So you're telling me someone holding that piece of wood, petrified wood, thought it was a moon rock?
Oh, I never heard that about the presentation when NASA's involved.
What do you think they're gonna do? They're just
Yeah,
gonna like
man.
send it in an envelope? Of course, there was a big to do about it.
UPS, ding dong, moon rock.
Propaganda.
All bull.
I've only
smoke and mirrors.
I've only heard the Globers rebuttal. You know, so we say, oh, they found out one of the moon rocks was wood, and then I've heard the Globers rebuttal. Well, that guess somebody just found it in a desk, and they didn't know if it was actually a moon rock or NASA gave it to them or not.
Yeah, classic minimalization of the conversation from a Glober.
Exactly. Someone just found what appeared to be a moon rock, gave it to a nation. They went to go get insurance on it and found out it was wood. So the story holds true, right? Just come out
I
of a
mean,
guy's
with
desk.
that story, that would like imply that the government is just the most naive doofuses in the
Exactly.
world.
Right. That's what they want you to think, right? So they can keep on slapping you with the other hand.
Just any old body just picks up any old rock, as though anyone has an idea what a moon rock looks like that is distinct from any rock found on the earth, and then supposes it to the government, and then the government says, you know what, goddamn, let's present this to the public.
Not to mention, you can go to Antarctica right now and find your own moon rocks. I mean, they admit that. They say it came from the moon when it struck Earth. That's crazy.
Rocky, you got dogs, right, Rocky, or a dog?
I got 2.
Okay, 2 dogs, right? So you got moon rocks out in your backyard right now. If you go and collect one of them white dog turds.
Yeah, you seen Shawshank Redemption when they go out in the yard and try and find them soapstone? He's like, that's horse shit. Ugh.
No, that's a moon rock.
Petrified horse shit. Yeah. Not soapstone, horse shit.
Yeah, guys. Speaking of lying, did anyone catch the Witsit journalism thing yesterday?
No, what is that?
Oh,
I saw a bit of that.
So go on.
I saw a bit of that. It was like an amateur. This dude that they were talking to wouldn't pass mustard with any one of us. Like, really sad.
Yeah, I could do a better job fighting for the globe than he did. I'm not of this, I'm not of that, I'm not of that, but I'm going to tell you all about it. It was sad.
All he did was saying, but I've done the actual math, and you guys don't understand. That was what he said for 3 hours straight.
All math, yeah.
Fair enough. Yeah, I mean, that was basically the impression I got. And I the whole time I was thinking, this guy's actually a worse debater for the Globe as a master's, like he's got a master's degree apparently in astrophysics or whatever. And
I keep saying it. The more education that these guys have, the more, like these astrophysicists, they have no clue. They just go by the book.
We were just talking about this the other day about how somebody from off the street, even if you're a professor or a specialist in one of these fields, you'd get mopped up in this arena.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
that was a
sure.
good demonstration.
Yeah, well, that's kind of what I was saying. Like the other day, I was saying literally Kosho and Zanuck are the best the Globe has. And when you listen to these guys who've got like masters in astrophysics, you realize that's actually true. Like I wasn't even being hyperbolic when I said that. Do you know what I mean?
Wow.
Yeah, it's very evident. I mean, it sounds like we have a big head when we say that, but it's true. It's true.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe what I was hearing. I could not believe what was coming out of that guy's mouth. he's supposed to be educated, then our education system is non-existent. If
Yeah, but
he
we
has
knew
a
that.
master's, and
We know that. You
I
grow up
mean,
in
but
life, Rocky, right? You grow up in life. You meet these people all the time. They're so dumb sometimes in business and like I don't know how to explain it. Like you think they have a high IQ because they can remember a lot of stuff in a book and all this other stuff, but when it comes to like figuring things out together and all of that, it always gets left to you, like the guy who doesn't have this toolbox that's limited. They've got this limited toolbox to use, so they can't figure fucking shit out with it usually.
I've
It's
met
weird.
some brilliant people, right? So I I see both sides, but man, that guy was not brilliant.
Not
Well,
at all.
he's my sister coined a term probably about 10 years ago because she went to university in a very prestigious uni in London, and she said that she was surrounded by dumb geniuses, and this is exactly this guy is a dumb genius is exactly what she meant. It's like they're very capable, very bright, but they have absolutely no flexibility in their thinking whatsoever.
You know what it is? They
That
don't have
brilliance
individual
is
thought processes. It's all, they don't think anything on their own, right? They just put everything to what they've learned. They have no
that
individual thought process.
that brilliance and that that beautiful mind it's captive in a certain paradigm.
Yeah, because that was what was really come across when he was talking. I could tell this guy is very intelligent. Like you can tell by the way he's talking, he's very intelligent, but at the same time, he's not getting simple points. It was really odd, you know.
It reminded me of 2016 when we started this stuff, you know? That low level. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, they don't understand our basic arguments even after 7 years. It's quite sad, to be honest.
Yeah, I was about to say we should be merciful and patient and not be indignant.
Do you think they don't understand, or do you think it's on purpose and they do understand? It's just a way of avoiding, truth.
Some go
It's
into
kind of
one or the
hard to
other
put your.
category. Yeah, some go into one or the other category. Some are the other. Some are the first category. Some are the other second category.
But it's not that they don't
It's also.
understand. It's not that they don't understand. Somebody said, do they understand? It's not that. They understand. They just go by the book, but why they've learned. They don't disseminate the information on their own.
It's also hard to put yourself in someone else's shoes and see like their viewpoint of it all. Sometimes for some people, like could Nidhug put himself in my shoes just now and see how the argument I was making with Devo space travel.
Well,
I don't know.
you have to imagine they have their friends and family and coworkers and whoever watching this stuff too. Like, you know what I'm saying? If they see it, they have to live up to expectations. There's no way he's going to concede. So the only thing he could do is, well, I've never seen that. I'll look into it. So he can save face.
What Rakia just mentioned, that's called the sucking cost fallacy.
Yeah, he said, I'll look into it a few times. That's about the only good thing out of that.
You know what I see a lot too sometimes is like, you know how we all hang out with each other over and most all the friendship. They've done that on their side. So even a couple people that do start saying the truth from the conversation with somebody or whatnot don't want to step away from their crew, right? People, because then they either want to be made fun of or they're going to fit in with the other people. I mean, they continue to speak the narrative because, they want to fit in.
Yeah. So again, the sunken cost fallacy and peer pressure.
Yeah.
That's why referees and umpires, it's impossible to get a non-biased referee or umpire because they want to fit in. They want they want people to like them and shit. So like, yeah.
I would have loved to be there and ask him about water. Oh man, I would have loved that.
I do feel like having 4 of them there was a bit of a waste, to be honest. Though.
Yeah,
So like,
yeah. That was not good. Yeah, that was not good.
Any one of them could easily have done that on their own. Like, I guess having all 4 big names there was a good thing because you had over 1,000 people watching. Fair enough.
They should have let Whitsitt go at it with him or anyone. Well, not Dave, but
Whitsitt's the most
maybe,
seasoned one out of them. Wits is the most seasoned one out of them all, probably. And you really don't want, like, guys, when the Globers come in here, let's not all try to, like, dogpile them, you know? Let one person do it.
Right.
Otherwise, shit is all crazy and chaotic. Just let one of us just pick someone. I don't care who it is.
Yeah, I was saying that last week. Let
Screw
one
that.
guy go on 2 minutes, 5 minutes. With the
Screw
chat.
that. What that guy did last night was babysitting bullcrap. Oh, I can't handle all 4 of y'all. You have a master's, PhD, blah blah blah. You should be able to handle all of them easily.
I mean,
Yeah.
his sources was flat Earth WS.
Yeah.
And
This is the
McToon.
that he actually wasn't a seasoned debater in the topic, and that's honestly that was what his issue was. And I remember saying, I think I had a conversation with someone here about this. It's about, yeah, you can know the arguments, quote unquote, but nothing can take the place of actually debate experience. Nothing takes the place of that.
It's difficult to counter flat earthers when they say water doesn't curve.
Yeah, because it doesn't curve, bro.
Exactly my point.
Exactly. Yes.
Yeah, it's difficult to argue against this.
That's why I wanted to ask the good professor that question.
Aside from surface tension, when you
Jeremy.
aside from surface tension, when you have still static water, it doesn't curve.
Yeah, everyone knows about the meniscus. Like this is well known, but it's like the whole water isn't following that same curve, is it? It's only doing that on the edges.
I mean,
somebody will say water doesn't curve, and then a glober will say, "What about a wave? That's curving." Or a rain.
The tides. What about the tides?
The tides, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Static, still, non-moving, non-flowing water, aside from the meniscus or surface tension, is not curving.
Well, I mean, we do have some of this stuff that we say as flat earthers, which isn't technically true. Like, show me gas pressure without a container. Well, okay. If an aeroplane is flying, the area under the wing is gas pressure, right? Because that's what's causing the thrust. But it's obviously not what we mean by that. What we mean by that is that the pressurized gas is stable without a container, right?
They do the plane thing a lot.
Yeah, but
hold on. That pressure is caused by the movement and the shape of the wing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But when you say show me gas pressure without a container, a wing is a correct answer, but it's missing the point.
Yeah.
You mean like a controlled, constant sort of pressure instead of a fluctuating?
Well, the way I say
that's demonstrating.
Because then it's different, isn't it?
Remember, that's demonstrating pressure that's already in the contained area. You know, all it's doing is, providing a pressure on the pressure that's already here.
Yeah, you're manipulating the pressure that's already in the system. Correct.
Yeah, I know that, but the problem is when you misword the question, you give them an easy out, and then you're chasing them around for the next 10 minutes.
Yeah, the thing to say is gas pressure without a container next to a vacuum. That's what I always say.
You know what was funny when Brummy was debating long time ago. Brummy debated, I don't know, one of the big YouTube globers. And my man was trying to change Brummy's argument. He's like, no, what you want is pressurized gas without a container, not gas pressure.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, because that doesn't mean the same thing in English grammar.
Yeah, but I mean, okay, fine. So pressurized gas. Now what? You got it? Nope. But yeah, I mean, as I say, like these guys that we debate, the guys that we debate are the best the globe has, which is coming back around to what I was saying. Like guys like Soundly and Kosho, they are the best. Like if you go to these masters of astrophysics or PhDs in whatever, they have the same arguments. They have the very same, but with less debate experience. They're actually worse.
Yeah, I told you guys I went to debate the
Very
earth science
interesting.
teacher at the school I work at. It's the high school, all right. It's not a college or anything. I'm not Matt Damon and Goodwill Hunting, but whatever. Nonetheless, this guy's teaching science about the earth, and he didn't know like I was going to get into a Coriolis debate with him. He don't know what inertial and non-inertial reference frames are. The debate's over because you don't even know the thing. You
That's a
can't.
teacher.
He told me he teaches Coriolis every year.
You're kidding.
I would like to make a comment about the gas pressure. The vacuum. Show me one example of a vacuum that doesn't have an immediate huge pressure change on the outside of the container. So how do you have a gradient next to the vacuum? Is my point.
Yeah. All you gotta say is barbecue container. That's it. Game over.
Say barbecue.
Barbecue container. Yeah.
Propane. Get Hank Hill in here.
Yeah. That's it. Game over.
Gotta go get my propane tank.
Oh, I like who was saying about the valve and the gas and the cold. I never thought of that. But that's a good one there.
What is it? Say it, Essie. What is it?
You know the when you have like when they say they maneuver stuff in space and they have gas jets, right? Now, he said something brilliant which I didn't think of, but should be talked about. You know, let's say when you fill your lighter, you take the butane can and you fill your lighter, right? When that gas expels, doesn't it get cold and like a white frost builds? You guys know what I'm talking about?
Shit, yeah. Do a propane tank with a regulator and you have to turn your tank upside down to get the gas to flow, and the tank is freezing cold. It turns into.
Yes, sir. Whoever said that, kudos to you, man. That's another hole. Yeah.
Even an air duster, you go to blow your keyboard off. You know, one of those little cans that'll get cold.
Yeah, anything under pressure, anything. So imagine now in space, supposedly freezing, you let one of those things go, you got an instant block there, no? There goes your thrusters. Yeah, whoever thought of that, man, tell me who you are so I can call you out. Or shout you out, I should say.
I mean, bro, I put the diagram in the chat of how rockets work in a vacuum. Rumpus gave it to us. It's spot on.
Look, they got zippers in space. They got this stuff here, cans freezing. They got you guys were talking about the batteries that they used in the lab, in the LAM?
Yeah.
They were off the shelf truck batteries, which they modified.
No, those were the best batteries. Those were better batteries than we have today, bro. You put a battery in the suit and it's got heating, cooling. It's doing the air thing, the communication. Like those batteries in the PL and the Plis, those were the best batteries. We don't even have batteries that good to this day.
Uh-huh. And they sent us live broadcasts from the moon. I mean, I can write a book on all this shit.
Like, what do you? How much energy do you think it would take to broadcast from the moon?
Well, let me just tell you in
talking about
earthbound terms. Okay, in earthbound terms, when they gotta shoot live, big old huge truck comes, starts these gigantic generators, diesel generators. You can hear it a block away. This big antenna thing pops up. That's how they do it here. Now, so you're gonna tell me in the 60s they had a little old truck battery modified that also gave heat, pressurization, and all the other stuff they needed? Come on.
The ones in the Plis, the personal life support system, those were the really impressive ones, if you ask me, because they're standing on this surface that's 200 degrees, and you got to heat. You got to temperature regulate that. You've got to provide the airflow, the oxygen tanks. Or no, you don't need energy for that. You do need energy for the heating and cooling and so they could talk, the communications, like those batteries, and they were out there for a long time. You know, they were driving around in rovers. Like those were the best batteries ever.
You know what I find really impressive is how you've got this spacesuit, right? So the spacesuit is protecting you from this vacuum, and if the vacuum gets in, it's going to kill you. However, to prevent drowning, you've got a little snorkel.
Yeah, good point.
So I've also heard a story that
the snorkel doesn't let air in, of course.
Were you here, Crypto, when I did the zipper thing?
Snorkel doesn't let air in, of course.
You guys remember the zipper thing I did with the spacesuits? I'm gonna do it again. I can't do it. I'll show you the zippers they use for the spacesuit. It's up. Oh my god, it's beyond comedy. Beyond comedy.
I'm just wondering how the shoes were touching that mad hot surface, and then you get the cooling for that.
That's
another thing.
It's just amazing how unbelievable the story is, and yet everyone believes it. It's like,
Yeah,
what's going on? Is everyone just sick? Like, what's going on?
So I also heard a story that when they were going to leave the moon, when Neil and Buzz were going to leave the moon, in order to save weight, they opened the door up of the lunar lander and threw their suits out.
All right, yeah.
What?
I don't know how true that is or not. I've heard that before though.
Right.
Just hold your breath.
Air in, of course.
I can tell you right now that isn't true. If you were wondering.
My God, man.
Like, how can you support it? How can you, like, I don't know, man. I mean, I don't know. The ballers, they're special.
Nah, the moon landing, another big thing for the moon landing for me was, I don't know if you've ever went through and watched the whole thing, but you're supposed to be on the bright side of the moon. It's going to be bright, an equal amount of brightness all around you on the ground. So, but in Apollo 11, you can clearly see it starts. There's a hot spot near them. Out, the land is fading out to black. That's not supposed to be like that, though.
Of course
not.
not.
Bright side
Even
of the moon is supposed
when
to
they
be all
descend.
equal.
Sorry, Jeremy, I thought you were
done.
Even though you see when the astronaut descends and you see him all lit and the stairs there, the sun is on the other side. I mean, there's so many things, man.
That's crazy.
And then Mythbusters went to debunk the multiple shadows thing, and instead of using the sunlight, what they did was they did it in a warehouse with a close local light source, showing that they can get shadows to diverge. Dude, you should have used the friggin' sun, not a close light source like we were saying. Like we're like, yo,
is a
joke.
Close.
Yeah, they're brutal.
All of this diabolical lying and wickedness, the judge of all the earth will give account and reward everyone for this.
One thing they did was good. You see the glove they did under pressure? You ever see that? They tried to make a space glove, and they put it in a vacuum chamber and couldn't close his hand. But yet,
you can't manipulate.
They're assembling stuff. They're using all kinds of equipment. Yeah.
Can't manipulate fine instruments. The one in the video, the person from NASA or ground control or whatever was like, "I can see your thumb. I can see your thumb." Like, it looked like my man didn't even have a glove on. Remember that one?
Yeah. Even Arnold Schwarzenegger wouldn't be able to grab a plier or something. I mean, it's ridiculous.
Why would you be pointing out if you could see his thumb or not? Who cares if you can see his thumb?
Yeah, there's so much, man. Could go on all day
these
on this.
niche and obscure facts that no one would ever even think of until you pay attention very closely to it and ask the question, or someone mentions it.
Another thing I'll lay on you guys. You know the LEM that takes off and the camera follows it? Well, that's really nothing compared to what I'm going to tell you now. The liftoff of the LEM, because they didn't want to take chances of electronic failure, whatever, what they did was they combined two chemicals together. Well, they had two tanks of separate chemicals, and when combined, they would explode and make the thrust. Now, why I say that is because that stuff, when ignited, okay, it leaves like a plume of gas and fire, like there's no tomorrow. Like they had to evacuate a town, I think, or something. But when this goes off, you just see a few sparkles.
Yo, how does my mic sound right now? Am I good?
You sound good.
Is it loud enough? Can you?
Yeah.
You're good, bro. So you guys understand that? Two volatile chemicals, when put together, make a huge plume of fire and gas, and here just a few little sprinkles.
So what we see in the video doesn't match what really happens when those gases combine.
Absolutely not.
Add that to the list, I guess.
And there's so many other things. This is just a few of them.
All right, real quick, how do I sound now? Am I still loud enough?
You sound good again.
All right.
Do I sound good?
Sounds good. Well, I'm switching earbuds and shit because my AirPods got some weird fucking lag or something. It's fucked up.
Oh, Bluetooth earbuds, yeah.
No, but these are Bluetooth too. The other ones, like it clips. It's like I'm clipping myself when I use the
yeah,
AirPods.
that is what happens.
You want me to tell you another one on the left?
I'm not getting clipped with these though. I don't think.
Did
Yeah,
y'all
let's hear it.
4 hours of the of the debate? Yes.
Well, Witsits, Glowbusters versus that guy.
Yeah.
No, I didn't watch it.
Yeah, I don't know. In the end, he came out. It wasn't. He wasn't frustrated that it was 4 against 1. He said pretty much he didn't really want to talk to Witsit.
No.
Yeah, he was pretty much scared of Witsit practically because I guess he was watching some of his debates and whatnot. So every time he would pretty much Witsit would get in, that's when he would get a little bit frustrated. So yeah, he said that in the end. I just didn't want to talk to Witsit practically.
It's amazing how sometimes folks like the likes of him will say such a thing. You know, they'll confess that, which is indicative.
So another tidbit about the LEM. A couple of months before the first Apollo launch, they tested the LEM for pressurization. When they did so, one of the windows popped out. What did they do?
Wait, would you say that again?
You know the LEM, the thing that lands on the moon?
Uh-huh.
A couple of months before the first Apollo mission, they tested it for pressure integrity. And when they did so, one of the windows broke and popped out.
Well, that'll work.
Mm-hmm. Now, I guess you're wondering what they did to remedy the situation, right?
I am.
Absolutely nothing. But the same window, same everything.
Definitely work.
Yep. I mean, it's astonishing. You look into it just a little bit, you're going to find so many things that it's impossible for anyone with 1 ounce of gray matter to believe this story.
You know, strap the dummy in the car, launch the car into the wall, watch the dummy fly out the windshield, and then don't fix the seatbelt. I'll sell the car.
Yeah, well, if they believe that the Tesla car is orbiting Earth right now, I mean, these are the people we're dealing with, so it's pretty easy to fool them.
All right. Can anybody link me the debate between Witsit and the physicist that happened where he didn't want to talk to him?
Somebody get that man that link.
I was just about to look for it to clip it. Here's the link to the actual debate.
What happened? Witsit didn't want to talk to the physicist, or the other way around?
Other way around.
Oh, okay. What was Witset's questions too hard or something for him?
Damn, 4 hours.
Oh shit,
Yeah,
4 hours.
it happened right at the end. I'm gonna go clip the part, and I'll post the clip part here.
Oh, that would be nice.
If you're expecting to see some debate, like it's a joke actually.
Yeah, it's bad. It's bad.
Yeah, it was like listening to like a Discord voice call or something.
You would have
It
done
was
better, bro.
overhyped.
You would have done better than this, Professor. I guarantee you.
Would I? Thanks, man.
I think so. Yeah.
And Jeremy would have interrupted them many times because they were all talking over each other.
Yeah, it's better if when a Glober comes in, like Nate just popped in. Don't everyone attack him. Like, just let one guy do it. Otherwise, it's too messy.
Right, and then you'd have David Weiss being like, "Nah, come on, let us talk, man. Let us talk. Come on."
David Weiss is a good guy, but he can't debate for beans.
For beans. Okay.
Should have just let Witsit do that shit.
Exactly. It should have just been Witsit and the physicist having a one-on-one. Everyone else was just wasting time, you know?
Like, Witsit's
But the so-called physicist was scared of Witsit. He didn't even want to talk to him at all. Like, he didn't even want him in the room. So that's telling, right? It's like, oh, okay, it's like, what are you scared of this guy? Like,
Right, I just said that. Yes, exactly.
Well, I was thinking it.
Indicative.
Go ahead, bro.
No, I'm agreeing with you. Like, yeah, like, why would you confess that? Don't you know that you are indicating that you're afraid of the fool, that's supposedly a fool?
Now, if Witsit had done something to be belligerent or distasteful or deserving of such a thing in a debate, because that's a hell of a thing to say to somebody in a debate, right?
Right.
Like, I don't want to talk to you. Like, don't talk to me. Like, why? I saw some of your videos and you debate really good. That's a compliment. It's a compliment,
the
right?
opponent you want?
Yeah, because, Witsit was advertising like, hey, I'm going to be debating later, and that guy was probably like, oh, shit, I have to get on the same panel as Witsit gets it. It's like, oh, shit, what am I going to do? What if he starts flowing?
Keep in mind, bro, these are the people, when we tell them, well, how do you know this? These are the people that they claim have figured this stuff out. Now imagine that. A guy that can't tie his shoelaces, they bring us for examples of, yeah, they figured that out.
Kind of reminds me of the debate, the debate that never happened between Dr. William Lane Craig and Dr. Richard Dawkins about, I believe, the existence of a God. And Richard Dawkins just very rudely first he refused, and then when he met Dr. William Lane Craig, Christian apologist, he snobbishly turned his nose at him and walked off. Even though William Lane Craig was trying to greet him kindly about the debate that he would like to have. Forgive me if you hear background noise.
It's obvious that their model cannot be defended. It cannot be defended. There's so many things that we can poke holes into. I say it's like a spaghetti sifter. Your model cannot be defended, gentlemen. Sorry, man. All you got is a sunset. That's it. That's all you got. And maybe a satellite or a picture from space. That's
No,
it.
picture from space, that's nothing, bro. 1860s, they had balloons in the Civil War with cameras on them.
Yeah.
So has technology increased since the 1860s, since the American Civil War? Fuck yeah, right? But the images that we get of the Earth, right, from like one object in space, like a sphere, that came from like the Apollo missions. So only 24 people have seen that with their own eyes, allegedly, right?
Yeah, I'm with you on that. Yeah.
So 24 people told us this is what they saw, right? And these people were Masons who are like sworn liars, at least lie by omission, right? They say they swear an oath when they join, not to talk about what goes on inside, right? So these are sworn liars, right? And then not to mention they work for the military industrial complex, which has gotten out of hand recently I think everyone in the world can agree. Right, so these aren't the honest Nazis like the good old, Nuremberg trial Nazis, right? These are the bad Nazis who are like, we will show you propaganda, we will teach you. Because I honestly believe the Germans lost the war, but the Nazis won the war. Because if you look what happened to the Nazis, like they went into like high places of establishment, like the European Union and places like this. Meanwhile, like the average German, they get raped from 8 to 80, right? So I really think that that's something to like pay attention to. Not a lot of people want to talk about the real history. They just want to talk about the history they get in schools.
Absolutely. They swept up the top scientists, Operation Paperclip, the Russians and the Americans. So yeah, this so-called NASA was spearheaded by a bona fide Nazi. No question about it. And a lot of other
Not to mention that Jack Parsons was a Satanist or some sort of occultist.
Yeah, we went over.
Yeah,
we
sex
went over this on
rituals and
We
Yo,
went over
Jeremy,
this on Brand.
can you defend yourself, bro? The mock taking mad shots at you.
We went over this on Brandon's one day about the founders of NASA and all the sex magic and crazy shit they were into. Yeah, it was nuts.
drugs, sex parties. Oh, it was, people have no clue, man.
I mean, what you do in your personal life is fine, but I mean, sex magic, and then you're starting a space agent. Like they were into all kinds of weird shit.
And contacting demons also. Must not forget about that.
Jeremy, I told you all of this in confidence. Why are you telling the rip?
Well, crypto, you're exposed now. There's no way you can hide.
Bro, don't try to distract us, Nate. We're sitting here ripping NASA. All right, don't try to derail us.
I'm just saying, the mock like really coming at you in text chat, bro. I don't know if you just want to let this slide.
Bro, I timed him out for an hour. I don't know.
What's the mock, bro?
I know. Heads love that mock, but I had to time him out for a minute.
The mock a flat Earth legend. What do you mean? He's like one of the flat Earth,
No, he ain't.
poster boys, symbols. For
No, he
flat
ain't.
Earth. Yeah, he's a
Poster
veteran
boys
of the
and symbols,
movement, bro.
What's this guy talking about?
Hey, so let's take a vote on the September 23rd launch. And if that doesn't work, they have a window for the 24th. If that goes awry, the launch is set for next year for some reason. So what are the chances you guys think the launch on the 23rd?
YouTube has developed from a fun app to use to now this serious public battleground now, where the heads of the company now combat the users.
What do you mean?
I mean, folks are uploading content that, it's clean content, but it's being shadow banned or deleted or privatized or age restricted or superimposing some Wikipedia link to undermine the message in the video. And all this.
Well, Jordan Peterson got banned on Twitter, right, for using the dead name.
All these countermeasures that the company executes against specific users in specific categories.
But think about what I just said, like Jordan Peterson, right? Like he's the guy that said, wash your dicks, right? Wash your dicks, right? But this guy, he's basically got kicked off of Twitter because he used the dead name of Elliot Page, which is Ellen Page. But when you say Elliot Page, nobody knows who the fuck that is, right? That's not like an actor who's been on the. It's not an actor who's been on the scene for the past 20 years. But Ellen Page is an actress who's been on the scene for the past 20 years.
Mm-hmm.
So when he used Elliot's dead name, right, that's what got him kicked off of Twitter. And then someone else reported that he got kicked off of Twitter for using the dead name, and that guy got kicked off too.
Agreed. Like the cheese touched this name, Elliot Page.
So what you're saying is you can't even call somebody by the name they used to have?
The one that made him rich and famous? Yeah.
You know what I find interesting about that whole dynamic as well? It's like take a singer like Demi Lovato as an example. Like Demi Lovato, I think in pure singing ability, she's got an absolutely fantastic voice. Like I'm not going to question that for a second. I think she's a marvelous singer. But Demi Lovato comes out last year and she's like, "Oh, I'm they them now," and I'm like, "Oh, that's interesting because some videos where you're wearing virtually nothing and showing your tits off, you weren't they them then." But now, you've got all of this fame and all of this, in part because she's a wonderful singer, but in part because she's attractive and she's showing her body off and all the rest. And you can tell that they knew what they were doing because all the clothing's very tight and all the makeup's very seductive. And now you're them. Well, take down your previous videos where you're using all your feminine sexual energy then. You don't think you're a woman anymore.
Right. Somehow you're a plurality of persons and neither of them have a gender.
Yeah.
So what is a woman? So what is a woman?
A woman is not human female. There we are. That was easy.
Oh boy, you should have heard when I went over to Gems and asked that question. What is a woman? Holy crap.
That was an issue for them?
An issue? Oh my God, I have it on my YouTube site. Oh, Jem said I should be rounded up like a Nazi and taken away.
For just asking that question?
Yep.
You're kidding. Send me the link for that. I want to hear that. Can you drop me a DM about that?
I'll drop it. I'll drop it in the chat here.
Isn't Jim Panda lucky that nobody decided to like round up all the trolls and put them under a bridge where they belong? We know he won't hit his head. Right?
Well, I asked that question to some of the guys here, and they started going on about like, oh, you get female men and you get male men and all this other shit. And I was like, what? No, a male is a man.
I mean, what happened to science? What happened to objectivity and neutrality and facts and empirical data and logic?
Well, here's a question I asked on another server. If gender is a social construct, okay, now think about this. If it's a social construct, why do you have to try to change your sex?
Well, because what they do is there's a duality of meaning with the social construct, right? So if I was to say to you the word apple, you understand what an apple is without an apple actually being in front of us. And the reason that you understand that is because of the social construct apple, right? When I say apple, you know what that means. It's socially constructed. Doesn't mean it doesn't exist, right? So they use this plurality. They say, oh, gender is, sex, actually, gender doesn't exist. Sex is a social construct, right? And then what they're saying is that they want you to understand that it's a social construct, therefore it's not real, but they're not actually saying that. Right. Does that make sense?
Well, see, the thing is, sex is not a social construct. It's a biological thing. When I first heard this, it was gender.
I think it's segueing into time.
What you've just said proves to me you didn't understand what I said, right? An apple is a social construct and a real fruit. Yeah? Sex is a social construct and a real biological phenomenon.
More. If you have to change the definition of a word to make your argument work, then you've already lost. Because if you can change the definition of a word at your convenience, then how can you say anything? Because like I said, when I say apple, if I say the word apple, yes, apple is the convention or the social construct, but it's conveying an idea of an apple, right? But if you change the definition of apple, then what is an apple? You know what? I mean, it could change at a whim, and that's my point.
Right. Becoming problematic when the change goes from intelligible to unintelligible, from justified to unjustified, especially from effable, you can actually say it, to ineffable. When you make these changes to where it is impossible to make sense of and or communicate the message, that's when you know the change is absurd.
Yeah.
Well, and the thing is, that's why the Socratic method is so important in any discussion because, when somebody says a word and then you get mad because I asked you for the definition of that word, I mean, either one of two things. Either you don't truly know the definition of that word, or you're just making it up or changing it as it goes along, and you need it to be able to be changed as you go along. It's not constant. So that's why I do that so much. People hate it when I do it, but we're trying to communicate. You know what I mean?
We're trying to communicate. If what you're saying to me is unintelligible, then either you have failed to send the message or I have failed to interpret it. Or both.
Sorry for interrupting. I just posted a clip if y'all want to see that. It took me a little bit to find it. The Austin part where he didn't want to talk to Austin host.
I don't want to talk to the Austin guy. I just don't like the way he talks. I saw his videos. I was scared. How was I going to answer him?
Paul.
Like, he just has his strong ideas on this.
What is gravity? I don't know. Next question.
Well, at least he's honest.
Which is a very peculiar answer for him to give. I mean, you have given me the impression for years that you know what gravity is. Why are you clueless all of a sudden? Did you not tell me that it was a law of physics and it works in this specific way, pulling things to the center of mass and or things falling along the curvature of space and time at a specific average rate? Why all of a sudden do you have amnesia?
What happened? Silence. I got away for a couple of minutes. What happened to you guys?
So
we just ran out of things to say.
And if y'all want to go that where he actually the whole conversation that happened transpired to that part is about 4 hours and 11 minutes.
So I don't know. I'm just out of words. I ain't got no more words in the tank.
He had a fit with the electrostatic, thinking that the lightning will cause the electrostatic to flip the polarities and on the whole Earth, I guess.
I mean, what's the connection between those premises?
So he was saying about gravity and lightning. Usually that is reversed. So what Austin was saying that it determines up and down, but he was thinking that it was determining the pull. I guess it was. They were trying to explain to him, but he was. I think it was so much information and stuff. He was kind of drained out.
Austin, you are, oh boy, you are something else. You something else.
And it's pretty much he's like right there. He says, "I just didn't want to talk to Austin more."
Austin is good. Besides the ether stuff, he's got it all figured out.
I mean, they don't want to talk to the guys that are hard to say the things that are going to win the arguments, right? Ruhev's got me muted. He don't want to deal with me. He wants to deal with Democ or Johnny Bernard or fucking Pete Shea or you know what I'm saying? Like, you don't want to deal with me.
They don't want
Can't
logic,
handle
bro.
this.
Yeah.
Can't deal with this. You ain't got shit on me.
I've honestly been thinking about going on like McToons or something, just to give us like a good look. Because I don't know where
Big
they're finding
mistake.
these fucking guys. Why?
Big
You
mistake.
think I can't handle McToon? Who the fuck is he? I spent.
No, it's not that you can't handle him. He's gonna put you on the show, ridicule
It's his
you.
tactics.
Yeah.
And he's gonna make money off of you.
Yeah.
Yeah, if he
Bro, do
was
you
And
hear
gonna
he's
me
have
gonna
an
getting?
get your
honest
IP
discussion.
address. Yeah.
Listen, fellas, if we can have an honest discussion and maybe gain something for ourselves or for our opinion, that's great and everything, but not a lot that happens,
Hank, you're
right?
robot a
Not
little,
the
Hank.
audience. And if you go before people, okay, sure.
Suck was that you roboted in the first part of your sentence.
Try again. Try again, Paul.
Yes, go ahead, Hank.
Oh, Hank.
It's Larry. You don't answer by Hank no more.
Oh,
Now my
sorry.
Discord account gonna get terminated because I used his former name.
So what's the problem with me if I go on like McToons or one of those guys?
Why would you want to do that?
What do you think's gonna happen?
I can tell you
To
what's
give
gonna
us a
happen.
good look. I'll tell you what. I'm trying to give us a good look because he's getting these crazy nutcase flat earthers and making them look stupid, and it's a bad look for us.
I'll give you an alternative. You want to debate MacToon? Do it on what's that show called there? Modern Day Debates or something like that. Don't go on his show.
And don't go to his show.
That would be the biggest
Why?
mistake you've
Why?
made.
Why?
Just watch one of his shows, bro. Are you kidding
I've
me?
seen it. He gets these nutcase flat earthers. It's a shit show. I know. I've seen it.
Hey, look,
Yeah,
I'm
but
not
don't go
telling
on
you
there
what to
because you're a
do. I mean,
nutcase.
you asked, right? I'm just giving an opinion. And if you want to go, bro. You'll regret it. I'm telling you.
I don't know. I mean, I know what the Globers do. He ain't got some special superpower Glober ability. I've seen it.
No, but he has the
mega
mute
superpower weapon.
button, and he has the stupid stuff, the antics that he does.
See, if you can hear me now, I'd like to talk.
Go ahead, Hank. Larry.
Excellent. Thank you. So the thing back in the day, Kent Hovind, he would make them basically sign a contract stating that he wasn't going to debate them unless these requirements were met. A, he had to have equal speaking time. B, you couldn't chop up his debate and get little snippets out of it and make your own movie. Now, why do you think he would do rules like that in a debate, gentlemen? Because
I
he
don't
was
know.
getting
That's a good
fucked
rule.
with.
Yes.
That's
He
a
was
good
getting fucked
rule.
with, wasn't he? They
That's
was
a
doing
good
cheap
rule.
to his audio, and that's what our tunes is going to be.
Yeah, those are good rules to put in there. And also, Cat Hovind was a beast with it. I mean, he fucked those guys up. Oh, you think he's going to chop it up? I mean, he's going to chop it up and
Bro,
not
he doesn't
present
care
it as
about
it
Yeah,
you.
he'll
happened.
do it live. He'll chop it up
Live,
live.
yeah.
You do whatever
He'll
he wants to
chop it
do.
up live.
You know what I'm saying? Like these people have tactics, bro. They
Let me
don't
give
want
you
the
an
honest
example of
debate.
what he did once. This guy had his camera turned on accidentally, and he couldn't turn it off. And he was asking McToon, please turn off the camera. And he was saying, I don't care. He was laughing. Bro, you're doxing me. Oh, that's your problem. I don't care. Like, he's a piece of shit. He doesn't care about anything or anybody. And you can tell him I said that.
I mean, I don't really talk to him. Like, I've never talked to McToon in my life, but I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of people that are these guys get tons of views, right? So I saw Percentage and Chemo went on, I don't know, Simon Dan, one of them global YouTube Globers, and that was a good look for us. Percentage is a beast. Like, I feel like we need more of us should be going out there and handling these guys instead of sending goofball maniacs at them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but not on his channel. Challenge him, call him out on another platform
Bro, it's
where you can
live.
have
What's he gonna
equality.
It's live. What's he gonna do?
Okay. Remember, I told you so.
Don't say I didn't warn you. I don't know either way. I'm just interested in hearing this.
I mean, I hear what you're saying, but I don't see. I mean, he could mute me with the mute button. Yeah, he could do that. We just let these goofball flat earthers just keep going at him day in, day out, and giving us bad looks. Then, or
He's saying that for the
Who's
fourth
Mattoon? Who
time.
cares what he
Who are you
does?
thinking of that's such a goofball?
Some of the
have you
guys
ever
that go
seen?
on Toon's show are don't need to be debating live on air.
Have you ever seen these Glober shows? I don't know where they're getting these flat.
They're getting them from
Facebook or Twitter or something. I don't know, but these are not seasoned people that should be out there repping us. People
yeah.
see that and they're like, "Wow, these flat earthers are fucking idiots."
I
Because we
think
ain't out there. Guys like me and you and we're not out there doing it. Witsit is a little bit, but
All right, will you stop pausing? Holy shit!
stop what?
Stop pausing. I think you finish, and I'm about to interject.
My bad, go ahead.
I was gonna tell you, I think they're getting them from TikTok, man. Because holy shit, I don't know if you've seen TikTok lately. It's
A couple clips.
some are good, but some
Jeremy,
are show.
Jeremy, D-Muck says you flipped to the globe. What's going on?
Bro, why are you even listening to him at this point? It's beyond me. I timed him out for an hour because he interrupted me as I was trying to I don't know, I was saying something, and he just interrupts with. I just timed him out for 1 hour, and he's all pissy about it.
I'm just messing with you.
So you flipped over to the globe side?
He
How'd you
can
get over
probably come back now. He's probably back. Is he back? He can come
Hey,
back in the
Jeremy's a
voice chat.
Glober?
That's what D-Muck says.
Straight from D-Mock, so there you go.
I'm sure they have a slot waiting for you on Gems.
Dude, even if something happened and we found something and it was like, oh, the Earth is spherical, I'd be in here arguing for geocentrism or something. You think I'm just gonna I wouldn't just lay down and start arguing for all that globe bullshit.
Yeah, did you guys see the video I posted on Gems when I asked them what is a woman? You guys want to see people freak out? Just watch that, man. These are the people we're dealing with.
Or there's a guy on TikTok who debates these LGBTQ feminist kind of people, and he's like, he just asks them like, "Yo, what's a woman?" And they can't even define it and shit. Like, it's crazy. I don't know what the guy's name is. He's a TikToker. He's all over TikTok.
A room of 50 people in Gems, and not one of them could define what a woman is.
Because they're scared. They don't want. If you say a woman has XY chromosomes, they're going to be like, well, I'm a woman. I identify as a woman, so I'm a woman. But what they did was they brought people's fantasy. Okay, you have some fantasy in your mind of what you think reality is. Like, I think I'm a woman now, so I'm a woman. No, just because you think something doesn't make it so.
It's pure subjectivism, which is specifically somehow relegated to sex, but not with other matters. So if I go around saying that I'm God, and I say, I'm God, I believe I'm God, I say I'm God, therefore I'm God, and given that I am God, I command you to repent from your sexual confusion and transvestism. Now, how do you like that? Are you liking the world that you got us into?
It's like if I go into a bank and I'm like, yo, I identify as a person who has $1 million in his bank.
Exactly.
So I'll be doing a withdrawal today. Like, just because you're delusional doesn't mean everyone else has to comport to your delusion.
I identify as you, Jeremy. Therefore, I own your property. Now hand it over.
Like, where is it? Where do you draw the line between
When
the
they ask
delusion
you
of
what
what you
account,
think?
when they ask you what account you want to withdraw from, just tell them all of them.
All of them. You see all those
I
accounts in your computer there? Empty all of them into mine.
I identify as all those people.
Yeah, I don't understand. No, you just don't understand.
I would identify as Rocky and take that house, but I don't know if I can make it up the walkway.
Yeah, you would trip and fall in all the crevices in the concrete. But then there's
That's
a
brutal.
lawsuit, an insurance lawsuit. So then you identify as that person. I identify as owning all your land. Yeah, I like that. I
You know, you're
identify as a
caught.
woman today, so I can go in all the women's bathrooms. That's what you have to give me, right? You have to give me that right. Well, I identify as your, you know, as owning your account. You have to give me all your money. That's stupid. Doesn't make any sense, man.
You know, I'm caught red-handed trying to steal jewelry. They catch me, they arrest me, they interrogate me, they ask me questions, and I answer them simply, well, I identify as innocent, therefore I didn't steal it.
Oh, I like that. I identify as innocent. Somebody should try that next time I get a. If I ever get pulled over, I'm gonna try that. Like, I identify as a non-speeding person who wasn't speeding just now.
I dare you, go against my right to identify.
Yeah,
Wait a
right.
minute, what do you
Making a
mean
whole
you
big
caught
thing.
me? What do you mean you caught me stealing? How dare you contradict my identity, you ignorant bigot? But we caught you on tape stealing $5,000 worth of jewelry, Gregory. But what did I just say, you ignorant bigot? I'm innocent.
What are you racist against thieves?
You
You're a
know?
racist.
What are
I
you, a
identify
sexist
as I
against
own those jewelry. What
elephants?
do you mean?
Me and my boss have a
That's
standing
how bad
joke.
it's gotten.
Me and my boss have a
I identify as your wife's husband, so go ahead and step aside.
I said, me
Get
and my
out of the
boss have
bed,
a
put your clothes on.
yeah, me and my boss have a standing joke because he's black and I'm white, and I went into work and I said, dude, I've just discovered I'm 2% black, so I identify as a black man. And then he laughs all to get out, and then I'll say, you know what, my preferred pronouns is Your Majesty and Your Honor. So you have to call me Your Majesty and Your Honor. And I was like, what are you going to say? That's like, because that's how I identify. Go ahead.
I think it's about
Go ahead,
mind
what you got?
control. I think it's all
Oh, I
about
agree.
mind control. Like, you control your speech, you control their brains, you control how they think, right? Next thing you know, like, you're going to have grown men identifying as little boys and then doing something and saying that, oh, it's normal, it's natural, I identify as a little boy.
Well, I think that's where it's going to, the pedophilia. They're trying to open the door for normalizing pedophilia. So I think that's where it's heading to. I hate to say it.
Another thing that I like to say, since we're talking about this, I think someone else mentioned it earlier. The way I phrase it is, if I ever speak, well, I haven't spoken to, mostly on the internet, not in person yet, but whether in person or on the internet, I say, okay, why should I participate in your delusion? Why can't you just have your delusion by yourself? Why must I participate? And why should I be worthy of punishment if I don't? According to whose standard and whose
Because
authority am I
misery,
obligated to participate in your delusion?
Gregory, misery loves company.
This is a true statement.
A lot of
this
these
is the,
statements ring true, Show me your
I mean,
friends, I'll tell you who you are, and all these things, right? Yeah.
it's like, it's not difficult. You don't need to go through several years of university to get this and make this reductio ad absurdum argument against this doctrine. If reality is contingent upon your subjective mental state and or your assertion, then that would reduce reality to absolute absurdity because everyone's beliefs and assertions contradicting one another. And so now all these things are supposedly real, but they're contradicting one another.
If I can identify myself
and
as something, can I go ahead?
I was going to say, I want to tie this back. It's funny that Gregory brought this up because this is something I was thinking about yesterday. And, you know, is perception reality? No. Because I can perceive certain things and those things not be true, or I can think certain things and those things not be true. Now, if the measurement, now I'm going to bring this back full circle. If the measurement of light is just our perception of illumination, that's a subjective experience, which means it does not, there's no objective, which means outside of my subjective self that I can evaluate.
Well, it's kind of like the moon. It appears like a sphere, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, even if you look at those little so-called crater things, they light up. If you know about artistry and like the physics of light and how it lays down on certain things, it looks like it has like little, halfway dug out hemispheres dug out of the sand, right? And when the light hits those so-called craters, it makes it appear spherical. But is it?
And then people, like you just mentioned, Paul, people make the unnecessary turn in their logic sequence. They turn towards skepticism and nihilism and cynicism and all this other stuff here, rather than turning towards, well, I should not misidentify, or univocally identify my perception as being one and the same with reality. I need to accept the fact that my perception or my interpretation could or could not, is or is not correct. And I need to critically consider and scrutinize myself, my position, including my interpretation of my empirical experience.
So that gets back to my thing. So how do you quantify a subjective experience? How do you quantify that?
Well, you put it in the corner with the rest of the subjective experience, right? That's the doubt corner of your brain, right? I don't know what happened here. That was weird. I don't think I've experienced something like this before, so I'm going to put this over here. And you keep it separate from, like, your knowledge base. And you just hold on to that information until maybe you gain enough knowledge to where you can start to unravel that, kind of like an old trauma, right? And maybe you could process it and maybe have a better understanding, because we grow in layers of understanding.
So
Yeah, if
I wanted to ask Gregory, were you saying to trust your senses and what you like looking at the moon and it looks like a sphere? Trust your senses or not trust your senses?
trust them and critically scrutinize them.
Okay.
Well, I mean, and this is where subjective or objective reality comes into play, and I think that's part of the scientific discovery. We're trying to figure out the world around us, the objective world around us. Like I look at the moon, it looks circular. You look at the moon, it looks circular. Somebody else looks at the moon, it looks circular. Well, we can invoke from that, yeah, my subjective experience is that it's circular, but somebody else's subjective experience seems to line up with my subjective. In between, you get enough agreement that, the moon objectively must be circular. So there can be a certain level of evaluation in this process, even from our own subjective experience. But it's just, if we all share the same experience, then the physical world is either real or not. But if it's real, then it's real.
But does the moon look spherical though? Yes, it looks. We all agree it looks circular, but does it look spherical?
Yeah, I think it does. Because when you actually look through a telescope with your own eyes, it looks like, a sphere, but you ain't never seen the other side. So in all honesty, I could say that it looks like a hemisphere, like a half a sphere, right? Because what does a whole sphere look like? Come on, gentlemen, it doesn't exist, right? You've only seen half spheres, right? You can't see both sides of the football, right? You can't see both sides of a woman at the same time, right? So.
Yeah, but when you just look at the moon, how are you getting the information that it's a sphere? We all agree it's a circle. Where are you getting the sphere
The light
from?
and the topography. I don't like to think of the moon as an object, but if it's an object and it has topography, right, and just looking at it through a telescope, the way the light interacts with the topography, it makes me think that it looks kind of spherical.
Could it not be concave?
A solid object?
Yeah.
Could it not be a
but to also, Jeremy, like when me and Bandy, I don't know, sometime back, I could see the moon and he could see the moon. And we're so far apart, if it weren't a sphere, one of us would see an ellipse.
That is nowhere near truth. No, that is unbelievable you said that.
Put a plate on the floor and
How
move
far
across
away
the
are
room.
you from Bandy? How many miles?
Oh shit, thousands of miles.
Okay, so let's give it 5,000 miles. And if an object is above you, in between you, you think it's going to be eclipsed?
Yeah, well, not eclipse. I said ellipse.
Okay, so it's going to be ellipsed even?
Yeah, yes, it will. Absolutely. Put a plate on the floor on one side of the room and walk to the other side of the room and tell me it looks spherical.
Okay, now put that object in a glass of water, and he's looking at it at one angle, and you're looking at it at another angle. What's it going to do
A
then?
glass of water? What do you mean a glass of
Oh,
water?
God, a glass of water. There's no way it's in a fluid, right? Although they tell us that.
You know, Ricky, I don't know where your attitude comes from when you talk
Because
to
I
me.
think you're
but
biased.
I'm not interested in talking to you. Fuck you.
Yeah, well then go on mute. Then go
He's
on mute,
definitely
man.
biased.
That's what I'm trying to find the button. Trying to find the button right now.
Go. Oh, you can't find a button after all these years?
We're all biased, you know.
Yeah, that's why he asked me why do I have this attitude towards him, because he comes in and goes, well, how in the world would this happen? Because the moon is 250,000 miles away, and it's a solid object with craters, and he has no way of thinking outside that box. That is weird to me. Like, that is craziness. That's a mental illness to me.
Well, that kind of goes.
That's simple.
Are you on mute still?
It's
or
real
you wanna
simple
adjust now?
geometry, Jeremy.
Simple geometry.
I don't know. Is
based on
anybody
what?
Rocky,
going to
relax.
represent for me?
Yes. Relax, Rocky. Let left lane go. Come on.
Well, I mean, it's just a simple question. I mean, we all understand the simple part of the geometry that if it were a flat disk, and for me and Bandy to be so far away seeing the same object, if it were a flat disk, one of us would see an ellipse.
What if it's just a light? What would you see then?
No, I mean, it's got geometry to it. It's got a shape to it, doesn't it?
Well, it appears to, even to me. But I realize I'm smart enough to realize that it does. I can't say for a fact and then tell the whole world that I know it as fact that it has shape and geometry.
I mean, I don't think that I've actually laid down facts. I'm just talking. I'm just making suggestions. Like Larry says, it looks like a sphere to him. It looks like a sphere to me. And
it does
then
to me as well.
We can gather other information, and maybe we could come up with the fact that's probably a sphere, right?
Like, we could put a concave object away from us, and it would appear to us to be flat or a sphere. We could put a flat object with certain shades away from us at distance, and it would appear to be a sphere to us. And then we could logically and intelligently deduce and say, there's no way in hell we know what the moon is.
No, you can use two observers for that observation that he's talking about, where they've got the four round shapes and one's a sphere and one's a bowl and blah, blah, blah. When you move away from it, they don't look like that. That trick goes away.
Yeah, it's a trick with physical objects. What if it's a light and it's shading that's causing the illusion you see at the angle that you're looking at? Each observer is different. That's why it's an individual observation. Like the moon follows you, and if the shading changes, then the apparent shape would change, right?
I mean, it seems to me that your argument is basically we can't know. We have no way of knowing.
That's exactly what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying. You don't know, and I don't know. You got it.
I can say that I do know based on the information.
Yeah, there you go. I know it is fact. That's what I said. That's weird to me for you to say you know something is fact when there's no way you can prove that. No, not even close.
Let me interrupt. I want to try to bridge the gap. I want to bridge the gap real fast. Okay, so truck driver dude, whatever your name is. So imagine if I said there's a clump of cheese on the moon, right? I'm making a claim about the moon, and you would, probably say, "Why do you think that? Who told you that?" Right? You're just kind of like thinking that we're going to accept it as fact, like this stuff happened on the moon, like all these years ago, and we gained all this information.
you're telling me I'm thinking that you're gonna just this that. I'm just talking, dude. I'm not one to put pressure on you to accept anything that I say. I just communicate is all.
All right, well, think about what I'm saying. I just made a claim there's cheese on the moon. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I don't know. That seems weird to me.
Right. Sounds really weird to us when you make claims about the moon, like it's like knowledge, but you don't have any knowledge. You saw it on TV, bro.
Exactly.
Well,
I've
TV
observed
is
it
reality,
myself.
Paul.
I've
What do you
looked.
mean?
You look at it through a telescope. It's pretty much if you're intellectually honest in what you're looking at,
Not Paul.
you're
Whatever.
looking at a sphere, man.
Do things always appear as they actually are?
No, that's
Do
true.
optical
Yeah.
illusions exist? Okay. So this is when the flat earthers being honest and saying optical illusions exist. You can't always trust your eyes. Most of the time you can, right? But it's really difficult for us to make like knowledge claims about like distant heavenly bodies. That would be weird. Just like me
Well,
saying that there's cheese on the moon, right?
let's
Well,
say I had a basket.
go ahead. Go
Oh,
ahead.
that's fine.
No, go
Well,
ahead.
let's say you
No,
want
go
to
Black.
put something on the ceiling and see what we see. Like, let's say I put a basketball on the ceiling, right? Both of the people are going to see different sides of it,
Yep.
right?
Unless
So
it's really far away.
but we only see the one side, so it can't be a
Yeah,
sphere then.
right. It's at best it's proven to be a bowl by objective observation, right? Just by observation.
Do you see where I'm going, Left Lane? Like you're putting something on the ceiling thing really
Yeah.
doesn't work for.
Yeah. Well, I mean, unless it's really far away, it would be different.
And then there's never ever
Would
like
it be?
a astronomical observation where you can
Hold
see
on,
the
let me just
back of.
follow.
You can't. Yeah. Okay. I'm so long-winded. Go ahead.
Just
Sorry.
follow up. I had a follow up thing with this. Maybe
Go
my mic
go for it.
might be cutting out.
Hit it.
So unless you if you put it really far away, it's going to change how we see it. So why don't we put the plate really far away instead of putting it right on the ceiling? Then what?
Yeah, I don't know. That would be a good idea to
See?
investigate.
You see what I'm saying? That's why the plate on the ceiling thing doesn't really hold that much water.
Yeah, we'd have to think about that, wouldn't we?
Just like we had to think about refraction for a long, hard time, right? And come to our own conclusions individually, right? Because this magical, light bending to the degree to where we've never seen it bend at a constant rate, despite atmospheric turbulence and different temperatures caused by different things. I don't know if you ever rode a motorcycle. You say you drive a truck, you ever just stick your arm out the window and you go not even 10, 15 foot, and there's a 10, 15 degree temperature differential, and then 10 more feet and it goes away. It's cold and then hot and then ridiculously cold and the hills, right? And then
Hold on.
really hot on top and the I said it backwards.
Somebody was trying to get in there. I cut him off. Go ahead, whoever that was.
It was Snack. Go ahead, Snack. I'm sorry.
Sorry, Snack, but I wanted to just follow up with that. Go ahead.
Lost in the app just now. I don't even know what's going on. What were we talking about? Oh my gosh. Sorry.
Bad, bro. My bad. I definitely wanted to follow through with that whole plate on the ceiling thing. I'm sorry.
Perception.
All I wanted to say is if it's not all we've really figured out is that if it looks like a ball, we only know that we see half of it, and that there's never a point where any kind of crazy disturbance is behind the said moon and then reflects back that we can see the reflection of the back of the moon. You know what I mean? Which should be like a hot spot, right? If it's facing towards the sun, ideally, right?
Well, there's a hot spot on
yeah.
Earth. There's a hot when you send a high altitude balloon up or whatever, you can see a hot spot on Earth. But the moon, we don't see the hot spot.
I would think that the craters should all have hot spots that all point towards their point of, illumination, however you want to say that. Whatever's lighting it up should, you know what I mean. If you're wondering if it's convex or concave, so we're okay, it's a convex thing, it's like a ball or a sphere or a bowl or something of that nature. But then inset into it is a bunch of what concave depressions from quote unquote asteroids, quote unquote pelting it. You know what I mean? right? That's what the explanation for craters is. But we don't see like the optical artifact of that hotspot, like as it traces what's illuminating it, right? So that's all I'm saying.
Yeah. So does the shape of the Earth appear like? Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'm just saying, if it's all reflected light, it should reflect it more intensely in the craters, and that we should all be. It should change like hour to hour, like as the heavens turn around. You should kind of see those things.
So that's not the first time people have used that plate on the ceiling thing with me. I don't know about you guys if you get that used on you a lot. Everyone can see how you handle that situation now, right? Like the plate on the ceiling thing doesn't work. It's not analogous.
It's a very old analogy,
and it doesn't work. I just showed Left Lane how it doesn't work. It's not analogous at all.
I just dropped 2 photos in the live stream. How can you look at it from pure observation, determine if it's concave or convex? Those images, just from pure observation.
You can't. That's our argument.
Well,
we're just saying
see
this
in
is what it
3D,
looks like.
so we see in 3D, so it should be easy.
No, you got a pair of binoculars or something?
That's where I was trying to lead this whole conversation down to, but it didn't work.
Okay.
I mean, if you're going to make a
that's
claim
what it
that
appears like to me. I don't care if I'm wrong.
I mean, if you're making the claim that it's convex or concave, or if it's even flat, whatever you want to do, there should be some way you can analyze something and be able to determine that. So what criteria would you use to analyze it? And this is either side, the glober or the photographer.
A photographer
You
could
have to
analyze
have,
it.
yeah, exactly. You have to have a control image. You can't just go out to the beach and say, oh, that looks concave. Absolutely not. I've said this before. I'll say it again, guys. You go out to the beach, you look straight ahead of you. It's going to be at your eye level. The next day, even if there's an inferior mirage or like a crazy shit ton of refraction, like an inferior mirage, it's still going to be at your eye level. But if you took 2 pictures and zoomed in on those 2 pictures, they would not match up. So even though, I don't know how else. I mean, I've shown it on my videos, but if that's too abstract for somebody, the inferior mirage tends to magnify everything. It shortens the distance so that it looks like you're looking over less distance, which means you're zoomed in farther. And sometimes it's magnified so that it looks like you're closer to the surface of the water. And then the next day, if you go out and you're looking over more distance of water and the target seems to be farther away from you, but you're zoomed into the same focal length, that to me is what we could call concave, because we're seeing over a farther presentation of the surface, whereas the day before, the refraction cut that surface off and wouldn't let us see past a certain extent. So the only way anybody could ever say, oh, that's concave, is if you have a contrast image to show. Otherwise, you don't know what you're talking about.
Just
Like
above
$1 bill.
Paul's 2 pictures.
$100 bill. You compare it with another $100 bill, right?
Just above Paul's 2 pictures that he brought our attention to, I posted a GIF featuring various circles of various kinds, circular objects of various kinds. You have to tap the image unless, if you can see it, either you have to tap it in order to see the GIF move or it's moving now. But it also illustrates this visual phenomenon when it comes to making an initial interpretation of the visual data that we're trying to interpret.
It's a gift. Don't be weird.
It's a GIF. Don't be a weirdo.
My mother wasn't choosy. She bought me the great value stuff. I ain't gonna lie.
So just from one person's observer looking at an object, you're standing in one position, you're looking at something. You can't tell if that thing's a sphere, if it's flat, if it's concave. You have no idea. right? I mean, it could look like it's something, but it's ultimately you see a circle.
Wait, what? What's a circle?
No.
Anything you look at that's circular, if you're just standing there looking at it, you can't tell if it's a sphere or concave or flat.
That is true, but if you can actually see more than half of the surface and it appears circular from every angle and direction, then you can know that it's a sphere.
This is true.
And
So if you
based
get
on the
these
moon's
surfaces, then you
wobble,
can get that information.
yes, based on the moon's wobble, we actually see 59%, more than half of it. Therefore, we know it's a sphere.
What wobble?
You know that it's have a little more surface area. You don't know if it's a sphere. I mean,
No,
where's that?
what did I just say, Jeremy? If you can
What's
see
the other
more than
41%?
half, hold on, I'm going to repeat what I said. If you can see
heard
more
what
than
you said.
50%, in other words, 51% or more, and from every angle that you can see, 51% or more, it still appears circular, then you can know that it is in fact spherical.
Sure.
That is false. You can see 59% of it total. What's the other 41%?
If it appears circular from every angle that you can see that 59%, then the only possible shape is spherical.
That's
Yeah,
not
I've seen
correct.
some
That's incorrect.
doorknobs.
And you're
I've
wrong.
seen some doorknobs that would match that description. So you got 59% sphere. On the other side of that sphere, there's a pillar sticking out that goes into the door, connected to a
But
lock
you don't.
mechanism.
And I've
But you
actually
don't.
think
You
I've
don't know
seen
what the other.
hubcaps like that too.
You don't know what the other 41% is.
Or if there's a 41%. Right. Based on it, right. We don't have, right. We're speculating about the 41%, right, Hank?
Yeah, I mean, that's what you would want to do if you want to know something, right? But we don't have knowledge, right? We don't
Right, but
have
we're just
primary
told that
knowledge.
we have to accept that there is a 41%.
Yeah, it may not even be there. It may be hollowed out. And there's a hole on the other side that's 41% the size of
41%
the,
of material, of prima materia. It's real physical, tangible. It's totally tangible, right, Hank?
I don't believe all that stuff, right?
I'm just saying.
I don't really know what to believe when it comes to the moon. It's like when I was 3, I asked my dad, basically, WTF is that? He's like, what? And I was like, that. He was like, oh, that's the moon. It's like, I haven't learned much more since that day, to be honest with you.
Massive temperature swings. It's got no appearance of like condensation or, you know what I mean? Just the normal things that would happen to a material. It's just you don't see it. But you see craters, but they're not explainable because why would they be coming from this side of the side that faces us, right? Maybe there's a long story involved here because there usually is a long story involved, but I don't know.
Well, and also I'd like to make a comment about craters. I'd like to make a comment about craters. There's actually evidence that craters can be formed by electrical charge, not just by meteor impact, and that can be done in a laboratory. Electric Universe has shown that.
Brought to you by the Thunderbolts Project. I love them.
It's just with like a cathodic like discharge, like an electrical discharge, plasma discharge, right?
Yeah, I'm not saying that's what the cause of it is. I'm just saying that's another explanation. So you can't just assume it's impact craters.
The space program would have us presuppose that they are. That's all. And every other thing, and the 41%. So we have to rely a lot on what the framework given is to accept or deny that. That's all I'm saying. But with just like more primitive, evaluations, I'm not sure like how far you could get into knowing about the backside of it. That's all.
I mean, it's not that difficult. I mean, we're familiar with the Lord's world and the laws of his physics. And so we inform ourselves to the point of knowing that an object is a sphere, not just with sight. We see it from every angle. Okay, it's a sphere.
If you don't see it from every
tactile
angle.
information. Okay, it's
But
convexing
you'd
in
have to
all
go
directions.
there.
Right. So you see it from all
It
directions, and then
if
you perhaps get some tactile information. You know, okay, now it's convexing in all directions.
So
I'm just saying.
does everyone agree that the moon has that 9% rotation?
I
Oh,
don't
per
know about
day
that.
or
Yeah,
like
the white spot, it kind of moves around. That really bright,
Uh,
shiny part of the moon. I can see that with
well,
my
it
naked eye. It
yeah, but it
moves
would have
around.
to move to the left or to the right. I'm saying it rotates so that there's 9 degrees of or 9% of a side that we didn't see before, because that's what I was understanding that guy to bring up when he's talking about anything over 50%. And he said there's 41% that we don't see. So that means that there's 9% at times of the moon that we see that we don't normally see. And I'm asking if everybody agrees with that.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
I don't know about that either, but
Right. So he was
I've seen a
calling
lot
it a
of moon
wobble. He
pictures
was
that
calling it a wobble, right? So we know the
Yeah.
Earth has a wobble too, but it's never been observed. So is this just bullshit claim of a moon wobble? The moon's got a wobble now. Wobble, baby.
Damn you, Travis. That was my line.
If you guys are done with this, I'd like to bring up another.
No,
I think
no, SC, no.
No,
And
SE.
they made a song about that. It's called the Wobble Dance. Do the wobble, do the wobble, do the wobble dance.
Wobble,
So
wobble,
SE,
wobble,
just
all
wobble.
right.
Okay.
SE, in all of your moon observations, have you noticed that there's 9% more at times?
90% more.
No, 9%. Like the moon rotates another 9 degrees one way or the other, so that you see more of the moon than you did on another time. Like it
Yeah, there is a
rotates.
slight. Yeah.
You've seen that?
Yep.
Okay.
But have you seen the picture I posted? And I wish I knew which one. I think somebody posted in here. I don't know who posted it, but you guys see anything funny with the picture I posted? Crypto already picked it off. It's 33 past the hour.
The
I
light
don't
on the
know.
water.
It's a pretty beautiful shot. That's for sure.
Yeah,
Maybe the
Gregory
light.
got it.
You've
Yeah.
got two parallel lines.
Yeah, but if one of those lines, Travis, is coming from the reflection of the moon, what they say, right?
Yeah.
Now, I presume if it's been taken recently, that could be like Jupiter or a star. Now, can they cast a light also, like the moon?
Yeah, it's got a shadow on the water. It's got a moonlight on the water. Sorry.
Uh-huh.
I'm on my phone driving, going 80 miles an hour. I saw that.
Okay, wait a
Yeah.
minute. You're talking about the brighter light is the moon?
I presume, I'm presuming this, and it looks that way to me. Like, that's why I wish if anybody recognizes this picture who took it.
Well, I'm not sure I understand your point, because I've caught a reflection of Venus on the Chesapeake Bay. So Venus has a reflection. So I'm not sure I understand exactly what you mean, simply because the other light source has a long reflection across the water, but you're pointing that out. Is that what you're saying?
Well, how far? No, not that. How far do they say these things are, Travis?
Well, the one is 250,000 miles and the other one's light years. So yeah, I mean, I get you. Okay.
They can get away maybe with the moon being like 250,000 miles, right? Sunlight hitting it, and the reflection, but something millions of miles away is doing the same thing. Think about that.
Yeah, the
I don't know. It's
angle would be
something.
totally different, right? The angles would be different if it's reflecting light from a different distance. It wouldn't be parallel on that lake towards the viewer.
That too, yeah. That's another thing. But can the light reach and do that from that far? I don't know. Just
That's an
something
interesting point
I
there.
caught my eye. I wanted to
Yeah,
bring up to you guys.
reflected light from that far, not direct light,
Yeah.
would be pretty difficult, I would think. I mean, we would have to get that guy Brian or whoever Witsit debated to do the math, and then it would
Yeah,
work out.
yeah. We need
Yeah,
a
that's
math guy
interesting.
for this one.
That's an interesting point to raise.
What's that law that light diminishes when you go half a distance away by a quarter? What's that law called again?
Inverse square law.
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh.
Talking about the
What do y'all call?
the inverse square law of gravity? Or,
No, light.
oh, like
Can the
I mean,
light from that, what was it? Whatever, we have to find out what picture it is. I think it's Jupiter from the location. If it was taken last month, it looks like Jupiter, but it could be a star, right? You got to calculate the distance of that object being able to cast light here on the water here.
if you did it just from the moon alone, right? You get half the. Oh, did somebody want to get in?
No,
Nobody said anything, bro.
That's a hot mic.
That's somebody side heavy crazy.
well, I was yawning.
so
I think. Go ahead.
if you go halfway to the moon, it's double the brightness, right? And then you half that distance. As long as the whole moon stays in your eyesight, it keeps doubling in brightness when you decrease the distance by half. So by the time the astronauts had gotten to a point to where they could still see the whole moon, it would have been so fucking bright. I mean, it would have been blinding inside the capsule.
Yeah, it's crazy. The way they say light travels, and yeah.
Can you imagine them getting to the moon and they were like, "Fuck, we forgot about the inverse square law. I can't see shit."
Well, no, when you're on
Yeah.
the moon, when you're on the surface of the moon, it wouldn't have been bad. You have to have the whole thing in your vision at one time, right? For this to work.
Think about it. If there's a reflection bright enough to cast a light line on the here on Earth in the ocean, think of how bright that has to be on the surface.
Yeah, I don't get what you just said, Jeremy. Because place a mirror on the ground, stand on it, and have a huge a huge spotlight shine down on it where it's reflecting towards your eyes. It's gonna freaking blind you, man.
You'd be wrapped up
Yeah, but
like
you're
a goose.
No, I hear that, but if you're just like a regular object, you'd have to see the whole thing in one shot for the inverse square law to hold.
Okay, maybe so. Maybe that's a very precise and true statement. Now place yourself on that object that's reflecting that much light that's going however far it's going. You don't think it's going to be bright? It's going to be bright as hell, man.
She blinded me with the inverse square law.
Blinded me with science.
I don't know. I've only ever heard the Globers say the thing I just said, so I thought that was
Yeah.
true about if
Yeah,
you're standing on the thing.
that could be a mistake, right? I mean, I'm just saying. You listen to the covers. Hey, that's a good song too. Blinded me with science, right?
She blinded me with science.
Hey, you guys know that the album that song was on, Thomas Dolby's album. You know what the name of the album was?
Okay.
You ready?
What?
Flat Earth.
I was fixing to say that too as a joke.
Get out. Seriously?
Oh, I couldn't get to my mute volume. Oh man, I knew that.
Yep.
Seriously,
Yeah,
Travis?
that album. Yeah, yep. The album that song was on was the album was named Flat Earth.
I honestly think I've heard that before. That's why I was going to say it. It was just in my mind. Because now that you say that, I think you actually said that before.
I just
I've heard
googled
you.
it.
I've definitely heard
It's
someone
on,
say it.
Google is telling me it's on the golden age of wireless, 1982.
Oh, did I put it on the
found
wrong album? Okay, well, either way, he has an album called Flat Earth.
Thomas Dolby.
Yeah.
Yeah, at one time they were telling me that flat Earth had a different meaning. And I forget how they described it, but it had to do with finance. But when they said flat Earth, it meant like everyone was the same or some BS like that. I don't even actually remember
That's
what
when
they
the
were meaning.
Masons say we're on the level, right? They're basically saying we're all the same. When I say brother, like if I call you brother or sister, because I'm
Right.
reminding you that you're acting a little hoity-toity and that we're
Let's
all
not
the
skip
same. We
past
put
the
our
fact that
pants leg on
Copernicus
us.
just got fact checked.
I use brother a lot.
Copernicus cancel.
I said let's not skip past the fact that Copernicus just got fact checked.
Boom. Mic drop.
That's all right. You'll get it next time, pal.
Yeah,
Well,
we
like
don't
I
really
said, he
listen to
still has an
Paul
album
anyway.
called Flat Earth.
Thomas Dolby.
How about the other one by REM?
Maybe.
How does it go, Travis? Stand in the center, then point north. Think about direction.
Stand in the place where you live.
You've
Then
also got the
point
Red Hot.
north.
1984, Travis.
You've also got the Red Hot Chili
What?
Peppers with
1984, The Flat Earth.
Oh, okay.
Was he trying to
These
wake heads up in the
musicians were
80s?
hip, man. Hey, they were hip from back then.
Does anyone surprised that Travis is wrong again? I'm not. Shout out to Travis.
Merciless.
If just imagine if Travis could do a presentation in front of a large group with his, with his observations and say, "This is reality, right? This is me out in the real world, reality at the same spot with these conditions. These conditions change on this day, and this is what I'm seeing. You're not, your eyes can fool you. This is how it fools you. How that group would now perceive a sunset or a boat going away from them or whatever. Just Travis, right? A truck driver, so to speak. He's not just a truck driver, right? He's an incredible researcher and observer. He's recorded, and he can now, from his studies, can now articulate what he's seeing to others. But now all he needs to do is get in front of a large group and change their world, right?
You say he's an incredible researcher, but there was that one time when he was just talking about this old song and he got it super wrong. He just got dumped on. It was hardcore.
Shut up,
So I'm
Bob.
not sure that we can trust him.
That could be memory,
What
right?
kind of
I'm not
narrative
saying
is
he's
he
going to
pushing? He
memorize
might be an
everything.
agent.
What kind of shit is he pushing here? These songs, he's now is going to repeat it wrong. Oh, it's on the Flat Earth album. And then he would make it look
Erroneously
like a fool.
referencing albums. God damn it.
I'm never going to listen to him again on anything he
Yeah,
says.
you're done. You ain't
Don't
allowed on
drink.
YouTube.
Do not
You ain't
drink when people say ether band.
You're not allowed on McTunes, Travis.
Everybody drink.
Nobody.
You guys are
Ground
crazy.
control to Major Tom.
Hey, if everybody drank every time I was wrong, they'd all be sober.
Speaking of Major Tom, I'm like having like flashbacks of like Pink Floyd The Wall, right? And I'm thinking about like the Matrix and how it's like all, really making sense right now. And I kind of wonder, like, do you guys ever go back and watch The Wall? Because Roger
that's a
Waters,
movie.
like, if you listen to him speak today, it's like, damn, he's right again. Shit, this dude's batting 100.
A lot of people saw this stuff way before us. We're not the only woke people around, and a lot of them, they couldn't talk about it, but they put it in the music and in the movies.
Yeah, I mean,
Is
this
The
guy
Wall a
from the
movie?
'80s was he trying? This guy from the '80s
mean,
was he
Yeah.
trying to like wake people up to the flat Earth back then, or what?
No, just to the system.
Nobody's made any. Yeah, I haven't seen anybody make comments on the album itself. So
Have you listened to the album?
No.
We should probably listen to this album, guys. I mean, really?
Larry.
Yeah, I was talking about the movie.
Oh,
Yeah,
it's
Pink
called
Floyd The Wall, the movie, right? Because it shows you like, all the kids going to school and they get like ground into like hamburger meat where they were all like one individual, like or they were individual and then they get turned into like this, monotonous glob of like, it's all the same. and it's like the meat grinder, it's like euphemism for the war machine and education and all this stuff. And it's like, if you haven't seen that movie while, you know, your eyes were opened, I would say, even though it's really hard to watch because it's like made in the late 70s, I would say go back and watch it. There's a lot of symbology like The Matrix. If you enjoyed The Matrix, you'll enjoy that.
The Wall movie, Pink Floyd, in 1982.
82,
We
Neil
also
Donald
need
Floyd.
to.
How about that?
We also need to watch we also need to listen to that Flat Earth album. I mean, we should have
Yeah,
been all over that.
while watching the Truman Show and all the other shows that dictate a dome over a flat plane and people being deceived and blah blah blah. I mean, it's everywhere in music and movies.
Simultaneously, all the movies playing simultaneously in a big,
Yeah, like have
humongous
all the
room,
TV,
like in The Matrix.
and then have that album playing in the background, and just program yourself. You know, you'll be a flat Earth robot.
Well, I'm just saying that's neat. If this guy back in the '80s was trying to like wake heads up, like we don't even know if he was like talking about.
Yeah, worthy of
Yeah, I never
consideration.
really mentioned the flat Earth. It was all about like what they program you to do. Like they tell you, to go be a big rock star, and then like he couldn't handle the drugs, so he messed up his life. But it was because he was doing like what that everybody wanted him to do instead of what he was supposed to be doing.
Yeah, but
So
Hank, I'm talking
anyway,
about the Flat Earth. I'm talking about the Flat Earth album from the '80s.
what are you talking about?
I was
The
talking about
album
the
from
Flat
He's
Earth
talking about
album.
the Flat Earth, the Thomas Dolby album that I mentioned.
I'm
He's
sorry,
talking
bro.
about
Please
listening to
continue.
the I'm sure some of you know this, but Toto, the rock group Toto, has a Flat Earth song. I think it was released in the early '90s. I just posted it, called 20th Century Blues. If you haven't listened to that, you should take a listen to it.
Yeah, I'm done listening to you, Travis. You were wrong about the flat Earth album.
No, I'll make a bet
No,
on
there
this one.
could be something. There could be something in that album that somebody should probably listen to that.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
You're right, Jeremy. I'll listen to it today. I'm in New York, so I've got like a 4-hour drive home. So I've got plenty of time. I'll listen through it.
Yeah, that's your homework. Also, I'm gonna need to see you after class.
Really?
I haven't heard that in a while.
This person in here talking about you ain't heard that in a while. He's in his mid-20s. He's like, I haven't heard that in a while. Dude, I ain't heard that in over 20 years.
Correction, early 20s.
Man, I'm getting old.
So we're all getting old, bro. So are the ballers, have you gotten over the destruction of your Big Bang?
Which is ironic because the Big Bang is destructive in principle.
Yeah. The bang banged.
Well, let's come up with a new theory and say it wasn't one big bang, it was a big orgy. It was all over the place. Everywhere.
We'll say that's how science
Nowhere.
works.
There too.
That's exactly how science works.
Yeah,
The
our model
silence
just
says
getting
it all.
better. Yeah. Did anybody by chance see us debate that BAMA last night, physicists?
Yeah, it was horrible. You guys mopped the floor with a guy that should have been left in kindergarten. He was absolutely embarrassing.
Yeah, it
Travis,
was
tell us how you
crazy.
really feel.
I mean, we all knew that just regular people, even people in specified fields of science or whatever, like they're not going to do good.
Yeah, but I mean, I even destroyed him in his specialized field.
Yo, did you use the Bremen drop tower?
No, I did
Heck.
message you about that, but we didn't even get to that because it doesn't matter because he just doesn't understand the principle, which is that the electrostatics just sets the up and down, and then density and buoyancy sorts the rest out. He's like, the electric field isn't consistent. Like, it isn't like the same across the whole earth. It varies, so it can't be the explanation. I'm like, you're not understanding. As long as it's positive, as you increase up in the air, that sets the up and the down. The density and the buoyancy sorts the rest out. And once something goes down, it has an agreed upon average. It's not exactly always right. It just sets the up and down. And he just kept saying it. So it just goes to show you that, like, it really doesn't matter if you have a degree or if you wrote a book. It doesn't matter if you're a field expert in pulse electromagnetic therapy and you have a BA in it. None of that matters.
What was it
Pulse
on Globebusters? What's
electromagnetic
it?
therapy.
What's it? I was
Yeah,
on the
he like.
Globebusters.
No, I was on Jaronism's channel.
Jaron's alright.
Yeah, like he does this like basically like a modern version of like the Rice machine, basically, which
Who
is
does
pretty
that?
cool. The dude we debated.
Oh, really? He's got a operating.
Yeah.
What's he use it for?
I don't really know the specifics of his field. I'm guessing he doesn't brand it as like this gets rid of cancer, but like just
Right.
different types of like inflammation and stuff. I think, which is cool because it will work for that, right? That's what grounding does. So actually, you could just go walk on the ground. But I will say
Yeah,
this guy's like not that bad in some ways, bro. Like he knows the last 2 years was a complete scam. He knows the Rockefeller education system. It's just something about this subject. He has this
Really?
huge blinder on. He can't handle it.
Wow.
Yeah. This and the moon landing. But then he admitted he hasn't really looked into the moon landing. So I have faith for him. As weird as that might say. If you watch it, it's like excruciating though. It's like he wasn't listening to shit. Crap.
It was
It's not
like
that
he
didn't
was.
necessarily listen. Everything you guys said was like distasteful to him. Like it was like disgusting. It was like, no, 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 no.
Yo, he was so
That's I
emotional.
can't. My ears are rejecting what you're saying.
Yeah, Jaron pointed that out a few times, but I thought he was a pretty well-educated man, and he seemed to know stuff that you could just throw at him. He seemed knowledgeable for sure.
Yeah. Dude, he got to the point where he was like, I don't want to talk to Austin anymore. And so, what's up? So, like, Dave made a shirt. He made a shirt that's for sale on the store that says, I don't want to talk to Austin anymore.
Do you take issue with
Made a joke out of it.
Yeah, do you take issue with he didn't really have any kind of anything to debate. He didn't feel confident about anything else, right? He's like, all right, maybe it is flat, but your theory on up and down is wrong. I mean, that was really
This
the only
is
thing.
this
But
is
he's
what it
wrong
seemed
about
like.
that.
This is what it seemed like to me. It seemed like it was a snowball fight. And he had like 20 snowballs behind his thing, and he just would pop up and throw and see what happened. Pop up and throw. He would just throw shit.
That's a good analogy. Like, he would get destroyed. He'd be like, I don't know. I don't think so. I'll have to look into that. But what about this?
Yeah. Exactly. Yep. Where's my next snowball? Where'd it go? Damn it.
I'm just imagining that.
I'm like, bro, you got a lot to look into, man, because he said it like 20 times. I'll have to look into it.
At least he didn't say that's not my field. That's not my area of knowledge. It's not my specialty.
Any baller would have done better than him. It was listening to like a 2016 debate.
But that's good because it shows like field experts with PhDs and BAs and MAs, like, they can't debate us. It's just these zealots that have come up with all kinds of fairy tales to do mental gymnastics, right? So we need to just debate people like that for open-minded people to see us, not talk to Zanuck.
Oh, it was definitely good. We need more of that. More PhDs, more bigwigs. Definitely. The only thing is the 4-on-1 was a bit too much, I think. Maybe
I
next
think
time
it's
do a
interesting.
1-on-1.
I think it's interesting that he's the one that reached out to Dave, because it takes a special person who, and I mean special in air quotes, who wants to get into this arena. You know what I mean? Like, not too many people have the personality to even step into this discourse.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
Yeah,
knock him.
what
I
SE
wouldn't
said.
make fun of this guy at all.
What SE said just now I second that. Like, it should be a one-on-one type of thing so that it can, you know, we've gone into gems. Everyone's gone into gems, and now you got 4 or 5 Globers on you, right? That's not cool.
Yeah, but look at what happened, right? With that situation, 401, they were continually going, okay, all right, we're sorry, we're going to let you continue with it. Like, it was set up for him to do a presentation. They did kind of interrupt him, but they babied him so much he demanded that. That is weird, man. I mean,
Well, to
they
be fair,
gave in and said, look, you know, all right, move on, you know, to help your sensitivity. We're just going to move. We did the same thing with George over at Bev's. Like, okay, no, everyone go on mute. George has set these parameters. He can't handle it if we're, you know, talking back at him, whatever. He can't handle the situation. That is just strange, man.
Yeah, we had
yeah,
the
like
George Snowflake rule.
yeah, but so this is the plan was let him present his point, right, and then we talk about it. So we weren't going to let him like just die a tribe an hour of globe earth bullshit, you know, like we couldn't let him do that. So it was just like, well, you make your point and then we'll respond. And yeah, I mean, it was 4v1, but we tried to be respectful. We tried to like hold his hand, you know. So I don't know what else
That's
we
what I'm
can do.
saying. Y'all are walking him across the street when he knew the street was busy, right? Like, it's weird. It's like he was a
Why did
baby.
you make that one?
He knew going into the room there was going to be 4 people there, and they still had to hold his hand while he crossed the street. It was just strange.
He thought he had all these home runs, and his real home run was the 9.8 meters second squared in electricity. He had never heard of me or anything. He's never heard me explain any of that. And most people in Flat Earth don't really explain it. So he kind of came in there thinking that was going to be his whole home run, was he was going to strawman a flat disc with a center of mass gravity and how it's impossible, and show how electrostatics can't explain it because Dave said electrostatics, but he doesn't really go in detail, right? So he brought me on there, and that's why he got so triggered. He's like, I don't want to talk to Austin anymore. Oh, Dave, you brought him on here. He's like, you're ace in the hole. He said that, you know, because it's like he just wasn't ready for that part of his argument to be decapitated. So he just didn't know what to do. I think that's why he came in so confident. He thought that was his home run.
It's funny watching Sean Hibbler get so mad. He looked like he was going to just pop his top for
He's funny, bro. It's funny. He's like, he hates when people are liars.
He's getting
I
wrecked.
never heard Hibbard, and I liked his expression, like he would just cover his eyes, going, "Oh my God, this is," and it was ridiculous, right? That someone that claims to be so intelligent can't comprehend a simple explanation or won't even listen to it. That's
Yeah.
not intelligence, man. That is program. That's what do you call it? A zealot. That's just
Well,
someone who's closed minded.
it sucks though, because I feel like if say I FaceTime that dude and he wasn't live on camera, right? You know, and we could talk about all the details, and I could be like, look, you should look back into electrical field theory before it got thrown out because of Michelson Morley, and look, this is the dielectric. And he would be really interested in that because he said he went back into looking into electrodynamic theories about a year ago, and he wrote a book about the Earth. So it's just that he was on the spot as the credentialed person, right? And so it's probably really
Yeah,
hard to
saving
like,
face.
yeah,
Absolutely. He's got people watching him, right? Like, you know what I'm
yeah,
saying? He has to save face the league. He's not going to give in. You know, I get it, right? He's in an awkward position, but he got that position made him look like a fool.
yeah, for sure. That's why
Yeah.
I asked him at one point. I'm like, if the Earth was flat and stationary, would you want to know?
What did he say? I missed that. He probably didn't answer.
He didn't answer. So then Hibbler was
Yeah.
like, wait, but that's a fair question, though, right? Did you not hear what he asked? And so I asked
Yeah,
him
guess
again.
it.
Yeah, and then Hibbler's like, he doesn't want to know. And so when I asked it the second time, he's like, yeah, I would want to know. I just don't think that it can be or something. I'm like, I asked if you would want to know if it was. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on.
Can be. That's an
Yeah.
interesting clause in that retort.
It's just closed minded, man. It's just programmed. I mean,
He has,
it's education.
yeah, sorry, Rick. He has to follow the script, you know, and it's easy to know. You know, you can ask him a question and know what he's going to answer, and then do a follow up based on that because you know what he has to say. I mean, yeah.
Well, like
Yeah,
you and
yeah.
I, like when we were younger, I would look up at the clouds, and I never even thought about why the clouds in the distance were lower, right? It wasn't that I thought I lived on a globe or I thought of any optical effects. It's just that was my reality, right? Like, you know what I'm saying? But now that I know why they're lower or appear lower, then it's better. It's cool, right? Like, it's knowledge.
Yeah, and Dave has awesome videos to show the sunset. Like everyone should grab one of those videos from Dave because it literally replicates it perfectly. Where it shows it looks like it goes down optically, but in his kitchen he's just keeping it at the same height, and it goes down and it disappears as a perfect horizontal hard line, just like they said it wouldn't do. So it's actually really dope.
I caught a sunset on the drone, and it was literally one frame. There's the sun. Next frame, gone. It was like a snap, and it just disappears. There is no, from high up, like there was no fading. Like it got smaller, smaller, and then at this point, it just snapped and it was gone.
Yeah, that's
Yo,
crazy.
where's the sunset?
He showed another one. I don't know. I'll get the actual videos and I'll send them to you guys. But he showed a drone video as well. It's funny that you mentioned that. He showed a drone where the sun disappears above the horizon. Like there's like another hard line in the sky of opacity above the horizon. So it's so awesome. It just destroys the globe, dude.
I have that at sea
I
level.
saw, yeah,
You should show him my video. It's at sea level. He's always taking it at drone because it's so rare to get it at sea level, but I have it.
I've seen you debating them guys. Where over the stars disappearing over, the stars were disappearing above the horizon. Remember that?
Bro, and when you actually look, everything does disappear like a little above it. Like again with this sunset, I'm thinking back. Like there's the hard horizon, and then there's the sun's like a millimeter above it. Like there's that horizon, and then it's above it. It's disappearing above it, not into it. It's totally different.
We have a lot of those. Rakia has a lot of them. Bev has a lot of them. Where you see the sun split in half, literally.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, it's cool. It disappears like in the air.
Yep.
I have a boat doing the same thing as it goes straight away from me. It gets into the ether band. Everybody drink. If that's what you want to call it. That's cool with me. And it starts fading out, just like the sun does. But at a certain point, the boat has totally disappeared. You don't get any image back to your eyes from at that point. But when it hits the wave and the water splashes off the boat to the right and left, you can see that splash, but you can't see the boat. It's really, really cool.
Yeah, this destroys the whole no way that sunsets are possible on flat Earth. Like we're sitting here watching it disappear above the horizon. So you can just go sit down and cry about it with your little toy ball, bro.
Well, they're saying because the bottom is obstructed, that's going over the curve is the hump or the Earth curve is causing that, but it's not. It can be caught. Well,
what?
I won't say it's not. I'm just saying it over a flat plane. It can be caused by something else.
But we see the horizon, and then it disappears above that with like another hard line of opacity. So it's like it's not the curve, right? The curve is that horizon down there where the water looks like it's in the sky. And it disappears above that with there's a whole nother horizon looking thing that all of a sudden the sun just starts disappearing behind, bottom up.
I wonder if at altitude over water, do you ever see it obstructed bottom up, or does it always fade out? Isn't that a good question then? Like I don't think I've never, you know what I'm saying? Show me something over a sunset over water at altitude, like with a drone or something, that it does just get obstructed bottom up until it disappears. I've never seen that. I've seen it at low elevation, but not at altitude, not with a drone or something.
What altitude do you need?
Well, the drone is only a couple hundred feet. It just
10,000 feet. What are we talking here?
He just said a few hundred feet. Why are you interrupting?
Question. You asked a direct question. I started answering. I actually said the amount, and you were still talking. Like you talked over. So
the whole vibe is already
I would say the
changed.
drone.
Go ahead.
I would say the drone. Yeah, but I would say the drone goes up a couple hundred feet is all you need because we're getting those fade outs. So I would like to see, and maybe it's out there. It could be everywhere. But a drone showing a sunset over open water where it's just obstructed bottom up until it disappears.
So how about from a building that's 50 stories tall?
Is it shooting over water
No,
where there's
on
no
the beach.
land?
I mean, I don't know. I'm just asking. Would that be acceptable? I haven't looked.
Okay, let me.
Can I
Let
be
me.
fair though? We were all having a really chill conversation, man. Can you maybe just like be chill because the vibe immediately changed. I don't even know who's talking, but I can tell it's a Glober because immediately it's impulsive, interruptive. Can we just keep it chill, man?
I thought it was kind of, but anyway,
Yeah, it's all right.
I feel it coming, man.
He's just trying to head it off. He's just trying to head it off at the pass. But I would say a drone, just like what we're seeing here with the fade out, that same position, right, or relative to that, over open water, the sun being obstructed bottom up until it disappears. Now, if there's a mountain in the distance or whatever, of course it's going to disappear bottom up before it fades out. But you understand what I'm asking now?
Right. So again, would like a 50-story building out the balcony of a hotel on the beach, would that be acceptable?
Yeah, sure.
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah, maybe.
For the record, I don't even know if it exists. Didn't even look for it. Just wondering.
Okay, well, we just answered you. Yeah.
Awesome. Yes.
Okay.
So did you not hear what we were talking about, though? We were talking about how the stupid talking point from the Globe Zealots is that there would be no horizon on a flat Earth and that the sunset debunks a flat Earth. And we were talking about a video that we have where you can actually take a drone up, or in some of them without even a drone, but you take the drone up and you can see the horizon where the water appears to meet the sky. And then up above that, the sun begins to disappear behind this hard horizontal line in the sky, as if it's just like an additional line of opacity that just makes the sun disappear. So we can like literally see what actually makes the sun disappear. It has nothing to do with the ground curving up.
So what is actually, according to that video or description or interpretation, what is actually making the sun disappear in that case?
There's just a layer of the air that basically effectively gives you opacity because of atmospheric conditions, right? It's going to get so low based on the conditions of that day that once it gets to a certain optical declination, you can't see any further. It's this hard cutoff line based on the density layers. And it literally begins to disappear with a hard cutoff line.
So this is happens all the time or only in certain conditions?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Why?
Because if it happens one time, it shows that the sun can disappear because of the optics.
So why if it only happens one time under specific conditions, why doesn't it happen all the time under all
because the conditions are different? Jesus, man.
This is like talking to a religious zealot.
My question is, why would the conditions change? Why would they change what happens? In other words,
you don't even know. You don't even realize what you're asking.
Can you just maybe pump the brakes and really soak in? Maybe really soak in what we're saying before you just try to find a way to dismiss it. Okay,
right.
We're saying that the claim that the only way the sunset could happen is the Earth curves and blocks the sun from the bottom up. That isn't true. We have observations, and not just one time ever. All right. It's just not every day, and you have to get at some elevation, typically see it, and you can see that the sun will disappear behind an optical horizon line, an optical horizontal vanishing point in the air up above the actual horizon, right, where it just looks like it's disappearing behind a horizontal vanishing point that proves that the Atmos itself will make it disappear with a hard cutoff.
I'm sorry, but we don't just say that that's the only way it can disappear. We obviously say that it can disappear behind the moon in the case of an eclipse.
Yeah, you got
no,
us.
But nobody. No,
we're talking about sunsets, dude.
Sunset still.
So not behind the moon. Yeah.
No.
Sorry.
Come on. Let me say.
Nothing to do with eclipses, dude. We're talking about sunsets. Yeah.
Even sunsets, they can. Even sunsets, they can be behind the mountain, which means it'll be behind the mountain.
But
right?
that's not our point. That's not our point.
I haven't finished yet. Nobody said that the only way it can happen is behind the curve of the Earth. That's
Even
why
even
sunset
behind the
happens. But
mountains is
still,
the curve of the earth,
hold
buddy.
on a second. Hold on a second. But
Guys,
you're
let this
creating a
guy
straw
finish.
man where you're saying that's the only way, and now we're showing that there's another way, which
All right,
is
listen carefully.
basically some kind of an
All right,
obstruction
listen
you're
carefully.
describing.
Even on the globe, if it goes behind mountains, that's the curve of the earth. So you're lost. The point is that you claim it's a physical obstruction, and that's why the sun disappears. And we have proven that is not actually true. Okay, so why don't you try to respond to the actual argument instead of literally just a complete red herring fallacy?
So what's your
There it
comment
goes
on
again
this?
with those distinctions without
What's
a
your
difference
comment
again.
on the sun fading out, not being obstructed bottom up by a geometric surface? What's your comment about how it can set with other, under certain conditions for other reasons? What's your comment about that?
Or maybe it can fade out, as you say, in other conditions. I haven't actually seen this video you're talking about. But
Okay.
Sweet.
It can.
So maybe just reserve judgment, huh?
Nice
Right,
comment.
Why the hell are you coming in here trying to change the subject as if you're rebutting what we're saying then?
And he hasn't even seen the fade out.
It's weird. It cuts off with a hard line
because
in
you
the sky.
strawmanned, and I had to call you out on it.
No, I didn't
Your
straw man.
call-out was a
There's
distinction
tons of
without a
there's tons of
difference.
globe earthers that say that there would be no
You
horizon
did.
on a flat Earth, and that sunsets are only possible on a globe Earth because the Earth's surface blocks the sun and it curves, so the sun disappears in a certain place. And we just proved that
Yeah.
isn't true.
Let's move on from this guy. I mean, if he has a question about this fade out, the topic, sun setting for other reasons than a hard geometric curved surface.
Yeah, can I ask you one? Let me ask him a question. So, what do you think of that? Say that what we're saying is true. You should go look into it. If we show you a video where we took a drone up and you can see the horizon, right, where the water appears to meet the sky, we see that line, and then we have a drone up and we see the sun begin to disappear at the sunset with a hard horizontal cutoff, like a line. It comes down and it starts to disappear with a horizontal cutoff up above that horizon where the water appears to meet the sky. What would you think of that? What's your opinion on that?
Well, there could be some other reason. Could be optical. Could be optical. Why it appears to disappear above what appears to be the horizon, right? Especially when you're talking about over water, because then you get a lot of a high difference in atmospheric conditions as you go up, which means the images are usually less clear and there's usually a lot more distortion.
Right, so then you agree what that shows is that the sunset can happen purely because of optics.
No, that's not what I
Oh
said.
my god, I'm so done.
That's not what I said, and you're trying to strawman me. Because what I said is it appearing higher than the horizon could be an optical effect, right? But not the sunset itself happening is an optical effect.
Why not?
No.
Why can one be but the other not?
Because they are
what
different
about
things.
The sunset? Okay, but still, we're talking about different things, but we're talking about different things behaving in the same manner, right? So if you have a boat and it does this because it's disappearing,
okay. I've got
if something can disappear optically, then if a boat can disappear optically, then why not a bigger boat, or why not a bright boat, or not why the sun? You know what I mean?
I'm not because I wasn't talking about anything disappearing optically. I was talking about something appearing higher than the horizon.
That doesn't answer the question. So that's a non sequitur. We're not talking about the sun refracting up. We're talking about how the sun is going away in the sky, and we put a drone up and we watch this horizontal cutoff, where once the sun gets there, it's just you can't see it anymore. Like it's disappearing from the bottom up, going into this horizontal cutoff in the sky, but it's just a layer of the atmosphere up above the horizon where the water meets the sky optically. So it shows objectively that you can get what looks like a sunset with a horizontal cutoff with the sun disappearing behind it based on optical conditions in the atmosphere. It shows that objectively.
Have you guys ever played around with
I
can I
think he's
just jump in
saying
here
that the sun is refracting up 50 feet up
He was
or 50 miles up.
That doesn't make sense, though.
Was he trying to respond just now or no?
Yeah. Can I just say something real quick?
No, I wasn't trying to respond. Go ahead, whoever wanted to say something.
He hasn't seen the video. He doesn't have a response.
Yo, if you take like so if like you take a camera and you put like a piece of fishing line going up and down on the z-axis, right? So bottom to top, piece of fishing line, it will create a left to right lens flare when you see it through the camera. So it's orthogonally 90 degrees, flipping that distortion, that obstruction, and it's like that's the causal part of how you get this cool like little camera hack happening where you can get this horizontal lens flare. So I would suggest that it's a horizontal band distortion caused by looking straight into the horizon. That's you're getting the most possible distortion, and it's causing this foreshortening to happen from an orthogonal which would be horizontal bottom up. So I'm sorry, it's like a top to down gradient that's causing the. Anyway, it's just opposite. It's however you're perceiving the phenomena. If it's cutting it in half on that horizontal axis as you perceive it, it's like the actual cause is happening on the opposite axis. I'll stop talking now. Thanks.
Well, no. So like I'm just so everyone understands what's going on, right? You know, when we see the sunset, just imagine what a sunset looks like when you look over water. You see it go and go, and then it comes down and it gets cut off with the horizontal. It starts to go underneath it, right? Like a typical sunset we've all seen. It's the same exact thing, only it starts to happen up above the water, just like in the middle of the air. It's epic.
Appears to happen above the
Yeah,
water.
that
Not starts.
exactly.
Appears.
That's our point. That's what happens
Right.
in sunsets.
Right. Appears to have, and my point is, it could easily appear to be higher than it actually is because of refraction. Yeah, I told you that's
what
he's
saying.
What's
That would mean that the horizon has to be refracted up too, but we see the horizon below it. You're not understanding.
It doesn't have to be refracted in the same way because the distances are different.
So you're
Why
saying
do
that
you
the
still make
horizon
it
is
at that
blocking the
point?
sun. The horizon's blocking the sun. The sun's refracted up and shows you where the horizon's blocking it, but with the horizon line, but the horizon stays somewhere else. That's what your argument is?
Bro, that's so ridiculous to think that you see something and it's not where you see it just because.
And I actually think that's more perspective. The horizon is closer, and it appears to rise to your eye level. So anything beyond that, more distance, would appear to be below it and be obstructed. That's what I feel anyway.
I mean, it's
Just
just
leave
so.
out refraction.
Yeah, just be honest and say, okay, what this shows is that the effect of the sunset that we observe could just be happening over a flat Earth based on perspective and optics.
No, to me, it doesn't show that at all.
Oh my
Not even
God, you haven't
close.
even seen it. You admitted you haven't even seen it.
And you're saying no, it doesn't show that it doesn't. This is strange, man.
It's like talking to someone about the Bible.
That's the fifth day in a
And
row. So
yeah,
I've
it's
had to
just
point
crazy.
this out.
If
How are you going to make
it's the
comments on
video that
something
was
that
posted,
you have no knowledge of, sir?
If it's the video that was posted at 23 minutes past the
No,
hour,
I haven't
then
posted the video. I haven't posted. I'm driving.
not
No,
you.
I
Somebody has posted it at 23
posted
minutes.
one that is. I posted one that is a fade out. It's obstructed bottom up, just like we normally see, but it's also refracted. It looks like a keyhole. And then as it goes further away from you, as it's not going down anymore in the video for some reason, like the Earth stopped turning, and then it fades out. So I'm just giving one example, but there's many at higher elevation that are the whole. You can see the whole circle of the sun going away and fading out all at once at the same time. You're speaking without knowing, man. It's
Like, dude,
unintelligible.
just be honest. Even if this was the case, you could still save the Earth's a ball. You can be honest about things. Like, if the Earth really is a ball, and we're just wrong, and it's provably a spinning ball in a vacuum, you don't have to lie about anything, right? Whatever the Earth is, right? So if you're right about it, you don't have to lie. You don't have to, like, be dishonest and say, no, that couldn't happen on a flat Earth. You don't have to. Just be honest, right? Because if the Earth's a ball, you can still acknowledge what happens. Truth doesn't fear investigation, bro.
Mate, if I'm not agreeing with you, doesn't mean I'm lying. You know, if I'm
You
disagreeing with
hand-wave
your
dismissed
assessment,
it.
no, you asked me, do you agree it can happen on the flat Earth? And I said, no, I don't agree it can happen on the flat Earth. That's it.
So
Why?
you're
Because
saying
I
the
disagree
only
with you doesn't
Why?
mean.
Why?
But are you saying that the only way you can get a sun?
I'll
Are you
go
saying
down
the
this
only
road.
way a sunset can happen is Earth is a ball? Is that the claim?
That's not what the claim.
Well,
Okay,
answer his
wait,
Can you
question.
stop trying to straw man?
Oh, okay, so
Right,
He
I'll shut
asked
up then.
you, dude.
So
How's it a
wait.
straw man if he asked you?
Guys,
Okay,
settle down.
so if there are more ways than just Earth being ball to have a sunset, then why are you saying that this? You know, why are you denying that the sun could set in other ways? You agree it does.
I'm not denying it could set, or it can appear to set in other ways.
Okay.
Okay.
Hey,
Cool.
so then it does there. That's where.
No, you're saying it happens on a flat Earth. It can happen on a flat Earth, and I'm saying no, it can't.
Well, but no. So you are saying that
Other ways,
so again,
not
you're saying
randomly, other ways, unknown other ways. I'm just saying this
okay, so the
particular
Earth.
way, it can't happen. You're not
This guy
saying
doesn't want to be
anything.
honest. He doesn't want to be
He's not
honest.
saying anything. He's saying
It's
no,
pointless.
anything that has the word flat in it. I mean, but what I was thinking earlier was imagine being like a physics professor at Georgetown University, going on to a debate channel, and then quoting people like Zanuck as the reason that you know that the Earth is a globe. It's fucking nuts.
Yeah, like that dude asked if we want to debate Professor Dave with. I'm like, this dude is scared to debate me, bro. I'm like, come on, man.
It's like, I don't know if well, it's all the chat at Yale, but I don't know if you have heard of F.E. Dogma and Wolfie. Yeah. Everybody at Harvard is talking about him. Proves the Earth's a globe. Unbelievable. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, because like he just went and his research of flat Earth was just to go watch the controlled opposition anti-flat Earth videos. You know what I'm saying? So that's why he came in so ill prepared, because they lie so much that someone comes in thinking, oh, I have all these home runs against flat Earth, and then they talk to a real flat earther and they're like, oh.
Well, yeah, but that happened right away when he talked about a disc flying in space. You know, and then when you guys called him out, he just spit and sputtered like, "Oh yeah, I was just using that. Like I was just like kind of generally referring to that." I'm like, "Fuck, man, you're looking at the wrong shit."
I mean, it is a good, like, show it. Like, it did bother everybody. I could see, even me, like, just watching it when he showed the disc and the arrows of gravity pointing. And what he's pointing out is that the way that he's like, but it's easy to go through it, but yeah, your gravity doesn't work. We can see, you can work that out, but it's not that we're on a disc.
So, question: would the sunset be different? Would it look different on a flat Earth versus a sphere, or would it look the same?
Absolutely the same.
So you can't use the sun. Now, having said that, let me ask you a second question. Does it depend? Because I've heard flat earthers describe the sunset as more like the sun is moving away instead of the sun moving like over the horizon, so to speak. It's moving away from the Earth, and it's moving in a circle away from the Earth. So does that matter? The mechanics of the sunset and sunrise? Do you understand my question?
I'm not sure I do. No.
So the sphere model says that the sun, quote, it's moving. I mean, whether the Earth or the sun is moving, it's moving over the horizon, and in a circle kind of over the horizon, whether that's flat Earth or round. Whereas some flat earthers I've had described as the sun, instead of moving it's moving more like away from the Earth, not in a circle around the Earth. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense to me.
Yeah, I don't know, but when you say around the Earth, it's moving over the top of the surface. So at the same time it's going in its circuit, it's also moving away from in your particular vantage point. So I think the language would allow for both of those descriptors. And if anybody else wants to
so in the
disagree
end,
with that.
it would look the same either way, whether the Earth is flat or sphere.
Correct. That's right.
Okay. Is Witsit here?
I don't know.
I'm just asking, does everybody else agree with that?
What does that have to do it with it?
I'm asking if he agrees with it. And that's my next. Does everybody else agree that the sunset and sunrise would look the same on a flat Earth or a globe?
I think it would look similar depending on the size of the physical, like, the physical curve that it's going over, the land. Like,
yeah, I actually think it would. Sorry.
Go ahead.
I actually think it would always disappear at the exact same place every single day, which it doesn't do that.
3 miles out from a 6-foot observer height. Yeah, just there.
So sunrise and sunset doesn't tell us anything about the shape of the Earth.
Well, first of all, we're not making shape claims. How long have you been in this conversation to know that we're not making a shape?
I would answer.
Okay, it doesn't tell us if the Earth is flat or a sphere.
I would say no.
Not necessarily.
Yeah,
not necessarily.
It tells us what it tells us, dude. It's a painfully obvious observation, right? Like, look at it. There it is. You can't deny that the sun's doing what it's doing.
What it does tell us is that everyone who's told us that it does prove a globe Earth is wrong. That's what it tells us.
Yeah, the sun.
That's why we brought it up.
You're at 6 feet observer height. The sun should set 3 miles out on the horizon every single time. We should be able to put a marker out at 3 miles and see that it's set there if the Earth is a globe.
Yeah, and it definitely doesn't do that.
Yeah, we brought it up because the Globers say that the sunset proves the Earth's a ball. That's why it got brought up. So we just debunked that nonsense.
Can we reverse the question on to him? Do you think the sunset proves a globe Earth, sir?
I would say my answer to that would be yes.
Wow.
Oh my gosh, dude. See, this is why you just can't talk to certain people, man.
You
can talk to them, but don't expect to have like honest, fruitful conversations.
If you don't want to
buy that statement,
I have lied to you. Okay, should I have lied to you? Would that have been a more honest conversation?
Well, you just said, so what we can conclude is that it doesn't tell us one way or the other, right? After we just now showed that we.
To be clear, I didn't say that. I asked you. I don't necessarily agree with that, but I was asking what you guys say. And then when you asked me a question, I gave you my opinion.
I was almost.
Can I ask him a couple things?
Yeah.
So,
go ahead.
In the globe model, do you think that refraction plays a part in the sun setting?
To any significant degree, I would say no.
Well, they give very specific degrees. Do you trust that?
When you say, I don't really like. Is it will refraction change the way the sunset works? No. Will it slightly change what you see? Maybe.
But it does have an effect on how the sunset appears to you, right? It's actually set and it's refracted up in your model. Do you agree with that?
Sure.
Okay. Now, do you think that could happen over a flat plane?
Sure.
I'm done with this guy.
Okay, so whenever somebody says this has to be because of this, right? Like sunset because.
Did he cut off for anybody else?
Yes.
It's very hard to say. It's very hard to say the only way this can happen is because of this, right? That's very religious almost.
Unless you have a true dichotomy, right? Either light travels at parallel rays or it doesn't, right? Either the Creator created the heavens and the earth or one didn't, right? It has to be a dichotomy for you to do it like that. And a lot of this stuff that they're doing, it's not a true dichotomy, but people don't really know that there's a third option. So we have to show people that, hey, this isn't right. There's actually a third path to go down.
His point is right, though, right? Because it's like the amount of true dichotomies you can boil it down to is not like a huge list of things. So his point is valid, right? Like basically what you can really do is you can say, you can say that this falsifies said claim. Like if someone makes a positive claim and it has certain ramifications, you can find stuff that says, oh, well, then that claim can't be true. Right? You can't do that. Kind of like the globe with like every single one of its claims.
You can do it. It just makes you sound ridiculous. Like, I would never say what I'm seeing the sun set as is over a flat plane for a fact, right? I just know that what I've found out, I think, and I know now that it could do, it could do it on both surfaces. Of course, a physical curved edge would obstruct something as it went away, as it went down over it. Of course it would. I'm not so stupid to say that. But you can put a book on a table, like stand it up and look up at an angle to the top of that book, and put a taller book in front of, and behind it, and see the top of that book also. But as that book goes away from you, that first edge is going to obstruct it as it goes away due to perspective. I mean, it's not even an issue. Like, even if you got at the top of the first book, your eye line was just below it or just above it, at some point that book in the back, if it went at enough distance, it would blend in with your vision, right? With the objects that it's on or in or whatever, and you couldn't tell that was even a book at all. It's if you deny that, that's the strange part, because you've been shown for years that this is happening. Your own science tells you how this happens, and then they deny, the vanishing point of light or light extinction or perspective. They deny it, or they can't put it all together into one view, right? They only take perspective. Oh, perspective can't obstruct something bottom up. Well, no, I agree. It's not just perspective, right?
Yeah, don't you guys agree that like the best thing ever is to just start, like what I'm going to start doing is just having a whole bunch of like PhDs and different professors and physicists. I'm going to have them on and talk to them, right? And it's going to infuriate the people that we talk to, the anti-flat earthers that are secretly like, they know the earth very well may have been lied about, but they just can't publicly admit, because they're like, damn, we can't bring out all the sophistry and we know how to like muddy the waters, and this guy's being honest. But that's what we need to do. I'm just going to start talking to these professionals that they appeal to, oh, you think all the physicists are lying and all. Well, we should just talk to them where they have like intellectual responsibility and a reputation, and they don't hide behind anonymity. So they have to keep it real. They have to have honest conversation. And that's when you're going to get like actual fruitful outcomes. We should just be talking to
I don't
them and
know,
then
man.
letting everyone see that.
I contacted a PhD, Dr. Christopher Bird, about like light and stuff, and all I got was the regurgitation of Wikipedia up until the point where I showed the contradictions in it, and then they just shut down.
Yeah, for sure. But
Yeah,
I guess what
I
I'm saying
want
is if you could get him to talk to you on camera, it might be different. Go ahead, Coach.
Yeah, no, it didn't
to.
work.
Yeah, I want to agree with Witsit here. Most definitely, some of the best debates I've ever been in were with Matthew, right? And he's a mathematician, and I'm not. Like, I know barely anything about math, but when I can get him to be honest, which is most of the time, I can get him to say certain things that completely illustrate my point, but I can't say it because I'm not a mathematician, right?
Yeah.
I can't think of any of those arguments right now, but if you got like an honest person that you're dealing with, it's a much more fruitful conversation for everyone. And these people that are anti-flat earthers, they're tacticians. They're tacticianers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're just
Like an
using
example is when he
tactics.
says that he'll admit that you had to assume spherical geometry and at the Ursa ball at the onset to do whatever you're talking about. Like he'll admit that. Like
Right,
the
because it's
tacticians
not
wanted
something
it.
that's, yeah, exactly. Got it.
Well, they back
Great point.
themselves into so many mathematical corners, right? When you put them all together, they overlap, and math can't do that. Like they have so many specific times and speeds and distances. Once you can logically put all those together and map them out, they don't work, and they got to admit it, right? They have to, or they're just being intellectually, I can't say it, dishonest.
Right, but when it comes to Rumpus, he'll just, do this maneuver and that maneuver, right? It's like he's taking evasive actions with his words,
Why even say
right? They're
rumpus, dude?
using word magic,
Tactician.
Right, right.
Right, this tactician. I mean, you know them. They have the same script. You can make a list of them right now. I can tell you exactly how they're going to handle each object, each question, how they're going to avoid certain questions, and how they're going to attack you, call you names, start talking about being rumpus while they're
And then
rumpusing
they'll
you,
say, I'm
and
not
then
saying
leave.
that. You'll get your argument halfway out. They'll go, I'm not saying that. It's like, no shit. That's why it's my argument coming out of my mouth.
Yeah, that's not what I said. I'm like, no, that's what I'm saying.
Dude, the same
That's
thing. I think that's the biggest mistake Flat Earth made was putting so much of our energy into it. We did it to sharpen our arguments, but we need to realize, like, bro, they need us, and they're gonna just
yep.
go down swinging, dude. Like the Messiah himself could come in and say, the Earth's actually stationary in a plane. He'd be like, no, Yeshua, you didn't see Felix Baumgartner's jump. You know what I mean? It's like it's really pointless overall.
Yeah,
You know what's
well, even in
goes?
biblical times,
There you go.
people that followed Jesus denied him, right? So, we're dealing with people that don't even believe in all that. So, of course, they're going to bring up arguments to go against the opposing view and fight for dear life because it fits their type of way of thinking.
Yeah, crypto, what's up?
No, I watched your debate yesterday. Well, it wasn't really a debate, to be honest, because the guy didn't read. What I'm about to say is why I think it wasn't a debate. I don't know if any of you guys play like online card games or anything, but there's this concept within card games, especially online, called net decking. And what that means is that you basically find out the best deck from the internet. Yeah. So you don't think of your own decks to kind of beat other people with, yada yada yada. Without boring the room to tears with that, what I've noticed is this concept of net decking also applies to arguments within philosophical debates such as this. And the reason I find this interesting is watching your kind of presentation yesterday, which was already what I suspected, but has now proven to be true. All of the best arguments that they have already been given. They don't have better arguments. Like there might be this kind of worry by some people that if they go and talk to a PhD or a master's in astrophysics or whatever, that they're going to have like little ninja arguments that are just going to like cripple you and put you in a corner, right? Those arguments don't exist because all of the kind of globe trolls have already net decked their arguments from the MAs and the BScs and the PhDs and presented them already. So there's actually nothing to fear from these people. They don't have better arguments.
Yeah, great point. Actually, it's even easier because they have to be more honest.
Yeah, exactly. They can't just like if he's, especially if he's like in a university or something where it's actually quite difficult for someone like Brian because I could tell he's a very bright guy. You can tell he's a very bright guy, but he's just stuck in this worldview. He can't lie like some of the globes in here just will flagrantly lie to your face because he's going to get called out for that and within his own intellectual spheres. Right, so he can't lie. He has to present what is true, and he also can't be as belligerent and as like obnoxious as some of the guys we deal with. So yeah, I agree.
Yeah, and he was kind of like, you could say he was getting kind of emotional, but like because he came in there like, I guess you can relate that it was hard for him because it was like his home turf with electricity.
Oh, he was astrophysics and physicist. I didn't know that he had like any kind of electrical background.
Yeah, so he is a leading field expert in pulse electromagnetic therapy, and wrote a book on like the electrical field of the Earth. And looked at like recently did like deep dove into like electrical dynamics.
Sorry, I think I cut out. I didn't mean to talk over you. Okay.
Oh yeah, I was just saying like he was a leading field expert in pulse electromagnetic therapy. That's what he does for work. And he had recently looked into like electrodynamics and wrote a book about the electrical field in the Earth. So yeah, like he's a MABA physicist, and he specializes professionally in like the electric realm.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, then he's one of the perfect guys to talk to about this.
Yeah, he got triggered that I'm like that he, I just ripped away the narrative that somehow electrostatics doesn't explain downward acceleration. I mean, it was honestly very telling. he couldn't grasp it because he came in there with a predetermined, home run, and so he didn't know what to do. I mean, I think it's just beautiful. I think that's what flat earthers should do. Like, I'm just going to be reaching out to all kinds of professionals, and I'm not going to be like, I'm not going to have like Xanax on my channel. You know what I'm saying? Although Xanax actually, when he's chill, he's not near as bad. I just use him as an example. Yeah, you get what I'm saying. I just think we need to
2
elevate.
minutes when he first starts the day.
You know what I find quite interesting though is that he said to you that your theory on electricity being the kind of the setting of the bias, let's say, which is what I thought your argument was, isn't describable mathematically, therefore it can't be true. It's like, well, how that there's like several fallacies in the statement.
Yeah, but that's just wrong. Yeah, because what he doesn't understand is that local downward acceleration, the little g in the equation, like that's just the effect that we all have, right? The dispute is what's the cause, and so we have the same equation. We don't need a new equation. So
Yeah, exactly. It's like they're taking on this maths is our worldview only. You can't have it.
yeah, like you can't use an agreed upon average of when things fall down. That's only ours. You're like, what? It's so stupid. But I hate it because I know if I could just talk to him where it was real chill, he was on the spot, and like every single thing he brought up didn't work. And so from the beginning, before we even got to the electric part, he was very flustered, But I just know if I could talk to him like calmly off the air or something, that's why I'm going to email him back and forth because I think he's a genuine person. I don't think he's like he had dishonest tactics last night where he was just like kind of hand wave dismissing and stuff. But it's because he was on the spot. Like, he knows the last 2 years was BS. He knows the government's BS. He knows that this leftist agenda's BS. He's not like on the opposite side of us with a lot of stuff. You know what I mean? So I'm hoping that he'll be able to show some intellectual integrity and, change his mind. But who knows?
You're going to have to show that guy with numbers, math, how he's wrong, because any other way he's not going to understand it and or believe it. He's a math, I got to see an experiment, show me the numbers. So
Yeah, but I plan on doing all these experiments.
Yep.
Yeah, I agree. But see, I'm actually currently opening my box to Amazon. Just got delivered, and it's stuff for the double slit. And I'll be doing the double slit. I'm gonna replicate Cavendish and show electrostatics causes it. I'm gonna try to do Michelson-Morley on the vertical axis and show the huge difference. So there must be like a vortex. And these are the kind of things like professional quality papers, breaking it down, like very precise. And I think that's kind of what we need to do. We need to just focus on crushing instead of crushing globe zealots. We need to just like crush in general.
Yeah.
And if I can give him those professional papers and professional documented experiments, he'll probably be like, oh wow, it does make, like, I don't think he would deny till death. You're right though. He needs the math and he needs the equations. Yeah.
I think you've heard us here, like, we don't need you anymore, Xanax. We don't need you, bro. Sorry. We might entertain you a little bit, but we really don't need, the paid Nash Shield, Xanax, Rumpus, whatever, to come tell us the globe narrative, because I think by now we've got that part, right? Like, I know it better than I know anything in my entire life, basically, because it's been over and over and over told to me.
Yeah, we know it better than that, man.
The other thing that you get with like more educated people generally, and this is a very general statement, more educated people, more intelligent people, more able people are generally more aware of what they don't know, what they can't do, and they have a little bit more humility around these subjects, right? So a good example of this would be like guitarists. The best guitarists I know, they all tell me that they can be much better and that they're not good enough. They're not as good as Jimi Hendrix or Eddie Van Halen or whoever they look up to. And some of the shittest guitarists I've ever met think that they're like, oh yeah, if I play a bar chord and now I'm like a guitar hero. It's like this attitude is so prevalent in this debate and in other debates, that I think if you were to talk to a PhD guy, like often they know what they don't know, or at least they know where things are assumptions, things are shaky ground, you know, things are definitely rock solid, and then you can talk to them like they're not asserting things that can't be known as true, and then using tactics to just reassert the things in contention like we deal with here.
Yeah, these are
I don't
great
know. It's
points,
one thing for
honestly.
a guitar player to be like, hey, I'm not the best guitar player, right? Like I can see me being, you know, anything that I do. Like I'd be like, yeah, I'm not the best, even if I was really good, being humble. But that's not the same as saying, oh, everything I've learned is wrong, right? Like I'm wrong. So like not being the best is a lot of people can admit to. Being wrong, you're gonna be tough to find people to admit to that.
Yeah, but
Yeah, especially
with
about
this
like
blind
everything.
guy, with this blind guy yesterday, like most of what he's learned is still correct. It's just how you put it together. As like the way I see it is, say like you get Lego blocks, right? All of those Lego blocks individually are blocks, right? If he's learned how to do maths, then that mathematical knowledge is valuable and useful and true. But the way you put it together into this kind of philosophical kind of worldview framework, all that needs to be done there is you just kind of rearrange it into a new framework that's more accurate. Like I would say 95% of his education is still perfectly practical and usable, but he just needs to change like the way that it's put together. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I don't know if you guys watched the whole thing because it's so long, but at one point I told him, I'm like, you know, I just started leveling with him because I'm like, dude, someone needs to break this cognitus, you know. I'm like, but yeah, bro, you know, brother, they lied about the earth, brother, but it's all good. It's not really that big of a deal. I'm like, once you find out, it's actually kind of cool. It's not a big deal. You can start to understand where we live better, and you can apply a new framework of physics to maybe start to actually make progress. I mean, he was like, oh, you're going to tell me about physics. But I was just trying to hit level with him because what you're saying is so true. It's like you can use your expertise and all that you know, and you can apply it to this new framework. And all of a sudden, this stuff's going to actually start to work better, right? And so what I think my break is, I'm going to sit him all the fatherheads of electrical field theory and be like, well, here's how else you can look at it before they threw it out because of the heliocentric model and Einstein. Right, and you have the dielectric, the magnetic, coherently electricity, the electron just being a gap in the field, and like explaining all these things to him, where maybe, just maybe, it'll click with him, but who knows?
I think
Just
like
want to
school
say, sorry,
teaches
go on.
the ego, right? Like higher education is all about the ego because they know. I've had this thought before too about like how certain types of people are kind of sucked in.
Yeah, I think
They're
you tried.
taking the people that
Oh, you came back.
they take people that like would be able to break this stuff down, and because they have the IQ, they have the outlook, and then they put them through this machine, and they almost lose that ability, and then it gets transformed into like, you know, their ego into what they've been taught.
Yeah, it's sad.
Yeah, but the irony being that they can still use most of what they learned, right? So
Yes.
Yeah,
but
it's just they have to admit that they're wrong to do that, and that's
yeah.
you know, same thing with all of us, right? There was that moment when we found out, and we're all now way better than we were before because we look at the world different.
Well, that's
Yeah,
why
for
there's
sure.
less of us with like PhDs, maybe, right? You know, they want to use that against us, like, well, how many fighters have a PhD and blah, blah, blah. But it's not because we're stupid. It's because it's less cognitive to fight, right? Like, that guy has a professional reputation and career of like, I think 20 years that he's dealing with having to face the idea that, you know, a lot of what he taught and stuff is wrong. And that's way more difficult than someone like me who dropped out of college. So like my most difficult thing was like, oh, my family and friends are tripping. I don't care. I've been a conspiracy theorist already. And then, I had to give up a 6-figure job offer. That sucked. But it was like, that was really it. It wasn't like what I've been doing for 20 years. I have to admit it was a lot. And so that's why you don't see as many like credentialed people. It's not because of intellect. It's because of ego.
I remember I was talking to Professor Phil once, and we were getting into like this, like you know, you could be wrong, blah blah blah. And I remember he just said, I don't know, he was just like, you expect me to like give up my job and my Mercedes? And I was just like, boom, bro, boom.
Yeah,
That's
I
it.
think I was there
Exactly
at that time because like we were just starting to take the piss out of him, saying what because you got money, that therefore the Earth's a globe, something like that. Was the was that during Friday Night Fights or something similar to
Yeah,
that?
man, that stuck with me. It's like, bro, they know.
Yeah.
They
Yeah.
even if they know it's a game, they're going to keep playing it just because it's beneficial.
But bro, your Mercedes doesn't matter. Like, we're talking about truth. Just before we get too far away from it, I wanted to point out. Sorry, I just want to point out that conversation I had with one of the Globes in here recently, which I find quite interesting because when you point these things out, they don't get it. So, have you guys ever been involved in an internet discussion where someone goes, "You're suffering from the Dunning-Kruger effect," right? You must have heard this. What I find really interesting about that as a specific insult, right, is that the Dunning-Kruger effect works both ways. Now, I don't know if you guys are aware of this, right? So what I described with the guitarists who are really good tend to underestimate their ability. Guitarists who tend to be shit tend to overestimate their ability, right? Relative to the mean, whatever. This is the Dunning-Kruger effect. What's interesting is when you say to someone as an insult that they are suffering from Dunning-Kruger, you only partially understand the Dunning-Kruger effect, which is ironic because it proves that you yourself are suffering from the lower half of the Dunning-Kruger effect. Does that make sense? So when someone uses that insult in an internet debate, they actually are proving to you that they're the one suffering from it. It's intensely ironic.
Well, I've actually done that before. But the guy said, and I quote, "I am the smartest man and the most humble man alive."
Yeah, I'm the most humble person ever.
Was that Rumpus? That sounds like a Rumpus.
No, it was the guy who used to hang out at the round table.
Oh, that sounds like a
I
Rumpus
can't
line.
remember his
I'm
name.
never wrong.
Ruhif said that, I believe.
But yeah, I mean, what you're saying, Wix, is absolutely true. We need to ascend from this kind of cesspool of trolls and start going for, proper intellectuals.
Yeah, because like think about it, that was 4 hours and it was exhausting. It was like we went back to step one. He was fighting it, but that's a way better 4 hours spent where it's like a credentialed person, where an open-minded person new to the conversation will be like, "Whoa, this guy's like a MA, BA physicist," and so it's way like 4 hours with Zanuck. I can't really do anything with that. Like I can't go wake people up with that. You know what I mean? Or Let me give maybe one occasionally. critique.
Let me give one critique to what happened last night a few times. Like Jaren would be told, "Hey, step back." Jaren was like, "Well, I got a toothache. I'm gonna not say anything and not interrupt him." Blah blah blah. And then the next very thing, Jaren's like, interrupting and stuff. Like we have to. If that was the deal y'all made with him, and then Dave is going, "Okay, everybody just cool out, chill out, go on mute," and then not, then you come off of mute immediately like Jaren did. That was just the one example that I heard. I would say that makes us look bad, kind of, or made the group look bad. Maybe not me, but you know what I'm saying.
But did you see that he okay, I don't know what it is with me, bro, but Globers cannot let me finish, bro. Like that dude was pretty chill. Like he kind of interrupted a little bit, but once he started talking to me, he literally interrupted me every time, bro. Like, but I agree.
He's just like Zanuck. He
Yo, it was
can't
crazy.
shut up, dude. He could not shut up.
Yeah,
It's weird.
Like he went on that big long diatribe about gravity, right? And we were like, okay, we're gonna let you get it all the way out, right? And it just he's like scattergunning all kinds of stuff. We're like, let him get it all the way out. I'm like, okay, let me respond. You're gonna have to give me a couple minutes, bro. Like, just give me a couple minutes to respond. And then like 5
Yeah.
seconds.
I definitely heard that part because you were like, "Yay, we're doing gravity," and then say, "All right, dude, you did all of that. You said we heard you. We didn't interrupt you. Now give me some time." And as soon as you started talking, he was like, "Bam!"
Yeah,
it's strange
We
phenomenon.
gotta start contracting rules when we do these debates, right? Like we have to say, like if you disagree, write it down, right? Get you a little notepad, And then, when I'm done talking, then you can read your notes of what you disagreed on, point by point.
Well, the real thing going on there is that he didn't want you to respond. He wanted to declare, and he wanted you to go, "Oh, that's a great point."
I think what we should do here is we should have a special role, and it's called the kids table role. And basically, anybody who comes in and tries to reset the conversation to a few hours ago, or a few days ago, or even years ago, things that have already been settled, they automatically are put at the kids table role. They aren't allowed to speak. They can only listen. And after a while, one of the mods can eventually, at some point, maybe days later or whatever, unmute them. And if the first thing that comes out of their mouth isn't, "I was incorrect about that thing that I said, you're right, it's settled," then they go back to the kids' table. That way we don't have this thing where we keep resetting the conversation every day to these things that we've already settled and taken care of. Like, the sunset cannot prove that the Earth is a globe. The first thing out of their mouth after they're taken off kids' table should be, "You're right, it cannot prove the globe. I was wrong." And then they can stay at the adult table until they mess up again.
Yeah, I know that. I know that, just real quick, I know that there are bots that have certain time durations for timeouts. You can do it for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, an hour, 24 hours. So I know that there can be, punishments in that sense that you could possibly, I don't know if they're called something, but I suppose you could call the kids' table one a 3-day timeout or, whatever.
I mean, we can time people out right now. I timed somebody out for an hour earlier.
Yeah. I was going to say that. Yeah, basically,
Well,
it wouldn't be a role so much, but yeah.
I'm talking about a specific system of timing people out for specific tactics that we've identified that they pull. This resetting thing is like, it seems like it's very clear to me, and I'm guessing you guys have seen it too, where they come in and they reset the conversation to a thing that's already been established, both in that conversation and in previous conversations, because they keep resetting. They keep trying to reset to the things that we've already established, and then how are we supposed to get anywhere if the foundation that we're trying to build on keeps getting reset to its just the absolute ground floor? We're just going to keep having the same conversations.
Jeremy, can you put Bob in timeout for repeating himself? Because we just heard that.
Yeah, you're resetting the conversation. I'm going to have to put you in the kids' table, Bob.
The thing that I'm talking about hasn't been established yet. You guys haven't all agreed to it. So
The problem that you run into that, though, is who's the arbiter of what is established? Because we pretty much all disagree on everything.
Well, that could be things that, like, we as a group in here, we have a discussion with Geo, and things that we know absolutely have to be true for our conversation to move forward. He would just start putting them in the list of like in the forum information, basically saying, whenever you come into the voice chat, you agree that this is the foundation. Which, so like, one of them, like I gave as an example, would be that the sun setting can't be a proof of the globe Earth. If you don't agree with that, you're not ready to be part of our conversation yet. Just like if you don't understand addition, you're not ready to be part of the conversation about calculus yet. Okay, it doesn't have anything to do with you being a bad person or you're too stupid or anything like. You haven't learned the basics yet for us to have the conversation. You just need to go learn that first, and then we can have our adult forward conversation rather than you coming in and resetting it over and over and over again. I don't know if you guys have had this. Pretty sure I've had this, like, just in normal regular life. The kids weren't allowed to just interrupt the adult table anytime they wanted with any questions they had. They could go play, they could go sit at the kids table and talk, they could go do something else. The adults were going to have a conversation about things that the children didn't necessarily understand right now.
So
I've had this
I do find it quite interesting
conversation with Geo, and he's smart, right? Like, he's not a dumb guy, so he realizes what's going on. But you can't regulate someone's freedom of speech. I don't think that's what the server is set up to do, and I don't think that's what you're implying. But it does kind of do it in a way. But I think there's
nothing to do with
known. Yeah, I think there's known people who come in here just to disrupt, or with their personalities disrupt. I just think a closer watch or some type of rules against, like, set some rules against that type of personality, and set some rules, that are applied, like, every time. Don't give me or, Zanuck or someone else 10 warnings when 10 warnings isn't going to stop him from doing it. He's going to keep pushing until you get rid of him or mute him. Just mute me, right? Just get rid of me on that day that I'm being disruptive. I promise you I'll come back. But Geo thinks that because you do that, we're not going to have a group here and it's going to be this, that, and the other. No, more civilized people will come here if you take care of Zanuck and me and other people disrupting and causing chaos. More civil conversations will take place, I promise you, without that type of person.
We're gonna have a mod meeting very, very shortly here. Not, I mean, I don't mean shortly like within an hour, but
somebody's right to freedom of speech does not overwrite everybody else's freedom to association. We can choose who we want to associate with and who we don't want to associate with. It has nothing to do with freedom of speech or it being hindered.
Oh, yeah, it's like a private.
You have a right to say what you want. That doesn't mean you have a right to force other people to listen to it. That's not how that works.
I was just saying what
Well, if you're in
Geo's not
public
gonna
forum, you have the right to do that.
Yeah.
But
And Geo's not going to limit
Who
someone
decides?
like that.
There's someone has to make the decision that it's going to be absolutely no rules whatsoever, or they can also decide that their server is going to have rules. There's no hindering of freedom of speech whatsoever. If someone says,
We
I'm
hear
just
you.
a server, here are the
Gotcha.
rules, either follow the rules or get out. That's not a hindrance of freedom of speech. Anyone who thinks
We
it is,
hear you
you're
on that
wrong.
point, but Geo is not going to limit. You can go create your server and do that.
Can I just
Just don't
a
engage with
clarification point? Sorry, go.
If you think somebody has like a bullshit argument, it's been done before, it's on the people in the room to not engage. Be like, look, I don't want to touch that. Anybody else want to touch that? Nope. Okay. And that's it. They'll end right there. You don't even need to kick them out. You just,
Don't entertain them. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think you should kick them out. I just think that if they're going to keep resetting the conversation, they should be forced to listen for a little while so they can learn something.
We're also trying to teach people how to deal with it, right? So the best way to deal with that in the real world is just don't entertain it, right? If somebody came up to you and was like, the earth is a ball, you're like, I'm not going to debate you on that, dude. I'm not debating like, your beliefs. If you're just coming, hey, it's this is this, I'm not going to debate you. I'm not going to entertain that.
Yeah, I just wanted to come in with a quick clarification point. Actually, I've got a third point now. Jeremy, can we get priority speaker for mods?
Yeah.
What I wanted to mention was, first of all,
what do you want to do?
Yeah, we need priority speakers, so when someone talks over me, I could just fucking crush them.
priority makes them louder.
Just joking. So there's two things, and I feel like they're being muddled together as the same thing, and they're not. One was the thing that Extremisys addressed, which was the idea of established facts, and the second one was about disruptive personalities and disruptive tactics. I understand that disruptive personalities and disruptive tactics will use that, but they're not strictly the same thing, right? So are you guys saying, generally speaking, that people should be allowed to address topics in any way as long as they're not kind of toxic personalities? Or are you saying that there are certain actual arguments themselves that should be off the table?
See, I guess I didn't do it, but my take is that it shouldn't be the topics. I think that's what he was kind of saying, and I understand like a baseline, but I think it's the tactics, right? It's like how I bring up that Einstein wrote in the letter that if the sky was moving around the Earth, you'd get centrifugal and Coriolis effect. And every single time that conversation's anywhere close to up, NASA Pay Chill will jump in here and start screaming that, no, he said optical experiment, which is just a completely unrelated quote. He did, like, just to give an example, he did this very thing 5 times in a row, like different days. And then he'd say, you're taking him out of context. No, it doesn't actually say that. And then end up admitting he hadn't actually read it. And then when he would come back to do it again and again and again and again, right? It's like, I don't know. There's got to be, there's maybe something to be said where someone, if they're going to intentionally do that, like to pretend like you didn't take the 20 minutes out to discuss it with them and they know what you're saying, and then they come back in and just do the whole lie thing again. Like I can see that. I think like saying certain topics, I don't know if that's very possible.
It's definitely a tactic though. Absolutely. 100%. And the conversations in here have been awesome when everyone's speaking over each other. And you can see them employing these tactics. I can anyway. It's very obvious. But it's a fine line because you don't want to get into this echo chamber either. So
That's the issue. Let me say it again. You get rid of those tactics, and people that want to have the conversation and not hear the tactics and all the antics and yelling and screaming will come here. And then you'll have more and more civilized conversations about different topics or the same topics. I mean, that is exactly what we told Gio years ago. He didn't listen. We told him the trolls would run the room. And that's what happened. Now we're trying to make it a more civilized place by pointing out the troll activity again. So I think Gio is wise enough to understand what's going on. His room is thriving now since that's been going on, right? And now they just need to come up. The mods need to get together with Gio and come up with some ways to handle. If it's me, right? If it's me that's using these tactics and disrupting and all that, or if it's Zanuck or Rumpus, then take care of me, Zanuck and Rumpus, and y'all will have a very civilized conversation about many topics with many people coming in here, new people.
Yeah, we're having a mod meeting very soon.
Yeah, don't get rid of me, Zanuck. Jeremy. I'm sorry for everything I did. Thanks.
Looks like I'm not going to be there, man. I didn't get my paycheck.
One thing I wanted to mention, someone mentioned about echo chambers, or not becoming an echo chamber. Sorry, Dan, I know you've been trying to get in for a while, so after I finish, please go ahead. But one thing I would mention is about this echo chamber criticism, not to take this too seriously, because as people who have alternative cosmologies, we live in the real world. We see things on TV all the time that conflict with our worldview. We actually, people like, Whitsitter here and others have gone to find the paradigms we disagree with in order to criticize those paradigms, right? We physically couldn't be in an echo chamber and have these opinions because we live in a world which isn't our echo chamber. However, the people who are criticizing us for living in this echo chamber literally live in an echo chamber. And the only way they can escape the echo chamber is to come here. So that criticism is completely hollow and actually backwards.
So funny.
There's nothing wrong with an echo chamber that's echoing truth. That would be a good thing.
Yeah.
Well, people that are civilized will come in here. If you have an echo chamber and people disagree, and you allow the civilized conversation to come in here and give their opposing view, that people want to do that. What they don't want to do is come in here, even if they have the same agreement as Zanuck, and hear Zanuck yell and scream, or me yell and scream at Zanuck, right, because he's scared. Or hear Paid Master Shield call everybody stupid. The normal human adult male or female doesn't want to do that.
Yeah. So like I think that it makes sense to me that if you don't let people act crazy, like when I'm about to start my show and have people come on, like people will not be coming on there screaming, cussing, interrupting, lying, using a bunch of fallacies. None of that will be allowed. But I want them to be able to fully say their point. Right? And then we're going to have like credentials on and stuff like that. So all that to say, my show's not going to die. It's not going to become an echo chamber where no one comes on there. People are just going to come on there to behave, or they can't. And then you're going to have more respectable people then willing to come on there gradually over time because they know it's like a professional, respectful environment where they're going to be allowed to say their point, and then the person debating is going to actually respond with honesty, and they're not going to tag team. So that's my opinion, but I know Discord can be a little different, and we need the places where pretty much everyone can come in and stuff. But when it comes to my show, I'm 100% implementing what Rakia is talking about to like the 10th degree. Like I'm not, like it's just not going to happen. I think that's the only way you can actually ensure intelligent, professional people come is to not have like all the dishonesty.
But I will say, if you have all that Yahoo stuff, I call it the Zanuck syndrome, then people come to listen to that too. There is that sickness of the world. I have to admit, I enjoy it sometimes. Like it's fun. It's I like to get him riled up. He likes to get me riled up, and that's this place, right? If you want to have that civilized conversation, like what I didn't even know he was starting the channel, but like Witsit is doing, then how much more progress are we going to get done just in a shorter amount of time? It doesn't have to run 24/7 to get more stuff done. It just has to get rid of all the BS that we spend hours fighting and modding and, telling a grown man how when someone is done, he'll go on mute before you start talking. How many times do you have to tell someone, I'm going to go on mute when I finish, that he doesn't interrupt you anymore? If he doesn't, he's interrupting you on purpose, right?
Yeah, like I'm not making a competing like Discord channel or anything like that. Like I have one, but it's just gonna be the maybe once or twice a week. I think 2 times a week show. And like, dude, you come on there, you just get kicked off. You come on there acting crazy and interrupting, right? If you start interrupting, you get muted. If you interrupt a couple times, you get banned. Period.
I honestly think Xana could go in on a one-on-one or a small group and be civilized for hours and hours. I just think he gets excited because there's an audience. He gets wound up. Blah blah blah. Like we all do at times. I just think that's his personality, and he can't control that part. And then sometimes he does it on purpose, right? I know he was interrupting me every time I spoke the other day on purpose because he wanted me to yell and scream, right? I just didn't give him the satisfaction, but I think he can be civilized one-on-one or in a smaller group where he knows the rules.
Well, you just ban them, bro. Like, I mean,
he just gets away with it here, man.
That's what I'm saying. Like, just ban them, bro, because they need us. I'm not saying here. I'm saying, like, I want new people to come across my channel and be like, oh, wow, this guy is having high-level intellectual discussion with PhDs and credentials and just all these experts that are the source of my cog dis, right? They think, oh, well, there are people smarter than me that know this stuff, right? Or they can't be lying, stuff like that. And just hear like really cordial, professional conversation where people are telling jokes, they're respecting each other, even if they disagree. And that's what's actually going to be productive. This like toxic, like dick measuring contests, just vulgarity and like all the crazy stuff, that isn't actually going to ever be productive. And the more that they're allowed to do it, the more they do it. Like NASA Page Shill's never going to stop coming in here and screaming insults. Never. He's never going to stop that because he's been allowed to do it so long. It's just like that's what he equates Discord to, is being able to like beat up on someone and call him stupid. And not to single him out, but I mean, he's a perfect example and we all know it. So it's like, I don't know. I just think that sometimes we need to realize they need us and we need to elevate above them. I'm not critiquing this server. I'm just saying as a general sentiment.
Well, I think you hit it right on the head. They'll keep coming here and they'll keep disrupting a civil conversation. We see it all the time. We'll be talking for hours and hours and hours. Globers, flat earthers alike. And then that one character comes in and just destroys it, man. With no, and then it's like, okay, we're allowing them as free speech. We want them to be here. So, okay, this is the rules. We have to go over the rules every time. No, that's a waste of time, man.
Yeah. Like it should be unspoken rules of an adult. That's kind of how my show is going to be run. It's like as soon as someone comes on there they're just gone. Because literally, I'll just sit there with other flat earthers and talk. I'll just present some gravy. We'll just cover all kinds of like the science and stuff. Like I'm not going to sit here and broadcast on YouTube to everyone like this nonsense of like screaming, cussing, and interrupting. Interrupting is hands down the most unprofessional thing ever. That's why I was disappointed in that guy last night, because every time I started to break it down, he could tell I was about to drive home a coherent point, so he wanted to like not let me say it. It was more like with him, he didn't want to hear it himself. You know what I mean? But like that's just not professional, bro. Anyone knows like that's why they could never. Neil deGrasse Tyson couldn't debate Eric Dubé. That's why, because if you're on TV, you can't do that kind of stuff. You can't be a sophist and interrupt and use red herring fallacies and ad homs and just say no and then laugh at them and say, oh, well, everyone thinks the Earth's a ball. You can't do stupid stuff like that, and you have to let them finish and then respond specifically. And that's where we need to force that paradigm instead of capitulating to the like dishonest. That's just my opinion, though.
Yeah, this guy last night, dude, he'd been trained up. No doubt about it. By all these, you heard him mention Wolfie right at the start. This guy'd got a script, and he thought he was just going to be talking to Dave. And the cherry on the top of our whole thing was, I don't want to talk to Itzy. I don't want to talk to Austin anymore. It was the funniest thing. I'm sure you guys have already been over it, but it was just hilarious.
He mentioned Soundly as well, and it's just like, bro, Soundly doesn't even know the difference between a genetic fallacy and a poison fallacy. And we've got a master's degree guy referencing this guy who doesn't understand basic logical fallacies. Like, come on, man, we've got to get better than this. Like, as a community of kind of thinkers that includes Bryant, like, we need to be better than referencing people who don't know basic stuff.
And they don't know, right? Because they just, when you type in Flat Earth, you get Professor Dave, Simon, Dan, this Woofy dude. You get these people propped up. And so they just see from that angle. They don't see, like, because, dude, frankly, like bluntly, they lie. Like there's really it's just what it is. Like they lie. Like they're intentionally deceptive with the way they present information. And so when you see that, if that's all you see, because like I think that's what my dad did when I told him about the Earth. Like I think he just researched it to confirm his bias. Like if you go to Google and you say 10 ways we know the Earth's not flat, which I mean you can't find it on Google now anyway. You see what I'm saying? If you just research it with a bias and that's your quote unquote looking into it, that's why they always say, yeah, I've looked into it. But then they say stuff like disk in space, no horizon, you'd be able to see forever, because they didn't actually look into it. They just went and looked into the anti-flat Earth propaganda, and that's their research. And that's what that guy had done.
And see, I'm a uneducated person for the most part by the public system. I dropped out of high school, didn't get a GED, but I know that that's the wrong way to do things from an intellectually honest point of view, right? I taught myself that. So if this guy, is a graduate from a college, like, what do you call it? At the college, you have like a special department that makes sure that they don't go too far into the science and like do immoral things. What's that called?
Again?
The
talking
part of
about
the
ethics?
college, yeah, ethics. That's it. Yeah. So that would be unethical for me to like, look at one side of a subject, right? Doesn't he know that? I mean, doesn't he know that like a sober judge, is supposed to look at both sides of the story and
Well,
outweigh?
he
Go
did
ahead.
watch a bunch of Dave just to save you some time. Like he said he watched a bunch of Dave. So I think from his perspective, he thought he did. So he watched a bunch of Dave, but then he watched a bunch of the anti-flat earthers basically afterwards, or like he would always go watch them after, right? Like he just hears what Dave presents and then goes and tries to find what they say, anything related to that. So he also got to like fight the tight shirt, because Professor Dave doesn't even address our real arguments like at all, right? And so fight the tight shirt pretends to, with just pure sophistry and lying. But so yeah, I think he thinks he did in a way, but think you got to give him respect, bro. Like he came on that show, he knew there was gonna be four of us, and he put himself out there live with his credentials on the line, his real identity on the line, and had a conversation with four people. So I think he's a rarity. I think he's genuine, and his cog dish just kind of caused him to have such inadequate research. Basically, that's what I think. I think he's a rarity. Like he's not like some of these anti-flat Earth people. Now, if you watch it, you might have a hard time believing that because he was fighting it so hard. But
Yeah, I think you do. I don't know. Maybe I'm just too cynical in my old age. I think you're giving him a lot more credit than he deserves. I think he was trained up by these people. That's what he sounded like to me.
well, he said he watched them, but he is a genuine person. Like we talked to him, he's nothing like them people, bro. Like those people. Like he knows the last 2 years was BS. He's organic. He knows a bunch of stuff like that, and they all push the mainstream narrative about everything. You know what I'm saying? Look, if you go watch Professor Dave, he's gonna push the mainstream.
I'd rather
narrative.
not. I don't want to do that.
But you know what I'm saying? He's gonna say, yeah, go get genetically modified. Oh, you haven't gotten 5 shots yet? And like, oh, you're a bigot. You haven't had 5 shots. And like, no, yeah, men can get pregnant. Whatever the mainstream propaganda says, like these people push it, right? When you talk about like Fight the Tight Shirt and Professor Dave and Simon Dan, and he's not like that. So he is certainly different than them in a way.
Austin, is this the wrong time to bother you about this? I'm getting blacklisted over math, and all our friends that you were hanging with that you're talking about are blowing me out over math. They're making sure that I don't survive over math.
Make sure that you don't survive.
Well, you can ask Bob about me. Bob wants to make sure I'm crushed. Bob will tell you about it.
Okay, I'll ask him.
Weiss and Karen will tell you about it. They want to make sure I go away over this subject right here. And this is basic math that you can sort out for me right this sec. Right this sec. You can sort this out. And I'm not blaming you or nothing. I'm just telling you, you could fix some of this problems we have with correction, because I'm at the little kids table and I'm not allowed to talk. So I'm having trouble with this conversation right now because I'm at the little kids table and I'm not allowed to talk. And you could fix this. You could say, this is my son. His name's Dan. You could do that.
Wow.
It's,
Ask a
it's
question.
not your it's
Please
not your
review it.
math. It's your
Please review it.
attitude.
Please review what I'm saying here because it's just one letter that everyone needs to adjust. It's a per hour question, so it's a per hour answer. That's the end of my argument, Austin. I just wish you'd addressed it, please.
I mean,
I
not
told
only
you that I don't disagree with it, so I'll text Bob, man. But I think to be fair, like this is since you're bringing it up, like he saw what you were saying in Oakley's chat and stuff like that. So like you're gonna have to understand you have like this big wall up where he's like, well, he's been running around bashing me and stuff. And I know you might have like, well, he did it first or whatever. I don't. But I saw the chats too, man. I saw the chats too. So
Me, man. He won't talk to me.
Immediately interrupt.
Well,
I mean,
Bobby,
let's say a plane travels 500 miles. You're on a globe. Every mile it travels, how much does it need to drop to keep its elevation?
8
This is an easy answer. Yeah, it's an easy answer. I mean, I don't know why heads are running wrong talking about these crazy numbers and the drop's not even there.
and he's threatening Flatzoid right now. Totally threatening Flatzoid. Bob is telling him if he doesn't take it down, he'll never be on Globebusters or ever be spoken to again. Because that's seriously uncool shit. And this is, I mean, it's gotten me down. It's gotten me down. And they can't do math. All these people have given me random numbers of stuff, and none of them have looked at the simplicity of this. They're calculating in miles per hour. The answer is also going to be in per hour unless they fix it, unless they do something about it to begin with. So if they do
What do you
Like divide by 60 and bring it down to minutes.
yeah, or just call it 46 feet per minute because that's what it comes to. But the 2777 is a per hour number and everyone can tell. So what the fuck is going on? I'm getting fucking chewed. My ass is getting chewed to pieces and nobody's fixing this. And I got for 7 years, we're parroting Eric and nobody's fixing it. Well, that only means we need to go back through Eric's shit. That's all it means.
I messaged him, man. I just texted him. So,
Thanks,
like I said, I can just say you're not gonna help me if you're going around in like the most toxic servers chat ever and like kind of amping it up and being like, "Yeah, Oakley, you tell them and shit." When like Oakley is like the most toxic bad look for Flat Earth, I think hands down ever. And so I'm just explaining that it's not necessarily fair to not address the merit of what you're saying. I don't know all the history, and I'm willing to try to peacekeep it or whatever, but I just know for a fact that that is a huge portion of the equation. So I don't see, they're not like Dave Weiss doesn't care if you're right about this. Dave Weiss isn't going to like.
But he says he doesn't say it, and then he sits under it. Weiss sits under it. But Weiss said, I don't say it, so leave me alone. But then he went ahead and started saying it. Same thing with Bob. Bob said, I never say that. Why are you telling me to correct Nathan and Eric? I go, well, dude, and since then Bob says it. And I mean, I got recordings and recordings and recordings. I just want you to hear what he's saying to Flatzoid right now. Okay? He says, I listen to Hugh
Well,
Pat.
I talked to Flatzoid too, so I mean, I can ask him. You know.
But I mean, you could help. That's all I'm saying is you could help. Otherwise, I got to think of you as being like kind of a shadow of you because
Is this the drama part of the show?
no, this is exactly what you were talking about. You're talking about pushed out.
I'm not sure. I mean, we're on a public forum. I'm kind of interested to know what specifically is the issue.
Eric Dubé's number 15 has to do with a plane drop at 500 miles an hour, suggesting we'd be 31 miles off the globe if we didn't correct. Well, if you do some division backwards, you'd come up with 2,777 as a number, which would be a drop. And it's just that the 2,777 is per hour. It's not per minute like they say. And my intimate interest in this distance, like 500 miles an hour is 8.33 miles per minute. I have worked at 9 miles with lasers so often, knowing my expectation to be in the 40, 30, 40 feet range. So I couldn't have 2,777 feet in any span. We all know 66 feet is the drop at 10 miles. So how the hell could 8.33 miles per minute, which is 500 miles an hour, have a 2777 drop?
The
So
thing is, my bad. Go ahead. My bad. I want to go
the
next,
biggest
please.
thing here, and what Austin needs to hear, is that I handed out a flyer, and the people came back to me. A mathematician and a school teacher came back to me. He said, you know, you guys are cool, but you should fix this math. And this is a flyer Nathan hands out a lot. A lot of people get this, and it's Nathan's number 2, and it's the Flat Earth 101 number 2. And I ignored this guy because I didn't think he knew 8 inches per mile squared. But he was a mathematician. He knew exactly, and he pushed me. And then he got in my face next time, and he said, "Dude, I told you, you guys need to fix this." He got in my face, looked me in the eye. Nice guy,
All right.
looked me in the eye, right? So I
We got
spoke
it.
to people. The people spoke back. I reviewed it. I brought it up to everyone and was told I was an asshole. In the meantime, I realized, fuck, that's Eric's. Like, I heard Eric's voice in my head. And I go, fuck, that's Eric. And I looked it up. It's Eric's number 15. And I contacted Eric. Eric was willing to concede that it could be an average. Weiss thinks it's exponential. Bob's calling it an average. They all made up stories. They all made up stories.
We got it. We got it, bro. We got it. They did you dirty.
One letter.
I can tell you for a fact that it's not
Hold
even,
on.
like, they don't even think any of it's a big deal. Just so you know. It's
I
like
know,
that.
but it is a big deal. We're spouting shit. And then I get accused of being them. When I go
All
into
right.
a debate, I get accused of being them. I get
You
accused
got
of
it.
fucking being them every day. I've defended them for 5 and 6 years straight.
All right,
Yeah,
man. We
I
got
think
it. We got it.
I think the much more
Oh, the
concerning
drama.
thing is
I
the much
definitely
more
wanted to go next. Did you guys not hear me?
Sorry, Jeremy. Go on.
Can I go just before Jeremy, just to annoy him?
Son of a bitch. Listen
Okay.
here. Whoever wanted to go was next, and then whatever. I just want to real quick. Actual number, even that per hour, whatever, they didn't do per seconds or per hour. That number is wrong. That number is still wrong. A plane has to drop on the globe to keep its elevation. A plane needs to drop 8 inches every mile. All the numbers are wrong. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say the much more concerning thing is that you sound like a victim, and it's not very nice to listen to. You sound like you're whining.
Well, I need your support. If I was with you guys, I wouldn't be crying at all. I'd be at the big table, wouldn't I?
Just don't be a victim. That's all. Victim
can't
mentality.
This is the big table. This is
I
This is the big table. Hey, this is the big table. What the fuck are you talking about?
Look, I said I talked to
beat.
him.
This
I don't
guy's
know.
trying to throw me out. This guy says I'm too much of a baby to be here.
Come on, man. He's not trying to throw you out. He's pointing out what I think is actually fairly accurate, is that you've made your point. I think Witzit's already said he's going to take whatever action he's going to take. I don't know what else there is to talk about, to be honest.
I'm muted. I'm happy. Whatever.
Okay, fine. We can move on.
Witsit, when you bring this to him, can you correct him with the actual number? Because actually, a plane would only have to drop 8 inches every mile to keep its same elevation, right?
And could you stop him from pulling my wrenches everywhere and telling people shit about me? That'd be kind of nice.
You have to understand, again, that's not about the math, and we all know that like Bob can overreact, but we all know that he's not pulling wrenches or anything like that because of the math. It's not about the math. It's about like the stuff that's been said, and so I can try to bridge the gap, but I can say this. I said the same thing to Oakley, I said the same thing to QE, and I said the same thing to Bob when I used to do this for them. If I go to everyone and I put my neck out there and I get involved, you have got to swallow your pride and let the past be the past and not start the drama shit back up. Because if it starts getting where it's like these personal, I think this is all gay personally. And like if it gets into like all the attacks, and I can empathize with you because I see that you just really care about flat earth. You're one of those people that actually go out in the world and talk to people. I have respect for that. I've met you in real life. I think you're cool. So I can empathize with you. I can see why you're upset because you're passionate about it or whatever. And you just feel like betrayed because you're just trying to help. I get that. Like if I go and I bridge the gap, like, you know, just like QE and Oakley both just like stabbed me in the back, where they just keep going on with the drama after I do that, that's whenever we'll have a problem, right? So Like if I do this, if I try to smooth it out, I'm going to tell Bob the same thing. I'm going to tell him all the same thing. It's something simple. It shouldn't be a big deal. But if everyone wants to hold on to resentment for like years of little petty drama talking about each other and they can't let it go and they can't let their ego go, then like people are going to start to have a problem with me because now I'm getting dragged into some shit that I honestly think the best way to describe is gay. And so like I'll do it, but I just need you to give me your word that you're not going to like hold some type of grudge resentment. You can't be going over to Oakley's amping up how stupid Bob is, because that's like a recipe to get Bob to go over the top back at you, right? I mean, so that's my 2 cents, and I think that we've thoroughly covered it.
Never been to Oakley's, so
I saw you commenting in Oakley about Bob like a couple weeks ago. You super chatted it. So it doesn't matter. It's all good. I'm just saying, like, if I go do this, you have to just be willing to like let bygones be bygones.
Yeah, I second that. This shit is gay, right? It's more important that we get the number right.
So we have to talk about the fix. We have to talk about what it takes now to be right, because, like I said, I'm accused of what Bob does on that show. Jaron's accused of what Bob does. I think we could all just try and put an end to being accused of what Bob does. Look at Netflix. We're all being accused of what Bob does. That's it. I can't say anymore. I can't whine anymore. We all get accused of what Bob does.
I think everyone here really, the reason this is coming across as, for me, the reason I'm really not interested in this is because you're talking about personalities and conflicts, and everyone here is here to talk about ideas.
I came about math. I talked about math.
Yeah, but like, if we can just get back to the ideas, because I feel like everything's already been talked about here.
We should be correct. If we're going to talk to people, we should be correct.
I agree with that 100%. So let's be correct. Let's figure out what the correct is instead of talking about personalities and individuals, which
Good
frankly,
idea.
I don't care about.
Good idea. Now, the correct amount of drop an airplane needs to have on the globe. See, the thing is, Globers do this a lot. Flat Earthers do this a lot. They'll take part of the globe model and use part of our model, right? And they'll mix the two up. But if you're on the globe model, the horizontals change. They only need to drop 8 inches every mile. And now they're at the same elevation. Like, everyone has the wrong numbers.
What do you mean, Jeremy? Why is it the wrong number?
A plane needs to drop 8 inches per mile to keep its elevation, right?
Well, it's a loaded question. Drop with respect to what? It's flying through a curve.
Well, he's talking about the curvature. I mean, they throw out these big numbers. A plane has to account for 64 miles of curvature, but it's 8 inches per mile. The next mile's 8 inches. The next mile's 8 inches.
Correct. Yes.
You're flying a plane. You're flying a plane. I know, Zanuck, you're flying a plane over the globe, right? You travel in a straight line, a horizontal straight line. Your altitude increases. How much do you need your elevation increases? How much do you need to drop over that mile to fix your elevation and be at the same spot elevation you were when you started that mile?
It can't be 8 inches per mile.
8 inches every mile.
So every mile a plane travels has to drop 8 inches. It's at its same elevation. That's the correct number.
With respect to a straight horizontal, yes.
That's from the surface of the Earth. Would it be the same number with diverging verticals at a different height? Still 8 inches?
No, it'd be higher.
That's what causes that divergent angles. You have a curved surface beneath you. If you float, as Jeremy said, on a horizontal, which is straight, in order to follow the curve, the plane would actually have to move with respect to the curve 8 inches every single mile to keep up with the curve.
What Tanks was saying though is that is following the actual quote unquote curve of the Earth. So that can only be true at the surface of the Earth. As you make the circle bigger with altitude, then therefore the curvature would be different, right?
Less. It would be a little less, yes. Obviously, the path is above the Earth, so the circle is going to be greater. So the curve, the 8 inches per mile square, will be slightly too high to follow that curve. So it doesn't need that much. Regardless, the atmosphere is weighted to the Earth, and so the plane flies at equal pressure.
We don't care about your sophistry.
Yes.
That's not what this is about.
So you're flying over the Earth, right? You're in a plane. You're going to travel a horizontal line. You drop 8 inches over 1 mile. You're at the
Roughly.
same elevation you started from, give or take.
Correct, above the surface.
And then you travel another mile, and you need to drop another 8 inches, and you keep
Correct.
doing that, and you stay at your same elevation.
Correct. You always are good at getting these things, Jeremy. Good job. What's the problem? What's the
People are coming up with crazy numbers for how much a plane needs to drop to keep its elevation.
Well, if they're saying over 500, QE loves his little example of 500 miles. I've dropped 61 miles, or 300 something thousand feet, or whatever he said. Yeah, that's a big number, but that's what happens when you drop 8 inches from every single mile. It's a square equation.
Form a slope downwards to play devil's advocate. That would form a slope downwards.
What do you mean downwards?
What do I mean downwards?
What do you mean the plane's going downwards? It's not going downwards. It's down is respect to the ground, right? So it's basically following.
Okay, so if you were to draw out, let's just say that you were to draw it out, right? You draw out a line that goes down a mile. Sorry, it goes across a mile and down 8 inches. You do that continuously, you would have a straight line sloping downwards. So are we factoring in the change of direction as you go around as well?
That's where the 8 inches comes from. It's every mile.
No, that's not a change of direction.
2 miles, it wouldn't. So if you wanted to meet at the same point at every 1 mile, every 2 miles, every 100 miles, those aren't straight lines to those points. You could make them straight lines, and then you'd have chords to the surface.
Okay, the reason I pointed that out is I think this is where the disagreement comes in. Right, so some people would say that what you're saying about the 8 inches every mile would form a slope.
No, it's not a rise over run calculation.
It's just a level line.
Yeah, level line.
Yeah, but you can't
It's
be flying around
exponential.
level line. Well, if it's exponential, no, then you need an exponent function. Like you couldn't just have 8 inches per mile. It's not exponential.
It's exponential when you do.
Square.
Yeah, but you guys are.
It's exponential.
If I'm hearing you right, you're missing the point that level for him is curved. So he's going to maintain the same elevation because it's following the curve. He's just going to assume that, right?
No, yeah,
that's what you're missing.
Oh,
that's what level is. Now, it doesn't mean it's curved or flat. It just means that it is always going to be an orientation perpendicular to plumb.
No, in your world,
don't say no. That's exactly what it means.
No, in your world, it has to curve, regardless of whether or not you call that perpendicular.
Because it has to curve. No, it does curve because we see the horizon drop over any high altitude measured to the surface. The horizon will drop.
You're missing.
Or objects will be further away than they should be for any distance. And
you're misinterpreting.
Don't talk over me and say no. That's not an argument. Just listen to me.
I know. I was going to say something.
Just listen to me, and then you can talk. Just listen for a second. It's going to be a second. I promise you. So we're saying that when we have an altitude above the surface, and we look at objects on the ground, those objects that we have known distances to them will be further away for a given angle down. So that they get rid of the horizon altogether. That also dictates the sphere.
Yeah, you're misinterpreting your observation.
No, you're not.
No, you are.
No, you can do this yourself. Look at something if you're ever down in LA again, go to Mount Baldy, look at a 5,000-foot cliff down to Huntington Beach and measure the angle with a theodolite or something accurate to the harbor. Hold on.
This is off topic.
Hold on. It's the middle of something. If you want to do that measurement, you can. You might say, oh, there's refraction, this and that. Then go higher. Keep on going higher until you have like a 45-degree angle or even near vertical, where there is no refraction that would make that object move one way or the other. And then you'll see what I'm talking about. That curved surface will dictate where it is. Trigonometrically, you'll see that it will not correspond with a flat surface.
Oh yeah, the Earth's a ball. Wow, I shut it down. Yeah.
So,
well, I mean, that's
not the topic. The topic is if it's a ball, how much is the curve? Why are you going back towards your visual proofs of the curve? But that can't be confirmed with measurements.
They can be confirmed with measurements, actually.
Right.
If you wanted to measure, if you want to measure refraction, all you have to do is continue to change your elevation and see the curvature of not physical curvature, the change in refractive values based on where this object.
Zanuck, what could we do to
should
prove
be.
the Earth was
That
flat?
curve, that curve on the plot, that's a plotted curve. That curve is, you can use calculus to figure out where it will be. It has predictive quality. And if it
None
follows
of
that
this
curve,
has, look,
oh
guys,
my
none
God,
of this
you guys
has
cannot
anything to
listen.
do.
When you start talking
Yeah,
about math, you guys get
this
all freaking
doesn't. Yeah,
on
because
the
you're not
axis.
talking about maths anymore. You're now talking about the actual Earth itself. We're just talking about the maths in relation to this one very narrow aspect. We're not
Yeah.
interested in your monologue about a bunch of other adjacent topics.
Not an
Exactly.
adjacent topic.
So
So what are you
listen,
Zanuck, stop. Zanuck, stop. You're going to get on my nerves. Where we're talking about something specific, you do what you always do. You jump in and you just start diatribing about every random thing
Not a
you pretend
diatribe.
trying
It's
to.
a pretty
Now
simple
you're
concept.
interrupting me, dude. So, like, you got to stop. The vibe has been so much more chill. You come in here and immediately start interrupting everyone, and you're changing the subject to a whole big, vague monologue about what you think is going on with the Earth. That's not what we were talking about.
Okay, go back to the curve and the plane flying at a constant altitude.
We were
8 inches
talking
per
about the
mile.
math that flat earthers say
Right.
has been wrong, and we're trying to correct it. You decided that we don't deserve the common respect to be able to have our conversation. You're going to come in and monologue about the Earth being a ball.
Well, tell me, what was the mistake that the flat earthers were making?
They just did the math wrong. They did the math wrong.
Can you give me an example of the math being done wrong?
They didn't even do it in the right. Like they did it 2,777 feet per minute. Right? That you have to correct that much feet per minute in a plane, and that was wrong. And it's on Thompson's little freaking flyer and stuff. And so that's what we were talking about. You want to talk about everything else in the world?
it's more than just the math. It's more than they just got the math wrong. They got
What do you
the whole
mean?
concept.
Why was that? Why was Thompson?
I know. I wasn't talking.
Well, no,
No,
he
I wanna hear
responded to me. I
Jeremy.
was asking, why is it wrong? Why is that 2,700 feet per minute wrong?
That's what we were talking about. Like, if you just don't talk, we'll have the conversation.
If you're dropping at 3,000 feet per minute, you're going to feel it. Trust me.
Great, valuable input.
It is.
That was literally Quantum Ray's argument
you guys
when he
should,
first brought this up.
We brought that up, NASA. You're just saying we're talking about that.
But
we're
then
talking
again,
about that though.
I know,
We're
but it's
the
been
ones
around.
saying that though.
How long has it been? How long has this number been out there? You guys should have looked at this number on its face and said, "No,
that's what we're doing."
But how long? Like 5 to 10
I've never
years
seen
later.
it. I've never seen it.
This is a moot point. Look, it's a moot point. Yeah, but even still, it's a moot point. If someone takes something for granted and then all of a sudden one day goes, "Wait a minute, I've been looking at this wrong," and then takes a step back, why are you bitching about the fact that they overlooked something and deal with what they're saying now? Right? We're dealing with it now.
Because he's a sophist.
Okay, so can we get back to it, please? So you're in a plane, you're flying over the globe, right? They didn't just get the math wrong; they got it conceptually wrong all around. You're in a plane, you're flying over a globe. You go 1 mile. You need to drop 8 inches. Now you're at the same elevation. You go another mile. You drop 8 inches. You're still at the same elevation. You go another mile. So it's only 8 inches per mile. That's if they're doing it every mile. They're probably doing it on a second by second basis or something.
Isn't this the equation that was on Drew's website? Was this on Drew's website?
Hey, Hank, would you guys and what's it? Would you agree that at over 500 miles we're going to drop? The drop is supposed to be about 27 miles.
Minute. So all calculations per minute.
Can I
31.5.
ask a quick question? If we are flying at 500 miles an hour and we look over 500 miles, would everyone agree that there's going to be about a drop of 143,000 feet? 143,000 feet you're going to drop in that hour. 27 mile drop.
31.5 miles. If
Why
you
would
didn't correct. If
Yeah,
you did
yeah,
correct. The suggestion
Yes.
in the subject, the suggestion is that we correct it every minute. So at 500 miles an hour, that would mean you correct it every 8.33 miles. So if
Right.
you want to insert your 8 inches per mile calculation, it's done at 8.33 miles because their requirement is a per minute adjustment. So that's the whole problem. They can keep their 31 miles if we never adjusted, but you can't count backwards and then claim an adjustment. The real mistake here is that the
Wait, I'm not following you for a
Zanuck, I
second.
swear to God, if you don't.
No, I don't follow him. I want. He's making sense.
Well, here's the real simplicity. The 8 inches per mile squared is from a standing position. It doesn't apply to a moving airplane. End of story.
Why
if
not?
you have a moving
Why not?
position because of the adjustments being made.
It's
Well,
not
Chuck,
exponential anymore.
that's the
It's not
point I'm asking
exponential
about. Hold
anymore
on.
when you're changing your position every time. It's not exponential. You only need to go a mile, drop 8 inches. Go a mile, drop 8 inches.
Do you think you think the plane's being controlled 8 inches per mile squared, or this over
No,
27?
that's not the Zanuck. You're pissing me off right now.
I know. That's why I asked the question. Witsit, don't be a jerk. I'm trying
No,
to play.
you're
This.
being a jerk
Why
because
do you
what
think
you're
it?
doing is you're trying to take the conversation and turn it into how we somehow don't know that your fairy tale claims it's just magically accounted for. See, the flat earthers are pointing out this is what the drop would be. Your argument is no, gravity's my god and it fixes all my problems. We don't need to hear you debate us about it. We're trying to talk about the math.
I know. I'm also. You're misunderstanding what I'm asking. I'm not going to go back to any kind of.
No, you just said, oh,
admin
you
or
think that
narrative
you
way.
have to account
I'm just
for it?
wondering if when you say adjustments, are you plane adjusting or just the position of the plane
Globers are just, they suck.
actually adjusted? Okay.
I'm just going to take a breather because you guys are
Just
just.
another
Yeah.
premise.
So 31 miles. So it's over 31 miles over this.
Yeah, let me know when
So it's 31 miles.
However it happens, Zanuck, however it happens, whether it's the pilot or the plane do it, is irrelevant.
Okay,
Gravity,
fine.
we don't give a
Sorry,
fuck why
I brought
or
that
how
up.
it's
Sorry, I
happening.
brought that
We're
up.
just
Well, yeah, that's the fifth time we've told you
Let
that.
it go. Let it go.
But the
Esther, I'm
real
trying to
problem
talk with you. You're making a problem out of this.
this
Not a
is
problem.
being
You are.
calculated.
Just put yourself on mute, bro. We can,
So you got 31 miles, and you saying that
Zanuck,
whatever.
yeah,
No,
listen.
I've
This is
just taken action. Come on, let's just get back to the conversation. Literally, we were having a perfectly productive conversation before these two guys came in and just shat on the. Basically, they did the pigeon thing. They shat on the board. You know, they just pushed all the pieces over and declared victory. Not interested. Let's get back to what we were talking about.
This is my opinion. Can we let Dan just lay out exactly, just if you don't mind, just try to lay it out. I think you kind of have it, just lay it out, summarize it for us, and then we can go on any critique. If me, Crypto, or Jeremy, or whoever has any critique of what you're saying, and then we can wrap this up for good.
cool. We've progressed a long time, and we've agreed on a lot of stuff in the past. Let's say 4 years compared to 6 and 7 years ago. We've had time to do stuff, and we have unity now because we don't argue about certain shit. And so that's why it's important to clear this up. If we're parroting old stuff and never review it, and then go out and do it, you can see my pain. I got embarrassed in public. And
Well,
then
yeah, let's just present. I mean, like present.
All right,
I agree with you. Yeah.
All right, so Eric's saying 500-mile aircraft would be 31 miles off the deck if it never adjusted. And that's great. We could stop there and everything would be cool. The funny shit is that we're assuming we're flying on the deck. We're assuming we're flying over a globe. And the whole thing should be thrown out for both those reasons before the bad math. We got better things to call proof than that. And both Nathan and Eric are calling them proofs. So
Well, that's opinion, but so yeah, I see what you're saying, but they're just trying to point out that it would be different.
We're flying on the deck.
Just do what's the math? Just say what you think the problem with, like wrap up, like or summarize your point.
We're all gonna be okay assuming we're flying on the deck, a meter off the ground. We're just going with it because that's how corny it is, but that's what we got to do to go forward. So 500 miles an hour is a speed, not a distance. And for us to use our calc, we don't care about speed nor vehicle. And we just need a distance. So if they're going to suggest at the end a 2775 feet per minute adjustment, I got to be curious how far we went in a minute. So it just turns out that 500 miles an hour is 8.33 miles per minute. And if everyone counted forward, they'd understand 8.33 miles being less than 10. Man, it's got to be less than 66 feet because we know there's 66 feet of drop at 10 miles. So how could any 1 mile, any one segment of minute being 8.33 miles have this much drop? It's fantastically impossible, easily noticeable, and certainly not defendable to think that there's 2,775 feet of drop in any 1 minute portion. So what happens is everyone's confusing 8 inches per mile squared. Then they're including distances of 500 miles because they keep going 500 times 500 times 8. And it's like, you can do that all you want, but 500 miles is a speed. And the time is established by the per minute quest, which they never should have put in there. The per minute thing, it doesn't matter. 31 miles was dramatic enough, they could have stopped. But everyone started doing this per minute stuff, and no one will break free of it. And it's embarrassing to go out and repeat something for 5 years and find out you're wrong and then not be able to put in the fix. I spoke to Eric. I posted it here. He's willing to admit the word average, but that's also not true. There is no average. You'll see I put a piece of train track in here. I keep telling everyone it's not exponential. No matter what distance you choose, this radius is the same. So you can play with all the numbers per minute. Mark is telling me per second, and Weiss keeps throwing me different segments. He calls it per 2 minutes. It has nothing to do with time. It has nothing to do with speed. Our stuff is about distance, and Jeremy's right. Once you're moving, it's from your new point. Once you've adjusted, it's a brand new point. So if you did it every mile, it'd be 8 inches. If you did it every 8.33 miles, you'd be looking at 46 feet. And in fact, the number that they keep telling me, yelling at me that their math is right, it is, but their declaration of per minute, it's wrong. It's per hour, and anyone could see that. And it isn't an open conversation. I've just been not allowed to talk, and I've been pushed. Bob routinely blocked me, and then talked at me on the air. I've never been allowed to say that.
So how would you suggest that we phrase it? Say like what you think it should be phrased as.
The easiest fix is change it to per hour, 1 letter. Instead of per minute, they just scratch on there 1 letter.
Gotcha. Yeah. So, because like this is the way I think they're kind of looking at it, like, or like Dave for sure, for example, like I think they just don't care, and they may have accidentally just said it, and sometimes people get caught up just saying things and trusting other people without thinking about it or whatever, and then they're like, oh, well, I don't really say it, or I'll stop saying it. I don't hand out Thompson's stupid flyers, so whatever. And to be fair, yeah, it should be corrected, maybe even publicly stated. And then Thompson should correct. Well, I mean, you're talking about one of the biggest egos in flyers, so maybe you can get him to change it. Who knows? I mean, but and then we should move on. I think that is the easiest fix is just to change it to per hour, right? I mean, and then the concept is simple because you're updating to your new position every time. You're robotic. Does any other flat earthers have any disagreement with what he said?
Yeah, I have a big disagreement. Big time. Even though he said I was right. The plane's not flying in a horizontal line. It's keeping its elevation on a second by second basis, right? It's not like it's flying in a horizontal line and going to drop sudden after 8 miles or 13 miles or whatever. You think that's how it works?
No. Who said that was how it works?
Anyone that's going to calculate this drop from horizontal. I thought Dan just said that.
He said that he thinks the argument's kind of stupid on its face, but he's critiquing that even if you try to present it, that the math was wrong. And you understand, just for intents and purposes, to try to show, like in the real world, if you didn't just invoke your god of gravity, that, the plane would, in theory, have to adjust for the Earth falling underneath you. And so people just want to present the idea to someone, and it probably should have never been presented as math, or at least it should have been accurate. But I don't see what you're saying. Like the fact that they're, going up and down, maintaining pressure zones doesn't really change the fact, because you go up and down over a horizontal Earth to maintain pressure zones. And you're saying like it would constantly be updated. Well, they update based on pressure zones, right? So like it's not like they just maintain an exact elevation the whole time. That's not what happens. They maintain with pressure zones. So we're talking about real life. I mean, you would have to add this into addition to the pressure zone change. So I don't think it's even an argument worth bringing up, just because, like, who cares? Like it's very simple. You have to fly the plane like it's flat and stationary. They claim the Earth is magic. Their god gravity fixes everything for them, where the Earth's spinning and curving, but you can fly it as if it is flat and stationary. I mean, that's all you should ever even say about a plane.
Right.
Yeah, I just unmuted Janet quickly. He said he's got a quick comment, but if it's not quick, then obviously we know what happened.
It's quick. But I think I see the point that Dan was making about the 8 inches per mile squared. After 1 minute of flying, you drop. The distance is 8 miles. Well, we all know the drop is what was 8 miles, 40, 50, 60 feet, whatever. So this this bigger number that they're using, they're not realizing that circle is a squared function. So as Jeremy alluded to, it's second by second, right? That's not just, and that's why the squared function bites you if you start saying, well, here's the distance, just to divide it by the miles, and it's every minute we have to go this huge number, which is completely wrong. So Dan's actually found an error in that. That's he kind of classified it in a decent way.
I agree with Dan in that matter. It's not squared. It's not squared anymore because you do it, and you're doing it in segments. It's not squared.
Well, that's when it becomes squared. That's fine. It happens. It's a squared function, but you can't take the big number over 8 miles and say it's 31,000 feet or 31 miles and divide it per minute and say every minute I have to drop this much. That's not how a squared function works. That's a linear function. That's the problem right there. As I say, math wise, that's the error. So he's right.
Yeah.
People that have just divided in segments are wrong. You can't do that.
Zanik, do you remember when I said I was playing devil's advocate? That was the answer I was looking to get out of you. And do you know, this is why it's so frustrating talking to you. Is like you took 20 minutes talking about a bunch of stuff that didn't really apply to it, and then in 30 seconds you've been able to very succinctly make that point. I think if you were more like that than the previous stuff, people wouldn't mind your presence.
You wouldn't get muted.
Well, thank you. I'll try harder.
Wasn't a comment.
I mean, you look, man, I don't. I get on with you. Like, I don't have a problem with you at all. But it's like, and I invited you on my podcast. It's not like I'm not in the Zanik hating club like some people are. But I mean, there's other people like Skypush is still on mute because I know that he's only coming in to disrupt, right? So it's different it's different things.
Yeah.
Can I get a mic check? Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, Mike, all right.
Cool. So what wasn't this equation on Quantum Racer's website? Because I had brought that to 24/7's attention before and said, look, I'm not really the math guy. I'm going to be very humble and admit that I'm extremely uneducated when it comes to math. Because when I was in school, I just didn't give a fuck. Give me the zeros. Fuck you. But that's just how it was. And I realize that's wrong now. But I thought that I pointed out that years ago, and everybody was like, no, it still makes sense. And I was like, I don't think that makes sense. So if this guy's double checking math, can we double check that one on Quantum Racer's website?
Well, he says the same thing. Everyone, it's kind of like intuitive, right, Hank? You say, hey, it's going to drop 31 miles over 8 minutes, right? And
yeah, it's intuitive.
Well, then why can't I logically just say, well, every minute I'm going to have to drop this much to get there? But that's the error, and that's what
because it's not squared anymore because you're doing it every mile or every segment of the trip.
We can't afford.
And if you're going to say, hey, we're on a globe, how much would you have to drop as you fly over the globe? You got to play by the globe rules.
Yeah, this makes
if you do 8 inches every mile, that will be a squared function. That's how squared functions work.
Somebody's trying to.
Yeah, this makes us look bad across the board because all they have to do is pick one thing that we're wrong about, and it's easy to make us like a liar's a liar, right?
Agreed. We can't afford any of that.
And this is math. We can be wrong in theory, and we could be wrong even in technique or extrapolation, but not math, man. I can't afford that.
You know what you got?
I don't get Zanik. Why do you guys keep saying it's a squared function? If I drop 8 inches every mile and that's it, how's it a squared?
That's how squared functions work.
So 8 inches per mile squared.
That's exactly how you describe it.
Okay. Is 8 inches per mile squared a square function? Squared function?
Yes. 8 inches
okay,
per mile.
8 inches per mile. Is 8 inches per mile a squared function?
Yes.
No.
Really? Jesus Christ!
If you drop 8 inches per mile and keep on dropping it, it's a squared function because every mile you have dropped 8 inches.
Wrong,
so how much have you dropped? If you drop 8 inches per mile, how many miles have you dropped? Or how much have you dropped over 10 miles?
Guys, can we let Kosho set Xanax? Can we let Kosho set Xanax?
I'm not going to
straight
set
on this,
straight.
Please.
If I'm walking into his lane, Xanax's not wrong.
Kosho.
If you're saying 8 inches per mile, that's not a squared function. 8 inches per mile squared, though,
no shit.
is a different function.
I know.
Did I just witness this? So Jeremy asked the room, is 8 inches per mile a squared function? Zanuck said yes, Kosho said no, and then in the next sentence, Kosho said that Zanuck isn't incorrect.
Yeah,
Did I
because
just witness that?
we're not talking about 8 inches per mile though.
I
We're
But
talking
that
about 8
was
inches
the
per mile
question.
squared.
the effect of 8 inches per mile
Yeah,
will
it
be
was.
8 inches.
Yes, we
Hold
were.
on.
He's
Yeah,
gonna
I
unmute
I'll
me
throw it
now
up with
so we
one
can get
Thank
it
sentence.
out.
you. I
You know
did
I'll
just
do it.
witness that. Thank you.
Get it out, Zanny.
Crypto, I'll do it in one sentence if you let me.
No,
8 inches
Fundy
per,
mute me so I can't get my shit out.
I'm sorry, go
I
ahead.
know.
No, I'm trying to be polite, dude. Go ahead.
We were specifically talking about 8 inches per mile and not 8 inches per mile squared, and people kept telling me that it is a squared function.
Yes, it is. When you look at the net of all the 8 inches per mile and what happens between that endpoint and the observer, that would be effectively 8 inches per mile squared.
Kosho?
Yeah, I have to know the context of what you guys are talking about. Because well, I don't know why you guys are
Really?
using. I don't know why you guys are using 8 inches per mile instead of 8 inches per mile squared.
Because we're talking about how much drop there is in an airplane. And if an airplane goes a mile and drops 8 inches, another mile and drops 8 inches, is that a squared function?
From the original point, it would be, yes. From point A.
If the distance goes away from you, you need the square function. If you go with the distance, it's 8 inches per mile. Easy.
Perfect. Good. Well said. It's like multiplying. 2 times 2 times 2 times 2 times 2, right? That's a squared function. But every times 2 is just times 2. You're multiplying is times 2 along the way. But at the end, it's a squared function. Or to whatever function, whatever power you accumulate the numbers.
Yeah, I think we've all got the hang of this now. Maybe it's time to move on to your conversation.
So I was going to ask, can someone go to QEs and check the math there too?
No,
And
but
since we're
remember,
checking the math,
Hank, so what he does, he makes it so logical. Like, guys, here's the way it, how he talks. You travel over 8 miles, you drive 31 miles. If you don't think you got to turn that plane every minute this many feet to get to 31 miles, because that all adds up in my mind, then you're crazy. And he'll do a whole paper on it, But he's absolutely wrong, as Dan kind of described. Because we know what the drop is each mile. It's 8 inches.
you're just saying a whole bunch of stuff, Zanuck. Actually, go to the website, bring it back, if you don't mind, sir. Keep it real.
I think I
What
copied
is
a lot of
somebody
that.
asking? What are you challenging? I mean, why challenge anything right now? We're trying to come to consensus. What the hell are you challenging?
Yeah, we're trying to come to consensus over the truth. Since we're questioning math, I've always thought that one didn't make sense. Now,
Right,
I don't know if it's the exact same thing.
Everyone says the same thing, but me and some fucking math guy. Everyone but me and some math guy.
Who questions math? I mean, math is simply a language. There's nothing to question about math. 2 + 2 is 4. That's
right. So the exclamation point on it, on the language, just like 2 + 2 = 4. In this case, they put feet per minute behind it, even though their math was correct. The phraseology of feet per minute was ridiculous.
No,
But
so
they keep arguing. Hang on, they keep arguing their math is correct, and I can't argue that. But the statement is wrong. So their math is correct, so they don't understand me when I say it because their math is correct. The statement.
It's about the description.
And it's pathetic to begin with. It's pathetic to talk about to begin with. It suggests we fly on the deck. It suggests we're on a globe. It's not worth talking about.
Yeah, I mean, the whole point is, I mean, we all agree math is a valid language that works. Now, to get hung up on that is just.
It's not hung up on that. It's hung up on creating circular conversation in public for no reason. We're creating our own controversy here by not before it's defended, before I'm blacklisted over it. We're being wrong. We can't run around being wrong. So it's not about math. It's about, can we self-correct? Can we understand? Should we go through Eric's stuff one by one? That's what this is about.
Yeah, in the context of reality, you use language to describe reality, right?
This shows we need to go through Eric's stuff. That's what it means. That's what it means. We've been parroting Eric Dubé for 7 years. I'm fucking embarrassed about it. If anyone disagrees
Yeah,
with
but
me,
can we?
do it now.
Yeah. To be fair, can we
Yeah, man,
move on? Because
Yeah.
like we covered it, to an exhaustive extent. I mean, I've messaged Jaren, I've messaged Bob. I don't. It's all
Jaren's
gonna
out.
be fine.
Jared and I have talked ad nauseum about it, and
And he
he's
agrees,
still.
I'm sure. He doesn't
No,
agree.
he won't. He doesn't hear me. In the end, he goes, "No, wait a minute. Let's start over." We talk for hours, and in the end, he goes, "Wait a minute. Let's start this over." And he throws out new numbers again and shit. And I'm like, I've been through. Him and I have talked for hours. He hates talking to me because I'll mention it. Oh,
All right. Well,
Well,
like I'll
everyone.
talk to
Jaren's
everyone
the
who's
only
gonna-
one. Jaren's the only one we don't need to fuck with.
Jaren's
Well-
Jaren's a homie there. So anyway, we can just please can we move on?
No,
Look what they're doing in the chat right now. I just want
let's
to.
move on.
I'm
Not
gonna try to
talk about
translate.
people.
Go ahead.
Well, more ideas, not people, not Jaranism, not Witsit, nobody, not Bob. Talk about ideas.
Yeah, so I'm going to transition the combo. Okay, so this goes to Lucis Day. How dishonest the tactics that the Globers employ are, right? So I'm in the chat. I'm like, yeah, I don't even know why we would really have to bring up the math anyway. Like the overarching part is, according to them, according to the globe, and according to the Globers, the Earth is spinning and it's curved, but you can fly the plane as if it's flat and stationary, and gravity just magically accounts for it perfectly so that you can just fly as if it was flat and stationary, but it's actually curved and spinning. Then they get in the chat and they say, why does Austin leave the context? Why does Witsit lie so much and leave the context out of the documents where it says like it has to assume rigid mass and blah, blah, blah. I said, I wasn't even talking about documents. I'm talking about literally flying the plane. You fly the plane allegedly over a curved spinning Earth, but you can fly it just like it's flat and stationary. Then they say, no, that's not true either. So then I dropped a video of me talking to the pilots, which literally I say, so the Earth is curved and spinning, but you fly the plane like it's flat and stationary. They said exactly. Then they said, oh, what is this video supposed to prove, supposedly? I'm like, I didn't claim it proved anything. I'm showing that just objectively you fly a plane like the Earth is flat and stationary, even if it was a ball that spins. So then so they're just lying, right? This narrative, 5 of them all tag teaming in the chat, like little girls, making up all these lies. I'm just making a point that not about the drama, but the idea of what Globers have to do is constantly lie.
No, you're right, Austin.
Provoke
You're right.
thought. Provoke responses via lies.
Everyone would agree with you, Austin, that you fly the plane as if the plane is flying over a flat and stationary surface. No pilot would disagree with that.
Yeah, no pilot would. Just like the Globers that lie all the time.
No pilot would. And it's not a I'm not going to concede or try to persuade you that the Earth is curved or flat or anything. The concept is well founded. If you're flying a plane and you have a center of gravity, and we know that a vector is down, which is the vertical line in the plane, which is just about a third back from the leading edge of the wing, we know that if we keep that orientation and we have the weight balance such that it's doing that, and there is weight caused by this surface beneath us, or even if it's magnetism or something else, it will fly over a curve because the curve would say these vectors are changing constantly. That's not a magic.
That's convoluting.
Let me just finish. I'm not
okay, go ahead.
convoluting anything. I'm just saying that the model is it's not magic. It says if it's curved, the vectors would go to the center, and that's why the plane flies without any kind of control.
That's where the mix-up comes in. I mean, you introduce this mathematics that doesn't jive with the empirical data that Witsit just mentioned, right?
That's not
what you observed. Hold on, let me finish. Yeah, exactly. That's my point. Your
you said it had to do with empirical data, and he said it doesn't. And he said, "Yeah, it's my." Come on.
No, your point is what you interpret as the cause or an explanation for what's happening is not empirical. Yet, what's empirical is that the Earth, like you assume that it's an Earth that is flat to fly a plane, right? That's empirical.
Yes,
that's empirical.
The model. He said the model.
Yeah, the model, which
magic,
is
magic.
Let me finish, Zanuck. Come on, man.
You said it twice. You said it 3 times already. Go ahead.
What I'm not even getting the words in. You're interrupting me.
No, so, I waited for the entire end, and I was going to say something. But go ahead.
Come on, bro. Come on, man.
Oh my god.
This should be an easy conversation. Flat Earthers and Globers
should. Like this is the
Flat
basics.
Earthers and Globers shouldn't even disagree. You're now just being pedantic, talking about we use the word magic. Okay, very conveniently it works out perfectly on the globe as if it was flat and stationary. So just like I asked the pilots, I said, so the Earth is curving and spinning, but we fly the plane like it's flat and stationary. He said, yes, exactly. I'm like, okay, so
Yeah, he agreed with it. That's the funny thing, right?
right. So I said, I said, okay. My follow up was, okay, so it could just be flat and stationary then, right? So that's the point.
But according to him, because of the math that he believes in, the spherical math, no, it's not.
Well, why is there the 60-to-1 rule then? Why is that a thing?
Exactly. You're just proving my point.
I know. Why is the 60-to-1 rule something that pilots have to deal with? That has to do with curvature. You know
Okay,
that,
so
right?
then
No, it doesn't.
First
It
of
doesn't?
all,
Tell me how it
we're
doesn't.
talking about celestial
Tell
navigation.
me how it doesn't.
Tell me how it does. You're the one with the claim.
You're on a
What the
curved
fuck?
surface. You're flying a coordinate. You're going to be off 1 degree for every 60 miles due to the
Wait,
curvature.
wait, okay. So
Is that curvature?
You understand the 60-to-1 rule?
Okay, yeah. Is that curvature conforming to the spherical Earth or the round Earth?
It's conforming to the spherical Earth.
Hold on.
That's why
Yeah,
you're off a degree.
Well, no, but what if it's flat and circular, and your headings and your calculations are based on a circle rather than a
Well,
sphere?
if the paths
would
are
they
all
conform? Would they be equal to the same
you're
thing?
making no sense.
No.
If
Right,
the paths
well,
are,
that's too
can I
much
finish? Can I say one word without you interrupting me? Ironic. So yes, if you're on a flat circular, I don't know, like a pizza plate, and all of your paths are curved lines, then yeah, that would be a problem. But we're saying that you're going straight. You know, objectively
Who said
straight.
you're going?
Hold on.
Who said you're
Can I
going
finish
straight?
the sentence? Can I finish the sentence? So if you're
That
going
was my
objectively
point.
straight, hold on. If you're going objectively straight, you will be off versus where you want to go based on this curvature, 1 degree every 60 miles.
You didn't answer my question, Zanik. Again, you can get the same reading or mathematical equation. The Earth was flat in a circular form, right?
No.
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 So,
No.
But you just confirmed that. Yes, it is.
No, you can't. I'm just telling you, you can't. You're making things up now.
No.
Tell me how you're not. Tell me how you.
Okay.
Why are we off 1 degree going straight?
Because the degrees of which you're going off of are not conforming to a sphere rather than a circle. It would be the same.
Now you're just saying words.
No. Okay, so
Explain to me. How do you fly straight
heading
and be
east?
off 1 degree?
Yeah. You think heading east will be conforming to a straight line, correct?
Any what? Any what?
Heading east.
Oh, heading east. Yeah.
On a plane, on a boat, whatever.
No, heading.
Is that a straight line?
Will not. It's not a straight line.
Yeah, it's a curved line conforming to the curvature of the Earth.
The heading could be a straight line, but if you wanted to stay going east, you're going to have to curve the plane.
The path.
The path will be curved.
From A to B, going eastward, is curved, correct? Come on, man.
Yes.
You're dancing around this.
The path is curved.
It's a simple question. Yeah.
The path
So
across the surface will be curved.
this curve, according to you, must be following a spherical surface, correct?
And it does, yes. And that's why there's a 61.
No. Answer the question. The spherical path must be following the surface of a spherical surface.
Yeah, the spherical path must be following a spherical surface. I mean, what do you?
The path. No, the path that you just took from east to west or from west to east.
Yeah.
Must be following a spherical surface, according to.
In order to stay on an eastward heading, you're gonna have to.
Can I present Can I present something that's alternative to that? Let's say it's curved, but yet on a flat surface.
So the path
is that
as
possible?
described on the ground
Is that yes? Is that
would
possible?
work. Yes.
But thank you.
That's my whole
point.
Path.
Yes, that's my whole point.
Okay,
East to west is a curved surface.
Hold on.
Let me finish. East to west, west to east is a curved surface, a curved path on a flat surface.
Yeah, so all the lines are actually curving instead of going straight. That makes really little sense. Yes, that would be true.
It is true.
We know that's not true because if I look east and I look at the sun that is rising and I want to head to it, I would drive it'd be a straight line to that sun. And if I closed my eyes and kept my plane perfectly straight, I would start diverting, and I wake up and I pull my goggles up and my blacked out goggles. Where did I go? I'd be off 1 degree every 60 miles.
Head to the sun? What?
East, the heading, a straight heading to the sun. We all would know that.
That's not a straight.
Equinox.
We just.
You're not letting me.
That.
I let you finish. You're not letting me finish.
No, but
you know that, right?
we just established that
no,
east
but
on a flat Earth
if you
is
know
not
there's
a straight line.
Everyone on the Earth has. There's a time in the year where everyone in the Earth sees the sun due west exactly. You would agree, right? Now, if you're up,
what does that mean?
You look west. You get your compass out, and you look west.
On
and
the
there's the
equinox,
sunset
it appears
right
to
there.
be
Oh,
right
dude,
over
can I
the
please take this? Can I take this, please? Dude, Zanuck, if you go, pull up Google Earth. Do you have Google Earth on your thing? Can you share your screen for us and do Google Earth, or do I need to do it?
Why don't you do it?
So you say that that the sun on the equinox debunks a flat Earth because everyone can see the sun, right? And that's impossible on a flat Earth. Well, when we pull out the handy dandy Google Earth and we go to any point and then we go find 90 degrees due east, right? So that's directly east.
Right.
And when we do that, it takes everybody to the equator. Now, the straight line on Google Earth, your model, when you do 9 degrees due east, it takes everyone to the equator. Now, on the globe, of course, you would just go east, and you'd basically, now not literally a straight line because there's no such thing on a globe, but you just come back around the same latitude and effectively like a straight line.
No, you wouldn't.
It's not a literally, dude. If on a globe, if you go east, if you go directly east, you're going to come back to where you started.
No, you don't.
Wow.
Not at all.
What?
Sorry,
We don't need the wow stuff. You're missing a really obvious point, guy. This is almost as bad as the mistake that Dan the Waterman found.
Let's hear it.
You
On a globe,
east.
if I go east, I don't come back to where I started.
No.
Why not?
Because you draw a great. If you have any orientation on the, start traveling and keep that orientation straight, you will scribe a great circle, and it will not be east.
Hey, do all the globers agree that if I go directly east on a globe, that I won't come back to where I started?
Only at the equator.
Yes, at the equator it'll do the same.
Okay,
but what you can do,
awesome.
You can actually prove this to yourself, Witsit. Take a globe.
No, this is proven, but what does it mean?
I don't dispute this. You guys don't get the point yet, so you should stop preemptively jumping in like you're winning. You still don't even get the point. So the point is that when you say that it's impossible, can I explain the point, please?
No, actually, I was trying to speak for 5 seconds. I think I can have.
You're just going to straw him. You don't know the point yet.
Let him go. Let him go. Just let him make his point.
You know that if you actually listened.
I know for a fact you're not going to respond to my point.
What's it? Now you're doing what you're saying I do to him. Come on, let him talk.
Yeah, just one mic, guys. Whatever.
Shut the fuck up, you.
See, then he has to jump in to try to say something like that. Go ahead and don't respond to my point when I was about to make the point. You go ahead and strawman me. Go ahead.
Well, I could actually try and respond with my point, which will address your point. Trust me. Now, when you get your little globe out and you take a piece of dental floss and you make a nice little great circle route starting off due east at the very point on that globe, and you will see that it will do exactly what you're saying. It will come around and cross the equator. It's a physical geometric principle of a globe.
So you still don't get the point. What I knew you wouldn't get the point. So the actual point was that when you guys claim that the fact that everyone can see the sun on the equinox, that debunks a flat Earth, well, you can pull out your little handy dandy cartoon model you have, and when you draw the lines east, you're going to find out that 9 degrees takes everyone straight to the equator. Okay, that's where all the lines go, straight to the equator. And of course, everyone can see it because they're all looking at the same place, the equator, when the sun's in the middle. So your whole argument's wrong.
Okay, do that on a flat Earth depiction and show it to me.
That we can all look at the same location. We can look at the equator.
Yes.
You're saying on a flat Earth we can't all look in the same direction?
You can, but it would be different directions.
The same direction would be different directions?
Okay, put a dot on the map where you think the sun is and go ahead and make it work.
Can we all look in
You're
the
all
same
looking east
direction
on
on
a
the
flat
flat Earth?
map. If you're all looking east on a flat map of the Earth, they'll all be looking different directions.
Spiraling out. as
Can
each
we
person's position relative to the north
That's why
is
I
going
always
to
post that
change.
picture.
can we all look
I
at the
always post
same
that picture
direction?
about like Australia, where the sun sets and where the due east is, and it really makes no sense on a flat Earth. And I have yet to hear someone try to,
Yeah,
rectify
you can
that
all
those
look at the
issues.
pole star,
What?
right? But if you all attempt to look east, it's going to be spiraling out because as your position changes relative to north, so is your position that you're facing. Unless you're facing north, or if everybody was facing Mecca, right? They'd all be looking at the same directions, but at the same time, they're all looking past each other too, because some people are on the other side of Mecca.
But if you're heading east, if you're in San Francisco and you're going east, going toward like Japan, if you're looking east and you follow a straight path, you will not be east very long, and you'll have a deviation about 1 degree every 60 miles.
Hey, can I jump in real quick, Sonic? You said something earlier about if you were flying east on a plane, trailing the sun, and you close your eyes, and then the sun would be had veered off, and you wouldn't be in line with it again. It dawned on me that have you ever watched like NASCAR when they go in circles, and if you aren't going fast enough to keep up with the person in front of you, that person will take a lead and then be a little, like angled to your left, I guess, if you're going around. Depends on which way you're going, or right. But the thing is that if you are trying to say that it's because you're on the ball, then going back to what Egypt was saying, that same thing would work on a flat, round surface, like on a pizza or whatever. Because if you're flying, keeping it east, or flying east and
Keeping
keeping
it
that
east,
that
keeping
I'm
it
sorry,
east, right?
yeah, I'm sorry, you're keeping the latitude.
The latitudes are circular, so if you
Is
keep it at a
so
latitude,
so
you're
if
going to
you're
have to curve by definition on a
yes,
hemisphere.
so that's what I think. That's what Egypt was trying to tell you. Like if you draw a circle and you want to stay so many inches away from the center point, you're going to have to keep turning to keep that same latitude, right? Which we would call, let's say we go like due east. Well, if we're going to stay on that latitude of where you are at on this map, on this, mathematical map you have now, then to keep that latitude from north, you're going to have to turn. And maybe I think you do it know exactly. I'm sure you can visualize it, but I think because it contradicts what you are, arguing, that you won't accept that. Like you will
No,
not
okay.
concede
Let
to
me give
that.
you a quick example. If you're really far north, like in Canada, like aviators up there know this very, very well because the latitude lines are very, very tight together, right? And it's a very, very tight turn. I mean, relative to the equator and other areas of the
Of
earth.
course,
If you
yeah.
take, so if you in Alaska, if you're in northern Alaska and you take off east, we all know what east is. You will be traveling down the earth into Russia before you know it. If you don't make a right turn and follow east. So if you took off and said, "I'm going to set my
You mean a
heading,"
left turn?
it'll be going straight and it'll be going left versus going east. So you'll be going south, immediately
Yeah.
going south.
Don't say
If
left
you
and
left
right.
Alaska and if you left Alaska and you want to go heading east and you took off, I'm going to go straight path. You set your autopilot, it goes straight. You closed your eyes, you'd wake up in Russia. You wouldn't be following around the Arctic Circle because that would require turning the airplane.
Yeah. Okay. So again, if you're, this is, I don't know why you don't grasp it. Like it's like a
Do
child
you disagree with
understands
that
this.
point? If you took off straight,
No, but
would you
that's his
follow the
point.
Arctic
That's
Circle
our
east?
point. That's our point.
No, that's not your
You,
point.
if you, yes, no, hold on. If you just went straight, yeah, you're right. You're going to end up not on your course, but because when you're flying, and again, you're on that latitude, you're keeping it, and it makes a circle. Like it will make a circle if you stay at that latitude.
Right.
And
You have to take a right turn constantly.
a right turn if you're flying
East.
west, and a left turn if you're going
East.
east.
No, right. Right turn going east.
Wait, so you're saying that if I went from Los Angeles to New York, that I would have to keep going right to get to New York, or would I have to keep going left to get to New York?
Left.
Yeah, I don't know why you keep saying right, and you're opposite, Zach. You can't even get that
sorry. So I was
concept
saying,
down.
in my mind, I was thinking going toward Russia. I said east. I meant west. Sorry.
Yeah. Okay.
I was
Well, that's
thinking,
fine.
in
That's
my
fine.
mind, the Far East. I was thinking about Far East. Japan, Far
Yeah,
East.
but look, here's
West.
what.
Sorry,
But
you're right. I'm sorry. I misspoke.
okay, yeah, that's fine. That's fine. We all do that. So, but
Okay,
what I'm
so
trying
yeah,
to say though is
going
that
west. Going
what
west.
Egypt said makes perfect sense, and I could visualize what he's saying. Why can't you?
Because you're going west, like you're leaving Alaska, you're going west, straight ahead. You close your eyes, you're going west. You don't follow this latitude line. You go south, dramatically
Yes,
south.
we get that. I know.
Okay.
We understand that. But that's why I'm saying, if let's say I drew a big circle on a football field, and then I had someone from the center of that circle, I had someone take 10 paces and someone else take 20 paces. And then I said, head east and keep that same, and we put a string to them to a stake in the middle. And then once they walk away and they're attached to that string to keep that latitude, they're gonna have to walk in a circle, and they will be veering right or left depending what direction they take off in. But why can you not fundamentally? That's obvious, bro. A
Because
child would understand.
all your paths on these football fields would be circular paths. Anywhere
Yes,
there would be no straight line.
exactly. But
But no, we can.
there's times,
But you're missing the point.
there's times
I'm
where you
making the
can
plane go
fly
straight.
straight.
I'm
You
making
don't
the
have to
plane
go
go
in a
straight. If you
circle.
made the plane go straight, it would go a straight path, and it would not be a circular path. It would not feel.
I know. I totally.
If you have circular
agree.
lines,
I
if you
agree.
have circular lines of latitude, they would not be followed if you're going straight, regardless, flat or round.
I know. I agree. But see,
All right,
but
this
you're
is going
talking
nowhere.
about the sun. Hold on. You're talking. Planes don't fly in this huge, great. Well, some do actually. But in this huge circle, like for instance, when they show flights like that emergency landing ones, planes are flying straight across somewhere, like from Los Angeles down to South America, and then that's a straight path. Like whoop, clearly it's straight. Or from South America to Africa, it's a straight path over America because it makes sense on that flat map. But what I'm saying though is the sun doesn't do that. The sun doesn't go across. The sun is on. In other words, the people that are tied to the center of the pole, that's the sun and the moon. They are locked in, and they go slowly in, they go slowly out, depending on the time of the year. But the sun would be doing that. So when you're saying I'm flying behind the sun and it's curving, so yeah, if you were trying to follow it, first of all, it's going so fast you can't go the speed to where you're going to stay directly behind it all the way.
Sure, you can.
Oh, you can then.
can.
Yes,
you can. Then.
Yeah.
Just
Oh,
all
okay.
the time. All you need is go 1,000.
All the time.
Less than 1,000 miles an hour.
Really? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So then why is it veering
There's
off?
a term in the
So then why is it
Air
veering off?
Force following the sun, pacing the sun.
So now you're saying you can do it. So now you're saying you can do it.
Pace the sun, and if you're going to pace the sun, you're going to be constantly turning.
Why is that? Because it's going on its circuit round and round. So yeah, I agreed. Exactly. You fell right into that trap. Thank you.
There's no trap. You're just
No,
spraying a bunch of words out
for
there
you
and
to
hoping something
finally
makes
say
sense.
exactly what I'm telling you. And thank you for doing so. You said it for me. Thank you. You couldn't have said I couldn't have said it
Someone's
better.
going from New York to Frankfurt. You're saying they fly in a straight line relative to the ground, or relative between them.
I'm saying that there are paths that go from, if you're going from from Alaska to India, you're not gonna go like on this crazy round path. It's direct line of sight.
No,
It is worth mentioning
directly.
as well.
It's
in the conversation here,
the surface
guys,
requires
one
you to
second.
make a curved path.
It is worth mentioning as well that there are geopolitical reasons why you might not fly directly from one place to another because you're not allowed over another
We're not
country.
talking about those.
I know you're not, but it is worth mentioning to keep in mind when having this conversation.
No, because we fly from San Francisco to Chicago. That's a curved path also.
Okay, but that doesn't invalidate what I said. Carry on.
Well, it's not required that you say it because we know without any geopolitical reasonings, like going across our own country, that path is curved from San Francisco to New York. It is a curved path
But
on
you
this flat
actually
map.
mentioned places in Europe and places in Africa, places in
Yes,
Asia.
I agree.
Right.
You're right.
So
Yes.
when talking about those, it's worth considering this.
Yeah, it just doesn't make sense that an airline company, especially if they're struggling to make a profit, is going to fly 5,000 miles out of their way to waste way more gas or fuel, should I say, in something that they could have gotten there quicker and sooner and saved money. It's just logically, it's fucking stupid and retarded
Yeah,
to say
and that's why Johannesburg to Perth goes over the Arctic Circle. If you were right, they wouldn't do that because that'd be way out of their.
Yeah. So something that NASA asked just posted again, you can go to that 17 or 19 whatever how many emergency landing that book that actually has some pretty good interesting stories that to anybody that has half a brain will realize, wait, why are they so far away from, even if you want to say they're taking a circle path, even if you want to say that, why would
Crypto,
they be
you're being
so
really
far
silly.
off?
Look at the Skypush just posted something with the Johannesburg Perth.
I just saw that. That's why I said that.
Okay, but just settle down for a second. I'll keyed up. Just relax for a second. It's a good point. You got to admit, if we have a round Earth, this triangle between Dubai, Johannesburg, and Perth, and the hours it takes to go between them is what we actually see. So your challenge of why would airlines waste gas is valid, and they wouldn't want to waste gas. So this is why we do it, and that only happens on a sphere. If it's flat, look what happens to that. Look what happened to those distances. Those distances are completely, like, they're almost erroneous now. That makes no sense on the flat surface. So tell me why those distances are they are with the shape of the Earth being flat. Why would those distances on the right hand where the X is, how could those possibly be valid?
I don't know how
Well,
or
until you do
why,
know,
but
I would definitely look at
all
that.
no, hold on, Zanet. I don't know what the assumed numbers are, because I do also know that some flights that should only take 3 hours take 6 hours for whatever reason. So when they're saying this from there to there, it's a 10-hour flight, and then from there to there, it's a 7-hour flight, and then this one flight takes 9 hours. That honestly, I question the same exact thing, because why do some flights? Well, then how do you explain when it says it's 19-hour flight? But it shouldn't be a 19-hour flight. There's questions there, Zanuck.
You're
I
just
get
making
it,
stuff up now.
but no. What are you talking about? When people fly from America all the way to like Pakistan, it's a fucking 19-hour flight, bro. Like I don't know if
I
you've ever
know,
done
I've been
that.
on it before.
Okay, so but here's what I'm saying then. Here's what I'm saying. Listening to what I'm saying. There are things that don't make sense. And because they don't make sense is why I'm saying we question it. And it should be questioned. And this is part of the reason why we have these arguments. Because if
It's not an argument. You're
if
just
it was
confused.
if it was a slam dunk, simple fucking it's a ball and this is it, then there wouldn't be questions at hand.
There's only questions when you don't understand the model.
No,
or the
no. It's not
distances.
about. Hold on, Zach. Don't throw that out there, because I was brainwashed just as you were once, and we all took the same test. But here's what I'm saying: you can't say I don't understand the model. No, because I understand the model, it doesn't make sense. The only difference is you're not questioning the model. I am. When there are flights that are they're landing way out of their fucking path, and you would think, wait, well, why? Like, for instance, the one that he posted, Johannesburg. Why don't they just fucking fly straight up there? Boom, done. But why did they have to make an
Because it's further.
emergency landing way
Because
up
it's
in
further
London?
on a flat. Well,
No, oh my god, bro.
when they
Look.
fly to Johannesburg to Perth, why is it a 9-hour flight, 9.5-hour flight? But if you look at your flat map, how could that be 9 hours?
Yeah, again. How can it be 9 hours? Well, I would say why would they be landing in a place that's way off their course?
It's not if the Earth is round, and that's why they do it.
But hold on though. If you look at it on a flat map, it makes sense why they would land there because they were right over it. It literally would have put them right over it. That's why it's called an emergency landing. It's not like they go, "Oh, we have emergency landing. Let's fly for 7 hours to our left." No, it's they landed there because that's where they were at. I'm sorry, but
boy, I can't even respond to.
I'm
So
sorry.
here, let
but
me jump in then, since you guys are lost words. So Zanuck, I really think that you guys really have to stop doing that shit, right? Because you guys are so weird. You make it so weird when you claim that people who are questioning the model don't understand it, but people who just go right along with it, no matter what it says, right? They're the ones that understand the model. Like that is so weird for you to say that someone doesn't understand it while they're questioning it. If they're questioning it, they're doing what? If you're questioning something, you're gaining understanding, right? Because it's really hard to ask questions and not get any answers whatsoever. I mean, especially in the information age or disinformation age or whatever we find ourselves in, right? And it's not only that, laymen don't understand the model, right? Because is there a model? Is there a model for everything? Is there a theory for everything? Does string theory work? No, the math doesn't work out. Oh, how's that for you? Right? It's really sad that gravity doesn't work at the galactic level, bud. I'm sorry. Right? And anybody who doesn't question that, they're not thinking. They're just accepting the model for as it is. So meanwhile, you verbally diarrhea, project all over everybody.
No, not
Literally.
projection. I agree with you, Hank. We
Own
should question things.
misunderstanding. And it comes
I agree with you,
from
Hank.
your damn ignorance because you think you know too much in the orthodox.
No. I don't know that much.
Yes, it is.
Trust me. I'm telling you, Hank, is I was trying to explain it the best I could to Krypton. He kept on coming up with reasons and explanations that didn't make a lot of sense. It didn't have any fundamental logic behind them. That's why I was challenging him, and I got a little bit impatient toward the end. But no, you're right. I think it's nothing wrong with challenging the model, asking the questions. Nothing wrong with that at all. You're not stupid by asking questions either.
Just let go of the orthodoxy, bro. I mean, that's all it is.
Well,
this isn't your model.
Trying to
You
do
didn't
from a neutral
invent it.
standpoint. When I know these flight paths, I know the times, and when I see the flat, and I see the picture I always post about even the sun setting over Australia, those things don't make sense on a flat Earth. And I wanted someone to explain it to me because I have a question. I'm questioning that.
Okay, so now that you're questioning it, you just don't understand, bro. You're dumb. You're uneducated.
No, so when I
You
post
need to go back to flat Earth
when I
school.
post Hank,
See, that's what you guys do, man. Every single
So
time
why don't you do this?
someone tries to have an honest conversation, you guys get all weird.
I'll play the flat earther. You play the round earther. And here's my thing. I'm a flat earther now, and I got this picture of the sunrise and sunset over Australia. How does that work if the circular path of the sun is going around the circle so everyone sees the sun in the hours we see it in? How do I see the sunrise?
I don't know. I just learned about it, so let me do 2 seconds of research, and then I'll completely school you on it and call you a fool and act like you never had any idea what you're talking about.
I'm welcome.
Even though I just learned about it.
Because I'm confident that
that's
this
what
is not
Glober would
impossible,
do, right?
but I'd love to hear your reasoning, and not in an argumentative form. I'm just curious how creative.
I mean, that's what a Glober would do, right? They just learned
That's
about
fine.
this thing that you brought up as a flat earther, and then they read 2 minutes worth of Wikipedia, and then they attempt to school you on it like you're the one that showed them.
Exactly.
Right. That's exactly what would happen.
They do. Okay. So take a look at it: sunset, sunrise in Australia, and then how it respectively compares to other areas on the surface.
Well,
of
I
the
haven't
Earth.
looked at it yet, so I'm just going to assume that you're wrong, and that's going to save me a lot of time and hard work.
Okay. Well,
because that's another pattern that I've noticed.
Well,
And,
there it is in chat.
Well,
That
that's not what I'm saying.
y'all are talking about.
That's not what I'm saying.
He's saying he's going to be obstinate. He's going to say, just like we do, we don't look at the thing. We just say you're wrong and move on. And that's we do that.
And you're telling me that, it's right there in the chat. I could look at it. Well, that's not what I'm saying. Right, bro?
Well, the sunset is on the western side of Australia. The sunrise is on the eastern side of Australia.
Yeah, but this is the part where red herring it. What does that have to do with the price of rice in China? I mean, you wanted me to act like a Glober. I'm doing it.
You're being a little extreme, Hank.
No, this is what we call them out on the daily, bro.
No, I try to take the objections, and everything that Krypton said, I addressed. Why the route is shorter, why you can't do this, why this is why when you head this direction, why you start going south. I mean, I was trying to really methodically and descriptively and accurately describe everything he said and correct it.
All right, well, you guys can get back to the airplane conversation and pretending to be a Glover.
That was a poor imitation of a Glover, though, Hank, just so you know.
Join.
You're roboting really bad. I didn't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
So I didn't know any of these tactics in 2015. Where do you think I learned them from?
Those nasty, spiteful Globers.
For once, Anik, you're right.
Zanuck, you're a science denier, Zanuck. Being a flat earther.
That's right. Deny, deny, deny. It's like politics. Deny, or I don't recall.
You know when somebody like Peyton National Show calls someone a science denier, that's just name calling. It doesn't say anything.
I agree.
Hey, Zanuck, one thing about your photo that you posted with the sunrise and sunset,
Mm-hmm.
it's if the sun is coming from their east and it's on a path just as it is in that yellow, see that yellow circle that's
Mm-hmm.
real
That's
thin.
the path the sun takes. Yeah, if you're
Let's say
looks like. Yeah.
so it would make sense that they are seeing it coming from that, because we're dealing with perspective. And then when it goes away, it would make sense that it would be sun setting. It would be setting on the east of where they're looking. I don't know what you're trying.
Well, how that
Whoever drew this arc of the sun is dramatically trying to prove something, but in perspective, it's not gonna look. It's not like the sun's on that side and then landing on that side of the country.
Well, if that's the case, then that sun that you see, if you say it's due to perspective, why is the person on the eastern seaboard of Australia seeing that sun set? Rise in the east and
southeast
and southeast, almost like this, almost in Antarctica. And why that sun would be seen from like someone in Israel? Why would it be over to the right?
Okay, again, it would be perspective, but clearly that this map is like it's comical of how distorted it is
It's a flat
to
map.
fit your argument. Like,
well, you use that map into flights. You said you were using
no. I'm saying the land masses and like the way this is that's not exactly how. Again, that's not the way it is.
Yeah.
That's not you're the country that we're talking about here is
Australia.
The continent, should I say, that we're talking about here, is it that position of it, that size of it, it reminds me of when they made America really big on the globe, and then they made Africa really small on the globe, and then they would show things using those diagrams. It doesn't make sense because it's just a fucking diagram. What?
Well, do you understand that as things go out to the outer diameter of a circle, that they in order for the distances to all work, those continents that we know the size of them would have to stretch out, because think about how long it would take you to go from Australia and follow that circle route at the edge of this ice wall. How long it would take? It would take greater than we know the diameter of the Earth. So they make everything scaled outward so that the mileage between each city will be constant to where if you're near the center, like Canada
So
or
you see
something,
the ice. Hold on. You
you're not
see
even
the
listening.
ice. You see the ice in the
Listen to what I
center.
said. Okay.
Is that Greenland, right? That'd be Greenland, right? The ice in the center. That'd be Greenland, right?
Near Greenland, yeah.
So you're telling me that Australia is that size compared to Greenland?
You see,
Again,
that's why I know you weren't listening to what I said earlier.
you said you had to stretch it out for
Yes,
it to.
because so every arc minute or every arc second or every 1 degree.
See, that's the problem, Zanuck.
You're not listening.
I gotta cut you
Because
off.
I know this because you're talking when I'm in the middle of a sentence. You
I
have
gotta
to admit.
cut you off.
I was asking you. I was going to tell you something, and you jumped in before I even explained it.
Go ahead, so I
can't
could I could correct you when you're done. Go ahead.
Well, isn't that a novel idea?
Go ahead.
So they make this thing stretch out, so the distances at the edge are the same, are equivalent to the distances in the center. So they're going to be progressively stretched out, so that the distances all make sense.
Are you done?
Yeah.
Okay. So, two things. You started talking about arc seconds, and this is the math for the globe, for the model. That's part of it. They go hand in hand. They have to be this, they have to be that to make the model work. And then you're saying they stretch it. Like, okay, so you're saying you stretch a picture for it to make sense in your model, but
in your model,
do you even hear yourself that you have to stretch an
I hear
image?
myself arguing with someone who really doesn't understand
Do you
basic
hold on,
fundamental logic.
Zanuck, you're talking about we have to stretch an image for it to fit the mathematical
map. Yes.
Hold on, Zanuck, I let you talk, and then I waited until you were done, and I even said, "Are you done?" So right now, I'm going to kindly say, "Shut up and let me finish."
Oh, how kind.
Thank you. You're welcome. So look at, if you have an image and you're stretching it to the mathematics of a model that's a ball, yes, there's going to be problems there. We get that. We
We're not
understand.
switching it to the model.
Oh, I wasn't done.
To the
So
model.
hold on.
Well, you made a mistake. I had a
Hold
clip
on.
for you. Continue to build on the mistake.
Hold on. We're
It's stretched for the flat, not for the round.
Hold on. You have a ball model, and now you're trying to say that when we say it's flat, that this continent has to be stretched to make up for the size that your ball model has the continents at and placed on their mathematical coordinates.
Can I make a quick comment
Go
without
ahead.
hurting your feelings?
I will allow it.
Thank you, Your Honor. So we know the dimensions of Australia because we can drive from east to west and north to south, and those proportions make it look like a big, like almost like a box, right? It's almost square. So when we put this on a flat map to keep the distances consistent with areas near the Arctic Circle, the northern Arctic Circle, we have to stretch it out. Otherwise, it wouldn't work. The distances between Australia and Johannesburg would be enormous, well out of proportion. So in order for those distances to relate to what we actually see when we fly there or go there by ship, we have to stretch them out. It's not arbitrary, not reifying our it's not reification, nothing. It's basically we have to, because you're forcing stuff to fit on a flat plane. Anyone thinking the earth is flat would be doing that. Not me, not anyone on the earth, the round earth.
Oh my God.
Think about owing an apology, Janet. I just wanted to say that you may have been correct, and I may have acted before about 10 minutes ago. But you cry wolf so many damn times, I can't detect when it's really happening and when people don't actually understand.
I do want to address one point that was made a minute ago, which is that on the globe, that Australia and Greenland are the wrong size. I don't know any globe that I've looked at yet that has them more than like 1% off from their actual size. Like if I measure any continent and compare it to any other continent, it will be exactly as specified. There is no errors in globes regarding the size of continents to speak of.
Have you ever
It's when you
seen
try
how?
and convert it to
Look how
when you try and
stretched
convert it to
out
flat
it
that you have
is.
a problem. When you try and present it as flat. And I just demonstrated that with my little
So we're not presenting the Earth as flat; it presents itself as flat. So when you go out and you look at the Earth, yeah, there's all this topography and whatnot. But the water is level. They should probably call us flat water Earths, right? Because that's what we're claiming. Is like when we go look over large bodies of water, we can't find the curvature that you guys are talking about. What we do find is
That's such a pedantic argument because we all know that there's terrain. There's no disagreement, flat Earth or globe Earth, that there's that there's terrain. So we're talking about the overall form of the Earth. Is it generally flat or is it generally curved? That is the question. And when you say you're not a flat Earther, you're a flat Earther. You just don't want to say that for some reason. I don't get it. The pedantic part of it, nobody's in disagreement with you on.
yeah, no. So why are you disagreeing?
Because you think that the Earth is a flat surface, generally speaking, with terrain. Flat Earth.
Yeah, that's what I've experienced. What secondary knowledge has convinced you otherwise?
All sorts of secondary knowledge, shit going over the horizon, two poles, GPS, how it works, the size of continents and their relative positions are wrong on every single flat Earth map that I've ever seen. So I haven't seen a representation.
Wait a minute. All maps are flat Earth maps.
Okay, that's cute, but they're not because they're all wrong. So if you want them all to be wrong,
Okay,
that's fine.
so can you show me the spherical maps that have triangle coordinate systems?
I can show you a spherical map that I can do. I can do navigation on in my. I've done navigation to my. What do you call it? The hinge on my door, using a protractor and strings, off of my little tiny globe, my 4-inch globe, and I can navigate using that.
Okay. So you know that both thought systems you can use to navigate with, right?
Not really. When you start using the numbers, it falls apart. There is a mechanism by which it works for a globe Earth. There's no mechanism by which it works for a flat Earth.
So if we got just a flat Earth map, which is just any regular map, right, that doesn't have triangles on it, it has the grid system with rectangles, right?
Yeah.
Those are all flat Earth map. Like think about it like a grid. They're all flat Earth maps.
That's
So
cute of you to say. Whenever you start doing navigation, you start making globe assumptions, which is part and parcel of what the entire almanac is. That is a globe book with globe formulas at the basis of everything that's in it. So you're using globe.
Can you show me what you're talking about? So the almanac is based on like globe numbers.
Oh,
Can you show me what you're talking about?
Sure, somebody else can show that for me. I'm not able to at the moment.
Okay. I never heard that before.
I'm surprised because that is a very big deal in the whole concept. That's why that's what McToon's whole argument is about. MC Toon is asking somebody to do a navigation on using flat assumptions. It doesn't work.
Use navigational and flat assumptions. So we don't actually sail over the curvature, right? When we sail or fly, we just, we're at the same elevation the whole way. We're not like adjusting for the curvature. Do you mind if I finish? Okay. So, you can use the stars to navigate with, triangulate. I don't see how that has anything to do with the shape of the Earth. I really don't.
Could. You absolutely could do that, but you would use different numbers.
What kind of numbers?
You would use flat assumptions, which is if I was triangulating, I'd be doing that whole 90-degree thing. I'd be able to find out where I was. The angle of that star would change as if it was changing on a flat coordinate system, and it's not. So the numbers will be different. Let's say
the star's position.
May I finish, please?
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh yeah, I see. Okay, so if you were to take a object and put it over a flat plane and start moving your cursor around on that flat plane and measured the angles to it, when you got to half the distance from it, it'll be at 45 degrees, half of its height. And then as I got closer and closer, it would stop. The angles would become shallower and shallower and shallower as I got closer and closer to the ground position on that. We don't see that on the Earth. Every 69 miles on the Earth, it changes by 1 degree. On a flat Earth, as you got close to the ground position, you could be changing by several degrees per 69 miles. That's the kind of things that don't work on a flat Earth with a close object in the sky.
Well, math isn't my strong point, so I offer you no argument back. Anybody else can take over with better understanding.
I don't think it takes a terrific amount of, do you have a protractor? Do you own one?
No.
Oh.
No, bro. Not really big into math.
Yeah, it's just, when you think about how degrees work, you would see that it's not a linear function when you measure angles off of a flat surface. You must have been shown images of this. Let me see if I got one handy. Oh shit, my computer's not on. It'll be a long time before I can show you. But you've seen that little thing where they show the angles and it shows a different height for the star, where it's just a guy, standing on a flat plane, and every so often they draw a line to it. You can see that the height of that star has to change, or if the star stayed at a given height, you're not going to have a linear function.
So I kind of get what you're talking about. I think I've heard this one before. I don't have any arguments because I'm not well versed enough in,
right.
I guess the mathematics part of it. So, if you wanted to talk about theoretical astrophysics, we can talk about that all day long. I understand some of the math there, but not what you're talking about. I'm sorry, I just don't have anything to add to it.
No, I'm not chastising you for it. I mean, I'm no mathematician. I mean, I do a lot of this stuff physically, where I'll take a protractor because for me to go into the cosines and the sines, that's a big pain in the ass for me. But I can do it practically, measuring a tree in my backyard, making sure it doesn't fall on my house when I cut it down. I'll tell you exactly where the tip of that tree is going to hit the ground. Just using angles. Well, yeah, angles and pacing off a known distance.
I hate to say it, but some flat earthers don't think that's a measurement. So, I hate to say it.
If it always gives an answer that's correct, I think it's a measurement. I don't know. And I can tell you how tall you are if you're 50 feet away from me, and I know the surface is flat, and I know you're 50 feet away. I can tell how tall you are just by looking at your image.
I would agree to that. Triangulation at that distance, I think it works really well. But when we're talking about assuming Venus is the size of Earth and then measuring the sun based on the parallax during the transit of Venus, I don't know. 93 million miles, that's a really acute triangle, and I think the accuracy does diminish after a certain distance. But 50 feet? Yeah, I'll give you that.
I can tell you the length of a car on top of a mountain that's 20 miles away. I could tell you how far away two planes, if I know the distance to two planes, I can tell you how far apart they are just by looking at them in the sky and measuring the angle difference between them. The horizontal azimuth difference. I could tell you how far away those two planes are from each other. I can tell you that they're 100 miles apart. I mean, the distance doesn't seem to affect anything in any reasonable distance. I tell you how wide a
Yeah, I'll
mountain
give you that reasonable distance. Yeah, but 93 million miles, that's not reasonable, right?
Right. Well, no, I'm trying to think when does this magic thing happen that it starts to be wrong? Because I can tell you the distance between two mountain peaks 250 miles away from my airplane.
So I can tell you that those two mountains are, 100, 200, 300 miles apart.
So I saw the transit of Venus in 2012, and I couldn't tell you how big Venus was. Like, if I were to guess, I wouldn't know. Like,
You think if
I
you
don't even
had
think
a,
I could. I
you
couldn't
think
give you
if
a
you had,
guess.
do you think if you had a transit, you could tell the angular size of it?
The
30
angular size, right? But the actual size,
Oh
they
no,
do no such things.
that was initially that was an assumption. However, they did seem to do pretty good with that assumption because when they were able to measure it with physical measurements, they came up with the same answer.
So
Venus
what
is.
physical measurements do they use?
What's that?
You said when they were actually capable of measuring it with physical measurements. What physical measurements do they measure Venus in?
Radar.
So radar is light, and that's just like measuring it through a telescope, right?
No, totally different. One's measuring an angular size. It doesn't take into account the distance to it. And the other one is taking into account the distance to it because it's taking the time it takes to travel there and back. So now I know the distance to it and I know the angular size, therefore I know the actual size. Within, whatever precision, 0.5%, 2%, whatever.
Well, the problem with that measurement within this community is light is instantaneous. There is no speed, so they won't accept it.
Every time we use it, it has a speed that we can measure. We use it all the time for measurements. So, I mean, the argument, the pedantic part of the argument that we can't know if it teleports instantly to the destination and then comes back slowly, at half the speed. We know that the overall trip always takes the round trip distance of 189,000 miles per second, 186,000 miles per second.
Come on, Witz, if this is your arena, it's the rate of illumination. Come on now.
What's that?
Whoever else. I'm talking to somebody else.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I used back in the 90s. I used the speed of light in order to find a guy who was trapped in the swamp. The police came to me with an indigent circumstance. We didn't have any tools to do it, and I started just using the path delays from my equipment from all the sites that he was touching, and I drew circles on the map, and I found the intercept of all those circles. And I was able to zero them in on this poor little old lost man. Guy with dementia, lost out in the swamp.
Well, I tell you what, if you wouldn't have come out here, man, I would be toast for sure. I guarantee.
And the other thing that I thought one thing that's really funny is they also say that light has a specific speed. And, I think, from a purely philosophical standpoint, you can't tell if it teleports. But I think you can get pretty damn close to having a reasonable answer to this because reflected light seems to take the same amount of time. Like if I illuminate something in the distance, that light will arrive at me in roughly 186,000 miles per
Hey,
second.
what's up? All right, let me ask you something. How do you measure the distance to the moon by looking at it?
By looking at it,
Tell me that.
that would be a multi-observation. I would have to take two people and take an observation of it, and then I could triangulate its position, knowing the distance between me and that other person.
Okay, so how have we ever determined the distance to the moon, man?
Well, that would be two people going and measuring it at a distance. Rhetoric did it, I think. No, he measured the distance to the ISS using that method, using a method similar.
From the
Two
ISS?
people.
You said from the ISS.
He measured the distance to
So
the
this
ISS.
is the only, wow. So that's the only time we've really measured the distance to the moon? What?
No.
You're not listening.
I'm not
I
saying
I
I'm trying to
think
give you
measure the distance to
examples
the
that you can readily put your fingers on. It's been measured many times. I don't have any at my fingertips. It's like show me a measurement of your Honda. Oh, you don't have a measurement of your Honda. Your Honda's not there.
you're talking about things that I could get a real measurement for. We're talking about the moon.
Yes, and you're thinking that nobody has ever gone and taken a measurement and two people measured the same item. That's what all of astronomy is about.
The moon?
I measured.
The moon is
Hey,
one.
the
I
distance to the
asked
moon.
them, how do you measure the distance to the moon by looking at it?
Bacon's done it. I've done it several different ways.
Mm-hmm.
And then they
Oh,
bounced radio off it, and bounced lasers off it.
So you guys have bounced lasers off the moon?
No, I
Among
haven't.
other
I
ways.
know, Nate says Nate has. I haven't.
Yeah, but what they consider like a victory is when they get like 7 or 8, like literally a handful of photons back in their receptors. They consider that a victory.
Consider that a reading is what they do, but
Why
that's a different method.
So if you guys have measured the distance to the moon, what was your answer?
5 feet. It's consistent. It's consistent with
Wait,
the,
what?
it's consistent with the distance. Oh.
Do you want it in inches? Because I mean, I think they've got it down to
The distance
reliably within
from
inches.
Earth to the moon in inches.
Yeah. I think they've gotten it down to the point where they can measure an inch of movement now.
They can, because they can
Blew
tell
my
that
mind.
the moon
What do you think you're talking about now?
they can tell the moon is moving further away from us a few inches per year.
Well, actually, if that's hey, I got to think about that. If that's the true, then you should be able to make a ground-based observation and measure the edge of the moon or in the center of the moon and be able to notice the difference and prove whether it's convex or concave.
Well, in a way, you can. There is when you look at these measurements, there's a sequence of them that come back at a specific time. Those are the ones that are coming off of the reflectors on the moon. You'll get a really hot signal. You get many more photons from at that one time stamp than you'll get for the other ones, which will kind of be randomized all within a couple of thousand miles in time delay. So if you look at the graph for that, you'll see that it does vary in distance by thousands of miles.
I mean, what happened to the angular size? And you had all this nice stuff laid out about how you could just use your own eye to determine the distance of
That's what Kosho did. That just told you he did that. Basically, I'll let him tell you how he did that through several methods.
No, yeah, that's I use the eclipse, lunar eclipse.
I use the sextant.
But it's not using just your eyes; it's using many.
Somebody was talking about being able to see Venus in transit and having an almanac and how it works perfectly when you want to know the distance to the moon or the distance to Venus. Who was talking about that?
Yeah, I don't know much about that measurement, so I can't tell you much about it. I know that there was one major assumption in it, which was the assumption that Venus was about the same size as Earth.
I think you're thinking about the sun.
And we use that measurement in the almanac when we were assuming something really big like that. That's what you're considering, right?
What does the almanac have to do with measuring distances to celestial bodies?
You did just say like 5 or 10 minutes ago that there's math embedded in the almanac, and I asked you to present it. And you said that you couldn't present it right now. So what led you to answer your question?
Well, that math doesn't give you the answer of the distance to them. That gives you the distance on your placement on the surface of the Earth. If you want to know the distance to them, you have to use different methods.
You can still use that because
you can infer.
Remember you said. Remember you said you need like 2 people on the surface to triangulate distance to the moon. You can use the GP of the moon as a person. So you know that the elevation of the moon at that point that counts as one information. You only need like a single
new measurement to then establish a distance. This is how I did it, at least. So I use
Yeah, I
the
agree.
almanac or the
I
other
agree.
observer.
I agree.
All right, so
Yeah,
with
but the
two
Zenith's position. Hold
different
on, hold on,
observers,
hold on,
how are
hold
you
on. We were
determining
told.
the distance to the
All right,
moon?
bro. Give me just a second. Earlier, he said that they use the globe Earth stuff, right, for the the almanac, right? And I was like, what are you talking about? Show me. And the position above your head. That has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. Like if the moon is directly over your head at midnight, right during a full moon, and that's what the almanac can predict, and all the other places of the heavenly bodies, then that doesn't have anything to do with the shape of the Earth. That's just the position of the heavenly bodies in the sky. So, what math is actually in the almanac that has to do with the shape of the Earth?
Can I just adjust what you said? That's the apparent position of the celestial bodies, not the actual position.
Yeah, the apparent predictable one that's almost always exactly where it's supposed to be, which is accurate enough to give you a position on the surface of the Earth within 5 miles.
He's trying to diminish
You're roboting.
what I said, but everyone knows that's true. That's an actual position, or sorry, that's an apparent position.
Yes, but the apparent position is uniform enough to always be where it's supposed to be within and yield a result within 5 miles of where you're supposed to be, which would be like within maybe 20 or 30 arc seconds of where it's supposed to be. So it doesn't wiggle around. It doesn't move much. It's always where it's supposed to be within a few arc seconds.
Except for the line on the horizon. That stuff bends at 8 inches per mile
That's
squared,
only used
right?
for navigation. Only used for navigation, so that's not a big issue. We only use stars, as I understand, we only use stars that are up above 20 degrees, I think, maybe 40.
Well, that varies. Some people advise you to do like above 15. Some people would say 20. Some people say like there's no clear edge, but the closer to the horizon, the less trustworthy it gets. But there's no like cutting edge.
Yeah, if it's off a half a degree, that's 30 miles. If you're out in the Atlantic Ocean just trying to see if you're generally going the right direction, it's not going to be a big problem. If you're trying to find out where a reef is and whether you're going to hit a reef, you're going to probably want to use stars that are a little bit higher up.
Like if you have measurements of pressure and temperature, you can make more precise correction for refraction.
I don't think
then
anybody uses that though.
No, they do, yeah, because you even have that on the almanac. So
wow.
there's a chart for refraction correction, which instead of just a table of angles, it has a 2D chart you can use to cross both your temperature and pressure to get a more accurate correction for refraction.
Yeah, that's true. They do have on almost every boat of any size. They do have a barometer and a thermometer and a hygrometer.
I think you could use then like the stars close to like 10 degrees or something if you had those the kind of information, kind of reading.
Right. But it becomes less and less of an issue the higher angle you go with.
Yeah.
I'm no navigator. I'm only parroting basically what's said, but it seems reasonable. You were roboting again, Jeremy. I think that was you. Yeah, you're not there.
Yeah, Jeremy, we wanted to hear what you
the
said.
refraction.
There you go. You just came back. Start over, Jeremy.
Is that because am I roboting?
You're good now. Go, bro.
We can only hear you now. So go start over.
You're only assuming it's not an issue, but you don't know the temperature, pressure, and humidity readings all the way from you to that celestial body. So it's just an assumption.
But we do know that
it does make you more accurate.
I don't move very much, so they're always the higher the angle, the less wiggling around they're going to do. So you get down by the horizon, you're going to get like a half a degree of wiggle, in between any measurements. But if you start measuring stars that are up at 30, 40, 50 degrees, you're going to start seeing stars that are within the full precision of your sextant.
So
if you said
You're a robot.
if you said then
position.
Oh, your connection sucks, Jeremy. Sorry. There,
go to the boys' room.
Oh, he was saying it's just an assumption. I don't think it's just an assumption because that temperature and pressure isn't assumed to be all the way up to the celestial body, but it does make your correction more accurate. So it corrects a little better than if you don't have that information. So, like, it's not an assumption, it's just something that makes it a little better.
If you use flat Earth assumptions, your errors could be 2, 3, 4, 5 times greater.
Well, if you use flat Earth assumption, I don't see how you're getting a position at all.
You would get a position, you get a number, just don't know where it would be. It would be thousands of miles off in some places.
Oh, but to get a number that means something, you at least need a map, right? What's a number that doesn't locate you anywhere?
We need a flat Earth to use flat assumptions. Like they say, it only works for flat Earth. Then there should be a mechanism by which that works. You have
I still really haven't gotten a clear answer. How do you use two observers to determine your distance to some celestial body, like the moon or a star?
Triangulation.
Triangulation, right. But then how do you know the distance to the star from where you're standing?
You don't. You
Thanks.
can't triangulate
That's my
stars.
point. So you are always assuming a distance to a celestial body, period.
No, incorrect. Let me clarify that. No one's assuming a distance to the star.
Okay, so then how do you get the distance to a star?
We are not using the distance to a star. We are not assuming a distance to a star,
Thanks.
and we are not measuring a distance to a
My
star.
point is celestial navigation and using angular distance to your celestial body. You're never going to know the true distance. That's my point. You cannot. You tried to tell me that you could look at an object and determine like how far it is based on looking at it. That's my point. You can't.
No one's doing that with stars. No one's doing that with stars. But we do that to the moon. So when you're taking a site to the moon, you do take into account its distance because it makes a difference. If you don't correct for the parallax of the moon, you get way off because the moon is very close. The stars are too far. You can't measure the distance of something so far like the stars with using triangulation. It doesn't work. You get parallel lines. There's no triangle you can do with that. You can't form a triangle with parallel lines.
Distance to stars is measured using, initially for the close stars, using parallax. And then after parallax, I think it's redshift, and then after redshift and objects of known luminosity like Cepheids, theoretical known luminosity.
And the parallax that is used for the closest star isn't the parallax like from 2 positions on Earth. It's from 2 positions on Earth's orbit. Like it's a way bigger of a distance.
All this to me sounds like fruit from the poisonous tree. Like if you don't know exactly how big, Venus is, then you can't triangulate the distance to the sun, right? If it's based on an assumption, right? It's kind of like the cops. Like if they search you and their pretext for searching you was unlawful, it doesn't matter if they find 10,000 pounds worth of cocaine, right? You can't be tried for it because it was thrown out of court because it's fruit of the poisonous tree doctrine.
Well, the Venus one was an assumption. It was something, since they didn't have the information, they assumed it. And that assumption wasn't just, hey, I guess it's just this size. It was, what the hell did they base it on? I mean, there's some Newtonian things that they can do, I think. where they'll try, they try to make a best guess as to where it should be in an orbit, and that kind of gave them a mass, and then they assumed the material that made it up was similar to that of Earth. So if you have the mass and you have the material, and you can kind of guesstimate the size of it. But then after that, we have since then checked that assumption. And when you check that assumption, it comes up as approximately correct within error margins.
How did you check it though?
Laser. No, sorry, radio. Radar.
But a while ago, it sounded like someone was getting it mixed up, the distance to the stars versus the distance to the GP. We're mixing up celestial navigation with distance to the stars somehow.
Yeah, that was like. Hey, what's up, Howard?
How's it going, Bacon?
I'm doing fine.
Good. Good to hear from you.
Yeah, likewise.
You guys want to talk about dark matter?
Talk about what?
You guys want to talk about dark matter?
Not really.
No.
Got nothing to do with the shape of the Earth.
The last time I spoke to you, Larry, you started
That's
saying that.
ignorant. That's pretty ignorant for you to say that. Why would you think that dark matter doesn't have anything to do with
It just doesn't have anything to do with the shape of the Earth. You don't use dark matter measurements in order to determine the shape of the Earth.
So how are Spaceballs made? With gravity, right? Isn't that how your lovely spheres are made? Yeah, with gravity, right?
Every material has mass. There's an attraction for that. Now, whether there's an electrical field that also is involved, I don't know. But it all has mass, so there will be a tendency of things to move towards each other. Now you've got your, if everything moves towards each other, then you will end up with objects.
Right, so it has to do with gravity, right?
With the attraction, for whatever reason, between materials.
Okay, so what's keeping the outer stars towards the center of the Milky Way galaxy? What's keeping them from flying off? This attraction that you're speaking of?
That is not a shape of Earth question. That's a shape of the universe, and that's interesting, but it's definitely not necessary for shape of the Earth. Earth's shape was determined long before gravity was determined.
I'm trying to lead you there, but you're like a dog on the leash who doesn't want to go poop outside because it's raining, right? So,
well, I think dark matter is a distraction from the discussion.
Yeah, I
Well,
don't
you can
think
believe
it
whatever you
can
like.
possibly be
That's fine.
relevant because, of course, before you can know dark matter exists, like before you can reach that conclusion, you have to go through a lot of things that we already disagree with. So before we get to gravity, we should at least agree on the shape of the Earth before we can talk about whether or not we can use gravity to explain celestial bodies. So if we don't even agree with the shape of the Earth and with the skies, it doesn't make any sense to try to debate dark matter. It just doesn't make any sense to discuss it.
I agree. Let's agree the shape of the Earth is roughly spherical. How's that?
Okay, we all agree. Back to the dark matter.
All right.
So the matter with the dark matter is that it's like gravity doesn't work at the galactic level. When you do the equation and you calculate all the mass, right? Create the gravitational, the gravitation. There's not enough gravitation to hold in the stars because they're spinning too fast. So there's too much centrifugal force, according to Michio Kaku. And you guys need dark matter and black holes to make gravity work at the galactic level. Don't you think that's kind of weird?
No.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. So
I don't think it's weird. I have no problem with additional forces being required for other things. I don't know all the answers and all the forces in the universe. So whether there's another force at play at galactic level, and as well as a gravitational force, like let's say electricity, like Grimm likes to spout on about. Maybe there is some kind of electric attraction that also is additive, but electric and gravity are vastly different, have different properties. They are not the same thing. They do similar things, but they have different properties.
Right. It's like when we didn't know where Neptune was, right? But we saw the eccentric orbit of Uranus, and we're like, well, there must be like a planet like right here. And lo and behold, there was. So we don't necessarily need to know all the answers. We can see evidence and make observations and predictions based on those evidences. And sometimes, like in the instance of Neptune, it's absolutely completely right. We didn't know
And
why
sometimes you're
the
wrong.
orbit was off. It didn't fit with our model. But you know what? If there was an object here, then it makes sense. And sure enough, we found the object there and it made sense. Now, just because we haven't
Well,
found dark
you
matter
found
yet,
Neptune.
or dark energy, doesn't mean it's not a completely valid hypothesis.
You found Neptune based on gravity as is, right? So you didn't like figure in the dark matter when you were looking for this planet Neptune, and it just happened to be where it was predicted to be, right? But you forgot to, you forgot the dark matter, which makes up 23% of the universe, and it'd have to make up 23% of the solar system too. See, gravity doesn't work at the galactic level unless there's dark matter, but gravity doesn't work at the solar system level if you include the dark matter. So
Sure.
which is it? Is there dark matter
It
or
does,
is there not?
because we did see it. I don't know why you'd make that claim.
I don't think that's necessarily true.
Really? So add, 23% of mass. I think that's what it goes at 23% of mass of the dark matter into our solar system, and tell me if the gravity equation still
I
works
have
out
no
the same.
idea what.
That's
What
an
one
average
second.
across the entire universe, dude.
Let
Like,
me.
why would you add that in when it's an average across the entire universe?
Is the solar system part of the universe?
Yes. Can you have a
Well,
populated
why
city
wouldn't
and
I add it in?
can you have a populated city and a non-populated city and then assume that both cities have an average of the same amount of people? No, that's silly. What you're saying is
Okay,
silly.
so
If
now you're
dark matter
saying
is
that dark matter likes to congregate in the galaxy, but not in the solar system. So is it
No,
like a cell wall? Is it like on the outer
I'm trying
parts
to
of the
respond to
solar system?
respond to it. Like,
I would
yeah,
say it's
you're
more like
making
a medium.
assumptions. You're making assumptions about dark matter that we don't know of.
Right.
And so for example, if we have dark matter evenly distributed across the galaxy, and whatever effect, whatever force you get because of dark matter being applied to the solar system, is the same force across the whole solar system. It's not going to affect the way it works. It's going to work even though it's there or if it's not there.
So it doesn't matter if it's actually there or not there. The globe Earth model is still going to work, right? And I'm the one making assumptions. Is that right?
No, for the scale of the solar system, for the scale of the solar system, unless you make the assumptions that you're making, then dark matter could very well not make a difference for the solar system. You're just making the conclusion that if it makes difference for a galaxy, then it should make the difference for a solar system. And I don't think that follows. It doesn't.
Okay, so let me ask this question: Are solar systems in the galaxy?
Yes.
So if there's something in the galaxy like matter, does it make sense that it would be in the solar system too, or is dark matter allergic to the solar systems?
No, it could be across the solar system as well.
It really depends
what
on if it's like a medium, if it's like just something that's dispersed throughout the solar system. I think everything would work just about as it does because all those forces would be kind of equivalent.
Exactly, that was the point I was trying to make.
Problem.
The difference you would
So
make
no matter
is that
what
the
the
solar
truth is,
system.
it's automatically
No.
just going to work for the globe, right?
No, just because in this instance your argument doesn't follow, doesn't mean that no other argument can follow against it. It just your
Right.
doesn't follow.
Again,
Just
you're
because your
using
argument is bad, we're not saying that.
There's
Just
like
because you're saying
billions
your
and
argument
trillions
doesn't
of
work.
solars, and you're basing your entire conclusion off of 1 out of a billion trillion solar systems, which is just silly.
So what would make a difference for the solar system is that the solar
So
system.
let me address that. You can't just keep going. Can't just keep going on. So what I said was silly. So yeah, let's take that apart real fast. So I said they say there's dark matter in the galaxy, and then you're saying that it's absurd or silly to say that the dark matter in the galaxy is also in the solar system. So what is the mechanism that keeps dark matter out of the solar system?
No. I said it's silly to assume it's in all solar systems in an even distribution. We haven't noticed dark matter in our solar system. So assuming it's here when we can't detect it is silly. assuming it's not in any solar system is also silly because that's not the claim. It's just we haven't
Assuming
noticed
it's
it.
in the galaxy is also silly. I agree with you. Well done.
Sure, you could easily postulate that there are entire galaxies out there that don't have dark matter, but that doesn't mean that other galaxies don't have it as well. It's not an
There's
even distribution.
an entire universe out there that probably doesn't have any dark matter.
No, because we have detected that there is an imbalance. There must be something out there to make up the mass that we don't see. So it's there somewhere in the
Oh,
universe.
so it has to be there for your model to
Just like
right?
Neptune had to be there for Uranus's orbit to work. Yes.
Okay, so if it's not there, if you guys are wrong about the 95% dark matter, dark energy that comprises the known universe, then your model's wrong.
Our
I'm not
model
surprised.
has its limits. It's not necessarily wrong.
Well, I'm fine
So
with
your
you
model
saying
can
that
never
if
be
you're wrong.
wrong. It just has limits. What would have
Well,
limits to truth
is
or
it
limits to
possible?
what?
Is it possible that two effects can take place? I mean, that there is a small effect that happens locally, and then a large effect that happens on a large scale. We see that at the molecular level. That there's strong forces and weak forces. So why would we assume that there couldn't be a strong force at a galactic level? I don't know. I don't. This is purely theoretical for me and has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth.
Yes,
Because
it does. It
we
has to do with
measure the
gravity.
shape of the Earth.
Stop saying that. It's absolutely incorrect.
Okay, is there any question that on Earth things fall at 9.8 meters per second squared, give or take a margin of error of let's say 1%?
Well, they don't fall that fast when there's air resistance. So no.
Okay, so when there's another force involved, yep, you're right. Okay, so now let me refine my question. Is it true that things fall at 9.8 meters per second squared in a vacuum?
No, and I have a gift that can demonstrate that if you like.
That GIF is of the several metal objects inside of a box, or several different metal or materials in a box. And clearly, in that experiment, they were doing a test in electromagnetic fields that they had set up. So, yes, when man sets up an experiment to see the effects of large electromagnetic fields, things can interact with those additional forces that you put in there.
So you read the German? You read German?
No, what I read was in English.
Oh, can you please share it with me?
I don't think
so. Anything in English. You're talking about the Bigamy drop tower, right? Is it Bigamy or Bellamy or something like that?
I mean, I think it stands to reason that if there's only one vector force.
Hold on. If he has something that I would like to see, can I please see it?
I'm looking. And like I said, this is something I looked at years ago. I don't know if I'll be able to stumble on it again.
So again, it stands to reason that if there's only one vector force we're talking about, gravity, and it's the only force that we're measuring, then yes, it is measured, and we know it's measured at 9.82 meters per second squared. If you add other vectors in, if you add other forces like magnetism or air resistance or anything else, then yeah, sure, that number can fluctuate.
All right, so then we agree that it doesn't fall at 9.8 meters per second squared. Because there are other things involved, like atmosphere, buoyancy, right? This is real life, right? We don't live in a vacuum, do we?
Doesn't matter where we live.
Quite easily to test this. Yeah,
we're not such stupid animals that we have to deal with things as they exist. We can actually limit the variables and control the variables.
Right. Like, just because we don't live in a vacuum doesn't mean we can't make one and see how things fall.
You can't make one.
That's true
we can make one good enough for our purposes, testing purposes.
Yeah, good enough isn't a scientific term. That's a subjective term.
No, what they do scientifically,
you can make a vacuum with a pressure of like 10 to the minus 5 torr, which
so not a vacuum
is a vacuum for doing tests on forces.
So not
of
a vacuum, though. It's not
it's
actually
called
a vacuum.
For the purposes of testing, it's a vacuum. Stop being pedantic.
It's not a vacuum, though.
Stop being pedantic.
So yes, we can make an
it's
area.
Not a vacuum. You're saying vacuum, but what you're describing is definitionally not a vacuum.
It is definitionally
a vacuum. It's not a vacuum. That's what I'm trying to get you to just
You're wrong.
admit the truth that it's not actually. But you're saying it's close enough, and I'm. That's fine if you want to say it's close enough. The thing is that what you're describing is literally not a vacuum.
What's a vacuum then? Since apparently none of the rest of the civilized world knows but you. What's a vacuum? That's right, crickets. You had to go
I don't
look
think
it
he's
up.
wrong. I don't think he's
So
wrong.
a vacuum
but I
is a
think this is irrelevant.
theoretical
Are you talking about me? I'm not looking at
volume
anything
with
else.
no
I'm playing a
material.
game
Of course
right
you're
now.
not looking
Sorry,
at
yeah,
Oh,
I'm going to answer the
Factorio.
question.
Your
I'm gonna answer the
challenge
question.
doesn't have to you can't back
So
it up. Of
it's a
course you do.
theoretical
No, I said that
volume
it's
with
not a
no
vacuum, and it's
matter.
not. You haven't proven that it
It's
is.
not.
You're making a positive claim. It's not a vacuum.
It's not
If
a
you want to
pure
prove that it
vacuum.
is, please do so.
It don't exist.
No one said it's a
Okay,
pure
so
There's
it's
no
vacuum.
not
such thing as nothing.
No one said a pure
okay.
vacuum. No one said absolute zero
No, a
pressure.
vacuum. You don't have to modify it with pure because a vacuum isn't unpure. A vacuum is a vacuum. Okay.
Yeah,
So if
vacuum
you
is an
had
area
anything
of
other
motion.
than a vacuum, the modifier doesn't affect it or change it or anything like that. If it's anything other than a vacuum, it's automatically not a vacuum. It's very simple.
Perfect. Yeah. So vacuum is an area of low pressure. So relative to the pressure that we exist in at 14.7
Define low.
psi, literally anything less than
Define low.
14 psi is a
Who
vacuum.
decided what low was? Please explain.
What do you mean? Who decided what low was?
You said
We don't
an
need
area of low
to.
pressure. What is
Yeah,
low?
we
What
don't need to waste too much
specifically
time.
makes it low versus high?
An area of low pressure is relative to another area of pressure. So when one pressure number is lower than the other, then that
So we
pressure
live in a
is
vacuum,
vacuum.
according
So
to
yeah,
you,
sure.
because we
Sure.
live in a place that must be at some point a lower pressure than somewhere else. So you just said a little while ago we don't live in a vacuum, but obviously we do, according to your definition of what a vacuum is.
Yes, again, a vacuum is an area of low pressure. We define vacuums as areas of pressure, I think, at a Torr value of 10 to the negative 5.
So you would claim that we live in a vacuum.
Why don't you shut up and listen, since you obviously don't know what a vacuum is?
So I just want to this is the last question. This is the last question. If you answer this, it's fine, Nidhug. It's fine. Just would you agree that we live in a vacuum then?
Until you shut up and listen, because you obviously don't know. We define
you
a
obviously
vacuum
don't
as an
know. You're
area.
the one claiming that a vacuum is something other than a vacuum. I do know. I understand.
Never mind. You are the arbiter of knowledge. You know everything. Clearly, no one else does. Thanks.
According to your definition, we live in a
Can we
vacuum. Is
pause
that
for a
correct?
second?
No.
Can
You would know
Okay,
that.
this is just
why?
semantical. Let's.
If it's just an area of low pressure, and low pressure is just relative to the other areas, how do we not live in a vacuum if where we live is automatically lower pressure than somewhere else in the universe? It must be. So we must live in a vacuum, according to you.
Can I ask you this question about your pedantic argument we got here? Okay, we all
An
agree
argument about
that
what
it's
words mean,
well,
and we're having a conversation. So what words mean would actually matter. Is that what you're talking about?
I'm going to continue to ask my question until you respond to it when I'm not talking. So, in the instance of we're talking about the vacuum, we're talking about trying to reduce the atmosphere to the point where it's of insignificant value for whatever test we're doing.
Insignificant. Based on what?
Yeah, insignificant. Well, based on the amount of material in there that could cause buoyancy and friction and stuff
How
like
did you
that.
determine that?
Well, you can.
Was it just a
You can
guess
base.
that somebody
You can
made?
base that.
Once we get to this point, it's probably
Yeah.
not important. Is that how you determine that?
Now, it depends on the significance or the speed that you're trying to measure. If I want to measure down to a 1,000-foot drop and I want to know within a mile per hour how fast it's falling, or within a meter per second, I can probably use a relatively low vacuum, a very low standard. Now, if I wanted to try,
meters are
if I
determined
wanted
by
to
us,
measure
though.
it down
We
to
decide
the
what a meter is.
if I wanted to do it down to the millimeter per second, I might want to have a much stronger vacuum. Or if I was trying to fire a laser at LIGO, I might want to have it much deeper in order to have less interaction with light.
Okay, and we decide what a meter is, right? We as humans have a standard of a meter, and we decide what that is.
Totally
right?
irrelevant. We know we
But
all
we do
agree.
though. Even if you think it's irrelevant, that is correct, right? If you decide what a meter is. Okay, well, it's fine. You don't have to answer. We all here understand that that is true. That we decide what a meter is. The thing you're talking about, whether or not it matters, whether or not there's a little bit of pressure or some of the particles, that is something we don't
We all
determine.
agree
See,
what
we
a
don't
meter
have
is.
a standard
We
that we can
all
refer to
agree
for
what a
that that's
meter is.
absolute, and
We
therefore it's
all agree,
objective.
Darrow, we
So
all
again, my
agree
question would
with
be,
the
how did
standard.
you
We
determine
all
that?
agree
Because
what a
maybe
meter
it was a
is. We
guess.
all agree what a meter is. That's a pedantic argument again.
Why aren't you responding?
I was. Well, did I get muted?
Because responding to you is pretty irrelevant since you don't listen to the answer.
So you're not gonna answer. You don't have an answer then? Is that what
We
I'm hearing?
all
We have an answer. We just don't really need to give it to you because all you do is talk over us when we give it to
Okay,
you.
so Moyak Man doesn't have an answer. It sounds like because he's just being
I
quiet.
said
Okay.
we all agree.
Given an answer many times.
No, he hasn't answered it yet.
He has answered it. You didn't
Nope,
listen.
he
because
didn't
your
answer
mouth-
what I just
your
said.
mouth was moving, just like right now, your mouth was moving and your ears weren't listening.
Yeah, no, because you're saying something that's untrue,
And
and it's still not
that's
Moyak
because
Man,
you're
man
not
that's responding. It's some
listening.
other
You're
idiot.
listening to
Now, please,
respond.
Moyak Man, please
You're not
respond to what I
listening
said.
understand. You're not listening to respond.
Oh,
You're
he's
not
not
listening
responding.
to
Okay, so
understand.
sounds like
You're
Moyak
listening
Man is
to
lost.
respond.
He
So
realizes that he's wrong.
why don't you go back to where you came from and
somebody
let
else
adults
talking
talk
for some
because
reason.
you
I'm not sure why.
clearly aren't a part of this conversation. You just want to run your mouth.
Okay, so Moyak Man doesn't have an answer. Got it.
I answered
Yeah,
it approximately
You didn't answer.
55
You still
times.
haven't answered. You keep letting Nig Hug talk for you. You gonna answer
I
now?
answered it approximately 55 times.
Nope.
Yeah,
Still
yeah,
haven't
you're
answered what I
right,
said.
Bob Joel. Everyone else is wrong. So, are
No,
we
just
done?
you. Right now, it's just you. You seem to
Are
think
we
your
done?
name's Moyak, but it's not.
Are we done?
And Moyak still
Are we
hasn't
done?
answered my question. Still hasn't answered
Are
what
we
I
done?
said.
It's okay. Are we done now?
I don't know.
Can
Is he
we
going to
back a
answer, or is
little?
he just going to say that he's
We're
not going
done.
to answer? He still
We're
hasn't
done.
responded. You keep responding.
Thanks, Bob Joel. Thanks for letting us know your opinion. Thanks.
Can we
So
go
he
back
doesn't
a
have an
little
answer.
because this
Are
discussion
we done
started.
yet?
Yeah, I don't know. Moyak, he's refusing to respond.
Bob,
If he just
I
says
think
that he's
there was
done, that's fine. He can just say he's done. But
What
Moyak
was
Man doesn't
wrong with
seem to
the
want to respond. Are
55?
you done, Moyak?
What was wrong with the 55 responses I gave you?
They didn't answer what I just said.
How didn't they answer what you said?
How didn't they answer what I said? By not answering what I said. That's how.
You went on.
I don't. Is there a further explanation of that statement required? It didn't answer what I said. Would you like to try to answer what I said, or do you want to stop talking?
Why don't you read back what he said to you to see if you understood what he said?
I didn't write it down. Did you write it down?
Because you didn't listen.
Did you write it down? I didn't write it down. I know that he didn't answer what I said. I would have
He was
heard it.
addressing you. The person he was addressing should have the cognitive ability to remember what was told to him. So
I don't
do
need
you
to. It
remember?
didn't answer my question. It didn't answer what I said.
Okay. Question's not answered. Let's move on. Keep going.
Or move
Move
back.
along.
Let's move back.
Nothing to see
Because
here. Move along.
Yeah, if he doesn't have an answer, that's fine.
You
Okay.
went
now-
off into a tangent
move
where you
back.
were asking about what a meter was.
No, I didn't ask what a meter was.
You
Didn't
said
ask
a
what a meter
meter
was.
was a convention.
I asked how we determined it. I didn't ask what it was.
Agreed to. So it is a known uniform thing that we all can use. It's a measurement.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yep.
So why did you ask, or why did you cite that it was a convention? Why did you go off on that stupid, wild ass tangent
Oh,
that
well,
had no
if you had
bearing
shut up like you
on
were
our
expecting me
conversation?
to, whenever you interrupted me, instead of continuing to interrupt me, you probably would have heard what I said. In fact, you probably would have heard the thing that you still haven't answered yet. Now you've gone back in the conversation to bring up something else that we should have already moved past whenever I said, we all understand that it's a meter and then moved on.
Do you mean
Would you like to go back to that point? Because we can pick up where we left off if you'd like.
Do you mean the question you asked in the middle of my answer? Oh,
No.
I didn't listen to
Nope,
that.
not referring to that.
Okay, can we get back to where all this started? Because the claim was that things accelerate downwards 9.8 meters per second squared. And Larry's response was like, not always, or not exactly, which is true because, well, a helium balloon goes up, a feather doesn't accelerate that fast. But we know that balloons goes up because of buoyancy, and feathers go down slow because of air resistance. So as we decrease air pressure, the more we remove air resistance, and buoyancy, the closer we get to 9.8 meter per second square. Even if we can 100% get to removing it completely, it's very clear that by removing air resistance and removing pressure, we get to 9.8 meters per second square. And we don't have to spend like an hour debating the definition of vacuum to understand that.
Exactly.
Well put.
I think it's okay to
Yeah,
clarify
it's
words.
easy
Like
to dismiss the
when you say
definition of words
vacuum,
whenever
I
it
want to say
supports
to
your
what
argument. You
degree.
can just say anything means anything. That way you can never be called out for wrong or anything. And then if you do get called out as wrong, you can just change the definition. Yeah, that is a way you could go. I prefer to actually establish what words mean before we have the conversation so that when we get to the point where someone proves you wrong, you don't get to just say, well, I meant the other version or I meant this other version.
But
You could do your
sometimes,
coward's way. That is something you could do, yes.
sometimes the point you're
unfortunately for
trying to
you,
make.
words do have meaning, and we have a convention established.
Yeah, they do.
So
And
why
just
do you
because you
think that it's of
just
any
because you don't
bearing?
like the convention doesn't mean that we don't use it.
Why do you think it's so significant, the fact that we're quibbling over this how deep the vacuum is? And when it was described to you that as we start getting deeper and deeper at the vacuum, the impact is less and less on that object. So if I pull it down to a tenth of a psi, I'm going to eliminate for a 3 meter test, I'm going to eliminate virtually all all friction and buoyancy of any significance. So
Yeah,
from a
again, of
testing
any
standpoint,
significance is a subjective term, not an objective term. So it's not
No,
scientific.
it's objective. You can
It's
give value
basically you
and then you
saying,
say
as
it's a
far as
percentage
I'm
of
concerned, the thing that whether or not I prefer it personally, whether or not I think it's significant, my opinion is none of those things actually helps anybody find something that's true. It's just you're telling us what your opinion of the matter is.
Can
Not
I
helpful.
say something to you that seems to be a little ignorant of how these tests could be occur? Let's say you put a high pressure chamber and you put 3 atmospheres of air in there. Okay, 3 atmospheres, and you weigh something, and you keep on remove 1 atmosphere, then another atmosphere, then you're down to ambient pressure, and then you start removing ambient pressure, and you see that every time you remove this air pressure, the weight of it changes a predictable amount until you get to point like what Extremistus says or whoever said something about who said that, NASA or Extremistus, I can't remember. You get down to a tenth of a psi, and we can't go anymore because we can't evacuate. We have to have much more complex system to remove any more air to remove to get to a lower vacuum, and all the way to that tenth of a psi, we have plotted out what we expected it to be based on buoyancy, and it perfectly matches it. We also can do drag tests to verify that air has resistance in a form of drag on something that's moving through it by dropping something, for example. And we know that Newton's laws apply, F equals ma, or A equals F over m, so we know that acceleration will change by this force. And if the force is something that accelerates at a certain rate, we know that's what the mass is, and if it comports with reality, because we can see the mass, we can put it in on a scale, and using that acceleration, we get its weight. That all makes sense. So we're not just guessing and spitballing things. We actually are measuring these things.
What about designing airplanes? How much is involved in calculating for drag and gravity and all that when they design an airplane? You think they just throw a wing on a body and put a motor on it and hope it flies?
That's pretty much what the Wright brothers were doing. They kept trying shit.
The Wright brothers, they didn't do that.
Refer to the Wright brothers.
They didn't do that. They had they had one of the first wind tunnels. Did you know that? They actually made a little wind tunnel, a little contraption, and assuming, without having a lot of knowledge or formal education in the field, because it really wasn't meant to have, because aviation hadn't started yet, they realized that there's a scaling factor, that airplanes aerodynamically scale very well. So they proved that they could control the airplane in certain ways in this little makeshift wind tunnel, and then they made the full scale version. And lo and behold, it worked almost exactly like they predicted it would work.
And that's called progress. Fun with that.
They called it an airplane because it flies over a plane.
Is that why they called it an airplane?
Yep, that's what the word plane means.
But how do you know it's not the plane of the wing?
That's what the word air means, because the wing's not a plane.
Actually, I think it does mean something different than that. I got to look it up. It may be planets that I'm thinking of, but there's a There's it comes from a French word, and I don't think it means a plane. I gotta look that up.
It says right here, derives from the French aeroplane, which comes from the Greek Latin air, which means air, and either Latin planus or level, planos.
Okay, you might be right. I know there's another plan that's out there that's used differently.
Right, but the word level and plane don't have anything to do with spheres, especially back when this was occurring. You know, when they used this.
You know how Wandering Star, is a planet? Wandering Star.
Planet comes from to wander, yeah.
Say what?
That's right, that's it.
Yeah, it's just wandering. It's just like the wandering thing.
Yeah, but this
also
is
we don't have
Latin,
to call Earth and around it.
The Latin planus, which means level.
This conversation is so non sequitur. Is there a point?
It's always non sequitur. You always get dragged off into the weeds.
It's interesting. It's interesting, though.
Even if it was, that doesn't mean. Even if it was called airplane, that doesn't mean that that's. They were implying that the Earth was a plane.
Well, that was the foundational understanding of what the Earth was, and always has been before this globe cult has come in and pushed this globe idea.
All right, globe
cult.
Airplane was designed well after the globe was defined.
No, the globe was a small cult that was being pushed by certain people.
No.
The word airplane was way before any cult of globes was trying to be pushed.
Virtually universal by that time.
The Greeks established the Earth was a sphere, Gio. You know that.
That's a narrative that you believe as part of the religion, but no, I don't.
Writings actually say this. What are you talking about?
I know it's part of the religion. I get it.
Yeah, it's like Aristophanes was like before Christ.
Well before the 19th century.
It's in the scripture.
So Aristophanes is kind of like Globe Earth Jesus, right? He's like you guys' Messiah because he came, back in the day, and he was trying to tell everybody, but nobody would listen, right? Everybody was like, "You're dumb, Aristophanes. Like we can see that it's flat." And he's like, "No, man, I got this well, and I got this pillar over here." And they're like, "Yeah, so do we. Every time we get married, right? We got a well and a pillar on our wedding night, right?" They're like, "No, man, I'm talking about like shadows and measurements." And they were like, "No, man, you're crazy. Get out of here, over Jesus. You don't know what you're talking about."
Lo and behold,
I think they actually believed him.
The sextant still works, Hank. The sextant still works.
What makes you think that back in 1800s, even I would say even 10% of people thought the Earth was flat?
I would say less than 10 even had a concept of it even being a globe in the mainstream, if you want to call it that at that time.
What would make you say that? I mean, I don't have an answer for it myself. I'm just curious to know what makes you think that, because globes have been in classrooms for quite some time. I don't know when they became uniform, but I would say that most people by the mid-1800s would have had a working knowledge that the Earth was a sphere.
I think there's a disconnect because the Greeks were such amazing philosophers, but did you ever see them having a debate or a talk about how the pyramids were built?
Again, non sequitur, but okay. Well, we're going to get that back to the shape of the Earth.
Yeah, I mean, they could talk about the shape of the Earth all day long and use their mathematics, but did they ever get down to the idea of how the pyramids were built?
Yeah, that is a complete non sequitur. Yeah, let's not go on non sequiturs. It's not for one person just to derail the whole conversation. It's not really fair to the room. That's a totally different topic.
Yeah, well, it's just a point to prove that the globe is a cult because that's all they knew. They didn't actually have full knowledge of how this place works and how you can manipulate things.
Okay, so since I don't know how they picked up a rock, I now don't know the shape of the Earth.
They don't even know what the pyramids were for. That's why they didn't argue it.
Okay,
it's even harder to know than how they built it.
So I don't know how a rock. I don't know why they put a rock where it is. So I don't know the shape of the Earth.
Yeah, that sounds like a worse argument.
It's just showing that there's no text available to show that they had any idea about the pyramids. So they weren't fully informed in their discussions about the globe.
Whoopee.
Goldberg.
I wouldn't put the Greeks on such a high pedestal.
I don't think that the Greeks have to know everything to say that they know something.
Well, it seems like the ballers do put the Greeks in such a high esteem because that's all you rely on.
No, I rely zero on the Greeks.
Yeah, what are you talking about, man? You're saying
Greece
because
is a fun story to talk about. Whether Aristophanes did what he did, I don't give a flying fiduciary. You can do it today. So whether he existed, he was just a story. His story.
Then why
is
don't you
today.
stop talking about the Greeks then? Talk about
not.
today.
I did not.
Yeah, you said you don't care about the Greeks, but I mean, maybe not you, but Moyak, I don't know if you brought it up, but the thing is, you guys bring it up as like the Greeks knew the Earth was a globe, and this is why it's so strong evidence because this narrative, I believe. So you guys do put a tremendous amount, as if these Greeks, like, as if thousands and thousands of years of humanity, everyone walking around just being clueless that they were actually on a globe. The Greeks come along and just absolutely blow our minds with this amazing knowledge that Earth was a globe because they saw a boat on the horizon sinking from the, visually from the mast. And then all of a sudden they just somehow asserted this. And then, now we're in this Copernican revolution because Copernicus picked it up, 1,500 years later. And now our minds are just blown in this wonderful thing. So you guys do put it as though these Greeks somehow changed the entire course of humanity and blew all of our minds that we were actually on a spinning ball in a vacuum. So there is a lot of weight put on those guys. The narrative.
I would say if I was one of the Greeks way back when and had no idea, had not even given much thought to the shape of the Earth, and I saw a boat disappear over the horizon, I would scratch my head and want to know what the hell is going on there,
Okay, so what do you think they thought before that? If you would scratch your head, would you not understand how perspective works? Because that's precisely how perspective works over a planar surface.
No,
things don't drop below your eye level.
Yes, they do. It's not below eye level. It's converging with the horizon, which is the meeting place of the ground and the sky. There's a ratio of something that's on the water, let's say in that scenario, and there's a limited angle of what you'll be able to view. So you're not going to be able to get all of the information as the boat goes away. It's absolutely foundational planar geometry that this is the case. It's what humans have known for thousands of years. And just because it correlates with some idea of a globe does not mean that it indicates any globular surface of Earth.
Well, you're missing information because of angular resolution.
Interpretation would be the boat's disappearing prior to it vanishing due to angular resolution or anything like that.
If you see half of it missing, that's not angular resolution. So
no,
like if you think
I never said that. I never said that word particularly, but Howard said that. I didn't say that, but.
Okay, but if you think it's possible for a perspective to make something disappear half of it over a flat surface, then I gotta ask for an example. With no, I'm not asking for observation because on an observation you are already thinking you don't know from the observation whether or not the surface is flat. So to prove perspective with which is something that is geometrically defined, can do that. The example I would ask is a certain distance, a certain object size, and a certain observer's height that can produce a specific amount of obscuration. So if you can tell me at this distance, an observer in this height is going to block this amount of an object, I would love to see that, because all I hear is explanations on why you think that would happen, but never a way to quantify how that would happen or how much it would happen or at what distance. Because with the way we explain perspective, we can tell exactly at what distance things should start disappearing, and it has a geometrical justification for that.
So hold on, stop there. So now there is a geometric horizon. Quote by Bacon: "There is a geometric horizon now."
I didn't say that.
You just said it. You just
I didn't use those words.
Geometrical place that things sink and fall away over a globe, and we know for a fact that's not the case. So now you have to bring in refraction, and then there isn't a geometric horizon, but then there is a geometric horizon. So is it going over the curve or not going over the curve? It's just an indication of the curve. It's a disaster, dude. It happens over a
at all.
You can recreate it on small scale, medium scale. on multiple scales. The thing is, over the Earth, when you have a very long distance, is you do have all the atmospheric effects as well. So that's you're not going to be able to calculate that precisely because every scenario is different. It's like artwork. The creator, every sunset is
Precisely.
unique.
Don't do it precisely. Just do anything that makes any geometrical sense. So if I apply geometry to what the globe we're referring to, and don't put refraction on there, we just do things geometrically with light traveling in straight lines, we can tell you when things should start disappearing. Of course, that doesn't match reality very well because
Not
light
at all. Doesn't match reality
well,
at all.
yeah,
No,
let me finish.
geometric horizon does not match reality at all.
That's what I said. So let me
See
go
way
on.
beyond it.
Why are you interrupting me to agree with me? Let
Well,
me
we're just
go
going
on to
back
agree
and
with you.
forth quickly. I don't know who's interrupting who, but go ahead.
You are.
Anyway, so
All right, I'll mute myself.
it doesn't. Yeah. So there's a geometrical prediction we can make for that, and it differs by a certain amount because of refraction. We know that, but in smaller scales, like on a room, that doesn't happen. So you can verify what we're saying for smaller scales. We can apply the same math for the globe using like a physical globe and get the correct prediction. So what I'm asking you is to do the same for a flat Earth. You don't have to take into account refraction. We can do in a room instead of on long distances, and where light's traveling straight lines, this shouldn't be an issue. So just like one example of something that should be obstructed by a specific amount given a certain distance. Because if there's no example of that, then there's no geometrical justification for obscuration. You can put that on perspective if there's no geometrical justification for that. That's all I'm asking for. A justification that has a geometry that makes sense. Like otherwise, this is just
So is there
saying words.
do boats go over horizons, and that proves the ball's Earth, or does the horizon move about because of refractive indexes?
That was no one's argument. Howard was saying if he saw boats going over the curve going over the horizon, at the time the Greeks, he would scratch his head and wonder what the hell is going on. That was just what Howard said. So they didn't know about refraction, or maybe they did. I don't know, but like it would be a common. It's not hard to think that. Sorry.
It spawns a hypothesis, and that
Newton
hypothesis
discovered
has been tested 1,000 ways to
refraction.
prove it.
No. Newton wasn't the first one to notice that that refraction happens. Some of the things came from Newton, but he wasn't like the discoverer of refraction.
And people notice things moved up and down in the past.
Well, I saw something that said that it wasn't the first record of it might have been in colonial U.S. I think somebody was taking pictures and made note of it.
If one was to make a video game, if you were someone that was really good at making video games and you wanted to make a simulation of reality of the world that we live in, you would have to plug in all sorts of different variables, all sorts of different things into your realm, and I'm pretty sure that you would have to start using a flat horizontal plane, and then you'd add in the atmosphere, you'd add in distance, you'd add in all sorts of attributes, and the very last thing you'd put in would be the curve.
Well, you could do it on a curve if you wanted, but for simplicity, you probably would do it flat.
Yeah, you'd do it straight, and then the last thing you do would be adding the curve, and that would fuck everything up.
Well, no, the reason I say that the last thing you would do would be the curve is because it's not necessary for just about any kind of game in the world. They're just, when you're playing, Team Fortress and you're in an arena that's 300 meters by 300 meters equivalent, you're not going to worry about the nuances of putting in cosines and sines and whatever, just in order to try and make your image perfect. You don't have the resolution to even see the differences in the game. So what's the point? Now, if you have a genuine artillery game that you want to have being dead on balls accurate, you might want to include it in there. But even then, you wouldn't have to include it visually.
I think you guys would be way better in your globe argument if this is something you want to try to champion as it sinks and falls and dissolves in its lies. But if you wanted to kind of keep pushing it and you wanted to try to have at least a shot in the game, you would be best just to concede that that objects do obscure from the bottom over a planar surface, first of all. And then you should not say that it's the curve of the Earth that's causing the obscuration in your model, because it's not consistent. It doesn't happen at a consistent region, meaning that sometimes the boat will obscure from the bottom up. Other times it doesn't, depending on distance, depending on the environment. So clearly that's not a physical curve of the Earth, which you guys already have kind of said, well, yeah, you're right. Actually, it's because refraction. Sometimes it's bendy and warpy and all this other stuff. So I think you'd be way better off if you actually did that, because then at least you'd have some honesty on your side, and you'd at least have a
You know how offensive you are when you say that.
because this way you're just denying something that exists and asserting something that don't exist. It's just a dead giveaway.
Right. But do you realize how toxic that is? And when you say that, you're being quite toxic.
Well, I could say you're doing the same about.
That's just my viewpoint. I didn't attack anyone. There's no toxicity whatsoever.
Oh no, you're saying that you're calling into question our honesty, which is a direct attack.
Yeah, I'm not attacking any person. Yeah.
You're calling us all dishonest.
He's saying this
I didn't call you
better.
dishonest. I said it's
He's
not an
talking
honest
about an argument.
Intellectually honest. Yeah, sorry, go ahead, Hank.
Yeah, well, what I heard him say is this argument is not a very good argument. If you were to argue it this way, it would be better and, in my opinion, more honest. That's what I heard him say.
Well, I mean, I could say the same thing to you guys on virtually every time.
Sure, go ahead. Knock yourself out. Attack all of our arguments. That's what a debate is.
I personally try to
rarely have
avoid
them.
anything related to honesty or integrity. I try to avoid that.
How can we go back to the discussion then?
Yeah, I do too.
Yeah, with relative morals, that's the going trend. You know?
Yeah, I never attack. I never try to tell someone that they're lying or trying to use that as any type of. However, when we're talking about the actual argument itself, that's the actual position itself is.
Well, wouldn't it be more honest for you to actually look into perspective and actually reiterate perspective as it's actually stated, instead of the way that you guys state it with no support, no math, no evidence to suggest that what you're saying is true, and then to assert it as fact? Now you could assert it as hypothetical, but you're asserting it as fact. Like, we know that this is how perspective works. No, nobody knows that. There's not a shred of evidence that indicates what you're saying.
And
See, I'm going to agree with you. I'm going to agree with you. I'm going to say, yeah, we're talking about light. A lot of people don't know what's actually going on, and people are extremely orthodoxical in their thinking about light. So yeah, I want to give you that one. I want to, say it again, because it's right.
I think it needs to be said again.
Yeah, I'm not sure where what to grasp onto at the point you said there.
Okay, you said that we know. Now, first off, we do not know. There is not a shred of evidence, math, or supporting experimentation that supports your position. So what you have is a hypothesis that has not been tested, nor is there a method of testing been proposed in your hypothesis.
Okay, what are
so
you
you're just
referring to?
asserting that.
I'm not sure anyone said
works
anything. So what are you talking about? I'm not sure anyone said that.
You said that we know how perspective works.
I don't
and
think
that
I
it
even said
switches
that.
at the horizon, whatever the hell you said exactly. You went on into your diatribe of how perspective makes things disappear, and because of angular size at the bottom up.
Yeah, that can be recreated on multiple scales. So I never said it can't be tested, if that's what you also tried just saying. Yeah, it can be recreated very easily on multiple different scales.
Can you give me a setup that recreates that? Let's
Yeah, you can do
see.
it on a flat floor. You can do it over water. Yeah.
Okay, so how do I do that on a flat floor?
Sky
There
freeze.
was a video of a boat. It was like a remote control boat, and it was disappearing from the bottom up, and it was nowhere near far enough away for it to be because of the curvature of the Earth. It was in a pond. It was in a little pond. It wasn't in a giant lake miles away.
Yes,
And it was
right.
disappearing from the bottom up.
Can we take a look? Can we take a look at that observation?
You haven't seen the one from Sky Free? I've
You
done
know
many
what's
of them.
that? Go find it. I'll show them the Skunk Bay, because it also shows objects disappearing from the bottom up during the time lapse.
Ooh, let's see. Does it show stuff disappearing from the bottom up? I don't know. It doesn't. To me, that one doesn't look like it's bottom up. There's one object that's in the background, a little white object that goes behind some buildings. So I guess you could call that bottom up, but that'd be the only thing I could think of in that image that shows bottom up obstruction. You're
Well,
not anywhere near the horizon.
I wasn't exactly challenging that things can disappear bottom up, but they can do that due to perspective. I don't think you can use the perspective to say that's what should happen. So that was the claim I was responding to.
Yeah, I wouldn't say
And
Perspective is mathematically perfect, and it's got a formula that's associated with it that can be used for practical experiments, like measuring something at 20 miles away on top of a mountain. I can tell you the exact size of that object 20 miles away. Exact, within a tolerance, obviously, but very precisely, I can tell you that car is 19 feet long.
Yeah, but that's if you have all the numbers plugged into the equation correctly. If you're missing one of those numbers,
no refraction. No refraction.
I'm
I
not
don't even have
talking
to
about
take that into
refraction.
account.
I'm talking about your mathematic, formula, right? If all of
I
the
need to know
numbers
the
aren't
distance. I need to
right,
know the distance to it and the angular size of it. I can tell you the
right,
size of
and
the
if
view.
you don't have one of those, then you don't got it right. Because don't you need to know the actual size?
it doesn't matter.
No,
It doesn't,
you can
that
determine
doesn't
that.
matter. It
I
doesn't
can
matter
tell you
how
the
far,
size of
how
an
big.
airplane flying in the sky if I know its distance.
Yeah, if we're talking about perspective, it doesn't matter the values. There's no distance size or observer's height that should geometrically give you any bottom up obscuration.
Now, in a vertical axis, you will get some unusual things, and that's why I say I can tell you the length of the car. I'll have difficulty determining the height of that car if you bring it down to the horizon, because it's going to go down into that fuzzy, smushy area, and that'll make it challenging. But that's refraction. Top of the mountain, I can tell you the length and height at a distance.
Yeah, but I mean, this has been recreated so many times. I mean,
yeah. So
Rob
let's
Skiba
take a
did
look
it
at that.
in videos. David Weiss has done it in videos in a hallway. It's not very complicated to see how
take a look
something
at it.
as it moves away will converge with the horizon. That's exactly what perspective does.
Yeah,
I think I have a
get closer.
900-foot observation inside of a cruise liner where Wolfie takes his camera, puts it on the carpet at the end of the one hallway that runs the length of the ship. He puts his camera lens by a door at the end of the ship, laying down on its side, and you can still see that camera lens 900 feet away.
Yeah, I don't want a verbal explanation on why you think that can happen. I want a geometrical explanation. No one's providing that. People are just saying words.
Oh, that's not true.
Compression.
Yeah, that's not true. Yeah, I can explain it real fast. Okay, so you guys think light's particles, and you guys believe that you're not actually looking at the building at Chicago, right? What you're seeing is the light bouncing off of it, and as it heads towards you, 60 miles, the image is going to spread out, right, a little bit because the way that the atmosphere acts. And this is going to cause some of the light to stretch down. It's going to hit the water and never your eye because it bounces and reflects off the water. I'll be right back.
Interesting that argument about that.
Another
I
verbal
can tell you the
explanation.
width of those buildings.
Not just another verbal explanation, but I'm specifically asking for a geometrical one, like not related to the effect of the atmosphere. So on a room, on a small scale environment with no hot surfaces or very cold surfaces, there's no temperature difference. There's no detectable refraction. So things work pretty much the same as geometry dictates. And
do you understand that the further something gets away, the more the pixels just sort of morph together so that you can't really distinguish them?
It's not the pixels that morph together, but the distance between the source of light is getting together, and they start to reach the same pixel, so you can distinguish them. Yeah, of course, I understand that. But I'm not asking for angular resolution.
When something goes away, the less distinguishable it is. Right?
Yeah, I'm not asking for something being undistinguishable. That's why when Gio made that argument, I specifically said
yes or no. It becomes indistinguishable because that's why we don't see it anymore. Not because of Earth curve, is because
no,
it's too far away.
undistinguishable doesn't mean you can see it anymore. Undistinguishable doesn't mean you can see it anymore. So, for example,
once it goes a little bit further, then you can't see it at all.
Not necessarily.
Well, the problem with that is you can see the top half of the boat, and you can't see the bottom half of the boat. That doesn't make sense on angular resolution.
Yeah, it does, because there's less. Is there more or less angular resolution at your feet, close to this the thing that's obstructing your view, causing more angular resolution, or your head?
That's not
addressing the limit.
That's not
if you're looking up,
point. Because
yes, it is. It's exactly addressing it. If you're looking up from the eye up, you got the sky to the limit.
I wasn't finished.
Hold on, bro. Think about it. But to the eye down, to the feet,
the floor is the
limit.
Yeah, let him go.
Yeah, so you can the minimum amount of detail you can resolve is clearly a lot smaller than the amount of the boat that is obscured.
Right,
so your argument doesn't work. You can see the tails. You can see the tails on the upper part, and it covers many pixels, not just one pixel. It covers many pixels, and there's a lot of pixels missing. So the angular resolution can only account for one pixel, not for all those that are missing.
So at your feet, right, as you get farther away, at your feet.
Did you cut out, Fuzzy?
Yeah, he cut out.
Yeah, if you can hear us, you cut out. Yeah, I mean, angular resolution is definitely a factor.
I'm not discounting that, but when you're talking about a certain amount of something being obscured, we're not talking about amount of something being unresolvable. Because if half of a cube is unresolvable, the bottom half is unresolvable, then the upper half has the same angular size. It should also be unresolvable. So if you see something like the sun,
ignored my argument.
Well, I was responding to Fuzzy's one. What was your argument?
It has more to do than just
the bottom
angular
part
size,
of the boat. The angular resolution is 0 because you can't see it.
It's the viewing angle too, right? Like the higher it is, there's a greater viewing angle. It's easier to see things with a bigger.
The more you increase your viewing angle or your angular resolution, you can resolve more if that angle is more. Pretty simple.
Yeah, it's almost
And
like
you're above the.
In a way, it's almost like a. Oh, go ahead. Right.
I would say there's a smog layer, right? The higher you go, it's clearer air. So yeah, it's easier to see things that are higher up in the clearer air. All these things together make sense.
Oh,
Yeah,
if that's
raising the angle. Yeah, and I was just going to say, it's almost like at the horizon. I mean, this is kind of a funny way to think about it, but it's almost like Pac-Man, or like something that's eating, like a mouth that's like chomping, because you have like the ground layer, you have the sky layer, and then there's like an optical extinction point. So I was just kind of joking, thinking putting like a Pac-Man there that's like eating everything visually, like as the sky and ground. So it's like eaten up in a way. And so if you have a boat on the water and then you're looking over a planar surface of water, there's a point at which the optical extinction for that visual band right there that will be, it's just like chomping away at whatever's there. So the water, the sky is being eaten away. So in the case of the boat, it's just the fact that if you have something on, like a boat on a planar surface, as it's moving away, it's the bottom of the boat is really close to that, right where the Pac-Man's mouth is, that's eating the optical extinction. It's really, because the bottom of the boat is right there. Like it's right where on the water, which means that's where the ground's meeting the sky. So that is the point that was going to visually obscure first, which is what happens.
That's where your feet are sitting. That's where your feet are. That's why you can't see your feet. But above that is a different angle, and therefore you can see your head.
Exactly.
That would make geometrical sense.
Yes.
If that made geometrical sense, there should be no difficulty to answer the question that I asked before, which is an example of a certain distance of observer's height and amount of object being obscured that would be predictable on flat Earth.
The atmosphere also depends.
Yeah, sure. We're discounting the atmosphere, so I can scale that down to, let's say, a room where
we can't discount
I,
atmosphere. We're never going to look something that far in a distance without atmosphere.
no, my question,
Even in a
Fuzzy,
room, even in an internal room, you're still going to have atmosphere.
Fuzzy.
Bacon,
I'm
now
not
you're
asking for an
interrupting him,
example.
man.
But I was still asking the question.
All
I
right,
was
well-
still asking the question.
Yeah, I know, but you're just trying to, seems like, control what he's saying as well. So just
because he's
you're
deviating
interrupting.
from my question, and I want to get to the end of it. So the reason why I say you can discount is because I want an answer. How would be the answer if light was traveling straight lines? You can if you're saying, well, it doesn't necessarily travel in straight lines, and the answer changes. That's fine. I don't care. I'm just asking, giving your explanation. Let me understand your geometrical justification for that. So if you don't need, like, we don't need refraction to have obscuration. Refraction is going to affect it, but even if there's no refraction, we can still give you some amount of obscuration due to Earth curvature.
Agreed.
And we can give you a distance and an amount of obscuration.
You said due to, so we're going to need proof of that curvature, though. You can't
That's
just say that. I could
not
say
saying
due
that's
to
the case.
perspective.
I'm not saying that's the case.
I know, but
It's
I
a straw
could
man.
just say due to perspective, and then I would just have you have to take that as
But you're missing the point.
No, you're not. You just said because of. If I said
Yeah,
because
under
of,
the model,
I
not
would
in
have to
reality.
prove that.
Because I was talking about the model, I'm not talking about reality. I'm talking under the goal model. There's a justification for why things get obscure. Not just that, but we can give you a geometrical explanation for why things should be hidden bottom up and how many. Let me.
Yeah, sorry.
And the distance and an amount of obscuration, all that is predictable by this model. It might not match reality, so that we're not talking about reality so far. We're just starting to compare models. So I can give you one prediction for my model that ignores refraction. I'm asking you for the same from you. I'm not saying which one is the real one. I'm just trying to understand your model by asking for a geometrical explanation for it.
We're not coming up with a model. We're trying to just show you that other explanations exist for something that we see, as opposed to what you just are taught in school. It has to be Earth curve, and therefore you take that and then accept nothing else. That's what we're trying to point out. We don't have a model. I don't understand exactly what your question is. If we're not actually proposing a model, you're just saying, well, what else is there? Right?
No. I'm trying to understand geometrically how you can have the bottom of something being obscured because of perspective. And if you want
how perspective works, the
Yeah,
further
the
something
thing-
gets away,
exactly.
the
I
more
know how it works.
how it works.
And wait, one sec. I have my understanding of how it works, right? Under my understanding, this is impossible. So I want to understand yours understanding. Because maybe you have a different understanding of perspective. Maybe it's better than mine. Maybe mine is wrong, so I can build better renders. Because the ones I built, they seem to work fine, right? But if I have yours understanding that is actually better than mine, I can make even more accurate renders, right? And I can see where they diverge.
I told you
so
a few
many
minutes
times,
ago.
like 3-4 times
gave
in
a
the past
verbal.
10 minutes, we've explained it like really well. The Pac-Man is perfect. Imagine a Pac-Man in the very distance. The bottom of his mouth is the surface we're walking on. Okay. And the
Yeah, I
top of his
understand that
mouth is
equation.
whatever. Okay, is whatever. Like his mouth is open to whatever angular resolution you're able to see at the distance. Does that make sense? So,
yep.
Right. So if I were to walk into that Pac-Man mouth, my feet are going to be in his mouth, right? And depending on the angle, I mean, if it's a really far away, that's going to be a pretty narrow angle, right? So if the bottom of my feet are on the bottom of that angle, then maybe my ankles are at the top of it. Yeah, does that make sense?
Yeah.
Or however part of the lower part of your body is going to be within Pac-Man's mouth. The rest of your body is out of Pac-Man's mouth, therefore able to be seen because it is out of that angular resolution that can't be seen.
Yeah,
So
Fuzzy, when I
if
first
that's the
brought up
case-
the Pac-Man thing, when I first brought that up, it was just like a flippant idea. But actually, it's the way you just
It
kind
really
of
makes sense.
restated it, it's actually pretty good because the mouth of the Pac-Man is like an angle, you know? So it's like...
Exactly, and that's where it disappears. So if your foot is in the mouth, then fine, but the rest of your body is not.
Yeah, and I think, Bacon, the thing
you-
that makes it more complicated as well is that over a planar surface, the horizon is not a physical place. It's actually the visual optical extinction point of the ground, the meeting place of the ground and the sky visually. And so that can change depending on conditions. So that's why, trying to get some exact, like, okay, if it's 50 feet, it's going to obscure because that's what you're kind of asking for. If it's 50 feet, it's going to obscure, 2 millimeters. The problem with that is that the distance changes. Like if it's a really foggy, cloudy day, the horizon is going to be much closer. If it's a really clear, beautiful, dry day, the horizon is going to be much, much further back, which gets into why the black swan does what it does in terms of that picture that people refer to as the black swan, because when the atmospheric conditions are more clear, you're able to see further. That horizon line is way, way behind the oil rigs because you're able to see a lot further. And when the conditions are, I think there's magnification occurring, but when the conditions are that the meeting place of the ground and the sky is much closer, then now you have like the bottom of the oil rigs cut off by the horizon. It's that dramatic of a difference. So to try to come to some absolute distance geometric calculation is not going to be possible because the horizon is always moving and changing.
The conditions are the opposite.
It's like a live organic phenomenon that is occurring that is unique. Just like every sunset is unique, every one of these conditions is unique because of the distance, the horizon, the optics, everything that's occurring. But the phenomenon, like the actual foundations of the geometry, are what we're describing in terms of the angles and the way the perspective and the convergence and all of that works.
All that is relevant to my question.
You're really
Zen. Well, the thing is, I waited for 5 minutes so Ju finish his argument because that wasn't what I was asking for.
40 seconds, but yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, I was exaggerating, but anyway, I did want to interrupt because that wasn't what I was asking for. Because I don't want a verbal explanation that I get all the time. I get all the time you guys trying to verbally explain why you think things should disappear bottom up. I get that, right? But I want to have a geometrical understanding of what you're saying, and for that I need an example. Or
you mean like a drawing? You want like a geometric drawing?
If a drawing that has values and say, well, given this distance, perspective would say that there's this much amount of obscuration.
Hold on. You said geometric, then you said perspective. Those are two different things. Geometry is not perspective.
And I just explained how the horizon changes, so you're not going to be able to get the perfect exact distance.
But I'm not talking about observations, Gio. I'm not talking about observations. If I was asking for an example of an observation, then sure, your answer could apply, but I'm not asking for that. I'm just asking for a conceptual example, so like I can understand it like a drawing. And I wasn't using the word geometry and perspective as synonymous. Like, what the hell? What kind of response is that?
Do you want like a geometric drawing, like hyper? No, I'm trying to figure out what.
Yeah, a drawing would help give me an example. So if you have a drawing and you can assign some values, like this much should be obscured, I would love that. That would probably help me a lot to understand what you guys are arguing for.
You're missing the point. You're saying geometrically show me what would be obscured when what would be obscuring would be perspective, which is not geometry. So again,
perspective is
wait, let me finish.
Perspective is part of geometry. What you're talking about?
Hang on. It's like you want the impossible. This is what you just made an impossible standard. No, perspective is not part of geometry. Geometry is geometry.
Not part of geometry?
No.
Yeah, I'm not saying perspective is geometry.
Do you look at a square and it refracts and looks like a hexagon, and that's geometry? Are you kidding?
No, I'm talking about refraction. My context specifically ignores refraction. I'm asking for you guys to ignore refraction since I asked for it, because I only want to understand the geometry of it. So if you introduce refraction, now you're introducing physical differences, which I don't care about at this point.
Well, things look physically different when they get further away. But in geometric, if you made a geometric view, right, like the orthographic view, things don't get smaller, right? So again, if you're like, hey, show me an example. Okay, you want a geometry. Picture a really long plane, right? And you put a box that's as big as you. Now move the box away from you. Eventually, it'll get so small you can't see it. Is that what you're looking for?
I know.
I think he's looking for. Let me help you, Bacon. Can I help you?
Yeah, sure.
Draw a perspective grid on a piece of paper, and then draw why things should disappear. bottom
first
up in that
person.
perspective grid.
You want
A
first
perspective
first
grid.
person perspective. So like it's from a first, like from the person's eyes. Draw a graph that shows how things disappear.
Yep. Draw your
No,
level line. No, it's not.
you're cutting out.
Bacon. Are you
Jeremy.
saying things can't drop under the level line due to perspective?
You see how like we don't even know what he wants, right? This is like
Trying to figure it out right now. We're trying
Yeah.
to figure
So
it out right now. Is that what you want to see, Bacon? How things could drop under the level line due to perspective?
yeah, I want an example of how much of something should be obscured due to perspective over a flat surface. Not necessarily a level line, just over a flat surface.
Right, but I think
You're
that's
not
what I was
using that for the right thing.
That's what I was saying before, though. The horizon line, which is where this obscuration happens, like the Pac-Man thing that, the Pac-Man guy that's eating the optical extinction, the Pac-Man is not always in the same place. So if the Pac-Man was always at, let's just say 5 miles, and he was always right there eating everything, that's kind of what you guys claim with the globe in a sense. I mean, except your version of Pac-Man is the curve of the earth, but you guys kind of have to have an actual physical geometric place. But then, of course, that doesn't always like if it did always happen that way, you guys might even kind of have something like, okay, there's an actual geometric horizon, there's a physical, but of course it's not there. And in some dramatic cases where we see way beyond that point, like what people refer to as the black swan and so on. So then you guys have to say, well, it's bendy light and it's bending and warping. You have to kind of come up with all these other calculations and things to kind of write that off, which is why I was saying earlier, I think your argument would be stronger if you didn't do that. But anyways, I'm just saying with the Pac-Man thing, over a planar surface, that optical extinction point is going to change all the time due to atmospheric conditions. It might even change within 20 minutes. So if you want some exact perfect calculation, it's just not possible because it's an optical extinction point based upon the actual environment.
I could believe what you're saying if the top of the object didn't move down into it at an equivalent rate. So, I mean, basically what you're saying is that you've got this optical extinction point that makes it hard to resolve bits that are approaching the horizon. However, the object itself is actually moving down. It's not going into an optical extinction point. I can see everything on that object, and then there's a part of it that's obscured, and it's moved down in my field of view. That is at a faster rate than perspective.
Yeah, but that's what everything does that moves away over a planar.
No, moving down. Joe.
I mean, that's why the sun sets. I mean, as the convergence line of perspective, all the lines converge, and those lines, just like lights in a hallway, they're all coming down.
No, but if it's at eye level, it won't be. Nothing can be below eye level if it's at the horizon.
Nothing's going below eye level. It's sinking into
the horizon is below eye level.
I don't know where you're getting that.
But you can measure it. It's easy to measure.
Yeah, that's measurable.
That's never been not seen, except in Black Swan.
It changes depending on the conditions.
Only under Black Swan.
Level.
This is one of those arguments we need to.
It's still below my level. Like we all can.
Yeah. Okay. Hang on. This is one of the ones we need to retire because the horizon, whatever it is the floor. The floor will always be below eye level. So flat or whatever.
Yeah, if you're 6 feet,
so
exactly.
retire this one. Retire.
Yeah, I agree. If you're 6 feet above the floor, your eye level will always be parallel to the floor. Which, if the floor is parallel, which is going to be above that. So yeah.
Right, but as it gets further away, it'll get closer and closer progressively to eye level. It may never get there, like you're saying, because unless it's an infinite plane, and that line will still be. And I can tell you on a flat floor where it will be. Just take the height of you and the distance it goes away, and the inverse tangent. That'll tell you the angle. That's a simple calculation, by the way. Now, let me finish this sentence here. So when we do measure this, any distance in the distance, we do notice that it is a further drop than it would be on a level surface. So a level surface will dictate where any spot will be any distance away, and we're seeing it always lower, except for things like the black swan. You can negate that by going a little higher, then you get rid of any kind of black swan refractive effects. So show me something that's like 1,000 feet, where the horizon or any spot out in the distance is actually where it should be for a flat surface. And you'll never find it, Geo. That's the test, ever. Thank you.
That's it. We're done.
As far as I'm concerned,
Perspective is a geometrically perfect thing. It works. Then there's other things you can add onto perspective that are observable in both flat and round Earth, which is that objects move in the background, obviously. But perspective is mathematically perfect. It has a formula, and that formula always works.
Absolutely true. There's no debating that, except for the fact that when we see things higher than eye level, actually higher than eye level, we've measured that at the Black Swan pictures. That shows that there's some optical effects, and you can get rid of them by just getting rid of that error, and get rid of the error by just raising your observation height above the surface.
Did anyone hear that?
Wait, you're changing your...
You change the elevation.
An affirmation of this is...
You change the elevation above the surface, and you remove that refractive effect.
It was like, hey, this never happens.
So you remove all the atmosphere?
No, you remove the refractive effect. If you go up higher, for the same distance, let me finish the sentence, and maybe you might get what I'm saying. If you have a refract, let's say we have we measure the oil rigs at eye level. Now you and Gio already said that things are always below eye level, but no, we measure them actually at eye level and above eye level in refracted days. Well, that can't work even on a flat Earth. So is the Earth concave? No. It's probably some kind of optical illusion or optical effect. So let's get rid of that error. This is what we do in experimentation. The independent variable will be observation height above the surface. So we raise the observation height above the surface and we remove that error, and suddenly things start comporting with modern geometric math and trigonometry. And suddenly that object can't be, as far as it is, below eye level based on this distance.
Okay.
The higher you
this
go,
is another
the
one that
further
needs to be retired.
You don't see further?
Yeah, retire this one because it's the height.
Not a matter of
right?
seeing
What is
further.
the
We're
variable?
an object of a known distance. Don't put words in my mouth. Don't misunderstand the example. Don't misunderstand the example, please. I'm begging you to not misunderstand the example.
Honestly, bro, we don't have to.
This is we don't need it, right? Like,
yeah, we don't need to have. Dude, no mod wants to keep muting Xanax. So if you can't figure out how to have a communication, you're just not going to be allowed in this live stream, because we can't waste all of our time muting you every day, all the time. You started jumping all over him, and it's really obnoxious. Please don't do that. All right, Fuzzy, what were you saying? You got talked a lot.
I was just curious as if are you able to see further the higher up you go? I always thought you could. I didn't know that was a scientific variable.
Yeah, you can see farther the higher up you go. I mean, you could do that on a chessboard.
Any kid
knows
and
flat
that's
chessboard. You put your eyeball down to it.
That's what going higher you change, right? So if it's like, oh, why can I see this boat now? Well, because you're higher, not because the Earth is curved, because you got higher.
This is what I was going to say, because so when a boat goes over the horizon, that's proof of Earth curvature. But if I were to just stand up, now what did I just prove? That like that's not? Did I just prove that it's not curvature?
Why would that follow?
What if I go a little higher?
You see the vote. You're not seeing it because you're going higher. It's not going any further distance.
Yeah,
you're
going
conflating
further away.
You're conflating the further away with the angle below eye level. Don't do that. The object is where it is. It's a known distance away. If we know how far it is, we can then do these calculations. If we can't see it, and suddenly we go up and we can see it, that didn't mean we could see further. It just means that the object now, because it's changed its angular position in your field of view, is now within a angle to be seen. And
right.
I stand up, I can see something
it wasn't
behind
able to be seen before because it was out of that angle. It was in that angle. But once it got out of that angle, it's now observable.
Okay, you're obviously not getting it. Forget about not
You
seeing
just
now.
said. You just said.
Hold on. Let me jump in just real quick. Just a quick criticism. I don't remember if it was you who just said this, Zanuck, but whoever said, so when I see a boat go over the horizon, it's Earth curve. No.
That was Fuzzy.
Yeah. Okay. No, we're not granting that. You have to start somewhere else.
No, of course not. No, I know. But I'm saying if that's what they're going to use as an excuse to prove Earth curve, then if I were to just stand up, I know.
No one's doing that.
So
all
I can just
forget about not seeing it. Let's see it. Measure the angle to it. Does that comport with geometry? It won't.
Is that object lower than 6 feet? Is a 6 foot observer? I'm assuming. So is that object lower than 6 feet in the distance?
Let's say it is.
So that's why it's underneath your field of view, because it's lower than your eye level.
You've missed the point entirely. There's an angle at which that point, let's say it's a 5-foot object and you're 6 feet tall, so it always was below eye level. All matters in the details, right? It's all about the details. Look a little deeper. What's the angle that object would be below eye level for its distance? If that value is not comporting with reality, then you got for a flat surface, then you got a problem. And that's what I'm saying. You can't measure.
So no. So you're saying if math
he's
doesn't
using pure
purport to
geometric.
reality, so you're saying reality is incorrect if my math is wrong?
Oh my God! So your
That's
case is
what you just said. You said if I come up, you came up with math, and if
you're
that
talking
math is
over me.
wrong,
I'm answering you. You're
reality is
talking
wrong.
over me.
I was
You're answering me. You're
specifying
talking
my
over me.
question for you to address.
Guys, one of you's got to stop because we can't hear either one of you. So.
He asked the question. Let me answer. So an object that is below eye level, yes, we still think it's below eye level. The devil's in the details. How much is it below eye level? Angularly, not using math to do anything. We're just going to say our observation. We can measure it. We have tools that can measure the angles. If that angle doesn't comport with trigonometry, which is always true, it's perfect. Like Stremis has said, or NASA, whoever mentioned about perspective being perfect, then we know there's a problem with the surface not being flat.
See, there it is. It's like, hey, I have this trigonometry, which is nothing physical. It's all mental processes.
Oh my
This
God.
mental hang on, Zanuck. Right? So it's all mental processes and drawing of those mental processes on paper. Now, he said those are perfect. Therefore, reality will therefore comport to this mental process. Insanity.
It's insane to suggest that something that always works is not how it worked. I get it.
Well, let me say this one thing. We don't have to. This is just it's a little bit of a philosophy. It's kind of a side thought, but it is related to this. I wonder what you guys thought of it because I was just thinking this. Let's say that we had absolute 1,000% measurements of Earth, like without any question, the measurement, physical, tangible measurements, nothing optical, etc. Like we had, 20 of them, 50 of them, all over the Earth, absolutely, and it was, definitively not curving, etc. I know it could be argued whether this has already been done and so on and so forth. I'm just saying, if that was the absolute fact, and we all were in this room saying, yep, oh my God, this thing's absolutely measured a plane, we still could philosophize about how perspective is working at those long distances. Like we still wouldn't even have, it's sort of like, how does the sky work to some degree? Now, I don't totally mean that because I think perspective is occurring, but what I'm saying is that trying to get some absolute, definitive calculations or predictability when it comes to long distances and how it's actually functioning. I was just thinking that in a sense, this takes understanding it beyond just being able to measure how perspective works. I don't know if that all made sense.
Surprised that Bob though didn't object to the fact you said 1,000%, but anyway.
So can I direct everybody's attention to what I drew just a few minutes ago? And don't laugh at me, I'm not an artist when it comes to drawings.
That was a joke, never mind.
Can you guys see what I drew? Did I post it in the right spot?
Yeah, I can see it.
Okay, so if you click on that picture, you can see the building on the left, right? And think of it like Chicago. And the light is reflecting off of the building headed towards the eye. Now, as far as the eye height, which is 6 feet, right, above the surface, the sky's the limit as far as receiving all of those photons from up there. But from the eye height down, it's only inches, right? Literally inches. Yeah, 6 feet, but right, we're talking, it's not a whole lot of wiggling room. So if the light were to deviate from its original path slightly downwards, just a little bit, it'll crash into the water below and it'll reflect off the water and go in another direction. And those photons would never actually hit your eye. So the way that light automatically works with inverse square law, how it wants to spread out, like every child draws the sun on the edge of the picture, and then the rays are all spreading out from, the original point source. So even children know this, innately, when they draw the pictures, right? So, and this is a really rudimentary drawing. It probably looks like it was done by a 3-year-old, but it's because it's so simple to understand that light just spreads out like a shotgun blast. It doesn't travel in collimated beams like they tell you when they're doing the marketing for your high-end computer, video cards, right? It's not like that in actuality. So there's attenuation and magnification and alteration of the light's path. We all know, right? Don't we all say that Snell's law happens? Oh, so there is no refraction?
I would disagree in what you said there. It's if it's true that I'm able to size something on top of a mountain 100 miles away, and I can tell you how big it is, the quote unquote expansion of your light coming off of that object is apparently in keeping with perspective, with real perspective, or with the defined perspective. So there's no magnification. If there's magnification, then the object would not appear at the right size at the distance, and therefore I would get an incorrect answer. But using perspective formulas, I can tell you how tall that tower is on top of that mountain, 27 miles away, with a precision of 1 foot.
Is that true?
Yes.
Then that would kind of debunk what I was saying just now.
It doesn't make Earth a ball.
No, it doesn't
No,
make
but
Earth
it
a ball.
does- It just means you can
perspective works.
It's just one man's
No, it
thought
doesn't.
of how
It doesn't.
perspective
Look,
works.
when you apply numbers to the world, math can never explain why something happens. It can only describe what you saw, right? It quantify it. It can't explain why. This is a ridiculous argument.
It can also explain how. Hold up. It can also explain how things work in the relationship between things that you're seeing, and that's the actual value of it. Is because when it comes to math, you're right. It is a description, but that description puts up logical relationships that are true us observations.
Probably not.
But it does,
The
you
problem
you
is-
take
the
hold on
problem
hold on.
is that
You
it
take
doesn't always. The problem is that it doesn't always match. We could do the perspective math for some hotel room floors on Red Pill Philosophy's video, right? And that wouldn't match perspective because it's because the angles won't match.
Right.
So
That's
it
why we
doesn't
don't
always
do
work.
things
It
down in
doesn't
the
always
dirtiest part of the
match.
atmosphere, right?
Shouts out to RC Meisty. What up, RC? Long time no here.
So, Jeremy, that's why we don't do things down by the horizon where all the dirty air is and stuff like that. We can measure things. We're not relegated to sitting by water's edge and taking these measurements. We know that atmospheric conditions are flaky down there. We can now take that knowledge, move up a couple of feet in elevation, and look at an object that's a little bit higher in the distance, and we'll find out that no longer is that a problem.
All right.
Yeah,
So
but
what's
you're
your
still
longest?
just-
What's your longest measurement you got? Let's see it.
100 miles to the top of Mount Everest.
No, something to where you can measure the size of an object and do the
Mount
math
Everest.
for perspective.
Yeah,
You
but
can
that is a
measure
known
Mount Everest
measurement,
with
bro. Go measure
tangible
something that
measurement.
hasn't been measured. And then
No, but that's how they
find out
measure
what
it.
the
They measure
measurement.
it from, and you can go
You're
tomorrow
never
and do
going to
it.
prove why.
Hold on,
Matt,
guys.
you can
Hold on, real quick. What's something you could put a tape measure up to? We could see how big it is, and then something we could also get very far away from and do this angle thing with it. What's the farthest one you
Okay.
got of something like that?
Okay, let's take Mount Everest. There's people standing on Mount Everest. They take them with telephoto lenses, and you look at that person, and you can tell his angular size, and you will know that he's a 6 foot tall man standing on the top of Mount Everest, miles
Cool,
and
let's see
miles
it.
away.
Let's see it. How
Yeah,
many
okay,
miles?
but
that's not.
what I would
Do
say
you
to
think
that,
this
though,
can explain why?
what I would say is that
That'll
there's like, to me, there's like a barrier between physical and like the artistry of the universe, meaning that, like, what I mean by that is that let's say that we're in a room together and we're 10 feet away. We can absolutely measure that. Like, the atmospheric conditions are not going to be a problem. But if we put a huge bonfire between us and now there's all kinds of warping in the air, now getting an exact measurement is going to be challenging. So what I'm trying to link that to is that if we do some exact measurement in the physical world of, okay, this thing is 50 feet away or something like that, and that gets into why planar surveying can be so accurate, is because you don't have to deal with that. But all of a sudden, when you go a long distance, 10 miles, 20, and you're talking about 100 miles, now there's like a whole nother factor going on of the atmosphere and what that is actually causing. So now you're getting to, like, can you mathematically predict a sunset? Oh yeah, tonight there's going to be this much red and this much pink and this much blue. It's just not possible. It's like there's like an artistry, in my viewpoint, to how things are occurring on the Earth over long distances. The atmosphere is almost like, when you get to long distances like that, you're not just dealing with absolute measurements. You're dealing with the atmospheric conditions, I think magnification, refraction, all of the factors that are occurring, to where now you have almost like a moving, pulsating artwork that isn't necessarily directly connected to what you could, you know, in the same way that you could analyze something that's 10 feet away from you.
Well, like I said, Mount Everest, take a photograph of a dude from the ground 10, 20 miles away and see if you can take a measurement. I'm looking for one right now. Good telephoto image. But
What would that prove?
that
Right?
would prove that you can
There's
measure
a
things at those
consistency.
distances if you're not stuck by water's edge trying to do it.
Okay, but again, what is that? What does this tell you about the shape of the ground? Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
It's not. It's telling. The problem is we're not talking about the shape of the ground. We're talking about the ability to observe objects and get accurate information using perspective.
Okay, but so how do you turn that into? How do you turn an observation into why you see the observation? When does that happen?
Well, once we can determine how perspective works, we can determine whether or not things are behaving in keeping with perspective.
But you're just looking.
Yeah, that's great. Yes, we're just looking.
But again, are you not? You're going. We're figuring out how perspective works.
Let's think of
Hold on.
the meaning of the verb observe. Let's ponder that.
RC, you cut right the hand off. RC.
You're saying that I look at something from 500 feet away, then I go 1,000 feet away, I look at it, and then I go 2,000 feet away and I look at it. Perspective. That's how. Okay, that's just observations, dude. That's not quantifying how vision works.
I mean, I agree with.
Now I'm taking measurements that whole time.
But it is, yeah. But I mean, you've seen like the sunsets that look like a pyramid. It's like I don't think anyone in here thinks the sun is a pyramid. So it's like things do change over that distance to where like that's kind of what I got from what Right the Hand is saying, is that like at that point you're sitting there observing a pyramid. There's no physical way to go measure the sun as a pyramid at that distance. So at that point, can you really quantify that? Like, is there any way that you could ever quantify that?
Of course you can.
Ray tracing programs do a pretty damn good job of saying what would happen.
I was going to say,
they may not do a perfect job, but they do a pretty damn good job.
I was going to say, you can at least accurately say, okay, well, what is the distortion from just in comparing one observation at one distance to another? You could also say, hey, I'm going to compare angular size from one to another. Right? I'm going to compare like not an absolute distortion, but at least relative distortion. This isn't a hard thing to do.
But the distortion, like Gio was saying, it changes minute.
So you can compare those two things.
It's
not a hard thing to try to compare both of these things. Getting more data helps you actually end up creating at least an understanding of, okay, given various conditions, what happens? Like you're acting like just because shit's complicated and there's a lot of variables that it's somehow ununderstandable.
But you're not.
I wouldn't say it's not ununderstandable. It's unpin downable.
Yeah, because you're not going to be able to see.
Just because there are a lot of variables, right, or 5 or 6 of them, it doesn't mean that it's impossible to actually conceptualize or impossible to actually create enough of a pattern with to describe it accurately. That's incorrect.
Hey, I got to say something real fast. Okay, so this guy just said, hold on, this guy just said that he can measure things on mountaintops, looking through multiple layers of atmosphere, and everything's going to line up perfectly as far as the angular size. And using just that little known information, he can tell exactly how long or how tall it is, right? But when I look at the Skunk Bay, if you were to take a look at that white building while it's doing all that, now you can see me, now you don't bullshit, I'm wondering how can you say that, you know, you can always get something's angular size, because while that building was completely disappeared and you couldn't see it at all, and you take that still frame, how would you get that size of that little building while it's completely disappeared?
I have to ask why you went back.
If you take the horizon, size would be 0.
Yeah, I would have to go back to
asking why that means that what he said isn't correct.
No, what I said was absolutely correct. You actually changed the situation for some reason. You went back down to the water where it's all dirty and nasty. You go ahead and find me an image looking at a mountain from an elevated point and show me it going wiggly wobbly up and down. Take one of the photos, find a video of Mount Everest and look at Mount Everest and see if that guy is changing in height by 10 arc seconds.
A guy climbing Mount Everest going to be roughly 6 feet, maybe
Right,
6'2".
guys.
We understand that. Hold on, real quick. If he said that that if you're looking through dirty air, that's not a good place to do anything. So why is it that looking at a boat going over the horizon from the beach is clad iron proof that the Earth is a globe?
That's a good
point.
Good point.
That is
That's
a good point. I'm
point.
glad I let you get that out.
That would be because of the amount of disappearance. You know, basically, there's things on the horizon only move so far. So I would say that you can use horizon measurements, but within a certain level of accuracy, which we're looking way beyond. We're looking at it and saying, "Wow, look at that! I can see 3 feet of that boat disappeared minute by minute, or 10 feet, or 15 feet of that boat disappeared minute by minute." So if I was dealing with a 300-foot boat at that distance, I'm not going to see that whole boat disappear.
So when we're
It's
looking at
within
the
the range
horizon,
that
let me
those
get this.
optical effects happen within.
My bad. I thought you were done. My bad.
It's okay.
Can I go next, please?
Yeah, go ahead.
So we're not going to use the perspective math falls apart at the horizon. We know this, right? Just real quick, yes or no, because I definitely got to follow up.
Yeah.
We're
You can
not
do it
going to be using
horizontally, but not vertically.
You're saying left to right things stay intact?
Pretty close. There's still like columns of air moving up and stuff, but it's not as apparent. Objects, if you look at Skunk Bay, look at those buildings. They're not getting wider and skinnier. They're just moving up and down. So you could measure that building and come up with a relatively accurate measurement horizontally.
You sure? Because when the sun sets, it looks fucking nuts, bro. I
Bro,
want
they
to use
don't
anything
measure
at the horizon, but anyways, let me just. I'm almost done. So the perspective math falls apart at the horizon, up and down. We're one sitting here wondering why things are above the level line, below the level line. We can't see them up and down. So I mean, that should tell you something right there. And when are we not looking at the horizon when we're trying to figure out if Earth is curved or not?
Well, we're not relegated to that. That's one place where they discovered and made their hypothesis up from. There's other places where we can look at that are not as subject to these problems, and they still have the Earth curving.
How did the ancient Greeks account for the dirty
surveying
air?
long distances?
How did they account? How did the ancients account for the dirty air? How did they know about atmosphere and how dirty it was, and how to account for it?
They didn't. That was a hypothesis they came up with, and then they accounted for it by doing other types of measurements, like Aristophanes, who goes around and he goes 500 miles and finds a 7-degree change in the shadows, which was in keeping. So that adds to the hypothesis, which was originally saying, "Hey, you know what? We think it might be curved because ships go over the horizon and mountains disappear as I get further away from it." And
so,
okay, were you going to use Mount Rainier for one of these examples as how you? What's up?
I don't think that would add to the hypothesis. But go on.
That is
so now you got this. You got this hypothesis that you've now supported with other evidence using other methods.
No, hold on, just real quick.
I don't know if we want to derail into Eratosthenes, but I mean that is so flawed because it depends on an assumption of how the light's hitting the ground. So to think that they moved to that, and thought, oh, this is solid. I mean, these guys were mentally incapable if that's really what you thought they were, or if that's what they thought they were doing. Let's just
try to think. Aristophanes is the guy who did the wet sticks and wells, right? The obelisk in the well.
Yeah, and that depends on an assumption of how the distance of the sun, the way that the light is hitting the ground. So it's not isolation of anything. So I'm just saying if they looked at Travis was going to get in, but I was just saying if they were trying to say, okay, boats over the horizon, but there might be some refractive funkiness going on. Now we're going to put sticks in the ground, even though sundials have been used for thousands of years, which show the exact angle of the local sun. But now we're going to take those exact same local sun angles and assume that the sun is infinitely far away, making parallel rays. Then we're going to assume the Earth is a sphere. That's not isolating and coming to any further information. It's just making a sort of a cockamamie assumption to then make a cockamamie Earth shape.
I kind of agree with you on that. When you start adding more measurements onto that, you'll start finding out that it remains uniform.
No,
so
that's
it's
just
uniformly in keeping with a spherical object, not a
no. Hold on, real quick. It's very simple. That's uniformly keeping with assuming you're on a sphere in every single situation. So in the one where you see a ship go over the sphere, you're assuming you haven't tested, you haven't falsified every other option. How did they falsify every other alternative explanation to arrive at the explanation that a ship is going over the curve. You're just using one assumed. Hold on. I'm almost done. You're using one assumed observation, supported by another assumed observation, supported by another one. Every single time, they're always assuming the globe and just doing a different, more quote unquote refined observation. That's it.
And
No,
what's
Moyak
wrong
said
with
we
that?
could make
You
it
don't
different.
have to eliminate all options. That's a stupid argument. I do not have to
Okay, so-
eliminate unicorns. I do not have to eliminate Oreo cookies. I do not have to eliminate every single possible alternative. You eliminate alternatives until you get to the one that you think is best, and it's up to the flat earther at this point to come up with a new observation and a new alternative that
Yeah,
answers
it's called refraction.
No, I think I
Yeah,
was still talking.
it's called refraction.
I think
called
I was still
refraction.
talking. You can tell when I'm talking by the sound coming out of the microphone. Did you hear it? Good boy. Okay, so
Relax,
you can
Moyak.
eliminate as many. No, I'm not going to relax. I mean, these guys are rude as hell.
Well,
so
I mean,
you
everyone
can-
overtalks a little bit. Let's just relax. Go ahead.
Yes,
Finish it up.
he does it regularly.
Just finish it up. Go ahead.
Okay, so we have a. Got it. Now I'm stuck. I got to think about it. This is why you don't interrupt, because I could have been done in 5 seconds.
Don't
no,
cry
I
about
lost
it. Just get on with it.
It's gone.
She said.
It's gone. Now you don't get to hear what I had to say because you didn't want to.
You don't. You
Never
have
gonna
to
know now.
eliminate all the possible variables.
So I guess in closing on that, it was you don't have to eliminate them all. You would come up with the best answer. That's what science is, the best answer. And if flat earthers want to come up with a better answer, it is beholden upon
Best
them.
isn't a scientific word; it's an
Guys,
objective word.
Yeah, the
Guys,
science
just let
actually
him-
is determining something very specific.
I know, but what? Why didn't we let him finish though?
Everyone stopped, so I don't know.
Everyone
He said-
stopped?
Well, I mean,
Come on, dude.
He said
Let
science.
the guy finish.
Well, Jeremy, it's been 7 years, and this argument's been going on for 7 years. Has no one been writing it down?
That should be a good point to let everyone finish, because we've been doing this for so long. Like, there's no rush, right?
That's good.
It's like a fucking Nemo's friend in a fishbowl. It's like short-term memory loss or what? I
Well,
think we've
Jeremy,
gone.
when the fate of the entire human race depends on it.
Jeremy, you probably have a very happy marriage if you live by that philosophy. Good job, Jeremy. Does your wife let you finish, Jeremy?
Listen, I want everyone to finish. Everyone's gonna finish, all right?
Or does she tell you to wrap it up?
Everybody happy at the end of the day. $20 bang bang.
You ever
I don't think
get
it's
into
like,
the 10th and 11th inning, Jeremy?
It's
Listen,
not an
I'm-
issue
I'm-
of like,
Go ahead.
it's not Oreo cookies that makes the boat disappear. It's not this, therefore it's Earth curve.
No, dude, like you're in denial about the fact that
Little
like
misrepresentation
these
of
things
it.
happen. You try to say like absolutely inane things such as, "Oh yeah, like we have to falsify every other explanation." It's like, no, dude. But thanks for admitting that. Yes, every single observation seems to point to the fact that we're on a globe. You seem to want to say no. We have to falsify all other cockamamie ideas to put it in Geo's terms.
I didn't say
And
that.
that somehow is the litmus test. That's the biggest bunch of bullshit that you don't even live your life by either.
All right, that's not my point. But when you said everything points to, right? That's for you personally, right? So it's like, therefore, to me, I believe the Earth is a ball. That doesn't have any like empirical value. Your personal opinion about an observation.
No, I didn't say anything about a personal opinion. What I told you was that every single observation that we see is evidence for the fact that the Earth is a globe. And you seem to say, no,
that is your opinion.
The entire idea was, no, I have to come up with other ideas. And I can only prove it's a globe if I falsify the other ideas. That is the biggest bunch of bullshit that you don't even live your own life by, and I don't know why you induce it into an argument.
I
That's
agree.
not what I
No,
said.
I mean, they would have known that when you look at things in the distance. They would have known that when you look at things in the distance.
That wasn't my point.
And
Can I let me make my point again?
that there's optical.
You just called him out on saying everything. Now you're just saying every observation points to a globe when Neil deGrasse Tyson himself says that's not even true. So what exactly are you talking about?
Wait, hold on. Wait.
I'm saying the actual things that every single one of the measurements that we have that are even purported, every single one of the observations that we have conform to the idea that the Earth is a globe. And in fact, the measurements show you geometric proof that the Earth indeed is not a plane, and that the oceans particularly are not on coplanar points.
Okay, so when we measured sticks and shadows and wells, that's an observation, right? And Neil deGrasse Tyson said that observation doesn't prove either model. So when you said all observations, you were full of shit, right?
Yeah, you're full of shit. You are indeed full of shit, because what he said was 2 sticks do not prove the model. At a third stick, you actually didn't finish what he said. At a third
but it's
stick,
it's an observation.
it is a globe. Hey, I know that you want to talk.
It's an observation, right?
Talk through it because you're scared of actually quoting what he said.
Is 2 sticks an observation, and 3 sticks is also another observation. They're both observations, correct?
Hey, Fuzzy, you gotta chill out with
I'm sorry, but I got it. He said 2 sticks is 2 sticks is an observation that I can make, correct? So when you said all observations, it's just I'm just pointing out that you stupidly said all observations after pointing out to someone else saying all.
Thank you for admitting that you purposefully misrepresented what was actually said. Good job.
Oh, my point was misrepresented too, right? Like,
unbelievable.
An observation doesn't point to anything, right? You as the person will then make a conclusion on the observation. So it's not, he's making it seem like he sees the boat go over the horizon. That means it is what he believes it is. No, that's just your personal view on it.
No, that is not my personal view. That observation is consistent with the idea of the Earth being a globe.
Yes, it is, and I'll show you why. Here, because to me, hold on, let me finish.
Thank you for admitting
that. Hey, let me come on. To me, that observation is not consistent with the Earth being a ball, and I just showed you how. Hold on, you're talking straight through me, RC. You're just talking straight through everything I'm saying.
No, it sucks, doesn't it?
I know, but let me just be quiet. Be civil. Remember, 7 years we've been doing this. You got plenty of time. I'll give you an hour to rebut, and I'll stay here and listen. So you're saying it's not personal, it's how it is. And I'm going, but I disagree with you. Therefore, I'm showing you that it's just your opinion, not fact that everybody accepts.
You denying reality and denying a blatant observation that the idea of a boat going over the horizon, disappearing over the horizon, is indeed consistent with the globe. You disagreeing with that is cognitive dissonance, right? It's looking at reality and denying a basic geometric fact. That is not a different opinion. It's a delusion.
No, that's you. I disagree with you. You believe you're 100% right. Therefore, you're saying I'm deluded. And hold on. Wait. Let me finish. I told you I'm going to let you speak. Let me speak. I'll let you speak. So I could turn around and say the exact same thing. Come on, dude, guys.
RC, hold on, Ray. RC, what are you doing?
Yeah, why didn't you
let Right the Hand finish? That question was rhetorical. That was a rhetorical question. Let Right the Hand finish, and you're next.
So, I know, Jeremy, but why didn't you interrupt him when he interrupted me?
Because he's not gaslighting. You're gaslighting.
I'm letting you finish. Nothing to do with gaslighting. Right the Hand's been letting you finish. Let's let him finish. That's the only way this can work.
Bro, I'm letting you talk, man.
The past 2 or 3 times you've talked, Right the Hand's let you finish it up. Let's let him finish it up. That way, next time he lets you finish it up, right? Or you want to have a shit show?
Yeah, that's fine. I'm on mute. You've seen me on mute, but watch him interrupt me next time. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see.
Okay, now I could just say, well, you deny reality when you don't agree with my view of reality. Because that's what you said to me. You're saying, well, I have this view, you disagree, you're wrong. So you're insane. And I can say the same thing. I have the view of reality, which is right. You disagree, therefore you're insane. It's just, it goes back and forth.
What I'm not saying is that my opinion of reality makes you insane. What I'm saying is that the fact that the observation, which is reality, the observation is consistent with the idea that the Earth is a sphere, that is a brute fact. Now, if you want to say it's inconsistent, that would be a delusion. Now, you can have an alternative explanation as to why you think it is not a sphere, but that does not have anything to do with the fact that it is consistent with the idea.
RC,
So,
real quick
what
question.
you were trying to say,
If I say,
check it out.
well,
Hey,
you
Jeremy,
did
look
stop.
at it. You hear that?
You
Everybody,
stopped.
you hear that, Jeremy? And you didn't say jack shit.
You fucking paused, RC.
Hey, Jeremy, you hear that?
I can
You hear
hear
that,
you.
Jeremy?
Everyone stop. You took a very, I heard RC. You took a very long pause. If I was having a back and forth with you, if I was having a back and forth with you, I also would have started speaking because I would have thought you were done because you took a very
didn't take a long pause.
And it was
we can run a tape back.
Two mods are telling you that.
Yeah,
Okay, let's.
I was just gonna say that's what I heard. I heard the pause as well. It actually made me think perhaps what we should start doing is that like everybody, like no one can speak until 2 seconds of silence has concluded after someone's talking. You know what I mean? Like so
then all of a sudden everyone just jumps in,
I
like
go
6
on
people
mute.
then jump in 2 seconds.
I go on mute every single time I am done. I go on mute. Okay?
Yeah, but nobody's.
Yeah, I'm mowing the lawn. I'm not looking at your mute button, bro.
Everybody's not watching the mute button. What I'm just saying as a general idea is that if everyone, like, let's say I have the mic right now, I'm speaking. When I'm done, there has to be 2 seconds of silence. So we all have to go 1, 2, and then, you know, there might be 2 people that jump in and then they have to decide who goes next. It's just an idea that like actually let silence, a second or 2 of silence actually be at the end, because that way the person is guaranteed not to be interrupted. And then, yeah, we have to figure out who goes next. But generally, you know, maybe 2 or 3 people jump in and then 2 of them have to step back and the other one goes. It's just the idea of actually leaving space, because then that's the way to know that you're actually finished.
That's very good. I waited for the pause. Like everyone heard except
nobody
him.
waited 2 seconds. You guys did not just do what Gio said. I actually like the idea. Well, I'll bring it up in a mod meeting later. Whatever. We could do a meeting later.
It lets the audience digest too, right? Like it lets everybody soak in the idea, you know, because when somebody just finishes and then you start talking immediately, it's hard for me to be like, you weren't really listening to what I said, because it seems like you had something ready to go and it's not tailored to what I said, which a response should be. It should be tailored to what I said.
Why don't you guys just say, I'm done with my point, and then the next person can respond.
So
good point. Listen,
I
I
was
think
going
that
to
we
say
are
like
ignoring.
over and out, or I mean, we should go over this in a mod meeting or something. Really, let's get back to it.
I think
let RC finish it up. Let RC finish it up, and then whoever's next.
What I was pointing out was that you trying to say it does not conform to the claim that the Earth is a globe is not the idea that the Earth is a globe. You're simply saying these things don't comport to the idea. That would be a delusion.
Well, because to me they don't.
Right. If I have observations that that conform to the rooster causing the sun to come up. All observations point to it, and if you don't, you're denying that observation of life. That's reality every morning. Are you denying that? It comports to it.
All right, but we can watch the sunrise and muffle the rooster, and the sun still rises. So
That there's many roosters all over the world. You can't muffle them all.
I mean, we can. If you must be then claiming that certain roosters cause the sun to rise, not any rooster causes the sun to rise, right?
You're
Or
missing
maybe
the
no
point.
roosters.
It's an observation. It's an observation of reality that I could make a claim for. And if you deny that, you're denying what happens every morning.
Right, but you can easily refute that, as I said, by just muffling a rooster or putting the
any
rooster.
rooster. If any rooster, if any rooster cockadoodle doos, that causes this. You'd have to kill every rooster.
Well, how would you know that? Like, you would only know based off the roosters that you made your observation off of, right?
Yeah, no kidding.
It didn't travel the
That's
world.
Nidhug.
That's exactly the point, right? When he says all observations, that's just a retarded thing to say. I don't know how else to say it.
When you come up with a story to explain your observations, guess what? All your observations are going to comport with it because you came up with a story to match the observations. No crap.
Well, also for RC to
and here is the difference.
The thing is,
and here's the difference. The difference is that I can show you observations that directly contradict the Earth being flat. One of them is the flight times. Another one is the distances that we know on the surface of the United States. Another one would simply be this idea of things disappearing from the bottom up. Bottom up. Those things contradict. Those observations blatantly contradict the idea of the Earth being flat.
And we can bring up multiple things that blatantly contradict. I'm just repeating the way you're saying that the Earth being a globe. We see way too far. We see extended planar geometry. I mean, they're endless. There's thousands of things that we can.
Also, the observations he mentioned don't actually contradict it whatsoever. He would have to have the flat Earth map with all of its measurements laid out, showing that there's a contradiction. He doesn't have that.
Thank you for admitting that there are no flat Earth measurements of the Earth. Thanks, Bob. I appreciate that. The next part here, Gio, is the idea that if I actually look at any of those observations, you have to show me how they contradict. None of them that I have ever have presented to me, none of them. The black swan, not even a little bit contradicts the idea of the Earth being a globe.
Is it your first
Not even a little.
Is it your first day? Day one?
2 seconds. There he goes. My turn. So Google Earth is a flat Earth map.
No, it isn't.
Where's the
Right.
where's the orthographic topography view of the Earth on Google Earth?
All you have to do is plot a flight path on Google Earth, and it makes a parabolic arc. Proof definitively that it's not a flat map.
Perhaps R.C. Meisty was not capable of following along properly, but my response was in context of his statement, which would mean that he already had an idea of what the flat Earth had to be, and he does not have that specific map to show us that it contradicts that, and those measurements, the ones that he has in his head.
Great,
we absolutely do have.
Now that we know that there are no flat
Okay,
Earth maps.
why is this happening? I was not done at all. R.C. Meisty, did you not?
None have been demonstrated.
Whining about this like a little child a little while ago. Someone interrupted you, and now you're doing the exact same thing to me. Can I please finish, R.C. Meisty?
He just bounced.
I would appreciate it. Now, in context of what you said, you must have already had an idea of what the flat Earth absolutely has to be, because you're saying that your information directly contradicts it. You do not have that information of what the flat Earth absolutely has to be, so my point stands.
No depiction of the flat Earth has met up to any kind of scrutiny yet. It's as simple as that. So you guys haven't presented anything to dethrone the popular model.
You didn't even wait 2 seconds.
So you're going to just ignore my point then? Okay.
No, I think I was answering your point.
You did.
Your point is you have some nebulous depiction of the flat Earth, which somehow matches what you think observationally it should match.
Nope, had nothing to do with my point. Try listening again. R.C. Meisty, not me, nothing to do with me. R.C. Meisty said that he had information that directly contradicts the flat Earth. That of necessity means he has information on what the flat Earth absolutely has to be, and it can't be anything else. He does not actually have that information.
Yes,
My
I do.
point stands.
No, here's why I
So
do.
just because-
You have
just
that.
because-
What you do is you have the actual distances to actual places on the actual surface of the Earth. Those distances to those places are not coplanar. Since they are not coplanar, since they are not coplanar, and that we can geometrically prove that they are not coplanar, that will be a direct observation that contradicts the idea of the Earth being flat.
And if you have a different opinion on what the Earth being flat means, colloquially, that's what it means. So if you have an issue with that, then you can bring that up separately. But when he says it contradicts the flat Earth, just because it doesn't contradict your version of what the flat Earth is, doesn't mean that by any other standards, flat Earth is contradicted, because it is. Because things aren't coplanar between 2 points on a non-Euclidean surface. Fact.
Right, but of
I
course,
don't need to get into all that.
RC
It's really easy. Maps are flat, which means it directly contradicts it being a sphere and directly backs up it being flat. All of the flat maps work 100%. All of the measurements are exactly right on, and they're all flat, which means it's all evidence of a flat Earth rather than a sphere Earth. It's that simple.
You're saying, Bob, because they can be put on a flat map, they're going to claim that that map is then distorted. The real one's the globe.
Well, they can make claim all they want. It doesn't really matter. The map itself is flat, and all of the geometry, all of the math works. I can get exactly where I'm going, and it works. And it's a flat map. So if they're going to make that same argument, we can just make it right back. All the maps are flat, and they all work 100% pointing towards a flat Earth.
The thing is, if you take the distances, and you can figure out by distance alone if the thing that the distances are on are planar or not. So, honestly, RC doesn't really need to know anything about the flat Earth other than that it's flat.
The other thing that you guys are seemingly
just
skating.
Just found out I was talking to my mute.
Okay, I tried to jump in real quick before Jeremy. Hold on, I was. You guys were skating past. You guys are skating past the simple gaslighting tactic that RC descended into, right? Instead of dealing with facts, he then turned it subtly to being an issue of mental stability.
We're back to the argument. So, did you guys hear what I said a minute ago?
Yes, we heard it, Jeremy. Yes.
Yeah, so the RC, I mean, these guys really aren't too good at debating. But,
well, actually, they are.
They're good at
really good
gaslighting.
at it. They're super good at it. They forget everything and come in.
Yeah, but the other thing that RC, you cut out, Fuzzy.
Yeah, they're actually really good at debating. They forget every day and start fresh every morning. Everything that was told for the last 7 years, as if we're hopefully going to forget everything that was been explained over all this time. And I can't believe we're still going over the same thing.
Hold on, Moyak. I was going to jump in next. I was just going to say, real quick, the thing about RC's claim with the distances, we've talked about it for the last couple of days with him, and I agree. It's a good test. It's a good thing to do. But what he's doing, in my viewpoint of it, what he's doing is he's saying, we know this, we know that. Pilots fly around the Earth. Really, it's just appealing to an authority. He doesn't actually have any definitive measurements or distances himself to actually present and say, hey, look at these, they aren't coplanar. So it's really just an appeal to an authority. Hey, there's a big world out there, and there's government agencies that claim that they know these distances and that distances, and because we travel around to cities, it all just must be on a spherical coordinate.
No, Jeremy can completely refute that, because Jeremy knows that we have looked ourselves at 5 different cities, all with flights between them, and we have confirmed, yes, these are flights between these cities. We know the distance between these cities on the continent of the United States. And we know the distance between these cities. Now, what Jeremy said is, I think these distances are wrong, but what we did say, and Jeremy has looked at together with Kosho, is shown, hey, the reported distances that these cities are, they do not match up to a flat plane.
Yeah,
I also would say that
I do not. Can I rebut that, Moyak, please? Next. All right, go ahead. You've been waiting. Go ahead, Moyak.
Okay.
Well, let Jeremy at least respond to it.
Continents. I validated all the continents on Earth. Their orientation, placement matches the globe. And that right there with the Tonga volcano, right there is very strong evidence that it's a globe.
Strong evidence?
Really strong evidence.
Did you fly how did you match the world?
Well, I used the globe as my template. I looked at the globe, I took the numbers that are standardized on the globe and I applied them to an event that happened on Earth at a known location, hence Tonga. There was a volcano in Tonga that set off an explosion. The sound waves from that explosion moved out in relatively uniform concentric rings as they propagate out, as sound does. And with that, I was able to predict the arrival times of the shockwave, assuming 24,901 miles, and the incident velocity of that shockwave that was measured in California first. I came up with a speed of it. It's like 618 miles per hour. And I ran those numbers, and it came up with this wonderful arrival time where I could tell that it was going to come in from the north side of England and go out through the south side of England. And then the secondary shockwave was going to come up from the south side of England and go out the north side of England, indicating that I know both the direction of England to Tonga and the distance to Tonga. And I know that for just about every continent on Earth.
Okay, is anyone going to take this one, or
that one is painfully obvious too.
I know. Does anyone want to take it, or are you guys going to
Yeah,
jump
I've
in
got a
the
question.
second? You guys going to jump in the second I start to? All right, go ahead.
So, do you have a record of this prediction? You know, did you like? So my question is, did someone else already have these data points recorded, right, that you hadn't seen yet, and then you crunched your numbers and then compared them to what was reported, or did you do these number crunchings and then all the governments of the world went to Moyak and said, "Hey, what did you find out, bro? Tell us what would you know." So, like, you know, it's a nice story that you're telling us right now, but unless you have something to actually present that we can verify, that was a great story.
No, we can verify the shock waves. Those were recorded.
I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to Moyak.
I don't give a shit who that you were talking to. I'm telling you, we can verify those shock waves, and you can get the hell over it.
I didn't ask you if you could verify the shockwaves. You weren't paying attention. I think I was pretty clear with what I rebutted.
Hey, you can verify the shockwave.
Is Moyak gonna respond now? I think he was
He
responding
did.
to Moyak.
Listen.
He called me a dumbass the first time I opened my mic.
Yeah, I did, because you didn't listen to him just respond to it 3 seconds.
Can I get a mod? Yeah, I didn't hear it, obviously, or I wouldn't have said Ken Moyak.
Obviously.
Yeah, obviously I didn't hear it. It doesn't make me a dumbass that does it. Mod.
I got you. RC, what the fuck? I told you yesterday, there's no name calling. We don't do personal attacks. We don't name call. What are you doing?
I don't get this. Why should we start over the next fucking day? Like, why do you go, I told you yesterday you shouldn't do this? Like, what the fuck? This is ridiculous.
Well, we can't control exactly what people do. So we can, like, boot them from the live stream. About the only option. Or we can tell them every day. Or
right. And I predict, if I'm the one and you boot me, guess what I'm not going to do again? I don't want booted. Right? But you're not booting me, so I'm going to keep fucking doing it.
All right, so you're suggesting stricter moderation, giving people longer time, but you're just suggesting stricter moderation.
This was my first time to open my mic, brother. And he called me a dumbass, Gio. What do you want? What do you want with your server?
He's muted.
Okay, but we're trying to take care of a bigger problem, right? If I wouldn't have said anything, he wouldn't have been muted.
All right, well, both you and Travis were mods on the server.
Yeah, and I stopped being a mod because you wouldn't do what you said you were going to do. So now that's out. Yeah, I will never be a mod here unless we change the ways here. And I don't think you want me as a mod anyway, so I'm not sure why you brought that up.
No, you were very toxic as a mod, but what did you just say that I didn't do?
He's toxic in general. That's why he gets called names.
No, I was very toxic as a mod after that happened. Never mind, bro. You really want to do this over here? You really want to bring it up?
Yeah, never mind, Rakia. Never mind, Rakia. It's a good answer. Be an adult. Everybody be an adult. We're all adults.
Listen, we're not kids. We're gonna have a mod meeting. The server is getting very popular. There's a lot of voices. You know, there's some tweaking that needs to be done. Everyone relax. We're on it, guys. We understand.
No, I actually want to ask Rakia, what did you mean by, and I'm not trying to get into some fight thing, I'm just saying, what did you mean by I didn't do what I said I was going to do? What does that mean? What were you saying with that? Nothing that fits that category that I'm aware of.
That we all might be adults, but Jeremy's still the only son.
Yeah, I mean, people sometimes complain that we're too strict, and then people want us to be more strict. So it's
people just need to be civil. Like, it's not so hard. Like,
I mean,
I really
obviously-
like, as it's coming from somebody who's very excitable, bro. It's not that hard to just put it on push to talk. Don't push to talk, and just say what you need to say. Right? Say it.
Yeah, and I just like to mention that Geo's not getting paid millions of dollars to do this, so you should try and
Nothing to do with it.
you guys should try and moderate yourselves a little bit instead of passing the
do.
blame onto the great service that Geo is offering. Yeah, he spends 24 hours a day just moderating you guys talking shit.
No, he didn't mod me at all day today. All day I've been here. Jeremy, how many times have I been muted or asked to do anything? Not once. I'll answer it. It's not me. It's not you. It's certain characters that are allowed to come here every day, every time they come here and cause havoc. That will destroy this server again.
You're one of them. You're probably the worst offender. So you know what, Rakia? From now on, we're going to be super strict on you. So expect to be muted.
Awesome.
Every time you fuck around, you're getting muted strictly now. From now on, the most strictly person on the server that will be moderated is Rakia Life, because we've given you a lot of leeway and you have fucked us over repeatedly.
Wow. It's a lot of emotion in there, brother.
Yep, and it's the truth.
It's personal, right?
Truth in your face, truth.
I've been here all day, haven't caused one
He's
issue.
right, Rakia.
I am correct.
Now,
Everyone in this server knows that I'm correct. Every single person in the server knows that I'm correct on that, Rakia.
You don't have to
We
try,
have
dude.
given
I'll
you
just
a
leave.
leeway.
See you later,
We
brother.
have given you leeway.
See you later, man.
Yeah, fuck off.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks.
See ya. I'm done with this guy.
Can I make a
I'll
point?
be honest. I would have expected Demick to be that guy.
The comment that some people think that it's too strict and some people think that it should be more strict, that's obviously going to happen when there are people who want structure and fruitfulness and good conversation. They're going to want it to be more strict so that can happen. The people who want it to be a crap show and be disgusting and unfollowable and terrible, they're obviously going to not want there to be good moderation. So of course there's going to be people on both sides. The question is, do you care about the people that want it to be a crap show? Like, does their opinion really matter that much? Because to me it doesn't, but if it does to the mods here, like, what does that say?
Yeah, well, the problem is that, man, that if we're too strict, it starts going into a point where other servers have, had that issue that they mute just because, and nobody has. I mean, this is Discord, dude. Everybody has, an opinion. Everybody wants to get in. So if we mute everybody, what's gonna happen, right? Nobody's gonna. Go ahead.
Yo, if we had a my bad elbow. If we had to, like, I don't know, give someone an official warning every time someone called a name or interrupted or something, almost no one would be speaking. Because you'd all be on timeouts for like days at this point.
Yeah.
No, only for the first time,
Right.
man. Only for the first time.
Only for a little while. Eventually people would learn their unless you're like gonna assume that like all of us are mentally retarded and can't learn new things. Like eventually people learn things. Like we would learn to figure it out, or we would leave the server. Which, I mean, like, if you're going to just assume that we all care so little about talking about this that we'll all just leave and never come back, like, both of those assumptions seem very far-fetched and absurd to just assume those things about people.
There's a globe Earth analogy there, but I haven't made the connection yet.
I was gonna say the same thing.
I also I can speak for myself. I'm not much of like a disciplinarian rule enforcer. I've always been the opposite of that. Like, more live free and, and all of that. So I don't like, moderating adults. I don't like, oh, you said a bad name, you're muted. Oh, you did that. I personally don't like to do that. It's obnoxious and it's just not of interest of mine to have to do. So like I do it, as much as I, is needed, because if we don't do it, it's a complete shit show. But I'm just saying it's not like I don't wake up in the morning thinking, oh yeah, I want to like mute people for interrupting or that kind of a thing. So
moving on.
And I understand that name calling is or whatever. It's annoying, but I mean, offense is taken, not given. If you don't get offended about it, dude, just move on.
Like, oh my god, yeah, like totally. If you're gonna mute people, like, oh my god, totally, yeah, like you gotta mute people.
I'm gonna mute you, Pizzle.
Let me get back. I
don't think the problem is interruptions. That's not really the problem. The problem,
that's not the
problem is
issue either.
toxicity. Yeah, it's when people are having a back and forth. Sometimes there's going to be interruptions, but when people start freaking like passive aggressively name calling, well, yeah, that person's going to be interrupted. That's what happens.
I don't wake up.
Leave it on the people that are talking, right? If they're kind of interrupting each other and going, don't step in. They're okay with it. You only really need to be said or step in if one of the priorities is like, hey, I really can't speak here. But if it's how they're both going for it, just let it go.
Yeah, sometimes
wake up every day
have a
wanting
conversation. Sometimes people can have a conversation and interrupt each other, and it's fine. But then there's some people that are relentless and will never let themselves be interrupted ever. And then you gotta get a hold of the situation.
Then you gotta mute them.
I also don't wake up and I'm not excited to discipline my children or, for example, I don't wake up hoping that I have to like sacrifice my own life to save my family. But that doesn't mean that those aren't good things to do. Teach your children how to be a decent human being. If someone attacks, you save your wife and your kids. Like, there are good things that you can do that you don't necessarily wake up every day wanting to go do that to people, because that would make you a bad person. You're wanting them to act like jerks. You're wanting them to do evil just so you can respond. Obviously, no, that would be a bad thing. But being ready to take that responsibility seriously and act on it because you understand it's your duty, that's a good thing. Not wanting to do it because you want them to do bad things, wanting them to be better and being willing to respond if they refuse to be better.
And by the way, sorry,
we're gonna have a mod meeting. We're gonna get the shit. We're gonna iron a few things out. We just gotta tweak the shit a little bit. That's all, guys.
And by the way, don't forgetting, getting the other person mad is a debate tactic, which is some people don't know how to do it correctly and use other things that is unnecessary, right?
Yeah, and what I was going to say, just tagging on to that, the thing about the name calling and stuff, it's not really to like protect people's emotions necessarily. I mean, I do think that when someone insults someone, the other person probably does feel a way, and I think it's best not to have that, probably just for the person. But that's not really the main goal of it. The thing, in my view, the thing is that it turns into a shit show. Meaning, if you're having a conversation and you're deep in something, and then one guy throws an insult, from there on out, it's like setting a domino effect. Once that happens, the other guy, even if the other guy stays chill for a second, he's going to then throw one. The other guy's going to throw one. And then within minutes, you've got both of those guys just screaming and insulting each other. And then the conversation is derailed and we don't actually get to the bottom of what it was, or we can't get to whatever the person was actually trying to prove because now it's just been thrown off. And I know people do it as a tactic, as well. Like if they feel kind of cornered in the logic of what they're in, then they might say, well, it's because you're an idiot or you're a whatever. And then, they're trying to create that. But I'm just saying that the purpose is more to not have everything just be a shit show of insults all the time, so we can actually have conversations and get to the bottom of some of this stuff.
Well, there's some obvious
that scenario. Hold on one second, Napalm. That scenario literally just happened with Rakia and RC. They were having a conversation. RC called him a dumbass. Now look where we are. Does anyone know what we're talking about before?
Yeah, and I apologize to everyone for screaming like that. I definitely lost it. I apologize. But in particular, Rakia is a character who is very loud, and I feel like in some way the mods do give him a certain leeway because he has a very strong voice and so on. But yeah, he has been probably one of the worst top 3 offenders on this server. And then he's here trying to call us out, and trying to attack us. So yeah, I lost it. I apologize to everyone for screaming like that, but it was just a long time coming, and so.
Yeah, and also I think that by me pointing out that the amount of time that Geo spends on this channel is not getting paid for it, I think that would have definitely brought out some of the emotion as well, because Geo does understand that is the truth.
Hey man, sometimes mommy
no
and dad
need to justify it.
Right, get back to the discussion.
So just give the channel a little bit more respect.
So I'm gonna say something.
I think if
positive.
any,
I'm going to say something positive here. Actually, think yourself lucky, because I think now this is coming from a Glober coming onto a predominantly flat Earth Discord, right? As you know, I'm a Glober, right? So I think this channel is probably more fairly moderated than the likes of Gems. On Gems, you get people that are muted because they considered you boring, right? And there's one person in particular who does that, okay? And you're muted quite often for absolutely no reason whatsoever. And then they will allow people to come in and talk all day long, complete diatribes, often for several minutes at a time. And then when you get others are not allowed even to go for any more than about 30 seconds. It's so badly moderated, it's ridiculous. This channel is far from that, I've got to say.
100%.
It's not hard to be.
Hey, I'm a Glober, and I
Gem,
like
right?
this channel better. I can agree with that.
Yeah.
I'm a special Glober.
Soundly's like the king of the Globers, though. You don't.
Hey, I give Jeremy props. He does a really good job of bringing things down and bringing things to the center, so discussions can be had. So kudos to you.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, fair play. Yeah, Jeremy does. I agree with that.
It's like trying to herd cats.
Yeah, man.
Think Jeremy should get a raise?
The problem with Gems is they have Globers who are sheep.
Oh, well, hang on, dude. I'm a Glober and I'm here, so
I'm a Glober, I'm not a sheep, and I'm not saying you're a sheep. I'm saying Gems moderation team are sheep.
Oh, yeah.
All right, let's not talk about other servers. I think Napalm may want to get in before Napalm. We can move on, but I think we're having a little processing session. But I think Napalm,
I like making fun of Gems server.
Sorry.
Sorry.
Do that. Go ahead, Napalm.
Yeah, I understand we're trying to move on, but I was just going to say that, recently there's just been a lot more conflict within this server, which kind of sucks. And it's not necessarily good moderation, bad moderation, all that. It's adults just need to be able to act like adults. And there's some people that obviously just can't do that.
Agreed.
Both sides of the argument, right? Globers and flat earthers. And it's becoming to the point where I don't even want to open my mic and speak within this channel that often.
Why?
Because the minute I do, I'm getting overtalked, insults thrown at me, all that kind of stuff. And it's just, to me,
shut up, idiot.
Yeah, exactly. So to me, it's not even worth trying to be involved in the conversation sometimes, especially when there's specific people in here. And to me, it's very obvious who they are. I'm pretty sure most of the people in here, they know who those people are. And it just kind of is what it is. And I don't know if those people are going to necessarily change unless there is something that comes down upon them that forces them to change or forces them out of the server. But that's just my opinion.
They're gonna change because we're having a mod meeting. We're gonna get this shit all sorted out and fix that.
But for the most part, I really appreciate the way that this server allows for open discourse and not quick to drop the ban hammer and just ban.
You're going to cactus. That's it.
Yeah, exactly. There's a fine line between doing too much and not doing enough. And I appreciate you guys kind of doing things the way that you do, but it is starting to get, I don't know, some patterns that are starting to emerge.
It will be fixed. Don't worry.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like the solution is actually just to be more strict. Like I said, I'm not a very strict enforcer of anything. I'm much more of a live and let live. I respect everyone for who they are worth. So I'm not the kind of person to do that. But in reality, like Bob was saying earlier, I think it was a great point, is that there are people who want to not be interrupted and have a good discussion. So those people are going to want very strict moderation, meaning if they're thrown an insult or whatever it is, they want a mod to step in and instantly take care of it because, et cetera. And then there's people that want to create this shit show. They want to come in and do that. And so if we're kind of lenient, then that means that the people who want to do the shit show are going to be able to do it. And then the people that want to have the good discussion now can't have the good discussion because that's occurring.
Yeah, I think I agree with what you're saying, but I think you need to play it by ear. I think somebody mentioned it before. If somebody's having a back and forth between two people and there's a little bit of interrupting and neither of them actually bother them, then fine, let them go at it. But if you do get somebody who's complaining and say, look, I need to talk, I can't get a word in edgeways, then yeah, that's where you need to sort of step in and step in and
yeah,
moderate.
we do that. We do that.
Yeah, so really, I mean, that's what you're doing right now. Then carry on doing that. In a nutshell, I think what you just need to do is get in control of the people that are here deliberately to cause issues and to, just deliberately insult people, whether that's a Glober insulting a flat earther or a flat earther insulting a Glober. That's basically what you just need to get down onto. The rest is fine. There's nothing wrong with it.
Hey, can I get in for a second? Can I be heard?
Yep.
Yeah, cool. Thanks very much. I just want to say that I appreciate all the mods doing all the work around here, keeping this place flowing and going 24/7 as best I could tell. I want to say that I would much rather live in a society where I'm asking for forgiveness for overstepping the line, rather than being canceled and whatnot for stepping over the line, right? So as it goes for me, I always like being governed by a very light hand, especially if I'm doing my best to be self-governing. But for the people who aren't self-governing, well, there's no other choice. There has to be, one authoritarian to govern those people, right? And we all know slavery's bad, right? And a judge puts rapists into slavery for the benefit of everyone, right? So sometimes you have to do a bad thing in order to do a good thing, right? Like censor disruptive individuals and punish them, not for their speech or arguments, but for their disruption and discord and chaos that they cause. But as far as everyone else who is just moderating themselves, and yeah, I overtalked Jeremy the other day. I apologize. I'm not perfect. But we all overtalk each other. I think the thing is just don't take it so personal. And at the same time, if we would say mic out like this at the end of our speech, I think it would help out a lot. So mic out.
I was going to suggest that the 2-second thing is not going to work at all. I mean, that's a good idea.
Yeah.
I was actually suggesting that like yesterday or something, but I think we need like a safe word or something or some kind of code to like, all right, officially, I'm done.
What do you mean we all think slavery's bad?
Silence.
We all know
Silence
slavery's
always
bad.
is the designation.
It's not
Yeah,
always
usually what happens.
it's
Oh God.
always the designation because it happened a minute ago with RC and he said, oh, he took a very long pause. Heads heard silence. We keep going. They said, oh, it wasn't that long of a pause or something. So we need like this definitive way to know.
Yeah, usually when I'm talking, I say, "All right, go ahead." And I also think that if two people are going back and forth,
Whoa, nothing is understandable right there, my
Save or
friend.
die slow.
Kind of shit.
I got a solution. We mute everybody except for me, Jeremy, and Bandsaw. Problem solved.
Yeah, me.
Yep, we hear you.
Just
No,
say
but I
like
mean-
truck drivers do. Just say Roger.
Something. We need a code. I'm telling you,
Over.
that would be a definitive way. No one can be like, oh, I wasn't done. No one can take a 7-second pause and be like, oh, wait, I wasn't done. You said the word. We know you're done. It's over. It's the next person's turn.
Jeremy, I don't think you really need to do that. I think what you just need to do is just get people to use a bit of common sense, right? And just give a slight pause between. Or if they do get interrupted, say, hold on, I'm not finished. And if you hear that, it's just ask the people just to respect it. You know what I mean? And just carry on. That's really all you need to do. I don't think
If we could convince people to use common sense, we wouldn't be here having this argument.
Well, no, I appreciate that. If you just
We
keep
would all be
reminding
like, yeah, the Earth's flat. Let's go home.
Yeah, but appreciate that. You're 100% right. But the thing is, if you just keep reminding people, and if somebody does say, I haven't finished, let me finish, then the moderator just needs to ask the opponent just to respect that and let them finish.
I think it's also
there is another issue as well here. Sorry, just quickly. Sorry, Gio. There is another issue as well here, and that's with people filibustering and not being concise. So you do have to balance up the two other sides. I think really the issue here is actually with moderation. If someone's being disruptive, we should be much quicker to just mute them. Honestly, I mean that's my opinion.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think I'm quick enough.
Is there a mic feature that I
didn't hear any?
They can push somebody's thing and give them the mic, so only one person is capable of talking at a time. Wouldn't that like solve all the problems? So you have the mic, and then you're like, okay, I'm done. Here's the mic. And
some people wouldn't let the microphone
would never
go.
give the mic up. He would just hold on to it for the rest of forever.
Well, it would
Not
be
just
nice
ours,
because
like a lot of people. would
It
not
would
give
be
up
nice.
on
No, wrong person. Zanuck. I meant Zanuck, not RC Mason.
It
Zanuck.
would be. It would
No,
be
you
nice.
hold the
if
mic. Hold the
Discord had-
microphone for him.
It would be nice.
Gio's
Yeah, I was just gonna say it would be nice if Discord had some additional features that they don't have. It would be nice, but there is a couple voice queue bots that I had added to the server, and we've never really used them. But basically, one of them, like it shows a pop up thing in chat, and basically it's like a voice queue. So you would like click the little emoji to add yourself to the queue, and then when the person's done, I think the moderator has to click next person kind of thing. But it actually even works. Like one of them works where it mutes everyone in the room. Then the one guy that's up on the queue gets to speaks, and then once the mod clicks next person, then that guy gets muted. The next guy on the queue automatically gets unmuted. I mean, it wouldn't really allow for a very organic conversation in that way. It'd be more like a call-in show style, where it's like it's kind of one person at a time. Then it'd be hard to like respond. If 5 times ago someone, 5 people ago someone said something that you want to respond to, and But yeah, there is a voice queue to kind of set up.
Well, you could just. What if you just had the 2 people in the conversation in the queue? Then you could just,
Well, you don't even need a queue then, because when they're done
different.
talking, the other person.
Yeah, it's just that it won't, like what Gio said, it won't let for an organic conversation, and that's kind of.
Bro, people
The
just
people
gotta.
who need, yeah, I was just say the people who need moderation, no amount of moderation is going to curb their need for moderation, and people who don't need moderation don't need moderation, and who can just do it
Fuzzy,
organically.
Yep.
Fuzzy, you need to be moderated, Fuzzy.
No, we know who they are. Like, let's be honest. Like 80% of the people in this room that ever get muted are never moderated, right? So it's the 20%. Like, we shouldn't be changing the whole rule structure for a few disruptive people. We should just treat them differently.
Agreed.
Well,
yeah, it's a good idea.
I don't know. I feel like we should have a more objective criteria for moderating people, because if we don't, I don't think that's the case here. I think the moderators here are fairly reasonable, but when you have moderators that are biased and there are rules that are not objective, they get misused.
Yeah, this shit ain't black and white. Yo, this shit ain't black and white. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, this is why I think if I could put in my 2 cents, we can't require on moderators. Moderators that are there to pick up the slack that can be done. The community has to moderate itself, and we have to make this place. You just have to. It's called the order of the mic. I've seen large discords just. That's it. If someone has the mic, you don't fight for it. If you just wait for it, and then when a whole bunch of other people, right, when one person ends, and then a whole bunch of other people want it, just don't fight for it. We have to police each other, and then.
You're cutting out.
Takes.
yeah, that's actually a big thing. When somebody's done talking, say Zanuck comes in here and says, "We know Earth's a globe because blah blah blah." There are like 4 or 5 people all talking at once. Maybe 2 people might back down and do what that guy just said. Like, obviously, if I'm, maybe if it's me, Gio, and then 2 other people, me and Gio will stop talking because we know you can't hear anything when 2 people are talking. But there'll be 2 other people that won't back down. So now what do?
You mute them. No, it's really simple. You mute them. The people who are being disruptive get muted. Everyone else who's being reasonable doesn't need to be muted. It's really that simple.
Yeah, I mean, this whole conversation.
Go ahead,
I was going to say this whole conversation is interesting because it is like somebody brought up. I think Hank brought up, government, governing basically, and it's like it is interesting that when you have sort of moderators and there is like how to do that, And what I was going to say about being lenient, I was just thinking the idea, because this is kind of part of the issue. Like, if we're lenient on certain people, then they get to kind of trash the show. It's sort of like drunk driving. Our societies are usually pretty strict on drunk driving because it kills people. But if the cops all just decided, you know what, let's just be 20% less strict on drunk driving, well, then you're going to have a lot more, accidents and whatnot. So, yeah, it's interesting to kind of figure out how to do this without being like totalitarian and biased and censoring and all the negative parts of government, and how to actually do it in a way that's healthy and positive, in a way that, everybody wants it to actually flow in a positive way.
It's less drunk driving and more arsehole driving.
How does God do it? Right?
Let's talk about how Travis.
What's God's approach to moderation?
Karma.
That's
Are you
free
saying-
will, I guess. He
Are
kind
you
of lets
saying
you
Jesus
go.
is at
But...
the will?
No, I'm just saying.
What is- What's Nidhug want to throw a grenade at? What?
Oh, I was just saying, let's talk about how Travis wants me off the server. Good point to
Yeah, so this is what we
No,
were
we're
talking
not
about
gonna
earlier.
talk about
This is what we were talking about earlier about how certain people decide that they're going to just talk about things that aren't the subject matter.
Right. Well, I think it is on topic though, because whenever I open my mouth, the first rebuttal from Travis is, "Get off our server! Look at this guy. Why is he even here? Like, what good does that do?"
Okay, wait, hold on now. Since I've been called out, can you perhaps think of any reason that I would give as to why I would say that?
Sure, I'm sure you could justify it all you want. I think the whole point is that you being able to
That's a passive aggressive response. No, it wasn't. No, I asked him what he would say. He turned it around and said, "I'm sure you would say." You see the difference?
You're justifying. You're trying to say, can you see a justification for my actions? I'm saying no. I don't think you should ask or force someone off a server because you disagree with me.
Okay, that's fine. I don't want to belabor this too much, but typically it's going to be for behavior that is transparently dishonest when you're being asked a question and then that person cannot or will not directly answer that question. To me, that's a dishonest conversation. That's typically when I jump in and say, you are not being a productive conversationalist right now. You don't belong here.
If we can get more people, if we can get more people in here, maybe we could open up a second live stream for just Globers. That way, you won't have to. Some people don't want to deal with the Globers, and we can open one up just for flat earthers.
That's echo chambers. Now, I like this. It's if you know that person's being dishonest, disengage. You don't have to engage with that conversation. That's all you have to do.
I feel like that's one of the criteria that is not very objective and it can be misused. So, for example, if you get into a server and one of the rules is you cannot lie, every time you disagree with someone, the other person, if they're a moderator, they might just say you're lying because they think you're wrong, and then ban you. That happened to me before, and that's an example of like why you couldn't just rule out people you think are being dishonest. As dishonest as they might sound like, or you might think they might even actually be being dishonest. There are other ways around it than just.
No, but I'm not going to name call because I can't remember who it is, but it's beside the point. But yesterday, a number of us understood that the person that was talking to us was intentionally not answering the question. So when I'm trying to, in good faith, ask a question, and that opponent is obviously not, and you come around, it happened for like 5 minutes. We are trying to get you to answer this question. And it was obvious to the four of us because we were all saying, this guy's completely not answering our question right now. To me, that's not a helpful conversation. That's all.
You can't force somebody to answer a question, man. If they don't feel like answering the question, just disengage.
Yeah, I mean,
No,
I
to
just
me,
went
then
to the
no.
server. Yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
Well, Travis, I'm not going to call out particular people. Let's just say there was an admin on another server. And what he used to do is corner people and say, you must answer this question or you're banned in 5, 4, 3, 2, So, that's a pretty extreme.
Yeah, sure. That sounds extreme. I think, look, we've all said that I think mature, reflective, constructive criticisms in this conversation so far. And I do think that self-governance is one of the trademarks that, that is going to win the day. Like if I am going on too long, I need to really be self-aware that I tend to go on too long, and I should try to not do that. Over
Are you guys able to hear me?
Yeah.
All I could hear was Travis monologuing about how long people should not talk for.
I was I was trying to say something earlier. You guys couldn't hear me though. Typically when I'm done speaking, I usually say, "All right, go ahead," signifying that I'm done talking. But I had made a point long ago that it would be nice if we had like a red light and a green light next to our name to kind of identify who wants to get in line to speak type thing. And I don't know, if there's any apps or mods that could make that happen. But Gio had mentioned something. He's got a few things that he hasn't used yet. I don't know if you want to specify any of that, Gio, but it sounds interesting.
Like a batter? You mean like a batter on being on deck?
Yeah, they're called. They're voice queue. Yeah, there's a couple voice queue bots. I really wish Discord had more features. I mean, it'd be cool if they had a bunch of better features. Because like you're saying, there's a lot of options. Yeah, I did find.
If you could design it, Gio, what would it look like if you could design it?
Yeah,
I got
an idea. Can I be heard?
Gio, if you could design a bot, what would it do? Like, what would the features be?
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, I have a bunch.
Can I give my idea?
I don't want to
I have an idea.
I don't want to hog the mic for a super long time, but yeah, I've got a lot of ideas. But yeah, go ahead, Hank.
Yeah, just real fast, I wanted to say that we could do like a 12-vote mute system. If 12 people click on this one guy and his tag, and he gets like 12 votes to mute him, then he's hung by the jury and muted for being disruptive.
Yeah, I mean that could get abused though.
Yeah.
There's some people in here who never interrupt.
We just have to be stricter with the interrupters and the people that try to cause problems. That's about it. It's all it is. We don't need to be adding so many things that would probably make the conversation drag forever with other people and whatnot. So it's the way the server has a conversation here is amazing. I put myself to sleep just listening to y'all arguing and whatnot. So having a way to just have two people talking, it's not going to be too organic, and it's really going to suck. I mean,
we just got to have more social. We just got to have more social awareness as a group. Pay attention. If I ask Nidhug a question, that doesn't mean you go. That means Nidhug needs to go and answer the question. And 2-3 people start talking at the same time. Have some social awareness. Know that it's turning into a shit show. Know that no one can hear you if 2-3 people are talking at the same time. Use your head, guys.
Okay, so I've been in that situation, and then what I've said, I asked Nidhug the question. They're like, "It's an open forum." So where's the line on that one?
Well, all I know it's mad frustrating though when you're trying to.
Now that I know that you sleep and listen to us, I'm going to start whispering things to you at night.
Subliminal fucking.
I mean, there is the idea of having lots of temporary muting going on. Of course, it takes a lot more time. Usually, I'm always kind of listening and multitasking. I'm not necessarily always looking at my Discord and doing that. But I mean, that is one. It's then it would just red lights, red mutes lighting up all the time. For example, Travis, you were saying, if you ask someone a direct question and then someone else comes in with a non sequitur, but then that does kind of take away the open panel dynamic. So then a mod has to jump in and say, well, let him answer the question. So yeah, there's a lot of factors when it comes to that. But I mean, also with the interruptions, because that's another thing. I noticed, okay, if 2 people are talking and one guy interrupts, if we just instantly muted the interrupter and the guy just kept talking, that would probably be a lot smoother. But what happens often is that, I'm not trying to call you out in a negative way, Jeremy, but you'll often be like, "Oh, guys," and you're trying to get control of the room. And now it's 5 minutes of you getting control of the room just to give them person. So
I know.
You guys are good mods, but I have to admit you're kind of slow. So sometimes it takes too much.
Okay, my phone is locked in my pocket, right?
No, I'm not saying it's your fault.
I'm explaining this to Gio. So I got to go in my phone. I got to go in my pocket, get the phone, put the code in to unlock it, open Discord. You know what I'm saying? It's a. By the time happens.
Is there a mute everybody?
Not only that, it's not easy to mute somebody on the phone. I mean, at least
Yeah,
it's not.
But here's the point that I want to make. If there's a bot or if there's something in the chat and someone like Jeremy who isn't able to follow the chat, but the next action depends upon a mod following the chat, that's not going to be smooth.
Sonma, you asked if there's a mute everyone. That's another feature that would be cool. If there was an instant.
I like that.
I mean, yeah, there isn't. But again, I did find a bot that did it. We did try it near the beginning, like when we first launched a server. And when you click the thing on the bot, it does mute everyone, but it's just kind of slow. It's like every 2-3 seconds someone gets, so it's like one.
Gotcha.
You know what I mean? But it does slowly mute the whole room. But
Guys,
by the time you mute
one
the whole
or
room,
two warnings, and then you mute them.
Okay, so Jeremy, you're talking about your pocket. If you would deputize 1 or 2 people and tell them the only way they can mute somebody is if you verbally tell them, right? They can go arrest whoever mute button that needs to be, yeah, get you a couple deputies.
Fucking wild, wild west out this bitch.
Jeremy, you're the only mob besides you.
I feel like
Bandsaws a mod, elbows, yeah. There's mods.
Guys, I feel like we're using a hammer to crack a nail here. Honestly, you've got a few people. Like everyone here who's currently participating has been very respectful, right? If conversations went like this all the time and involved virtually all of the people in this conversation, there wouldn't be an issue. We all know who the problem people are. They just need to be muted. I don't think it's more complicated than that. It's like we're coming up with all these wild solutions for something that really is very simple. There are people who come to disrupt, we mute them, we move on.
And at this point, I would say everyone that's currently involved in this server doesn't need a warning.
That's what I'm saying. I warn the same people every day, day after day. Like, I got to just start breaking people off with official shit. We're going to have a mod. We got to have a mod meeting.
I think a lot of people need warnings. I mean, I did as well because I responded to somebody the other day, as you remember, because he was pushing me and taking the piss out of me, stuttering, and I responded. And Jeremy, you had to warn me. You had to say, "Look, I'm going to mute both of you." I shouldn't have responded. So I think a lot of people do need warning. But I suppose if you're going to get people that need warning over and over and over and over and over again, you got to consider whether you still want to keep them in the server because that's just going to be a constant disruption, right?
I mean, I give Xanac like 10 warnings a day. The thing is, I love interacting with Xanac. Xanac comes in, you guys are all over him. Do you really not want to have Xanac in here? Like,
yeah.
Well, if he's interrupting, yes.
The only time,
Xanac can talk normally and talk to me. I've heard him talk quite calmly and politely to people before. Maybe sometimes he doesn't. I don't know.
Yeah, there's times where there's only a few people. I mean, that I know that when I'm here, I listen that they interrupt a lot and make conversations go nowhere. But and we try. Like I said, we as mods, we try to be not too strict and try to moderate by telling them. Sometimes it works. Sometimes it doesn't. I think I timed out one person once in this server. Just because it definitely we just have to be more strict with those individuals. Like Crypto said, is those individuals we just have to. There's no warning, I guess, for now. I mean, that's pretty much what I feel. There should be no warning. Definitely start interrupting. Just
so we'll give them a warning. We'll give them a warning that there's not going to be any more warnings.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, there's some servers that obviously are quicker on just bans or just isolating you to some other room, from one little thing. The way this server is designed with the bot system I set up is essentially, I mean, there is like the Discord timeout thing, which just times people out for a certain amount of time, but there is an actual like warning system with the bot. So basically, if someone's given a warning, it's like a 30-minute they can't type, and then they'll be muted in the voice channel. So it's like a 30-minute thing, and they get a DM that says, and then they can also be given a reason. So like in the command, it could be whatever the reason is. But anyway, so you can get 10 of those 30-minute things, and then but once you get like 11, then it restricts your account from the server for 24 hours, and then 12, 48 hours, 13, 72 hours. So for every warning beyond 10, it just restricts your account for an additional day. Then I think eventually once you get to like 20 or 30, I forget the number, then it's like a permanent, basically, account restriction. So the idea with that is that instead of just flash banning people and all of that, it's a way that people can have enough leeway to have a chance to kind of, modulate their behavior, so they're not just instantly banned, but we probably don't use that as much. And, and we usually just like verbally kind of give warnings, and then we know some of the people that never change, no matter how many times you verbally request.
Yeah. I was talking about the verbal warnings. Yeah, like I give Zanuck like 10 verbal warnings a day. Like you should just start breaking them off with an official. Just skip all the verbal warnings. He already knows.
Yeah, but it's kind of like the consequences. I think Travis said that earlier. If there aren't really strict consequences, kind of like with drunk driving, or let's just say like murder. If murder was just a slap on the wrist, there'd probably be murders all the time. But the fact that murder is like life in prison shit, people don't do it as much. So there is something to be. But like I said, this is not my nature to be like enforcing rules kind of thing. But there is something to be said for that. Like with the Zanuck thing. Not to talk, he's not here, to talk about him too much, but he is obviously such a repeat offender. I said to him in DMs at one point, I was like, if you can't, modulate your behavior enough to be in the conversation, we may just have to restrict your access to the live stream. And then right after that, he wrote me back, okay, man, I'll really change this time. I'll really try. I'll really change. It's kind of like, that repercussion was enough for him to be like, okay, now maybe I will actually try.
And
but has he?
That was like 3 years ago.
Can I suggest something?
I mean, I got a lot. Zanuck is one of the biggest, right? But I haven't seen him as bad as he used to be. Like, to tell you,
can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, go ahead.
I just wanted to suggest something. Kind of how it's done, like over at a few other servers I've been to, is that you have like the head mods who mod the moderators, and then the lower level moderators moderate the room, and they kind of do it, on their own accord, using their best cognitive awareness, obviously. So you kind of get like a different flavor per mod, and that way there's like insulation for you and Geo, being the head moderators, and Jeremy, to not really take the brunt of the impact so much when somebody has like a disconnect with how things were taken. I think that might be an idea, just to kind of have mods, modding as they see, fit.
Who's gonna mod the mods that are modding the mods, though?
Nobody. You guys,
I know. The best moderator. The best moderator is the microphone. This is my pragmatic solution to the whole issue. Okay, is that the microphone itself has to be respected as its own entity, as its own individual. The only way the only way the microphone works is if one person's using it. The second two people are using the microphone and talking over each other, it doesn't work. So this is like the objective standard at which all conversation has to adhere to. The mic, the order of the mic and passing of the mic. No one is allowed to interrupt as long as and then like the other thing is like moderators have to be nipping it in the butt when it happens. As soon as someone interrupts someone, it needs to be addressed and nipped in the butt. If this happens consecutively, then it all becomes like an ingrained behavior in everyone around here, and then everyone is policing each other on interrupting. No, dude, you're interrupting. No. Continue the discourse of the mic. Everyone has like 1 minute to 2 minutes, and it's just like really simple. The order of the mic.
All right, I think we've beaten this thing to hell.
Yeah,
we definitely move on.
No, but I hear what you're saying. I feel the spirit with this server to where it's like, it's not necessarily that the mods just have all the control and everyone else is just the underlings. It's sort of like everybody can mod. Yeah, I mean, I guess the mods have the ability to mute and do some of the bot actions and stuff. But at the end of the day, it's not really about like some power structure that we can control people. It's more like you just said, like if somebody interrupts, like somebody else could actually moderate that person. Actually, Kosho is someone who does that a lot. He doesn't have the mod role, but he will moderate, and it's effective.
I do that a lot too, or I try to.
It's a lot harder without the mute button.
I just want to say it can be hard without the mute button. Yeah, especially if someone is going out of control or two people are, you got Zanuck and Data going at it, then yeah, you basically have to do something. But I was just gonna say, Sign was saying with the mic thing, there is like the idea of like a talking stick, which I brought up in the past, where like, you know, you can like be sitting in a circle of like 20 people and there's an actual physical stick, and whoever has the talking stick is talking. So like right now I have the talking stick, so I'm talking. Nobody else can talk but the person with the talking stick. And then whenever the person is done talking, you know, they put the stick back in the middle of the circle, and then somebody else gets the talking stick and then they talk. You know, so we don't have a physical stick that we can use, but it has to be done that way as well. So like when I'm done talking right now, let's say 3 people want to get in. Okay, they all 3 start talking at once. That's fine. 2 of them have to back down, and then the other one gets to speak. Now, I know it gets hard because people, when there's a heated discussion going, people really want to get their points made. They feel like they want to respond to the point, especially if there's like a slight ad hom thrown or someone said you're wrong or whatever. They want to be the one to get in. So that's what initiates all the interruptions. They don't want to be like told they were wrong and then 5 other people talk and then they didn't get to respond. So that's where it gets complicated. But ultimately we need to figure out a way just that one person gets the talking stick, and, you know, ideally without the moderation, like you were saying, like we should be able to do that as a community. And then if there's extreme repeat offenders, well then, you know, I guess they would have to be restricted from being able
How does the talking?
And let me just
key work? I'd like to know how that talking key works.
I'll tell you. I have the talking stick, guys.
I can explain. Everybody in here is good at talking, but not everybody's listening. Does that come through?
Yeah, we heard you. No, we heard you, Hank.
I'm pretty sure the talking stick needs to be set up for a live stream too.
I'm not disagreeing with any of that. I'm just talking habits. Maybe it would.
Hank, you guys are kind of. Hank, you're roboting.
Yeah, real quick. So let me just say this: let's just strawman Geo's point real. The talking stick, right, is the order of the mic, and in this case, it's an easy indicator. The talking stick on Discord is the green light. So right now, everyone in the chat room, if you're like looking at Discord, you can see that there's a green light. That is the talking stick. That is it. There is only one green light allowed to talk, and then as soon as it's up, that's it. That's the talking stick. It's super. It's kindergarten level. It's kindergarten level, like just basic.
But that's not the issue.
Are you
the
on,
issue is who
on
goes
a
next.
cell phone?
That's why we need a talking cue.
Hank, you're hot micing. Or maybe not. Were you responding?
Sign, are you on a cell phone? Because I don't know if you are aware of the recent changes, but that shit don't really work anymore.
Plus, a lot of us are doing stuff. A lot of us are doing stuff. Nice back down, guys. That was perfect. A lot of us are doing stuff, and we ain't even looking at the phone.
Yeah. Well, I was talking to Sign too.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, if you're not looking. Yeah, if you're not looking, right, if you can't see the green indicator on someone's, if you don't see the talking stick, the green talking stick, the other indicator is your ears. So this is so you don't hear anyone talking, you're allowed to speak. Yeah, if you don't hear anyone talking, you're allowed to speak. That's the other talking stick indicator. It's a hearing aid.
Yeah, but the other thing
issue is
sorry, Dazzle. You're right after me. I'll just say real quick. The other thing with this is that if it's a peaceful conversation like it is right now, nobody's really being challenged. We're just building ideas. We're throwing the mic back and forth. It's usually not a problem. There's no interruptions right now. It's when it's a debate style. It's when it's heated is when shit hits the fan. Because in 2 seconds, it could be a debate style. And now all bets are off the table because it's heated. There's all these intense points going. And that's when it breaks out. But Daizo, you were next. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, I just want to say that the issue isn't who's talking. The issue is who's going to go next. And I feel like most people are like right at the cusp of trying to get in as soon as that person's done talking so that they can get in. And the talking queue could be a good feature to have, to where it's like while somebody's talking, if they want to address a point that they just made, they can hit a button and they can line up in a queue to address that point.
Right, like a hand raising thing. Like yeah, exactly. If there was a hand raising.
Yeah, but my point is that an automated effect, or does a mod have to be watching the chat to know? Because I think that'll be difficult.
No, it'll be the queue bot does it all automatically. So if you hit if you hit the button before the next guy, the mic's going to open up to you, and you get maybe X amount of seconds or whatever it is to get your point across before it cuts you off and goes to the next.
Right.
Let
So
me
that's
tell
the
you
area.
something
So
about
like,
that. Hold on. Let me tell you something about if we do something like that.
back down,
Okay,
Jeremy.
it's hard enough. Hold on, well, I got to address that. It's hard enough to get anywhere as it is. If you start doing that, the conversation's going to be all over the place because somebody's going to bring their point, and then this guy's going to have a different point. This guy's going to ask a question that's never going to get answered. There'll be 3, 4 questions on the table at once. You know what I'm saying? It'll be a mess. I feel like.
Well, that's why we don't change subjects until everyone gets their point out on that particular topic, and then we move on.
See, there's
This
also
isn't
the way to
hard.
do it. Like on this server, there is a live stream host role. And at the beginning, I was kind of trying to sort of do like, community, trying to kind of incite community engagement in that there could be a live stream host. And we kind of do that naturally. Like, because a live stream host, the idea is that they're kind of hosting the show, sort of like a podcast where one guy's kind of hosting it. And, Lemon has done that. Jeremy, myself, like many of us have played that role. Witsit. But we haven't really like utilized that role in a full sense on the server, because the way that could go is kind of what you're saying, Daiso. But the live stream host can basically do the queue. You know what I mean? So the live stream host can kind of do the temporary mutes and kind of, in a sense, kind of guide and guide the conversation. For example, keeping it on topic. Like if someone totally throws a non sequitur, the live stream host, it's kind of like a judge in a courtroom, I suppose. The live stream host could jump in and say, okay, actually that's a non sequitur. We'll put that on the list. We could do that topic next, but actually let's get back to the topic. And then, like Travis was saying as well, if Travis asks someone a question directly and then someone else jumps in, that's where the live stream host could jump in and say, well, actually, let's actually, Travis did want to, pose that question. So anyways, having a live stream host like that is somebody that's sort of like an orchestra, like a conductor in an orchestra, that kind of thing, where they could kind of act as the voice cue. Because I've seen Lemon do that just naturally. He'll say, okay, you're next. And it does work in that way, because then it's sort of like a voice cue without actually being like a bot, but actually just doing it, or with a live stream host or moderator, to be able to do that. And I think that would really be the best. And so, we could add some additional moderators, which we're going to be doing anyways. And then, perhaps, kind of hone in that live stream host role as well, because that way, whoever's hosting can actually keep it on track. And I think that some people might really like certain hosts, oh yeah, that guy's hosting. And there's different ways to set that up. Like we could have live stream 1 could be live stream hosted. Live stream 2 could be open panel. That's a way to do it as well. So like, there's a lot of,
that takes a specific individual that's not going to be super biased. Like Lemon does a really good job at that. I agree, but I don't think everybody has that ability.
Can I offer a solution?
Yeah, I think,
absolutely not. No solutions. No.
Yeah, I think sign.
Real quick, I could offer one solution. One rule we had on a server that worked really well was, okay, so we have all the order of the mic and stuff, no interrupting. The other rule after that was 1 in 3. So it's like if there's 2 people going at it, right, then they can only go at it for basically so long before like another person can come in, right? So it's like the 1 in 3. Well, if someone else wants to get in, they can basically just say, hey, 1 in 3, it's now my turn to get into this because you guys have been going back. But the allotted people have to be allowed to basically hash out what they're hashing out, and it's just the thing. It's just called the 1 in 3 rule. So it can't there's just it's like a triangle. We have to like triangulate the next person, and it's just a rule, so that like we just keep it in a rule, and it's super easy to do. And just the moderators have to be on top of it, but it's just called the 1 in 3 rule.
Travis, were you next? I think.
Yeah, well, I've got a hangout planned tomorrow, and just this talk, I was thinking, well, maybe I could see if you wouldn't mind if I used one of the other live streams for that talk with Beerman and other people about refraction. So he's concerned with it not being trolled. So whatever that might look like, I've already put out feelers for people who want to participate. So I would say that if I did have a show, it would be limited to the participants, but I would wonder if it would be, worthwhile to have it be on your second channel.
Yeah, I mean, that's an open offer. I've always had that be an open offer to anyone who wants to do that. So for example, like you could use a stage room in live stream too, and I could fire it up live on YouTube. Because I have 3 servers that run this server. So there's basically 3 I could have 3 live streams going at once. So right now we usually have this one and then the live stream replay one. But I mean, yeah, I can fire that one up anytime. And if it was in a stage channel, then only you and let's say Beerman, whoever you choose to be on the stage would be speaking. And I can run it live on the YouTube channel, but then you can also run it live on yours, or people can mirror it.
All right, let's give it a shot.
And then you could have the I think they call it a stage moderator. So you would basically have a stage moderator permission, so you would have control of like who joins the stage, who leaves the stage. So yeah, that's all doable.
All right, well let's maybe make that happen. 1 o'clock tomorrow Eastern Standard.
Do you need a moderator, or I mean, you're going to have a discussion with somebody else, right? Do you need a mod? Do you want me to mod that for you, or
no? You're more than welcome to be there. I don't think it's going to be needed to be mod. We're all going to be on the same side. It's not going to be.
Well, the way the stage channels is that if you're in the audience, you just can't speak, and then you raise your hand if you want to ask to be requested to come up on stage, and then whoever the stage moderators are. Stage moderator is like a specific thing on Discord. It's like a specific sort of role permission. So, for example, Travis, you would have stage moderator. Like, let's say you and Beermad would both have stage moderator abilities. So, let's say there's people in the audience. You guys would choose, and then people can raise their hands. You choose if they come on stage, and then you can kick them off the stage. The thing is, you can't mute them when they're on the stage. There's no server mutes on the stage channels. So, whoever you invite on the stage, it's just an open mic. Even if they're hot micing, you'd have to put them back in the audience if they're hot micing. So that's how that works. So essentially, there's no server muting. It's just you guys would, allow who comes on the stage. So really, you wouldn't need a moderator if it's just you two talking. You guys are just running it, and then whoever's listening is listening, and it's running on YouTube and wherever else. So if that's the scenario, then you guys basically are controlling who's on the stage and who's not.
Yeah, I'll be at my PC, so I'll have a little bit more accessibility to have controls in play. But like I said, I think the people that I've made contact with, I don't think it's going to be an issue in terms of participation. Over.
Over.
like
When
do
there's
we
like
unmute Branch? Do we unmute Branch or what? I don't know. I just unmuted him.
Definitely not. I was going to say, someone was mentioning about we should have a word like Roger. I think that word should actually be Jeremy.
No, bro, that shit's
banana. The word needs to be banana.
Mad confusing.
Banana, it's never part of the conversation. Just say
Listen,
banana.
my save.
The thing with the word, we've kind of tried that, but people don't remember the word. You'd have to really, really like tell everyone to use the word every time because people they don't remember to use it.
I think banana works. It's in my head right now. Banana.
Okay, banana.
No.
Thanks, Branch.
No, don't fall for
bananas.
it. Listen, Branch has this game. Branch has this game where he goes into somewhere and sees how many times he can get you to say banana, and we just fell for it. He's already won.
What if the only thing you were going to say is banana? Would you have to go banana, banana?
Yeah, I mean, I think ultimately, I guess my somewhat concluding thoughts on this whole topic is that we'll probably need to crank up Livestream 2, probably be a bit more strict on some of the stuff we're talking about so that we can have better, not let the interrupters bring chaos, and then add some mods and some live stream hosts so we can kind of try to dial things in.
Now listen, about this plane drop over distancing. Can you guys hear me?
You gotta say banana when you're done.
No, I'm not done. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
We're not saying banana. When a plane dropped, this whole plane drop argument is because you wouldn't feel it, right? Isn't that the whole crux of the argument? Like, you feel yourself dropping 1,000 feet a second or whatever? Like, that's the whole argument, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So if you're going to say you're on a globe, and we would feel it, You got to understand that they only have to drop 8 inches for every mile. It's not exponential anymore because you go 1 mile, you drop 8 inches. You go another mile, you drop 8 inches. You're not going to feel that. I think it's a bad argument in the first place.
Okay, wait a minute. You're saying that you don't think you would feel the drop?
Do you think you could feel if you dropped 8 inches over the course of a mile?
Absolutely. So look, you've been in an airplane. I've been in it. We know if it pitches left or right. You can feel that shit, man. It's just one little nudge.
Well, but I think what he's saying is like a disco ball where you have a bunch of like flat little mirrors on the ball. And then as you kind of curve around the ball, like you're on one flat mirror in their models, like level to the radius kind of thing. And then you have to tilt a little bit to go to the next one, you know what I mean? So it would be pretty gradual.
8 inches, Travis, over a mile. Come on, bro.
Because each time you're only making that adjustment from, like on the disco ball example, from one mirror plane to the other.
Okay, look. So yeah, okay. I get you, Jeremy. You think
I don't know if it's me or Travis.
Nah, you're roboting, Travis.
Yeah.
The only thing that we could do is get up in an airplane and have somebody who's a
people
professional and knows how to
Yeah, you were. I don't know if you could hear us, Travis. We were roboting through like all of that.
You were lagging that entire thing, yo.
You get that, Travis?
Yeah, yeah, I heard you guys a long time ago. I put myself on mute like a minute ago.
Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we heard you then.
Listen, you're a robot. He's probably roboting on purpose because he can't. He knows I'm right, and you're not going to feel 8 inches a mile.
You were kind of roboting a little, Jeremy.
There's a lot of roboting going on right now, and that's unfortunate for cutting people off and interruptions.
Mercury is retrograde right now.
I also think if we allowed less people into the room at any specific time, that it would cause the room to kind of like fraction off into a separate room. That way we're not like 30 people deep in one room and everyone's got fucking something to say, you know?
The one thing about this community though is that they do love being in rooms that are 30 people deep.
Yeah.
Well, let's put it this way. If there's more than 30 people, then whoever came in after the first 30 can't really speak. They can only listen.
I don't think it gets that bad here. I mean, everyone talks about it. It happens like, maybe once a day or once every 2 days. It doesn't get that bad here.
No, it doesn't. But I just think it would be, I don't know, more cut and dry, less work for the mods.
I just think we, as mods, need to take more decisive, quicker action. We can always undo it. It's not an issue.
Yeah, I was
I
thinking
agree
about
with
like a 3-strike rule where it's just like first strike is like a 5-minute timeout. Second would be like 10 minutes. Third would be whatever. I don't know what the increments are on the for the timeout function, but I think people would catch on really quick that it's just like we're not going to have chaos in here, and you'll just be muted, and time will hopefully change the way you conduct yourself.
Well, the one thing I think I've never seen is unfair moderation. Like this channel doesn't have people just willy-nilly, muting or even banning people. Like that doesn't happen.
I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't see any of that either. Like virtually zero in terms of like mod abuse, or I mean, I'm sure there's been some rare occasions, but
regardless of what NASA shill or doofus think, they're being modded justifiably.
There's times I want to mute people so bad, so I know they're trying to get in next, and I want to get in next, and I'm almost like, oh, I could just mute them right now, and then I'll be able to get in next. But I'm like, fuck, I can't do that.
Well, you mods, you could put that thing on. There's like the super voice thing. I forgot what the name of it is, but like, as long as you use push to talk when you're using that function, you can have like a much louder voice than everyone else. It quietens everyone else down and puts you up higher.
yeah, Jeremy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's called priority speaker, Jeremy. I don't know. I guess you don't use push to talk though, but I think you might have to use push to talk. But yeah, it is a feature on Discord, priority speaker. I mean, actually, I think you already have the permission, Jeremy. Yeah, some people I have it already, the ability to do it, but I don't think we ever use it. But yeah, basically, like when you speak, you're way louder than everyone else. It quiets everyone else, and you're louder. It's a little bit seems like a little bit unbalanced in a way, but it
Is push to talk a Discord function? Because like I don't even know where the hell that is.
Yes, I've been using it.
There's basically voice activity or push to talk. So voice activity, if you're not locally muted, your mic's just open. With push to talk, even if you're not locally muted, you have to push your button to actually speak.
Yo, if I had to use push to talk, you guys would. If I had to use push to talk, you guys would barely hear from me because I just can't be fucking my phone like that.
But what are you doing? You're physically muting yourself every time?
I mean, sometimes I do. Yeah, sometimes I just leave my mic open, and that's why I hot mic a lot. You know.
That's some good internet etiquette there, Jeremy.
Well, I mean, I totally get it. Like, I'm rarely sitting down and just, at Discord. It's usually in my pocket on my phone. I'm driving somewhere, and yeah, I'll leave my mic open too. So I get what he's saying. When you got shit to do.
Hey, I just a real quick question: is there like any, bona fide trolls in here right now that's just not talking? Like I'm just like where's paid NASA right now? Like where are these guys?
They're listening on the live stream.
Yeah, but they're not here right now. Like everybody who's here is like everybody we want to be here. You know what I mean?
Well, that's actually a whole nother question that is worth discussing as well. I mean, there's other servers that are much more like, ban this guy, ban that guy. We don't like you. There's all that. And having an open platform there's something cool about that, but then, yeah, there's also the people that are just repeat offenders and, create shit shows. Like we know who they are.
I mean, it would be really interesting to actually see paid NASA in here giving constructive criticism on how to be, thinking through this stuff. Like, but we're not hearing from any of these guys right now. I just find that interesting.
Like you know what I'll do is like if it was push to talk, you have to actually wait for the other person to stop talking, then reach in your phone, hit the push to talk. Whereas now when I do it, it's like, oh, I want to respond to that. I'll just unmute my mic and put it in my pocket, and now I'm ready to go. You know what I'm saying? So like to be having a fumble with the phone, I could never do push to talk. I couldn't do it.
Yeah, for you, Jeremy, almost what would be ideal is if your AirPods had a little button on them that would mute you. So that way you could just, like those guys in the CIA where they
that's fire, yeah.
Click the button on their ear. That if you could find
I was looking for those.
Yeah, I remember you talking about it because that way you could just mute and unmute yourself just with touching your ear, and then you'd be like a CIA agent at your work, clicking, "Hey guys, Coriolis." Oh, that's funny.
Jeremy, I could write you a bot that every time you say the word banana, it would either unmute or mute you.
Don't fall for it. It's his game to see. He tries to get us to see how many times we can say banana. I've already said it too many times. He's already winning. I know.
No, but actually, when Gio said that, I was actually I've been thinking about not just for your earpods, but if there was like an external push to talk button that could communicate with your phone. Because I use it on my computer, but I don't use it on my phone because it's fucking annoying.
I found one Bluetooth headset.
Is there any Bluetooth headsets, wireless ones, like the old school AirPod shapes, where you can hit a button on and mute and unmute yourself?
Yes.
No.
Yeah, there is.
As long as you'd have to have, as long as it can key map the button to a key on the keyboard, and then you can tell Discord, okay, I want it to be, the space bar or whatever, and then if it could do that, then it would be able to do it.
Yeah, and
Yeah, but it's not a.
Flatty said
Yeah.
Flatty just jumped in and said he found one that could do it.
Oh yeah,
Everyone DM me all the versions of anything like this that's Bluetooth.
Yeah,
No
dude.
wires, just single pods. Just DM me.
Yeah, I have one, dude. But I'll DM it. Yeah, I've also been trying because my mic always sucks with my earpods, so I was thinking about just making like a modified earpod that had a way better mic.
I've been on push to talk this entire time, and I rarely ever interrupt anybody. Also, Discord gives priority speaking to push to talk. Like, it makes your voice louder. And
Well, only if you turn
That
on,
would be good.
Depending on your settings, yeah.
only if you have the permission, and if you turn it on, you can do priority.
Well,
yeah,
What
for
I-
the
That would be
No,
good for me
push
when
to
I'm
talk
trying.
actually disables a lot of the like the noise reduction,
Right.
so it just lets everything come through.
Yeah, exactly.
That would be good for me because I need to get a hold of the conversation sometimes. So I need to be heard over everyone else. Plus, I'm making the best points and shit all the time and asking the best.
Well, I guess
I'm
the
the
problem is
best.
if you use priority speaker, Jeremy, then all of your hot mic is gonna push in. You're gonna have to do push to talk.
Well, you have to use push to talk to use priority speaker.
Yeah, priority speaker
Yeah.
only works with push to talk, I think. As
I
well.
need the button. I need the Bluetooth buttons on my Bluetooth.
Yeah. Well,
I'll set
I
you-
haven't found a really good set of Bluetooth that does everything I want it to do. So let me know.
there's definitely
Okay.
mics that can mute the mic itself. Like, if you push the mic up, it'll like click and you'll hear it mute. But it's not like a button that you hit and then it mutes you on Discord. It just mutes the mic like on your head.
Bro, I'm not I can't be running around with a headset, bro. I'm talking about little like AirPod
Yeah.
type.
No, so
thing.
that'll always
AirPods are
be
good for Discord.
that'll just be a push and play and fast forward. Like, it won't have mute. It won't have that function.
Just push to talk. Can you push to talk, Jeremy, when you're working?
No, I can't really.
Jeremy,
really
like
do it like that.
just wear one of those big old, like with the earmuffs and everything. If someone bugs you about it, just tell them it protects you from the 5G.
Wow.
I can't. Yeah.
Hey, apparently that physicist dude, that MABA physicist dude, he's like challenging me to a 1v1.
Oh, are you serious?
Yeah.
That's
He
perfect.
didn't even want to talk to you. You gotta be.
Well, he just kept interrupting me. Yeah. That's
Yeah.
all the Globers ever do.
He reminded me so much like Zanuck.
Yeah, just talk through. Like if you,
Yeah, but I mean, a lot of the stuff he was saying.
That'd be good though.
The stuff he was saying is the mainstream deal. I mean, that guy is like he went right through the education system. He seems like one of those guys that probably read every homework assignment, every book, every page of the book. So he's just like on rapid fire with that information. But clearly, he is intrigued that there could be more to the story. So it was kind of cool on that level.
Yeah, but he just kept complaining like downward acceleration to the cost. I'm just like, I gotta help Kai.
He probably found a rebuttal to something Witsit said, or he went on Talk to Zanuck or Kosho or something, and these guys helped him out. You know what I'm saying?
Well, he quoted a couple of the YouTubers that we know about. Wolfie came up, Soundly came up, and I can't remember the other one, but he quoted a few. So what he's probably done is he's gone and furiously Googled, debunks of whatever came up in that, and now he thinks he knows the answers.
Well, no, even worse than that, dude. He was trying to set up some kind of debate with Dave, with like Fight the Flat Earth, with Science Guy, this guy. He's looking contact with these dudes and accepting all of their tips and arguments and whatever, just on its face value.
That's what he did. But so like he is a field expert in pulse electromagnetic therapy. And so he recently revisited like electrodynamics and wrote a book and everything about the electrical fields of the earth. So that was like his lane, you know what I mean? Which is why Dave like insisted that I come on to talk to him about it.
Should have had me there.
Here.
Is that like a tens unit?
I don't know. What
Those
that
little sticky pads you put on yourself and
is.
electrically
It's
shock you?
it's similar to a Rife machine. You know?
Yeah, pulse is like magnetic.
Did you look at those documents I sent you, Austin? There are models for electrostatic replacement for gravity.
Wow. Yeah,
And
it's
they
just
go back.
obvious.
The ones I've seen go back to 1992, but I'm sure there's more.
Oh, I was born then. So yeah, I'm gonna check it out because I was just saying I was just literally just told Kai. That's so funny. I just told her. I think I'm gonna like make one, like make a little theory. So with their little with equations and all that, so they can just shut up. I'm just so tired. I mean, just so I can go like into these bigger arenas. I'm about to start like, I'm about to really only debate credentialed people, and so I'll just just pull it out. But so anyway, he didn't understand. So he's like, you have to use this for engineering and blah, blah, blah. Like, little g is just downward acceleration. It's just the effect quantified with an average. That's it. That's all it is. Every equation with it, buoyancy, density, the law of gravitation, all that, it's just little g. It's just like things go down at a agreed upon average. That's it. It doesn't make any claims. It doesn't claim a cause. It doesn't do anything. So that's what's so funny is they don't know that, and they think somehow that equation is somehow proving whatever cause they come up with in their head, when it's literally not at all. So I'm like, yo, you don't just get that equation. That's my equation too, bro. You know what I'm saying? It's like the question is like, what type of acceleration is it? And he just didn't understand it. He was like, well, we have like uniform distribution of downward acceleration. I mean, I'm saying it more elegant. Which we don't, by the way. So the way you get 9.8 meters per second squared, you use something called a gravimeter, which is a little vacuum chamber that uses interferometry, and it drops a little metal BB, and it scans it with these like super fast laser crossing patterns, and it measures how quickly the little BB drops, right? And then they take this vacuum chamber and they go all around the world and they measure it. Now it actually has tons of algorithms in it and tons of corrections and tons of begging the question fallacies built into the very engineering itself. But anyway, so it's actually not like super consistent, but it's relatively close, because if you're dropping something, it's going to be decently close to that agreed upon average, and it just fluctuates slightly. So it's decent for, like engineering and stuff. It's good enough. And anyway, so he's saying since it's so like evenly distributed, the electrical field isn't, so there's no way it could this is his home run. He's still in the comments right now talking about how I just don't understand and he destroyed me and all this stuff, and then challenging me.
Hey, what's it? I don't know if you watched the video I sent you, but I just reposted it in the live stream. The way of devising the downward acceleration without the little g or any of that. It's a kinematic equation. Check that one out too. It doesn't have to do with dielectricity, but it comes out with 10 meters per second squared rather than 9.8. But close enough, right?
And he said it doesn't have anything to do with dielectricity.
It doesn't. No, it's another way of doing it. Just check it out. It's like a 3-minute video.
Yeah, I'll watch it. But it's obviously like all downward acceleration is electrostatic, dude. Like it doesn't matter. See, he's thinking that it's like you have to have this giant electrostatic field pulling stuff down to the earth. So he doesn't understand the actual claim. I told him 20 times. That's not the claim. That's not the claim. Okay. Like, there's downward electric pressure. There's an up and down set by the electric field. That's it. It's just it's a really like almost negligible bias. That's it. It determines up and down, and then density and buoyancy like sorts everything out, right? But so everything that falls is electrostatic, bro. There's just no way around it. He's saying, and then what he found out is like, no, what about you get up to the ionosphere and then it changes. I'm like,